Corvinus, we gotta do the Hawk tour. Hawk tour.
Yeah.
So, Web Framp with the sub and the 5 gifted. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you are back here for the finals of King of Dry Arabia. This is the mic test. So, Corvinus, talk to them. I talk to you. And then we see how beautiful we sound to the people.
Well, the question is the reality turned to the left or the right? I don't know exactly where to go, but I'm here right now.
And I love the fact that it's always the same problem. I fixed it. Now your right ear will have my beautiful voice in there as well. Rike. Also, thank you very much for the 3 months. Okay. Why am I only left here? Corvinus both ears. It's because Corvinus just has such a big presence. So when he's present, he's around your head. And
Did you call me fat?
Oh no.
Just joking.
Yakleo as well with the tier 1. Thank you very much, good sir. Guys, again, every single bit of donation or anything that comes our way goes directly to the next tournament. Now, you guys can see today we are at 15% of our goal. And guys, we are about to head into, our first game. As you guys can see over on Beastie's stream. Let's quickly do the switcheroo. So, as we can see, they've done their drafting and we already know what map 1 is going to be. It's Delhi versus China. Now, I just got words from Twitch chat that they are already in-game, so we'll hop right in there. But Corvinus, while we're hopping in, I need you to break down the matchup. Delhi versus China on... Shit, what map is this again? Is this... I think it's Dry Arabia again.
It's Malia. It's Malia, not China.
It's not China. Oh, it's Mali and not China.
It's Malia. Yeah.
I Mr. Producer there at the background or in the back, giving Wham the wrong civilization, almost the fake news. So, from what I remember, before the patch, Delhi was very favored in this matchup. So, for me, good sir.
So let's see here. There is a multiple calculation we can run in simulation. So first of all, if Wham goes wide, he goes 2TC into Ferimba. I'm not even joking, that's got popular with the second TC of Malian build. If he plays normal Mali and just 1 TC, it's gonna be a cow boom into Donzo Swofa, could be. Or maybe Pro Scout with Donzo support. So what's the possibilities can happen in this game? Example 1, Vam is gonna be a little bit, cocky, and he tried to build a pit mine somewhere on the map where he should not have. Example, a large goal.
Wait.
And
Wait, Corvinus?
Yep.
We're in game. We can go. And then you can analyze this right in the moment as it's happening. Hell yeah. Alright, boys. Corvinus. Oh, let me just press insert so we have the right colors.
Right.
Now, you can analyze these pit mines for me. As you were just saying, if you said something about Wham being, if he was a little bit cocky and going for 2 pit mines early on, what do you mean with that? Is Beastie going to be able to punish that? As Delhi?
Yes, very, very easily, but the large gold is... I mean, it's good because it's in the middle. So as you can see, the large gold is in the middle. And because both players will fight for the sacred sites, it's not that hard to protect it. Because you're going to have always military force around the sacred site. So it's very, very easy to protect it as well. So I really do wonder. BC plays a normal Delhi, as I see. With the amazing yellow color. Can we check what Vlam does with the Malian? So he is not getting any more wood. He has the basic houses around the pit mine. So I don't think that's a 2TC. Doesn't look like that.
Okay, yeah, luckily, when we're seeing the Malian 2TC build, I think a lot of players are not too sure about what the game plan is here just yet. Now, guys, what we're seeing is Beastie just opening with the early game Delhi, and luckily for us, we're a few seconds behind, so we're going to catch up on these two boys and skip that early feudal or early dark age that everybody loves so much. But I want to talk about these spawns for a second. I feel like Wham really got himself a Beastie spawn. And even if he does the Wham walls pretty early on in the game, he's really going to struggle walling it off as easily as Beastie would. Because we see with Beastie, he's got a pretty good position here at the back. The gold is pretty safe. The berries here at the back as well. It is quite a long wall the man has to do, but not as exposed as Mr. Wham over here. Now, what we're seeing, both of these players aging up with 4 villagers, so Tower of Victory, or same old, and a Mansa Quarry as well. We do see Wham going... Ooh, he changed his mind. Never mind.
Cheeky.
Ooh, very cheeky. And thank you again for the 2 gifted. Appreciate it, Whipfram.
So here, Vam, kind of weird the Manzakori position is, because I would do the cow boom from the TC to the left side, and the way I would do, I would put the cattle ranch on the left and the right, and like very closely the cow landmark goes to the TC as well, right? So now the Manzakori and the mill is blocking out 2 cattle ranch. Kind of weird position for the landmark and the mill, but maybe it's gonna work out. And wow, look at that! Wham is actually researching wheelbarrow.
Well, wheelbarrow very early on, meaning we're not going to be getting that second TC, as you said earlier. Now guys, with the new Malian build, a lot of players just forgo any of the upgrades and go directly into a second TC, but Malians and Wham are thinking about that same old build. The problem is, when you're playing against Delhi, you're already struggling because of the massive archers that you usually face. Wham choosing to go for that second pit mine instead, sending the villager there already before he has the wood to do so. But Beastie is already looking at being the aggressor. Now, Ghazi Raiders got a little bit of a nerf in the last patch. Do you think that this is going to affect the game whatsoever?
I don't think so at all, honestly.
You think that Ghazi Raiders are still a little bit boosted?
That nerf was literally like not that much of a nerf on the Ghazi Raiders. I think they are really strong still because they are like a trash unit, right? They cause food and wood, and because they still have the bonus damage against heavy units, so they are still good in feudal. And don't forget, the HP nerf was only in feudal. I think they are still good because if you compare a Ghazi Raider to a Man-at-Arm, a Man-at-Arm always beat the Ghazi Raider. Okay, there was not, so I ran like 100 tests of Ghazi Raider versus Man-at-Arm. There was like no tower of, network of castle or anything like that. Just a normal Man-at-Arm versus Ghazi Raider, and the normal Man-at-Arm always won against the Ghazi Raider. So now what happened is, the Man-at-Arm still win, but a little bit more HP gonna leave on the Man-at-Arm. But the Ghazi Raider is still an amazing unit since their bonus damage against heavy units.
Alright, so they're still gonna have that little bit of an edge, but the thing is, you don't have any heavy units from Malians, but I know that with the mass, it's really just hard to keep up with the units that come out. We do see that the Ghazi Raiders have their eyes set on bringing some very early, aggression, but the thing is, we don't usually see sofas this early on in the game. This is
remember what I said? So like Malian can go into Sofa and Donzo to make sure you have map control, because the Sofa with the 1.73 movement speed, can you check it before I say something wrong, but I think it's the 1.73, yes, 1.73 movement speed for the Sofa. That can give you a really good map control, right? So it's not fast as a horseman, but much faster than a knight. So with that, you can easily raid BCs like berries or deer or whatever he goes. Because if you see, BC actually has front deer and one back berry.
Yeah, so they're going to be a little bit exposed to the Sofa mobility that we see. And guys, as we know, Sofas were not always meta in these matchups. Or, I mean, Sofas were not made in Feudal Age much. But now with the new changes, you are aware that Delhi does pretty well. And you can't just play the same old. You have to try things that might be a little bit unorthodox. So, as we're seeing here, the archer does get a little bit intercepted, and these Ghazis are not in a good position to take this fight. We do see Beastie with this army of Ghazis at the back, looking like they want to go for the Sofa, but we see Wham just hasn't had to do too much of an investment here, and his cow eco is on the go. So Beastie is he's going for Pro Scouts though, and Pro Scouts, that's gonna allow him to stay in his base while he's getting food, instead of going on those outside berries that the Sofas were gonna be able to deal with.
I want to point out one thing that you were right on, was the Ghazi Raider nerf. because people were scared of using Sofa because of the Gazi Raider, right? But because the Gazi Raider lost 5 health, they have the Sofa now have a higher chance against the Gazi Raiders. Since don't forget, Sofas are a heavy unit, so the Gazi Raider does bonus damage against them.
And now we see Beastie's army trying to get a little bit of damage, but the one Gazi Raider does overstep his welcome a little bit and does actually go down. Very surprising there. But now Wham wants to protect himself a bit. He didn't go for that second pit mine, even though he thought about it. And I don't know if the dead sheep here was a 5-head play from Beastie. I believe so, because that's going to stop the pit mine, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think you can build a pit mine when there's a dead sheep on top of it.
Yes, correct. You need to get rid of the sheep before building a pit mine on it.
Yes. Oh, and this is just the wonders of denial. But I think this is some high-level BM right now. It's not technically an exploit now. This one is definitely not banned at any of the tournaments. But now the Sofa Mass is starting to look a little bit scary.
You can do the same thing, by the way, against Mongols as well. So if you just kill your sheep or just bring a deer carcass to the stone, they can build an ooh on it.
Ooh. Ooh, so you can deny more than one supply. Good, good. I'm actually glad to hear that, because these small little things are going to make the difference between players just snowballing, you know? And those small things, the small decisions they make to actually take them a little bit further. Now, Beastie does have 2 sacred sites, he does have 2 villager kills, and he's probably going to make a play for this third one in a sec, but the problem is the scholar is in danger of going down, and I don't think he's ready to do anything about that.
Well, as you can see, Beastie still has an insane number of military. So even though we are saying that, oh yeah, he got pushed back, he is doing some Sofa left to right, Van doesn't have Scholar to heal his units in Feudal. So even though we're gonna receive some damage on those Gazi Raiders, might be, but I'm gonna... Van can't heal those low health of Sofas, while Beastie can heal... Oh, Pro Scouts coming up from Beastie! That's amazing.
Now, Beastie spoke to me about this a little bit, and he told me that Pro Scouts at this point is just busted, because you can just walk in and go pick them up pretty easily without using any of your brain power either. So this is just going to enable Beastie to keep pumping, and that was Delhi's weak point. Delhi's weak point has always been you can shut them down the moment they have to go on external food sources. But now that timing has changed significantly, and they won't have to go on like two food sources. You might send 5 villagers over here, but the rest of them will happily gather under the TC, getting all that deer that they gather all around the map.
I do believe this change was really good for every civilization. And honestly, I think we will see more and more civilization using Pro Scout because of this little change.
Now we do see quite a lot of archers from Beastie coming out. We're at 23 now and more coming, while the Javies are only at 11. So while Javelins counter archers in big numbers, archers could just completely overwhelm them, because with the Javelins you have to micro them and be able to target fire to do it effectively. But when there's 60 archers looking at you, it's really difficult to do so.
And also one thing to mention that in Feudal, Sofa's armor is actually not the same as a knight. They have a little bit less armor than a normal knight. So they are still good because they have armor, they have melee armor and ranged armor, but they are not as good as a knight, which means archers can kill Sofa way much faster than killing a knight. But look at that.
Oh, these boys do want to get out. You don't want to lose the Scholar at this point of the game, and he won't. Scholar will just be able to rally back in, but the Gazi Raiders are ready, and they do well against armored units, just like you said earlier. And that's just going to mean the Sofas aren't as good as they need to be, because the Gazis, they just directly do more damage. Now, the Sacred Site does get secured. The boys do wall them up. But now, behind all this, we see that both these players are just constantly producing. Neither of them macroing up to Castle Age. And as I'm saying this, I'm noticing 23 on food. But I do see the spend is quite full on the wood. So, is he going to keep making units, or is he just going to go for Castle directly from here before Malians gets that pain train going? Because we see right now, there's only 3 cattle ranches that are full. Oh, and another
honestly with you, Beastie can go up to castle and keep making archers at the same time. So as you see, like he has insane food per minute right now with so many villagers on food. So he can go to castle and still making archers. And as I see, he's still making archers. There's some gadget raiders in the queue as well, but we will see. I think Beastie will go. Oh, look at that fight!
Now, this is a favorable fight for Beastie, I'd say, because his army is just thicker in all capacities. There's 3 sofas at the back here, and this just makes the army not as spicy as they need to be. And what I want you guys to notice is Beastie, ooh, he does lose a villager, but he's got enough gold to go to castle. And keep in mind, when you're Delhi, you don't need more gold, because you're just going to get your upgrades for free. And Compound of the Defender does get dropped, and he does even have enough gold to start pumping out those Castle Age units if he decides to do so. I think that's going to be amazing if you get a few men-at-arms going towards the base, because there's no way of a transition into the Musafaris just yet.
Honestly, with you, if that fight was like H3 versus H3, even though when you said like BC's army a little bit chunkier, I think Van would have won that. The reason behind that, because the H3 so far, well, even though their armor is lower in H2, in H3 they have more armor than a knight.
So these guys are going to be able to take a punch. And Wham realizes he might need to go to castle himself. He realizes Beastie has stopped the pressure, and that can only mean one thing: Castle Age. Now, even though his Cal Boom is not completed, he's still going to get that extra bit of food if he plops this down right now. And even though he's a little bit late, his upgrades also kick a lot faster. So Beastie's going to try and save the sacred site. And I do think he'll be able to hold it, but now the upgrades from Wham are, they should even be able to kick him a little bit earlier than Beastie's. But the problem is, he doesn't have all that gold to spend. He still needs to keep going for this Cal Boom while at the same time getting upgrades. But luckily he's got 12 on gold, right? So the man will be okay.
I'm really curious because Wham upgrades will kick in much faster. So Beastie has to wait a couple of minutes for all those feudal upgrades for his units. And look at the Wham wall that you are talking about.
And this is a very chunky Wham wall, not really leveraging the wood out there. But Beastie knows that Wham not attacking right now also means that he's aging up. So he needs to take a fight now. Otherwise, he's going to be stuck with a bunch of Castle Age Malian units while his are still waiting for their upgrades. We can see those are ticking very slowly, and the Ghazi Raiders are looking very aggressive. When you have this many Ghazis, you can take out those javelin throwers quite well, but they can also one-shot the Ghazis, so you need to make sure that you actually do some damage to them. And Wham does manage to pick off a few. The villagers do get pulled from gold, but Wham hasn't been able to clear up that sheep at the back here just yet.
Well, remember when I said the civilizations go with more professional scout? Imagine if the Malians had professional scouts, so he could have moved the sheep carcass up from the gold.
Ooh, I didn't even think that was possible. That's a very good point. We do see those last little bit of deer are just getting picked off the map, and Beastie is going to be snacking on some deer for a very long time. The thing is, this puts you in a very weird position where you get used to this food income. And is he going to be ready with that farm transition, or is he just going to leverage the rest of these pocket resources? And I mean, that's exactly what he's doing. He's doing the usual Delhi thing, getting those berries as well, but still, that army is looking thick. I'm just going to keep saying thick. So, Corvinus, this is possible. You can pick up a sheep carcass with per scouts.
If you have professional scout, the sheep carcasses can be picked up. Not the boar, not the cow, but the sheep and the deer. Both of them are pickable when you have the upgrade. So now just imagine that Beastie, that's a keep. So Beastie with the professional scout, he got 7,350 food under his TC. So he can just easily collect that amount of food and do whatever he wants to do. He doesn't need to build farms. He doesn't need to go far away from with his villagers. And with that secure food under his TC, he can just focus on stone and keep building a keep, keeping the keep on the sacred side.
I just have a question. So the cows cannot be moved, right?
Yes, it cannot be moved.
Okay, that would be amazing. Just imagine you going to steal a bunch of cows from your opponent's base after doing a raid. Now,
Yes.
you do see he's gone for some lances as well, and with this keep going up in the middle, this is now going to be Beastie's second TC as well, so that he can keep up with the Malians. But we see that he is going to get 5 relics. And Beastie being on 5 relics, it doesn't give you the same income as the Malian eco, but it does give you a pretty big boost. So now the second TC is going to start pumping in a few moments, because we see Village Fortresses still needs 35 seconds to kick off. Now the rest of the upgrades are kicking in slowly as we see balanced projectiles being queued up and the wedge rivets too. So these guys are going to start hitting a lot harder. And I don't know, I feel like Wham is in a very tricky position here.
I mean, we have a little bit of a problem here. The military pop is very, very favored for Beastie. He also now has keeps on the second side. So, even though if Beastie lose 20 villager, it's still gonna hard for Wham to break the second side with an almost 100 population on military.
The problem here is Beastie doesn't just have military, he's got stuff to deal with Wham's military. He's got the crossbows already ready for those sofas, and Wham has a lot of those. So with Wham's walls, he's not really enabling Beastie to raid him, even with this mobile army. But this is a ticking time bomb for him, because as you guys can see, that's 4 minutes on the clock, and right now, the only place that he has a chance of decapping it is over here, and there's about to be a keep here too. Now, Beastie is already prepping for this. He's got his siege workshop, a mangonel at the ready. And the Lancers are trying to clean up these little roamy sofas all around the base.
You know why I'm telling people to don't make javelin thrower? Because you need to actually count how many javelin thrower you need to kill an archer unit. But at the same time, oh my god, I think that keep. Oh my god, the sofas are keeping them away.
The problem is, he was going to be able to finish this, but the loss of those villages would just be too big. So Beastie decides he's going to engage on this, and this is going to be a destruction. Because Beastie's army, it's looking pretty good, and these sofas are dividing their attention onto the villagers. Now the back here, Beastie is putting a little bit of pressure, but the villagers have been pushed off. These Ghazi raiders doing good work against the sofas, but the javelin throwers are very well protected from the cavalry here. Now the mangonel is looking to snack, and he's going to snack on top of a lot of these javelin throwers and archers. Not that juicy, but it could have been. Now the last few villagers trying to finish this thing off.
It will go up. I'm pretty sure it will go up. There is no way Vam can pose. Yep. Let's keep it up.
With one villager left standing.
I mean, that's what I said. Even if BC loses a good amount of villager, look at that. He lost 14 villager. It doesn't matter. If he just puts keeps on the second side, he has a good amount of military. And again, don't forget, the reason why I hate javelin throwers in like Castle Age or Age 4, etc., when the armies are big, because you need to actually calculate how many javelin throwers you need to kill one unit. Because imagine if you had 28. Now the problem with javelin thrower, their attack speed is insanely slow, right? It's over 2 minutes, so it's the same attack speed I think as a crossbow, right? So their base damage is not bad. Yeah, those javelin throwers. So the base damage is not bad, not the same as a crossbow, but the problem is you need to micro them to be efficient. And I'd rather make archers than javelin throwers when I'm age 3. In feudal, they are like fine, not bad, but when it comes to castle, meh.
Yeah, well, you have your favorite at that point, and that's the problem here. Beastie is sacrificing a bunch of extra villages, but guys, keep in mind, every single keep that he has is another TC, and he's getting another keep. The boys are desperately trying to do damage, and this is just the price of now not having enough siege. He gets one trebuchet, 2 of the springalds in queue to try and deal with these mangonels, but these mangonels have served their purpose, and Wham realizes, he taps out, he says, enough is enough, on to the next one.
Well, that I can say that was like, whew,
a little bit.
That's the game.
The thing is, Beastie did have the favored matchup here, right? So this is not looking bad on Wham. He tried something else. He went for the sofas, but Beastie just showing the power of professional scouts of being able to get those safe food sources. So the sofas weren't able to do any damage in the end.
I don't think so. It's Daddy favored. I always thought this is Malian favored, and Beastie thought as well this is Malian favored. Because I was talking with him, and even he said it's Malian favored.
It's Malian favored at the moment. Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised to hear that. Is it because of the 2TC opening, or in which circumstances would this be Malian favored?
Like, I remember practicing against him as well when he played with Delhi, and I was actually winning against him when
Yeah.
I played with Malians.
Okay.
Because you can mess like a good amount of units with.
Alright, guys, alright, I fixed it, I fixed it. It was just a little blue screen of death that came to haunt me from the depths of the depths of destruction. Yes? Alright, guys, we'll head back into the next game in a second. I don't know why. I have a theory why, and I don't want to say it because I would really like to get sponsored by them, but my Elgato software, ever since I've been using it, it's been a little bit of a distraction. So, we're back. Guys, hello. Welcome back to me. Corvinus, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, great. We are then going to be back. Give me one moment. I just need to share my screen with Corvinus, and we're going to go into the next game. So,
all right, let's go for
back, guys. Okay, let me just get Steam to be up and running. Come on, Steam. I know the computer just blue screen, but you can do this. You can do this. Oh no, the sponsoring is gone, and this VOD in 2 weeks will also be gone. So we're gonna be okay, guys. I promise. We'll survive. So, Corvinus, what were we talking about before I blue screened to death?
Let me think, because at the same time I just got the Amazon delivery when your something went away. So I was talking about that if it's Malian or Delhi favorite, and honestly it was Malian favorite. And I think with these changes, it's more like Delhi favorite now, because there's no problem for Malian to make units, and if you know what type of units you need to make, then of course you have no problem. But as I said, I hate Javelin Towers. I don't make Javelin Towers, not because I can micro, but when it comes to late game, now they have no usage, right? So early on you can make one or two, fine, but against Delhi, who uses color inside the stable to make Gazi Razors in like a blink of an eye, nah, I'm not gonna do that.
Alright. A little bit stubborn in it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, Zatras. GG for Beastie. Oh my goodness. And as I get a blue screen, Age of Empires has decided to reset all my settings. That's great. That's really great. So, Corvinus, I'm about to get a tutorial. Oh, guys, wow. I'm about to get a tutorial. No! Oh my god. Can we please skip the tutorial?
Let's do the tutorial.
What is happening? What is happening, Age of Empires? Stop! Yeah, guys, I'm literally stuck in a... Let me show you guys. Let me allow you guys to suffer. We are in a tutorial. We are at the tutorials. Good, at least. At least there's that, right?
Okay, let's put villagers on the berries now. And, okay. When we gather the food, very nice. Okay, make more villagers. Never mind.
Okay, no, we're good, we're good. So it's... I got banned back to Woodlake? Yeah, probably. Now, guys, I think this might be an AoE 4 bug then, yeah. So it could have been, yeah. That actually sounds like a situation for us. Give me 1 second, I just need to make sure that all the settings are correct here. And let's hop back into the game. Now, Corvinus, Rus versus Byzantines though. That is next on the list.
Well, honestly, this is a really good question since the Rus got changed a lot. So what can we? Let me think. Rus is very different. Doesn't kill animals anymore, right? You
Yes.
don't need to kill deers, etc. But you get her gold by gathering wild food, and people are trying out Rus with professional scout, just like you know what I said that people are trying professional scout. What beast you can cook here? Let's say maybe fast aged into horse archers. But what Wham would do? Because Byzantine usually rushing castle to pick up some relics on the map. So that's gonna be really interesting because since the patch, I did not see this matchup yet. So I'm really in unknown right now because even though the patch I would be in a few days, right? Still, there's these amount of changes we got. So many matchup got changed. So many matchup got changed.
Now the thing is, I remember back in the day we used to say that Byzantines is in a very, very good state and they're close to being unbeatable. But now for most people, Rus is also in a very, very good state because they actually get a lot of bounty for free this early on. So now with professional scouts also being quite viable, they will be able to bring back those deer at the speed of light and just get so much bounty from gathering the meat. Now, did they buff the scout speed? No, we're just in ×2 in Dark Age, so we can catch up with the main guys. So, guys, we're, okay, I did see that was a meme. Very nice. Now, the sheep are resting safely on the beastie's TC, but for Byzantines, the main goal of the sheep is just to ensure that you get enough... Wait. As I'm saying this, something else is happening. That you get enough sheep to deny from the Rus. But the Grand Winery is in a very exposed area. Corvinus, what's up going on here?
That's a really good question because you didn't share the screen on Discord.
Oh, I didn't share the screen on Discord? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'm still waiting.
Alright.
No problem. Okay, I'm gonna click on the stream so I can... Wait, I click on the stream, so yeah, that's a very forward landmark.
That is a very, very... It's not just very forward. We know that the Grand Winery is usually placed between your berries, and I know this is because of the cistern being a little bit greedy. He instantly gets a wheelbarrow too, so he's spending that gold. Now the question is just, are we seeing a fast castle here from Beastie to be able to respond to this?
This is crazy. So, I think that's Pro Scout. Look at Beastie's gold. Is that Pro Scout? Is that Pro?
I hope it's Pro Scouts. And we see Pro Scouts being clicked. Just like that. Now, Pro Scouts also, the cost got decreased, as far as I know, right, Corvinus?
No. The cost is the same.
Okay.
The only thing that got changed that, you know, even now Pepaga, Joe's beginner players can use it as well because it doesn't require brain power anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna be seeing from my rank as well. We'll just be able to use the hunting cabin, even though we only have one hand, because that is basically how it feels to play this game. It is so difficult. Now he actually goes for the barracks here, and we see the barracks instead of the mercenary house, which I would say is probably the better choice, especially when you're dealing with 2 scouts in your base doing this, and that's also a very interesting power of Rus that we've seen here. With these guys, they're waiting to get their professional scout upgrade. And with 2 scouts, you can actually burn down things quite well. So you can see that Wham has to use a villager here to repair this, just so the pro scouts do not stop his cisterns. The thing is, it doesn't need to stop his cisterns aren't connected. Hey, sister. We need an aqueduct to connect these misters. Yeah.
Well, I'm not... Oh! You see, you just had to mention it now. He's connecting the sister.
Now, professional scouts kicked in, and let's go see where those scouts are and whether they're going to be picking up from Beastie's side or from Wham's side first. This scout is looking a little bit aggressive. It looks like he has some plays in mind, especially with the sheep under the TC, only 4 being left.
I mean, let's see how many deers he can overall catch up, because I'm pretty sure he can catch his own deer next to his TC, right? The first deer. But other than that, like, just think about it, man. Vam has Spearman, and now Javelin Throwers is coming. Do you know what does it mean? Do you know the Spearman Javelin Thrower?
It means aggressive. So B, aggressive. B, aggressive. Sorry, I had to clap for that one. And the beastie
I
behind
think-
this wants to go for fast castle, though. Yeah?
Yeah, so that's gonna be a feud all-in, no? I'm thinking about it that might be a feud all-in, because, like, why would, like, if people are picking mercenaries, it's based on their playstyle, right? If you go Lombo, you not really see feud all-in with the Lombo. But when someone goes with the javelin thrower, oh lord, I can hear their booty clapping with their javelin throwing, like, not even joking. Like, that javelin thrower just eliminates it. So see, when I'm talking about when I'm javelin throwing, right? That in these feudal all-in pushes, it's good because some players might have just a few archers. It's easy to calculate how many javelin throwing you need to do to eliminate an archer, right? When it's a feudal ages, but when it comes to castle, it's like meh. So when someone picks javelin thrower, it's actually push in feudal.
Now, he's gonna try to push in feudal, but the thing is, if he's not successful, this is really, really bad for Wham. Now, the scouts do drop off their little deer here at the back, so Beastie did get a handful of them, but he didn't get as many as he'd like, but now he needs to go for the safer ones as well. And he is busy aging up, but you guys will notice this man is, he's not really pumping on the military production buildings, right? So basically, once he ages up, he's not able to produce any units. Now, these guys on gold, they're most likely just here to make sure that they get enough gold before the push starts to come. Because now the moment he hits castle, he needs to make units to be able to deal with these bad boys, and he's gonna need to make a ton of units. The boys do get inside the ram, so they're gonna go and look for a little bit of damage.
I mean, let's think about it, what Beastie can do. So, horse archer off the table, archers off the table, crossbow off the table. Huh, Minotaur, yes.
Yeah, or Manamounts, yeah. So double barracks. Very smart move, because those things actually do pretty well against everything Byzantines has to offer.
I mean, at this current stage of the game, yes.
Oh, he does get barbecue a full villager. That is going to be delicious. But the people
Oh my
are
God.
looking for more.
He got cooked, call the police.
He got cooked, yes. And now the thing is, this is going to be all the gold Beastie has to work with. He's got 170, and the only other gold he's going to get is from this hunting cabin. So that's going to be just a handful of men-at-arms. But now the question is a handful of men-at-arms going to be enough, especially now with that +1 upgrades as well? Or is he just going to go for the second gold?
I mean, women, don't worry about that. Here's the golden gate. He can generate gold out of his pocket.
That's true. He can just buy the gold. And now, Byzantine rams are great, right? You also don't move your villagers in front of them because they do get barbecued. But I don't know if Wham is going to be able to amass an army big enough to stop this.
Yeah, those Byzantine rams actually spit on that thing. You are absolutely right about that. And the good thing is that Wham is not even stopping Beastie for collecting the relics. So it's like, oh yeah, I push you from gold right now, but I'm gonna let you to collect gold from the map.
So he does stop the gold income from the rest of the map, but he's going to start getting relics. Like you said, he has the golden gate as well, so he'll even be able to do these. So the men-at-arms are standing here ready to do a little bit, but they're not able to, you know, do anything just yet because of this mass at the back here. Now Beastie doesn't want to fight this too well, we can see, but neither does Wham. Wham pulls out a little bit, he's like, okay, I've done my damage, but I need to have all my units here to be able to contest this. One of the Byzantine rams will go down, and those things are quite expensive at the price of 1 gulam. But Wham behind all of this, he's aging up too.
I'm curious now, because that's gonna be a golden horde tower. The problem is, like, you can do some good stuff in the feudal, right? Generator was really good, right? Everything just comes up, but the second thing you will get is actually the camel riders. So it's like Beastie doesn't even have anything that's cavalry right now. I don't think he will switch to horse archers because the javelin thrower is gonna counter it, right? But we will see if those. Oh, yo, 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 yo.
But the deer are close, so he's setting himself up for being able to get these in a few moments, but the deer are running out. We see some of the villagers already going idle here. Beastie's been spending those resources. Some of the villagers going back onto gold. Like we know, if he's got the gold, he's gonna have the food too, because the boys are just gonna be able to sell, and he's got 5 tickets right now.
Women, can you check what do we have on the neutral markets? I'm really curious.
Oh, there we go. First one, we have knights.
Knights! Ooh!
That would be nice. And then we have Megidai.
Okay, good eye.
Megidai. Oh my
But
gosh.
the French knights, did you know that actually the Byzantine French knight has more health than the French knight?
Is that natural?
I think that's a bug. I don't know. I have no idea. But for some reason, the Byzantine French knight has more health.
And Wham did not signal
Wow.
the alarm in time. He waited till all his units were on top, and he's sniping these villagers one by one. He's gonna get 5 villager kills, and that actually puts him in a really, really good spot, because now he's got those free units. He's got a few villager kills. He's got the lead, and he's gonna get 1 relic out of all of this. So at least he gets a relic too.
Yeah, and that gonna put inside the winery, right? Right? You're gonna
Right?
put it in there.
Right, he has to put it inside of winery. There's no other building to put it just yet. But these
Yeah.
ghulams are looking for blood. The thing is, Wham is currently transitioning to crossbows, so he might be able to deal with these in a short moment. The ghulams are coming for blood, but they only have +1 ranged armor, so these javelin throwers are doing good damage to them. Oh, the
Oh,
catapult
and also
too.
crossbow as well, and the cataphracts. Don't forget, these are the buffed cataphracts. Now it has the same movement speed as a knight. So, oh my god, those villagers, run!
And
No!
another one goes. Another 2 go down. Perfect split here from Wham, just showing us why he's considered one of the top players right now. Why he was king of the Rockies.
Well, this is a different play style, and that was I talk about because you know BC was playing Age of Mythology for a few days, and I was spectating these players that how they are playing while BC is trying to master the Age of Mythology, right? And actually, these players were preparing for themselves into different play styles, and you can see. Like that was a really really long time ago when I seen Byzantine Javelin Thrower plus Limitai in Feudal Age to do some feudal push because usually Byzantine players are rushing H3, right? And now Wham also made Cutterfrog, so he has tried some of the new stuff already and he believes it's really useful. And also, as you can see, he's just going for the +2 range damage, and with that he is a little bit not really melting those man-at-arms but doing a really good damage against them, even though Javelin Introvert doesn't have bonus damage against armored unit, but their base damage is already very nice. Oh my god, the beastie pool on the TC.
And now these guys are going to try and get that second TC up. He realizes I've lost a lot of units. My opponent does have free resources, so I need to be a little bit careful. He's going to lose another villager in the crossfire, but now the warrior monks are looking aggressive. There's a horseman in the mix as well, and it does look like he is going to make a little bit of a cavalry switch, as we see he has 3 knights in the queue already. Oof, the food is just being denied left, right, and center. And Wham, even though Beastie got all this food at the start of the game, he's still just able to keep up and keep doing damage. Now, Beastie doesn't have the ability to go for farms. There's not even space to go for farms. He can maybe plop down 2 here, but he's in some real trouble for food. These
I mean,
deer
if he
are
goes
running out.
farm, sorry, man, but if he goes farms, there is no chance to come back. The reason behind that, because he has to spend the wood for military right now, right? So there is no chance for him to put in farms. He has to stabilize his base, putting walls around his base to make sure those farms can run with no problem. At the same time, look at that. So Beastie made knights, and the camel riders actually comes in clutch.
And now, even though they come in clutch, the army still here is able to deal with them. So he's not going to be able to live too much off of this. These knights are going to eventually start to do damage, but the camel riders stay up and Beastie has to back off because these guys are very scary. And right now, he doesn't have an answer to take care of these boys at the back. The crossbows are just too powerful, especially against what he decided to go for. But he is getting a mangonel, and we have seen what the mangonella disease does to crossbows.
I mean, if Vam has a good amount of cataphract, he can just, you know, rush into the mangonels, sorry, so he can just rush into the mangonels and just destroy it with the cataphract charge. But again, so the reason why I said the Kamen Rider was a really clutch moment at that time, because it decreases the damage of the cavalry units, right? So if he didn't have Kamen Rider over there, he could have killed way much more javelin throwers with those knights. But oh yeah, look at that. So the Kamen Riders are actually doing a really good job.
Kamen Riders do have their place in any composition against a knight civilization. So a lot of people, when they do play against knight civs, many people suggest you just go for the javelin throwers, not because you want to all in them, but because it just gives you an answer to, oh, those villagers don't go down much. It gives you an answer to their composition in the later game. Now, these cataphracts are quite annoying, and guys, remember, they used to be much slower, so now that they're not, these guys are not going to be able to catch up with them. Beastie is kind of ready for them. We see he's taken every little bit of spot that he can to start putting these farms down. He realizes, my food's run out, and this is a very scary army on my base. He does kill a bunch of villagers, though, and now with the 2TC, he's able to keep up, because both of them are on 2TC at the moment.
I'm thinking right now, even though with those villager kills, Vam is on 2TC as well. Vam has the full map control, so you can see he's capturing Sacred Site as well. He's running left to right with cataphracts. So at this moment, right now, Vam is in the leading position. Not the winning position, but he's in a leading position. So if Beastie can't win this in the next 10 minutes, there is no comeback.
You really think so? I'm actually surprised you're saying so, because I would say that Beastie is in an okay position related to his economy, especially. Like, he's getting the farm transition up, he's got access to wood here, he's got access to wood over here. So, I guess you're right. If this army... Ooh, the mangonels need to do a lot of damage, and they might... That is devastating.
Alright, but only one crossbow died, so that was alright. But at the same time, Vam still killed villagers of Beastie. And you mentioned the farm transition that Beastie is doing. Vam already has it. So he doesn't need to do it because Vam already has the farm transition. While Beastie has to do the farm transition. There's a huge difference between that. And because of that, just think about it. Which player is staying inside his base and not coming out? Now, he sees a little less chance, Beastie, to come outside, but for 1 minute, who was inside his base? That's what I said, that the leading position, not the winning, the leading position was in Vam's hand, because he had the chance to run around the base, secure whatever resources he wants, collect whatever resource he wants. So that was the reason behind that, when I said he's in the leading position right now. And as you can see, look, no walls equal cataphract.
Yeah, and cataphracts are so scary if they just get into a line of villages like this with their wonderful little charge. But the trample doesn't get activated. The thing is, Beastie is putting his whole army outside the base now, right? But he's got very immobile units. These don't look like they have movement speed either. So if Wham plays these right, he should be able to catch those out in a second. But we do see the army composition or the army value between these two being quite different from one another too.
Exactly. And as you can see, let's see the resource per minute. So BC is just getting the level 2 food upgrade, the military academy as well, while Wham already has some good upgrades for his villagers, and he has almost 2000 food per minute.
That is a very healthy amount of food to have, because hot damn, as a Byzantines, you get so much olive oil from all this. Now, he hasn't gone for a cheeky little play with the markets, but he has a very healthy army. He doesn't need to. He just can keep making those javelin throws, and that's exactly what he does. We're at 23 now, and guys, remember, these rams that he could make are very powerful. He could snipe a few villages right now. The boys are in position. They do snack on 1, 2, and then have to back off. Thank you very much, Anitan, for the raid. Appreciate it.
That was not bad. But you know what else I was thinking? That Vel has so much food in the bank.
Is he cooking, Corvinus?
I think he's a 5-star chef right now because that Byzantine oil is burning. He's pulling back.
So he's pulling back to maybe go for that Imperial Age from Byzantines that we know is just absolutely destructive. Now guys, for those of you who don't play Byzantines because you do not have a PhD, well, wait, give me 1 second. Let's just go back to the fight before we miss anything important. Whenever Byzantines goes for Imperial, they have a very bunch of unique advantages depending on what they go for. They can either go for some very unique units that are so difficult to deal with, even as a Rus player, or they can just get free units out of all of this. But it doesn't look like it. Wham is spending every single bit of his resources right now. He's getting the wood, he's getting the gold, but he's trying to do as much damage, and it does look like he's pushing. So these villagers are just denied off of gold yet again, but he's desperate for gold and he puts them back on. But right now, I just think Beastie's attention is completely distracted, but there's going to be a double fight going on, and we need to see some damage happening. Otherwise, Beastie is in danger. Oh, he lost a ton of villagers here too.
Yeah, insane amount of villager now. He is behind with the villager numbers. And those javelin throwers, they just don't care about your TC fire because they have high ranged armor. So it took a while to kill one javelin thrower, and oh my god. The fight's happening left to right. The Byzantine showing his true fang. No! Oh my god.
Not the boys!
Pull the boys, repair the siege.
The siege is just something Beastie cannot afford to lose right now. He doesn't have the gold to get these back. So right here, these guys are just constantly providing this pressure on gold, and Beastie is just not able to secure his gold at the back here idle. So Beastie's eco not looking too hot right now. He's trying to get the tower up to make sure that these raids don't keep doing all that damage, but he does have access to the forward wood. So he will be fine for now, but now it looks like Wham is 5-star chefing, as you said.
You know what, I'm really excited if Wham goes, please just go for the foreign engineering company. Please go for the foreign engineering company. I just tested in a real 1v1 match the French cannons that you can make out of it, right? And oh my god, man, you can just need 6 French bombard, right? And you get one shot Red Palace.
What? With French
Yeah.
cannons?
Yeah, because they receive the unique ability which gives them 5 extra range, so 15 range for only one shot, and also you receive an insane amount of bonus damage as well to destroy anything you want. And oh my god, women, you don't even need line of sight, you can shoot through walls as well, doesn't matter. I want to see Wham is using it while just butchering all the villagers of Beastie right now.
We'll be seeing that in a second here. Foreign engineering company is the choice, and will we be seeing the chef bring Corvinus the meal he's been begging for?
No, that's a Palatine school.
Oh, it's about he cancelled it for the Palatine school. No,
No!
Wham! We had dreams. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, the Springles do get taken down. So remember, both of these sides are distracted on both edges. Now the problem is, Beastie doesn't have a lot of gold left. This is 1,100 and he's still constantly making units. He knows he cannot stop. While Wham, he could still keep up his production while at the same time attacking. So
We can say that he's sucking on that thing right now. Because, wait, there is one more gold inside his double layer of gold. Yeah, here, right there. So after that, he finishing that gold, he can go there. And I think he will be still safe.
he'll still be safe, but it feels like Wham is gonna come knocking at that door the moment he ages up. He's got enough gold to get a solid upgrade, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was just the military school upgrade. I do see it being spent for a second here. It might just be to queue up that spring ult that he just decided to get. Now guys, this is gonna be so important for Wham. Just to be able to fight this, he needs to win the fight of siege. But Beastie looking a little bit sloppy here and there to just move these siege units out a little bit further, and they have been caught out quite a few times.
Ooh, those... They were such a nice... You know, you see those Magnus shots just coming, just approaching from the outside, right? You don't see the Magnus, you see the projectiles flying in the air and just miss it, and you know, it doesn't hit. It's trying to land, it's trying to kill so many units, but it just misses, and you misses as well, seeing so many units dying at the same time.
Oh, and we can just see this trebuchet trying to fight off this army as much as they can. No,
Oh,
just
no,
one.
come on, dude! Where is my Mangala shot? I want to see a good Mangala shot.
They're honestly just teasing us here with these mangonel shots. Oh my goodness, it feels like... Oh, okay, I was gonna say it feels like
That's
BC
heavy.
just doesn't know about the gold, but no, this is Wham. Wham decides to go onto the opposite side of the game for the gold. Now, Wham denying this gold is so important here from Beastie. If he can keep this gold denied and keep the gold pressured, he's just gonna slow Beastie down that much more. And again, with the double prong attacks, Beastie is in danger. He does have that 4 relic situation going on, right? But it's not enough to get the income equalized here from Mr. Wham with a 20 villager lead.
So Beastie is going with the high armory, but at the same time still losing villagers. So as you can see, look at that, his food as well. He lost villager on his farms. That was a Mangala shot. So he's losing villagers, so gold and 43 villager kills. Oh my god, look at the difference. Look at the difference.
This is now an age up of the high armory with... You know, the position is not optimal for the amount of siege workshops that you can place in here, but he can't go out on the map because Wham is just in so much control. Oh, these mangonel shots are juicy, but are they juicy enough? These crossbows are doing such good work at keeping this under control. The siege has to be split up yet again. He needs to attack on both sides. He's being attacked by both sides, and this spearman army is just not doing the work they need. Beastie now trying to get a little bit of control back on his side of the map, but it's super hard because Wham is out for blood. It's still not over though, for neither of these players. It feels like Wham is in the driving seat, but if he gives Beastie a little bit of an opening, with the high armory being here, now guys, high armory just makes sure that your siege is extra cheap. So you're able to just keep outproducing your opponent on the siege. But the problem is, if you don't have wood, you're not going to have siege. And that wood is about to run out.
Ooh, we just missed a good Mangala shot.
Oh yeah, let the bodies hit the floor. Sorry guys. We'll watch you die next time.
Well, Beastie is drinking his last goal right now. Oh, no, the Mangala! Yes! Yes! Hell yeah, brother! Look at the Mangala shot! Boom! Punching the rocks in his ass. God damn!
Corvin is just the sucker for a good mangonel shot. Can't confirm. But is Beastie going to be able to stop this over here? The thing is, he's trying to punish Wham for going on his gold, but Wham has control of this whole map. The only gold that Beastie might have access to is this one, and it's not looking too hot for him right now.
Yeah, well, if Wham goes in there as well and stops Beastie getting gold, that's gonna be a huge problem. I mean, you have the sniper rifle in the back, as you can see. The springles like sniping those Varangian guards so they can kill villagers. But those villagers trying to build the wall, and I think, yeah, they're gonna die.
Yeah, the problem is Wham is looking at that second pronged attack from the top, and he's going to push from here. And the moment he pushes here, Beastie's eco is idle yet again, and he's spending every bit of resource he can. Beastie just keeps losing more and more villages. We're at 55 now, but these Varangian guards, they are not going to look at slowing down. Mangonel shots, okay, but not okay enough. And is he going to lose all the siege?
No,
Wow,
I
this
think
is way
so.
GG's.
Oh my god.
Mangonel's getting surrounded right now. We see his springboards taking down more. And Beastie can't replenish these. It's GG.
Yeah, that's a GG.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's why I'm saying that Varangian guys are really good in Imperial. They are like trash to like KW in H3, right? But when it comes to Imperial and they receive the movement speed, they are like indestructible.
So this is the problem with a lot of people not really knowing the meta up until now. And I think tournaments like these allow these players, when there's no big 1v1s tournaments going on, they actually get to discover the meta with one another. And I think all of us, saw that here, where Wham was able to put that pressure in feudal, not denying the relics, but still the Byzantines' economy being so good, being able to keep up. But I feel like he did a really good job at keeping Beastie at bay. You can see Beastie's 2TC saving him for a little while, but Wham was just like, actually, I'm going to match that. Now, guys, let's go back to the score. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be seeing the next match of HRE versus China. And Corvinus, what map are we on this time?
Let me calculate. If I remember, the game one was Dry Arabia, right?
Yes.
So after that, I'm pretty sure it was between Dry Arabia and Dry Arabia. So they rather picked Dry Arabia. So they went Dry Arabia on second one. I think the third one is gonna be the water one, the even more Dry Arabia, which is called Dry Arabia.
Wow, that is wonderful. Dry Arabia just coming in clutch here for us. And ladies and gentlemen, HRE versus China, let's head on over to the destruction. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back into the next part of the game. And as I click this, I realized I forgot to put free camera off, and we were about to jump around like a bunch of hyperactive little teens. Now, teens. I remember when I was a teenager, I was super hyperactive. But I realized most teenagers are not that hyperactive. We're too emotional to be hyperactive, so never mind, guys. Scratch everything I said. It's late. My workday just ended an hour ago. And the pros, the scouts, hopefully we see some professionals in there too.
The pros and the scouts at the same time.
Now,
Let's think.
we're gonna quickly speed up just to get through that dark age that we want to catch up on, because I know they're already 2 minutes in. But let's see what the sheep situation looks like. Both of these players, Wham went for 1 scout and he's gotten 0 sheep. While Beastie, on the other hand, let's quickly see. Right now, Beastie has 13 sheep. Let's quickly check out Mr. Wham.
Let's give a really good fun fact that Askar had mentioned in the chat that about the biomes, to rotate the biomes. One thing that people need to know about the biomes, it has effect of the gameplay, if you didn't know that. Some biomes spawning with more stealth forest or less stealth forest or different research distribution. So European temperature is the most balanced biome that you can pick, because as I said, some biomes would even give you less food.
Oh, and that could be so catastrophic depending on the civilization. And now, these players, they know. They know which ones are good and which ones aren't. Now, I want to quickly look at the spawn, though. Beastie's Chapel. Twitch chat, could we get some ratings for this chapel? Corvinus, don't make them biased. This is for Twitch chat. They need to figure this one out. Guys, how do we rate this chapel, boys? 8 out of 10 says stop bullying? Oh my goodness, you guys are very giving. Okay, that makes sense. Well, honestly, this is probably the best chapel Beastie could have gotten on this map, because it is awful. This is probably one of the worst spawns for HRE I've seen in a very long time. Corvinus, how do we make this work?
I mean, that's gonna be a feudal HRE, there is no doubt about that. Like, what else can you do, right? You can put it on... I mean, hold your cake! There could be a chapel on his gold at the same time of gold, berries, stone, deer. How about that?
That would have been a chapel only if all of the above, except for he can still go for professional scouts and make that a chapel on deer. The problem is when you're playing against China, which is a very much an all-in. I was gonna say, oh, we're gonna have a long game. This can be a feudal game. You said it was gonna be a feudal game, but seeing an outpost on the gold,
that's a castle.
That's a castle. That's a castle. Have you ever seen one?
Oh my god, what if... Oh my god, just imagine. What if Beastie goes fast Imperial? I mean, he tries. What if Vam walls the relics? What if Vam goes with Spearman Chigonyu into 100 Chigonyu? Oh my god, there is so many options that China can do, but we will figure it out very, very soon. Oh, look at that. He's spreading the cheek of the deer.
He's spreading these deer so far away, ensuring that China has to do something to reclaim them. But instead, here we can see, the deer. Oh, these guys just getting more and more spread. Now, the thing is, with this Barbican, you would usually secure your deer. But right now, the deer is very, very far spread. And this is not going to be a very optimal deer for anyone. But he needs to find food, because this is all he's got. He's got berries, he had 2 sheep, and... they're kind of depleted by now. Those are just carcasses at this point.
I remember when I played with Zushi against Beastie, and he did the same thing against me. He just spread my deers all over the map, and I just told him, only nerds are going deers because Zushi has very cheap farms, and I did not get the deers. I was just building farms, and he didn't understand like, hey, like how do you have so much food? I was like, well, I had one granary and 32 farms around it with one IO boosting it, but with China, you don't have cheaper farms. Don't forget that, just like with Zushi. So actually, you have to eat the deer meat. Otherwise, you will not get your castle, or you will not get your or whatever you are planning to do. But this is interesting because now I'm scratching my head. When didn't go stone? Or did he? Is he going stone? What is he doing? I don't even know.
He just went stone now. I assume this is now a decision to go for a 2TC, which is honestly a very confusing decision because based on what Beastie goes for, Brightness Cathedral, luckily for Wham, because I think if this is a burger, this might be a very dead China player. And if Beastie saw the second TC, I wouldn't be surprised if he just went straight for it. But this is now, you know how you were talking about a fast Imperial? Honestly, this type of opening you need to get fast Imperial, because 2TC China, it takes a while to get there. And yes, he's on Song Dynasty, so he does to get the villages a little bit faster. But he's going to need to spend a lot of resources to get that second TC up, and by that time, Beastie has gathered all the relics.
Yes, and he is not even planning to build walls around the relics, right? So he doesn't really care. Yeah, he's... Oh, wait, he built the wall. Sorry. He built the wall in the middle relic. Oh, look at that! Pizza pies!
I would love one of these. Thank you very much, Wham, for the wild idea. Now, the boys are really looking at putting their TC down here, but Beastie with these scouts just being as annoying as you can be, ensuring that they don't get that TC for free. The IO is dancing while taking the blades to the face, and Beastie starting to torch down this TC. Now, the question is just, is Beastie going for a fast Imperial? Or is he gonna go for a little bit of a punishment? Now, I wouldn't be surprised either way, but what we're seeing here is he's already using all the... What are those things called? Prelates! There we go, the prelates. And they're all around the map just gathering these relics, and if Beastie gets 4 of these, he's in a very good spot. And honestly, it looks like he's gonna get 5 for free. Wham is getting a little bit of wood, so he is going to be able to prop down a proper production building, I was going to say, but instead he decides to go for the granary. This man is just hungry and he needs to eat. He needs to eat and go to castle.
I mean, he will get 4 for sure, because once relic has been walled up. Not sure if he can get that relic as well, but let me think. So basic goes stable, that's a normal thing to do with HR. You're gonna make like 2-3 nights, and after that go to Imperial around like 12-minute mark. The night choice is good because you push the Chinese now to make Spearman. That's gonna give you a really good timing with the Imperial, because now oh look at that. That's what I just said.
It's like you watched the game before this. Did you see the outcome of the game before the game even started?
Exactly, no. I just, that's why you invited me, because I have the giga brain. I already know what's gonna happen.
You read the game like I read my socks. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm joking. I do have socks that say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but I would currently wear like a Monday and a Thursday. So it didn't work out too well. But Beastie still has 21 on food. You might be right about these knights. He gets 2 knights, like you said. We see the barracks here with the spearmen and the upgrades. They're gonna try to get this relic as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if Beastie gets it. But these knights, they're gonna go for some harassment. They know this man is super hungry, and he's about to get punished for it.
And watching this game gives me a little bit of a vibe that I watched this game already. Because what's happening already happened, but with a different player. It wasn't Wham, it was actually Recon. So it feels like I'm just watching a replay, just not with the same player. Because that's literally how Recon played as well against Beastie in this matchup. So that's why I got the little tingling, the feeling that I already seen this game before.
Now, as you guys can see, Corvinus might be getting the tingling, but Beastie is getting the tingling for going Imperial. And the thing is, when he goes Imperial, it's not just about getting that fast villager production, you also get 5 bonds. And this is going to give him about, he's getting, maybe if he gets that 5th relic, he's going to get about 200 resources per minute of each for free. Now, this knight needs to be careful not to be kebabbed, but the guys are here to repair him. So he can get healed to full while taking down the spearman, a unit that would have countered him in any other circumstance. The knight here does get 3 kills, and out of those are 3 juicy villager kills. The thing is, with Wham's 2 TC, he doesn't mind losing 1 or 2 of those. And
Oh
he's
my
still
god,
stuck in feudal.
the Palace of Swami is coming up right now.
Oh, and it's quite an aggressive one, but he wants to make sure that he gets this area quite secure for the farm transition. And this is a very fast Palace of Swabia. 18 villagers for the age up, and he picks up that final relic. That's going to be 200 resources of each per minute for free.
Let's call it a hungry HR, because goddamn, he's hungry for the Palace of Swabia. Look at that little line, 21 villager now. Oh my god, this guy is not joking when he says, well, brothers, it's time for the Imperial.
Now the problem is, he gets that last relic, it's going to be in the tower, but this is the moment where he's most susceptible to raids. Now HRE does have this ability to survive anything that gets thrown at them, so they should be okay. But this is, it's a risky time. The thing is, these are feudal units, so they don't do too well against the TCs. The prelate does survive, the other prelate's screaming in surprise and joy as he holds that last relic and just healing him back to full with all that motivation. An expensive knight going down though.
So this is like the casual old people circle thing, you know, like one of them is like yelling the other two, like, oh yeah, you did good. Because, you know, like Core always calls the prelate old man, you know, like when I played against him as well, like, hey, why did you kill my old man? You know, like calling prelate, nah, just call them old man.
Well, they are. They're very wise. They have a beard. So, you know, the math checks out. Now, Beastie is actually putting a lot of pressure over here on the food. And we see Wham is still stuck in feudal. Beastie is an imperial, but Wham does have that villager lead for now. And now the 5 relics are going to start to do work because Dive Bombs has just finished. Oh, it's just finishing. 7 seconds. Now the farm transition should go at the speed of light. Obviously the first unit Beastie is going to make is probably going to be a mangonel. Now I'm a little bit worried here for Mr. Wham. He does hold these guys off pretty well. Now the knights, one of them will go... Oh, it doesn't go down. 1 HP, the hero of heroes. Just ready to cause more havoc.
I think that knight is the most luckiest knight I ever seen in my life. He's supposed to be dead, but it's a walking dead.
The problem is, Wham is trying to harass, and he's harassing with these very feudal units. Beastie is doing the farm transition at the speed of light. By the time the farm transition is done, he's already in the next game. So this is kind of a really good position for Beastie to be in. We see he's getting 2 cannon emplacements as well. And if you guys have ever played this game, you know how tough it is to deal with an HRE with cannon emplacements. These towers don't die, they don't die, and they just have such a good way of making villages and keeping these guys afloat.
Well, I can tell you that Wham is doing his little farm at the same time Beastie is doing his little farming, right? But if you put some IOs, you have a good amount. Those villagers, they are getting a little bit of snacking, but the bomber tower is coming up. So let's think about it. Arcane Chapel, not bad. You get a good amount of boosting, the 40 to 50%, right? But at the same time, the granaries with IO, so the food economy will be really balanced out. Currently, Wham is sitting on a crazy amount of food per minute. Holy!
Yeah, the food per minute is looking really good from Wham, and this is great. And I don't know if this means he's gonna go for Imperial as well, if he's just gonna... No, he starts making crossbows. He's like, I need this. But when you have 38 on food, I feel like you have to be cooking something else. Beastie still hasn't gone for any other units. He has 1 mangonel, and he believes that is all I need. He's probably gonna start... Yeah, there we go, with the barracks transition. We know those men-at-arms that come out from... the HRE, they are an absolute destruction. This mangonel with its 3 prelates to cheer it on, just standing at the front of the base, a commanding presence. And another one, and another one. Now, I would be very happy to see another tower here to make sure that those farms don't get harassed, but Beastie's economy is going swimmingly. He does have a little bit less food per minute, but that should skyrocket very soon when the rest of the farms do get placed. Now, we see 4 men-at-arms being queued up, 5 men-at-arms being queued up instantly, but they're still field wage men-at-arms, so he needs a little bit of time to get those upgraded. The next upgrade for the siege coming in hot, greased axles, these things are going to run around, speed of light, keeping Wham at bay. So now that Mangonel is going to get into position and ensure that he can drop down on top of this army.
I mean, if we look at this, Wham still has map control. BC will just get into the map to do some map control, but oh my god, those bombard towers.
It's just so hard to break an HRE once they have these bombard towers up. And keep in mind, guys, he's still got 2 of them to just place in random towers. So once he gets more towers up, he's probably just going to put those guys all around his base and ensure that they get kept in a pretty decent position here. Now the Juggernaut, the stray Juggernaut, looking for some damage, not really finding anything. And these guys at the back here, they're going to get a little surprised when they run into another bombard tower as well. Beastie now, with the Horseman switch too, there's still Castle Age Horseman, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has the gold for it pretty soon, but the Bombard gets queued up instead. This man is looking at complete obliteration and overwhelming presence straight on top of Wham's face.
Honestly, the Horseman is a really good idea, not because against the Chuga but because the raiding potential. And Beastie, the reason why he's making the Horsemen to actually not fight with them. Maybe he gonna catch some crossbows, some Chuga, but the main reason for the Horseman is to do some damage to the economy.
Yeah, Beastie cannot just let a 2TC China and Song Dynasty live their best life with that fast villager production. We can see that 2TC kind of kept up with the Palace of Swabia that has been running for such a long time. Now the Juggernaut's here, a little bit punished by this tower that has ranged all the way to China, which is very surprising. That thing really reaches all the way across the map. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this tower is busted. Corvin, is that you know this?
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. How are you
Look at the range. Look
Oh,
at the range. Look at the range.
That is that longer than a Mangonel range?
I mean, just check the range here. Yeah, look at that. 11.4.
Let me see what a Mangonel is, because this is starting to
That's
worry
9.
me.
9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this? Where is the range?
9.
9. So the Mangonel, or the Bombard Tower, is even better than an actual Mangonel.
And a normal bombard has 10 tiles of range.
So it barely... Oh. So those towers can even outdo a Bombard Tower. Oh,
Yeah, they can outrange a bombard.
That seems a little bit busted. HRE, as an HRE main, I feel like that might need a talking to in a while. These guys, the houses do get plopped down. We see Beastie is reaching that population cap 150 right now, but Wham is not far behind. So with both of these players really getting to that really high mass of units, Wham is now probably going to need to decide, do I fight this or do I go Imperial myself? I feel like if Beastie takes a fight here, he should be able to come out ahead, because both of these are now Imperial Age units, and he needs to try and find some damage. But what he could do as well is he just could go slowly across the map and take control of every single part of it.
Exactly. And remember when I said the Horseman is for raiding? He is doing the raid. He is doing a really, really good job with the Horseman raid. At the same time, he can catch some Palace Guard as well, because don't forget the Palace Guard is a good movement speed of 1.38 without Yuan Dynasty, with Yuan Dynasty 1.58. So Men-at-Arms have like no problem catching them in when they don't have the Yuan Dynasty, because the HR Men-at-Arm has way much better movements. Oh yeah, the Nesta B is going down. Good night. Goodbye. Oh wait.
Oh, not for free! Not for free, they say.
Oh my god, the Nesta B survived.
Yeah, he still wants to write his story in history, so he doesn't get to go down for free. But Beastie is starting to get control of the map, and I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to go and grab a little relic and bring it to the front. Because once you're this far into the opponent's territory, he's gonna look for some damage. And now Wham is macroing up to Imperial, but let's see what he's gonna go for. Because even if he does go for Imperial, I feel like this is a ticking time bomb. He does try to get the keep up, and with China's building speed, he should be able to get this thing up before it gets stopped here from Beastie. Oh, this is the war of the build. Blue keep going up at the speed of light. Will it stop Beastie's keep, or will Beastie double down and fight it out? The boys are ready. They're ready to snack on villagers. The Predator is not in range of healing these guys. It will go up, but the range is just not there to stop this. The keep, very close to making it. A few more hammer shots and it goes up. Beastie gets the keep.
And you can see the Grateful Gatehouse is coming up. But honestly with you, women, everyone goes with the Grateful Gatehouse because the other landmark is not bad, but what the Grateful Gatehouse can offer, it's much better than having the Spirit Way. I mean, back in the day, you know, when I was young, we always built the Spirit Way because it was, oh my gosh, such a good landmark. But sadly, because the rework of the landmark multiple times, it's just like, meh, we have it, but why do we have it?
Now, why would we even build that over something that is a pretty decent keep? Now, this decent keep protecting one little gold vein is going to be so crucial for Wham to try and break this Beastie bombing army. Because we have a 5 HRE, a 5 relic HRE. We have a farm transition China, but it is currently under some harassment. The horses are having a blast, I would say. BC not really getting those military upgrades. I'm quite surprised. He's a very big advocate of these military upgrades. Especially floating all the gold.
Yeah, it's kind of weird for me as well that he lacks like that amount of blasting upgrade. Because the melee damage is actually gives 2 extra damage when you have the what's that, the Imperial upgrade for your infantry units, right? So every time when you have +1 damage, you actually get +2 because that much of help you get from the University upgrade. Look, a bombard on keep action.
It's bombard on keep. And Wham is not looking at losing this fight though. Now the guys here at the back will get cleaned up, and I believe that once these guys do... Oh no, he's so desperate for gold. Wham says, I'll sacrifice you boys, no problem. And they just get clapped down as they're trying to repair. And this might just be because he ran out of wood, so he couldn't keep this up. Now the keep is in a little bit of danger. He's probably not going to be able to finish that boiling oil, but a secondary tower is just going to be able to clean up these military units as well.
Oh, bombard down. Oh! Oh my god, the bombard! The Chinese bombard! Oh my god. Ay, 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 mamma mia.
He does get the keep though, and boiling oil won't finish just yet. Sacred Side victory now ticking, and look at all these crossbows just making these men-at-arms melt. The raids are absolutely helping, and these nest of bees are about to be in a lot of danger. I'm in danger!
Those are not nest of bees, those are nest of bees!
Nest of bees!
They are a huge trouble right now because those launch connect to them. Then, phew, not even the connect can launch connect.
Now the problem is here, Beastie didn't keep the control over here, and he won't give it to Wham for free, right? This keep is in a lot of danger of going down pretty soon, and it also doesn't have boiling oil. It's gonna kick in pretty soon, but Beastie probably needs to make a play to get this thing going down very, very shortly. Otherwise, that gold is going to be Wham's, even if just for a little while. He did kill a bunch of villagers, but Beastie now sitting at 150 economy. He's probably pretty happy to be sitting in this position, because now he's at almost 200 supply. But he can replenish his army, whereas Wham cannot.
Woman, I think Beastie is going to build a wonder.
No.
Look at that bank!
No, he wouldn't. That would be disgusting, Corvinus. Do you think he would?
I mean, like 5,000 gold, 5,000 food almost.
Against China? That would be amazing though. I would not mind it. I would actually not mind seeing a little bit of a wonder action, especially at this level of play. Oh, the keep goes up. Oh, the boiling oil goes up. Oh, and these villagers are trying their best to just keep this thing alive, but he's losing so much for this. And I don't know if it's worth it. The thing is now on fire, so he will have to pull a few more villagers to keep this thing alive. The problem is, Beastie is knocking at all sides, and we see he's even expanding with towers. Men-at-Arms just not caring about boiling oil, trying their best, but the Nest of Bees will teach them a little lesson about overextending.
Oh my god, I don't know, like, he's upgrading everything, because I see now on the right side, BC just queued up this and that and this and that and this and that, which is amazing, but he still has 6,000 gold in the bank. And also, don't forget, he has 5 relics, that 5 relics just pumping into his veins, you know what I mean? So like, the amount of gold he is getting by the relics and the amount of gold he gathered on the map as well, he just crazy. And he builds another TC. Oh my god, we need a new meme. It's not another keep, it's another TC.
Another TC! And that is just so that he can get that emergency repair when Whams tries to make a play for this keep. He does get one of the Nest of Bees, and guys, keep in mind, every Nest of Bees that Beastie gets... Oh, he has another TC at the top here as well. Oh,
Another TC!
Another TC! Let's see at the bottom. No, just 3 TC. Very nice. Now, every single keep that gets built forward is just going to deny more and more gold. And Beastie should be able to emergency repair this thing. The Culverins are in a little bit of danger, but the Knights are here to support, and they will probably all go down. But now the question is Beastie going to be able to break Wham here? And honestly, it looks like it. He is tapping out his whole bank. He's using every little thing he can to make a unit, while Beastie says, take these. I don't mind. I have more where that came from. He's got a little bit of gold in the base, though.
I mean, honestly with you, this is not like, this is a spot where I say it's not a leading position, it's a winning position for BC right now. Because you know, the earlier game when we talk about the Vam with the Byzantine, he had like a leading position, right? But here it's actually for Beastie a winning position. Because the amount of like, oh my god, look at that bank, like it's crazy. Just seeing all those food, wood, gold in the bank. Now, just imagine if he gets a more stone a little bit, you know, and he just drops down a wonder thing. Drops down a wonder.
That would be amazing. If we can get a wonder, Beastie, just let us know. But I don't think Beastie wants to give Wham this. And when you put down a wonder, you're kind of opening yourself to a possibility of losing, right? So Beastie not doing that. Beastie is sacrificing some villagers here at the front, though. We just heard the delete button as well. These guys are running with their little gold. He doesn't want to lose too much, but
it's fine. Like, he has 150. Like, he needs military one. He's not gonna win only with villagers.
These poor guys. They're so focused on their job, they don't even notice they're dying. I think that's quite relatable to most of us. So guys, if you have a job that's killing you, you relate to this Chinese villager pouring his heart out onto that keep.
Oh, maybe one stays alive, and no, even the last one dies as well.
And now the keep is the one getting punished. Now the thing is, he doesn't even get the full refund on this, so he will be able to plop down a keep, but he won't get anything else on it. No emplacement, just sadness, and a lot of dead villagers as remembrance. But just like these horses are doing a great job just keeping Wham's villager population low, and Beastie is just constantly running into him. Now, Wham is not able to spend all his resources the way he wants. I can see that by... Okay, now he starts clicking him up. He wants to get hand cannoneers, and he needs to find a way to break Beastie. And the only way to do it is to find units that can actually kill this army. But he just keeps running in with these horses, and they're actually causing a lot of havoc here for Mr. Wham.
Honestly with you, looking at this good pattern, the ideas of BC, like how he sends the units in, perfect. But now we just need to win a game. I'm not sure if we can win this with Second. I mean, there's 4 minutes left, right? 4 minutes 20 seconds almost here on the second side. Maybe if he drops a keep of 2 or 3 or 5, you know, he has the gold, just like 10,000 gold in the bank and 150 villagers, he can win. If he doesn't mean this, honestly, if he doesn't mean this, he can just easily win with sacrifice victory. Please, BC, just don't mean it, just go for sacrifice victory.
Now, him getting gold on the opposite side of the map just shows you the commanding position he's in. He's like, okay, if you kill these, I'll just replace them with some better units. Oh, actually, he says, drop off, pull back, boys. We're gonna build another keep. Guys, I'm just gonna activate the stream deck, so governors, you won't hear this, but the stream, this is for your ears.
It's keeps everywhere! Another keep! Another keep! Amazing! Wow! Huge!
Yes, guys, that is just another keep for all of us. The Barbican survivor of the game. It even outdid that knight we saw earlier.
Well, Beast is literally breeding those keeps on the field. Like, it's insane. Like, he can buy more stone. Beast, if you need more stone, just buy that, because like honestly, as I said before as well, it's a winning situation. If he just stays around the sacred side, he just wins it with the sacred side. I mean, I love Vamp playstyle because he still keep playing because he has a really still a good gold per minute, right? The reason behind that because the ooh, I mean it's okay. Don't be surprised of losing those villagers, man. Like, I try to be like, oh, get surprised. But honestly, he needs to lose those villagers, just like losing weight.
Yeah, at this point, these guys are dead weight. When you have this much resources in the bank, what else is there to do than lose some of your villagers and making more space for army? We will see that this villager count will either go down or, and the military will probably just double. So, the villagers get sacrificed, more going down, more being picked off here. And this is a very healthy amount. Beastie probably doesn't want to go under 100, so he might be a little bit more careful with the rest of these. He's just trying to keep this sacred side timer afloat, and he does need to move this army, because these guys, they don't take a lot of damage, and they will be able to decap. Oh, but at the same time, he's moving out!
Yeah. Honestly with you, he can just delete all of his villager and just win by sacred side. Because I don't think there's a way that Vam can win this. Like, look at that. There is 2 minutes left on the sacred side. Vam has nothing inside his bank, right? Look at Vam bank. There is no bank. So we are not talking about the Vam bank. Honestly, oh my god, what the hell is... Oh, sorry. But what the coolering?
The boys! A little bit overextended, eh? Now the keep did get emergency repaired, but the villagers get pulled. He's like, give me my sacred side, brother. And he stands on top. He doesn't want this to get decapped. And you guys can see how close that was. Really well played by Wham here. But Beastie getting his sacred side back, sacrificing the villagers for it. And definitely a worthy cause.
Yes, because he put the keep as well on the sacred side, so the play by Wham was really nice. And he kept alive all of his hand cannoneer as well. And Chinese hand cannon with also Yuan Dynasty. Well, without Yuan Dynasty, they are really strong because the extra range that you can see, they are sniping the Curvering, but in the end, Curvering can shoot back and GG gets called.
Wham just not able to break that Beastie barrier, the destruction of men. And Beastie now up 2-1 in this best of 5. Now, guys, this is a very interesting match, because keep in mind, this is the winner's bracket. So guys, let's quickly switch on over to the bracket. I want to show you guys where we're currently standing. So right over here, right now the score is not updated because I forgot to run my script. Guys, budget production, it will get fixed in a moment. But you will see here what Beastie has gone through to reach this point. You guys can see Voldemort taking a game off of Beastie. I remember him doing something like an Aeobid or an Abbasid trade. And Voldemort getting the game. Then Kiliardi going down 0-3. And then Papi Paw 0-3 as well. So this is honestly a really good performance here from Beastie in this whole tournament so far. So when we move over to losers bracket, we can also see exactly what is waiting for us today. So after this, we will be watching Marine Lord and Papi Paw play it out to determine the king of the losers. Now, what I want to just explain to everyone here, we usually see this with the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket when they come together. The winner's bracket doesn't usually have any advantage, but in this tournament, once you have completed the loser's bracket and the winner's bracket, the final round, the person coming from the winner's bracket will have a 1-0 lead. So they do get a game advantage going into that finals. So, yeah, let's see if the king of the losers can take down whoever takes the set here. Corvinus, after today's showing and most of the strongest civs out of the way, how are we feeling?
Feeling really good. I'm just joking. Okay.
No, I forgot. I pressed the wrong button. I apologize, guys. Budget production? Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now it's okay. So let's see. Can are they doing the repicking of sieves or they are
No.
still keeping? Okay, still
There
keeping.
is no repicking of civs. That's why the finals is going to be such a clown fiesta. Because, guys, we will be getting every single civilization, if we get to the best of 7 part, or almost every single civilization, each player will pick 7 civs, I believe. And we will be seeing some civs that we don't usually see on Dry Arabia. So, looking at this draft that we have still here, we decided to put only the 5 first picked civs because there's actually 7 picks. Do you think that Beastie still has an advantageous draft, or is he going to be in trouble pretty soon?
Well, let's see which civ has used Byzantine, Chinese, Malian. So the two main civ. This is perfectly good because the two main civ is English and Mongol. On the other side, the three main civ was Ichari, Rus, and Delhi, and the Aibid and the Zushi left. Well, I'm hoping that. Oh my God, is that a Jeanne d'Arc versus Japanese? Like seriously? Is that not a Zushi game by Beastie? Oh my God. I mean, Jeanne d'Arc versus Japanese. Well, I
I'm
think it's a
excited.
Japanese favorite.
Yeah,
It's a Japanese favorite.
definitely Japanese favorite, but because we don't see either of these civs as their strong picks at the start, I don't know how confident our Wham man is going to be on this. So I would love to see some JD action coming forward because I think we don't see a lot of JD. She's not considered to be that good right now. Why? What makes JD a little bit weak?
Well, no faster villager production. The drop-off points are not as cheap as French one. Also, no cheap keep because don't forget the French can also build keeps much cheaper. You're gonna get more production building buffed with less resource cost on those buildings on archer range and stable. Well, Jeanne d'Arc can buff barracks and siege workshop, but buffing barracks is completely useless. You can have cheaper villager from the town center because you can buff town center, but it's like, you know what I'm wishing honestly? I want to see a Chamber of Commerce. Honestly, if we get a good Dry Arabia spawn, I want
Then
to see a Chamber of Commerce.
now, guys, the Chamber of Commerce changes has shown us a little bit of the Chamber of Commerce play in ranked games. But I don't think we've seen much on any of these matches. What we're actually cooking, by the way, guys, so as you can see, the donation goal, we didn't reach what we needed to keep King of Dry Arabia going, but that's okay. What we're going to be doing is we're going to take the money that we got and we're going to try to host some show matches. So what I really want to do is I want to get the off landmark show matches. So what we'll do is we'll lay out a list of civilizations so that we can actually see how these top players would adapt to using some of these worse landmarks that we usually see from them. So if we see a little bit of JD with Chamber of Commerce, do you think she's still going to be able to, get that very aggressive ability to snack on the experience, or do you think this is where JD sits back and let the enemy do the thing?
I think honestly, if only we get a really good market spawn, then JD. Let's pick melee JD, and with that make just only knights, maybe some spear, maybe some archers. But JD gonna have a really good chance to protect the traders, and like there is no other chance that he can win this game. Like School of Cavalry, there is no chance he gonna like this is literally depressing, right? Because you are thinking like it would be not a bad save, it would be not a bad thing, but again, JD, it just in my eyes is just not a good save.
Oh yeah, JD, she's just not able to get to that same level as we see with the other civilizations. And guys, just like that, we will be heading into the next game. So Corvinus will take the steering wheel and keep you guys entertained. I will be back in 2 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, we have JD versus Japanese.
Okay, so let's see the Opa. Sorry for that chat. So, the reasoning behind that is JD does not have all those unique stuff that the French has for a leading economy, right? So what happens is that Japanese can actually just fast castle, make Onamusha if they want to make Onamusha, and they can snipe all the knights. So or just make mounted samurai and chase the villagers down. So many games I watched, JD or French lost. I mean, not always, not the French didn't lost always, but most of the JDs were lost to the Onamusha or to the mounted samurai spam. And at the same time, we can see Beastie Scout. Like, where's the sheep? Wait, where is the sheep? There is no sheeping, no oh my god, how are we gonna make some shepherd pie, chat? I got very hungry, I would eat the shepherd pie. But at the same time, BC is being really sad about this. Like, I'm still watching that scout running left to right, doing the, the bah, but no one is answering. No one is picking up the phone. No one is picking up the phone. There is no bah at all. So that lonely scout just running around looking for his family. Family members for sure. But there are still no sheep following this lonely scout. Oh my god, I would be depressed. Like, that's how every Scandinavian people feels like. I can tell you that. Just like that one beastie scout.
Well, once that VC Scout sees exactly what they're up against, I think he's going to be in shambles. This is one... Oh, and we do see the Chamber of Commerce coming out. Guys, this is going to be a finally not a knight-heavy civilization to go through.
Well, like, this is an instant, what is that? Loss for Beastie right now. Like, there is no 2 sheep. What you gonna do with 2 sheep? I got 1 scout and I got 2 sheep. Like, literally, you are playing against civilization that right now currently is sucking on the berries. Like, you can hear all this sound. They are just chewing on those berries, right? And after that, they just go under the TC and they're gonna be like, oh boy, come here right now because I got, some feelings towards the sheep. And even though there's gonna be a Chamber of Commerce, which is like, thumbs up, you have Chamber of Commerce. But what you gonna do if you don't have food to feed your family?
Now, I mean, the thing is, if I think of these picks, I can also imagine that this could have just been the throwaway pick for Beastie. He knows he's up 1 game. Wham is probably going to use one of his strongest civilizations, while Beastie has used his best already. So JD was probably the safety pick here as well, but we do see he has 4 in gold. So I guess this is just to make sure that he gets those upgrades, and honestly, he could go for the deer. We could always see professional scouts with that extra gold coming from trade. I don't know, it's obviously not going to be the most efficient, but at this point, I think Beastie needs to do something quite urgently. Now, from Wham's side, I would like to see what the plan is. And with these buildings here, I think the plan is fast castle.
Exactly. That's always like what you're gonna do in feudal. Make feudal units a Japanese? That's a good joke. But wait a minute. What if, okay, listen, Chamber of Commerce gives you a trader when you research, right? Wait, don't tell them, okay? What if Beastie goes Pro Scout? Because that's a free trader as well.
That's true. Pro Scouts does give you that little bit of a boost back. And he does have the gold for this, honestly. So professional scouts, and keep in mind, guys, they're also discounted. Because this is JD. So he wouldn't be starving. It would actually be a really interesting play. And we do see this villager is very aggressive towards the wolf here. He's trying to open up that trade area so he can keep going and trading. But fast castle for Wham, this is going to be so difficult for Beastie to defeat.
Also, he went melee JD. Well, Archer JD would have a chance to snipe, right, with the ability. But melee JD is like, you know what I mean. It's like, that's alright, but in reality, you need H3 for that when the opponent is rushing H3, right? I mean, even if your opponent is rushing H3, what you gonna do with the melee JD? The mounted samurai just gonna sit on you and laugh. The Onamusha is gonna sit on you and laugh. Every unit that has an H3 just gonna sit on you and laugh. So like, I think, sorry for saying that, but I think the game is already decided. So, like, there is no food. He didn't go Pro Scout as well. It's like Wham is already almost castle. And
Oh,
Beastie just making one. Oh my god, that villager gonna die. Yep, that's that.
that's a dead villager about to be slain by Scout, and he just needs 15 more hits to do so. These traders will get rerouted, and their trade will be a lot more juicy. 76 per trader. But these traders are not going to be fast enough to do something about it. He does get his Royal Knight out, but honestly, at this point, I don't even know if the Royal Knight is going to be able to do anything. JD is here to try and save the villager, and she does. The villager escaping with 11 HP, and the Knight looking for the Scout's blood as well.
I mean, again, look at the resources, right? So it's like so close on that castle. It's like, what you gonna do? Like, knights? Then what? Like, you make 1 or 2 knights, then what? You wait.
Oh, and the
Can we check how many sheep? Oh my god, I don't even show that. How many sheep them has? Can we check that?
We can.
Oh no, go away!
We'll look away in a second. We'll look away. Sorry, Corvinus. I didn't mean to traumatize you like this.
Oh my god, there's so many sheep.
The problem,
Holy.
the problem is the floating gate is coming out, sure. And Wham doesn't have the resources to build any production buildings yet, but as you guys can see, he's doing exactly that. He's planning his attack, and he knows he'll get a knight out and be able to do some heavy damage. Beastie, desperation wolves coming down now, trying to just secure this area before the knights arrive. Now, the traders do make their first delivery. All of these boys are about to arrive with their very chunky amount of gold. I think some of them already on the way back. So he does get that gold boost, but what does he get out of it? He gets 2 knights, and he just needs to find a way to get food as well. And right now, that's not looking too good, because once the samurai is around these villages, he's just not going to be able to gather anything, and these guys will go down in a second. Oof.
And again, what if Van makes Onimusha as well, right? So it's like, imagine, because he can because those are crossbows, right? And also they are like fast crossbow, which is amazing.
Ooh, and that's exactly what he's going for. He says, I want to go on a musha.
Well, you know, that's why I said when I told you that you bring me here because I have great knowledge. Well, I just told you. So he's gonna be mounted samurai plus Onamusha, which makes sense because he's playing against the the French as the Japanese. Oh, the second is some villager. 2 villagers is down.
That's a very, very important pickup for Beastie. Yes, he gets 2 villagers, but he does lose a knight, and now the first Onamusha is kept busy. This does give him some time to get some walls up, and maybe to survive that early game. He might actually get this up and delay the game to try and survive. And honestly, the whole idea was that Wham needs to do some damage very urgently.
Snipes that knight, like, good night.
Good night, night. Nighty-night. And Onamusha aren't able to break walls though. And it doesn't look like Wham has any plans of switching to other... Well, I say that, and he is getting his stable. But this did give Beastie the time to go Guild Hall, and he's not going for anything else other than the Guild Hall. So what does this mean? We're gonna get an Imperial Age game.
Are you sure? I mean,
he's gonna try.
But at the same time, now Wham has full map control. Yeah, Beastie has some little donkeys running around like, hey, I'm carrying gold, supporting the kingdom. But other than that, amazing to have those little donkeys. It's really hard because we need another, like, let's say 3-4 minutes to see like who is actually leading, because right now Vam is a really good situation since he has the full map control, right? So Beastie is behind his base. I don't know, like, everything went wrong when Beastie found 0 sheep.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of snowballed from there on out. And now these villagers wouldn't even be able to repair this wall because the Onamushas are just going to snipe them down. And as we're saying this, I just want to say thank you. $100 just came in for the Coda Fund, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting this tournament and helping us have another season of these. Now, I am going to calculate the stream's earnings into this as well, so we might get another one in the future. But from now on, we'll do weekend events to make sure that you guys get an action-packed show every week. So the market now at 12 traders though. Beastie just capitalizing on those free ones, but him being Castle Age now, he's getting those horsemen too. Now, how does horsemen do against Onamusha?
Perfect. That's the right call you need to do, since Onamusha damage is like a crossbow, right? So even though Onamusha can a little bit run away, a normal crossbow can't run away, right, from a horseman. When the horseman, oh my god, look at the range. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Onamusha has an insane range. It has more range than an archer.
That is insane. Those things are just sniping villagers all the way from China. JD is in danger.
Look at the range. Look at that range. Oh my god.
These villagers are just desperately running away. JD is melting, and I would not be surprised if Beastie calls it right here. This is just that awkward moment you get to where you're like, oh, I'm dead. The horsemen are doing a great job of cleaning up a few of these Onamushas, but the rest of the units are just ready to snack. JD is bought back. He's getting more stables. He's going to go for mass horsemen. Now, these villagers are in danger too, and just like that, Beastie is in a lot more danger than expected. That's 6 villagers that will go down. These units are just so mobile.
Wow. Like, he gonna snack on those donkeys. Not the donkeys! Please do not kill. Oh no, the donkey's down! Don't look at the donkeys, Dad. And I think he might have. Oh, he's going for the villagers as well. Ay, ay, ay. And at the same time, Wham is collecting the relics. Villagers lying, donkeys flying. Oh my god. I hope that Jeanne d'Arc is gonna be level 3 soon, because there is no other chance for the Kingdom of Jeanne.
But even if JD gets level 3, the Onamushas are so good at dealing with those units, except for the horses. Maybe the play is to make the horses. The trade is now going to be interrupted here. We can see here the units are stacking on top of them. Onamushas just sniping out as much as they can. A few more traders will deliver, but we'll quickly see what the village account actually looks like. JD is snacking on a little bit of experience, and right now I'm going to switch over so we can see what this looks like in terms of her experience. She's not going to get level up anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not bad. Wait, what happened with the knight? Did you see the lancer bugged out? And it was like, hey guys, just hit me.
It's like, I deserve to die, actually. And he did. He was overextending a little bit. More villagers going down, though.
Historically accurate Japanese.
Now, Beastie's villager count is quite even. And keep in mind, guys, those aren't all just villagers. Those are traders. So, now this is looking a little bit scary. However, look at the army count.
Yeah, but when you say, when you said like even, Beastie just lost 21 workers.
He lost 21 workers, but he has the trade. And the trade is producing. And keep in mind, he can double produce traders. And that's exactly what he's doing here. He's trying at least.
What Wham can do, he can't go archers, because if he goes archers, the Albretier will counter it, right? So what he can do, oh my god, he can't go, what's the other unit, Ona Bugattis, because the Albretier has 8 melee armor, right? And the Ona Bugatti will like, I'm just petting you right now. So I think it's Horseman Knight maybe, or some mix, maybe some Spearman or something, but Wham needs to decide what he makes. But I'm not sure if Beastie got the crossbowman upgrade. If Beastie didn't got the extra armor, then the Ona Bugatti is gonna show up and, you know, like, gonna do some dance.
No, we do see Beastie going for the veteran knight upgrade, and he doesn't have any knights, so this is going to mean that we're going to see a lot of knights coming out soon. But for now, it's just horsemen. And I don't know if this is just to bait Wham into a specific type of transition that he really wants to take on. But these horsemen now being so versatile, and these walls are back up, and Beastie's trade is just looking healthy. All of a sudden, Beastie making this look like he's okay with the Chamber of Commerce.
Have you checked if Beastie got the extra armor for crossbow?
Wait yet. Not yet.
No, not yet. So the Ona Bugatti is actually a good pick. If he had the +5 armor, then he would not die to the Ona Bugatti, right? But because he has no, he didn't got the armor. Ona Bugatti switch might be strong. Because, you know, the only good way to counter it, you can do it still with the Abatier. Oh my god, the French language, right? So you can actually counter it with the increased melee armor you have, because do you get more armor than a Minotaur? That's what I'm thinking.
You
So
do?
you can have like a really good amount of melee armor against the Ona Bugatti, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So if he doesn't realize and he doesn't get the upgrade right now, and he still pushes in, you know what's gonna happen? Angry woman gonna be like, "Ah!" And they're gonna kill all those units.
Now these guys are so good at closing out these gaps, and like you said, with these units, they're not going to take too much of a punch before dying now. So these crossbows doing good damage, but they're about to run out of life if Beastie is not careful. So the kiting beginning, making sure that he target fires these mounted samurai, the horsemen doing their best, but the Bugattis are slicing and dicing at the back. These Arbiteers look like they're going down, but behind this, Beastie is floating a little bit of resources, and I don't know if he's just cooking something else.
I mean,
JD does get out though.
all those crossbowmen goes down. Those are they were really important, and now the military numbers are just going up for Wham. And I don't know. I don't know. Like Wham is upgrading his TC, grabbing another +1. Ay 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 ay. Jandar just like, hey horsey, now I just met you, and this is crazy.
But here's my archers, so call me baby. Now, Beastie needs to make a switch. He needs to make a switch to actually deal with those, and right now it just looks like he's getting horses. Now, JD is not that cheap to buy back at the moment. He's completely pulled off of gold because, you know, he's got the traders on there.
Oh,
But,
JD, hello.
he bought her back. Hello, girl. Welcome back to the party. She inspires one of the buildings, and we see her doing another stable. So I feel like Beastie is now just going to double down on horses, and he's getting Royal Knights now. But this is going to be a very scary push for him, because he doesn't have any units, and Wham's army is looking chonky.
I need to double check something because I'm pretty sure I'm smart on this, but I'm still not sure. So the Albatier, I was right, actually has 8 melee armor, which is crazy, right? The Minotaur has only 6 melee armor in Castle Age. So Albatier is actually the best counter against the Ona Bugattis.
If you have the upgrade, right?
If you have the upgrade, of course, but for that you have to get the upgrade.
And right now he's just getting more of them, but he's not getting the upgrade just yet. No, not being queued up yet. And now these Bugattis are going to be able to slice and dice through a lot of villages. He needs to be careful here. The thing is, they're very susceptible to damage. These things are so fragile, but they are able to plop through the wood line right now. Look at these guys just chasing the villagers around. Luckily for Wheelbarrow.
I think he forgot, honestly. Like, there is no way you don't get the crossbow upgrade because it's insanely strong, right? I think he basically just forgot getting the upgrade. Because that crossbow upgrade would just win the game for him right now. Like, honestly.
And this idea of just idling Wham's his army, making sure that they're chasing him around, this is so powerful, and he needs to get this done right now. Ooh, the Bugattis are speeding through, slicing a few of these traders, but not getting any solid kills just yet. One of them going down, but now there is a second attack coming on the other side, and with the keep coming up here, that's great and all, but you're gonna need to find a way to deal with the boys over on this side of the map. The Knights are trying, but they're taking a lot of damage. Oh, both of them going down.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, at least the Knights are surviving in the corner.
Two more of these villagers out of position, but Beastie still with those horsemen trying to idle, and we see Wham went for another TC. He realizes there might be a huge discrepancy in this eco situation. Now, Beastie doesn't want to lose more traders. He is rallying the whole army. He's got 18 crossbows now, getting that melee armor upgrade finally. So he should be able to deal with this. And the Knights, taking on them in small packs, not too much of a problem for them. But he's going to shut down this market. And this is so strong, because it's just going to force Beastie to have to go all the way ahead out there when his villagers are not in position to do so.
Yeah, like now the trade is cut for a long time. He's trading to his TC, which means he's gonna get really less amount of gold. So the villager is coming. It's gonna take a while, but the traders are not really trading. They do trade, but like, you know, there's a difference between trading and trading.
Yeah, he's trading 8 gold per minute, or per minute I say, but per trade. We see all of these saying 21. Oh, 21? That's actually not as
Is
bad
it
as I...
nice?
Oh,
Look at that.
He's got a
Oh.
budget market. Very
But
smart.
look, he just pulled out from his pocket.
He's like, budget market might do it for now. But now, like you said, those crossbows are going to do actually really well against them. And surprisingly, they're doing super, super well. And they're getting ready for another invasion. The boys are about to go in. And we're about to see how good crossbows are against them with melee armor. Never mind. He decides
Wait,
he's not going to find
did he
out.
got the armor? Did he got the armor?
Yes. He just got it. It kicked in just now.
Okay, now those crossbows, haha, you know what I mean.
Alright, let's see what it's going to look like now with JD. She's very far from aging up again, so she's going to be waiting a little while longer. But these Bugattis, looking for a place where they can harass. The villager is building this, and the crossbows are standing ready, but the boys... Are they going to be fast enough to take down this big mass, though? Villager is desperately trying to get the wall.
I mean, he has a good number, right? So he has a good number. But crossbow has the upgrade, but you still need a good number on your side as well. So it's like, just think about, look how small the damage is. See the difference. How small they do. It's insane, the difference right now that he got the armor. Look, he didn't even kill the single crossbow. That's what I'm talking about when I said like Beastie has to get the upgrade. Beastie has to get the upgrade, because otherwise he would just lose to the on a Bugatti. God damn, I hate French.
Well, this is JD, it's not French Corvinus. Don't be so mean to her. She's a strong, independent woman who doesn't need no disappointment, I say. But these villagers are standing all around, not really sure what to do with their time. And he needs to be careful, though. He can't lose these, but honestly, it doesn't look like he's losing them. They're just fighting, their hearts out.
Yeah, the crossbow stands there and just watching menacing, like, you are trying to pull some angry woman at me? Ain't no way. I'm the Karen here.
Now, I would actually not be surprised if Beastie plops down a double market here, but the better answer would just be the stone wall. The stone wall's a really good idea. Double market, triple market, he says. I have waited long enough. I will dominate, the man says. And the keep, going to keep this area quite safe. So the Bugattis are running towards it now, going to find out that there's something firing at them quite heavily. So these knights are not going to go down to these slicing and dicing.
Wow. Well, I can tell you that stone wall, I'm pretty sure we keep back the on the Bugatti. I'm pretty sure there is no... Oh, okay. So I was about to say, I'm pretty sure there is no wood wall next to the stone wall, but now he just make it longer, stronger.
Yeah, he's realizing for this to work, I should probably keep my eco safe. And he's getting a red palace and another DC. Beastie is looking at the late game, and he's looking at it with love, affection. He knows he doesn't need to worry. He's got trade in the bank. Look at all these traders. Just, I want us to watch these bad boys, and when they deliver, I want us to look at the income as it pops. He has stopped making traders here, but that's probably just because he's starving on the wood. But he is in a very good position, and the red palace being plopped down now, right here at the front, ensuring that he won't get raided anymore. Now, guys, this is just that point where French or JD gets into a position where they can get cannons. They have the range, they have the late game, they have the power. So I think JD is perfectly fine at this point.
I'm thinking right now, because the red palace doesn't really do much than holding a side, right? Which is not bad. Yeah, I think I would put the red palace as well, because I would not risk it. Oh, the JD. Good night. Hello.
Oh, this whole army might go down. Beastie a little bit cocky here with not getting that army together, but the red palace is about to pop, and then the rest of these units are gonna go nighty-night, just like JD did. And JD is back, guys. She's back. She wants to keep fighting. The red palace just chomping down at these bad boys who are trying to go to the back line, and the knights ready to clean up the rest of them. And right now...
She was just sleeping. Trust me. She
didn't
die. She was just sleeping.
These Bugattis are desperately trying to get some damage, but honestly, we finally saw the Chamber of Commerce do the work. Oh, this red palace is just tickling these boys at the front. Wham also going up to Imperial in a few moments. So he's really trying to keep up, but I don't think he knows what he needs to do here. He's got 3 relics. Beastie hasn't even thought about picking up the relics. He's drowning in gold right now. Castle of the Crow coming out now, trying to secure this big gold mine and getting a little bit of a stone out there as well.
I mean, Castle of the Crow. Oh, wait. We are Imperial, right? Which means the crossbow, the French crossbow, gonna have even more melee armor. You know what is the melee armor of the French crossbow in Imperial? 10.
10?
10. Not even joking. Just click on the French crossbow right now.
Okay, let me click on said crossbow.
Okay, we see one upgrade is missing, but that's actually 10 melee armor if he gets the final upgrade.
So these guys are not going to take any damage. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, not from Spearman, not from Ona Bugatti.
Now JD is looking at capturing these sacred sites for herself, and right now the eco is kind of speaking for itself. Beastie also getting that trade upgrade too. So these guys are just going to generate the extra gold as well. Getting those military upgrades too. With him knowing exactly where the Castle of the Crow is, he's going to be able to move directly to the base and try to find some damage. This house is blocking that wall, and I don't think Wham realizes.
Yeah, this kind of... Beastie will push in, Beastie will be happy, Beastie will be strong. Okay, he destroyed the... Wait, what?
Oh.
Oh.
He doesn't realize this is not it, boys. I can go deeper. But he wants to go deeper. He's going to keep pushing. Is he going to push hard enough? It doesn't look like it. The villagers are desperately trying to get this wall up, but the house is going to be such a mess. The spearmen trying to fight this. But
I mean, he can push in. Like, honestly, Beastie can just push in. Like, what those units gonna do? Oh, hello there, villager.
It's like sacrificial villagers. Is that something from the French history that we need to know about?
I mean, you know, like, they don't want to put the witch on the stake and burn it. They rather put the villager on the stake and burn it.
Just kind of a power move here, I would say. We're seeing that the boys are trying to break through, but the stone wall's coming up, making it a little bit harder. Beastie most likely just gonna go and decap this and then try to push with a few more units. Now Beastie is at 200 supply. He's getting royal bloodlines as well, so those horses are gonna be extra nice when they start running in. That's gonna be 35% extra HP on these. And JD should be ready to age up at any moment. When she starts summoning those royal cannons at the front, this is going to be such a hard situation for Wham
Oh
to
yeah,
deal with.
yeah, the magical pulling out the bombard from my ass moments with JD. Yeah, I already seen a lot of moments of like that. Oh, look at that! Yeah, the spearman is like, poking you. I'm not gonna kill you. Once.
4 damage at a time.
Oh my
0
god.
HP. Did we see that right? And he was surviving. JD at the back of the base, though. She could summon a cannon right here behind his butt and just start target firing things.
Exactly. Just put the, cannon in his,
in his
like,
base, in his backline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I would.
Wham is trying to get a little bit of gold, but I don't know what the plan is here. The Waller Law trying to keep them in line so the spearmen can catch up, but JD just running around, she's going to stop this relic, and now that the relic is stopped, he's not going to get that extra gold that he had before. But now Beastie is basically at double the eco, and this is not a problem that Beastie is scared of having. Look at that 94 extra HP on these knights. All of a sudden, they are going to be really scary, and they could run right into spears without fearing for their lives too much.
Okay, so... Well, the little mistake had been made that pushed Beastie to the winning position. Oh my god, 150 workers for Beastie is kind of crazy, and 4,000 gold in the bank. But my question is, did Beastie got the unique upgrade from the traders?
Yes, I think he did.
Oh my god, that's disgusting then. Oh yes, you can see the gold, just suddenly.
Plus,
gold.
Plus.
It's like... it's like English villagers on farm, but even more cancer.
Now, with the knights coming from every angle, yes, Beastie is losing these. Yes, the army from Wham is just looking stronger in numbers. But the map control is getting a little bit scary for Wham to think about the late game. Beastie can go and try to deny this, but Wham is trying to secure as much gold as he can while he can. Because Beastie doesn't care about these big golds right now. The only thing he needs to care about with those is making sure that Wham doesn't get them. He doesn't want to lose JD, and I'm guessing that's why she's not aging up either. Just need to make sure that she stays alive for as long as possible and that he can buy her back.
Yeah. Do the damage. Do the damage you can do.
Stomp on the floor, milady.
Oh, those villagers be like, guys, I just came here, you know.
Let's see, Jean's story. She's just living her best life, running around, doing all the good stuff.
God damn, that horse is the MVP, not gonna lie. Surviving for this long.
Maybe he wants to lose her now. He's like, actually, I need to reposition her, and right now she's kind of stepsister stuck. So, we might have to call her back, boys. But Wham, right now, he doesn't have any... Oh, no, those are bugs. I was about to say, does he not have any eco upgrades? I was about to. Woo! Heart attack right there. No, he's
But wait,
fully
can
upgraded.
you click on the Corda storehouse just for a second? Mm-hmm. So he got every upgrade you can see.
Yeah, he is...
He's by 4S3, but he got all the important upgrades.
Now, Jean being here and keeping these guys idle is just allowing Beastie to cook his next plan. Because this is that point where you're able to now start pushing. You're able to start pushing, and you're forcing the army to respond to your JD. Because the moment she ages up, she's just going to make a cannon in your base. And if you don't deal with that, she's going to destroy a lot of things. Castle of the Crow going down like it's made of paper.
Oh, my castle. Hey, JD. Hey. You are getting cooked. You are putting on the trial.
Oh my god. Beastie is just playing with his food right now. The man doesn't stop. He says, try that out again, brother. And with the Rebaldequins, he doesn't want to deal with these melee units. He just wants to make the man cook. Because right now, he's cooked up. And I don't know if Wham has any answer to this. The seasoning is out. Oh, the Rebaldequins.
That's Rebaldo Kek W. Oh my god, those Rebaldokins are so nasty. You know that Rebaldokin got buffed as well?
Yes, Rebaldequin now has extra survivability in the range of Age of Empires. They do damage and they clap hard. There was a time where we never saw Rebaldequins. So what was the main change they did to these guys?
So Rebaldokin doesn't need deploying. So it just shoot. Like, you don't need to deploy anymore. You just, like, you know, like, and run away. Just like a burger.
Oh, yeah, so they can actually micro them a little bit better. Ooh, and these guys,
exactly.
They're caught out a little bit, but they can just turn around and do so much damage. Beastie.
And look, and run away. Run. Yeah, look. They can just run, see? They can shoot and run, shoot and run, shoot and run. That's why more people using the Rebaldokin.
And JD, she survives? Miraculously, this woman survived. She doesn't care. She's living her best life.
Look at that little rat still. Oh, look at that. He just pulled out a... Oh! God damn, JD.
And the cannon right from the butt of Jean, a French cannon pops out, will go down in
it pops up as well.
That was an explosive one. Yeah, no, we have to be a little bit careful there with Jean.
You mean an explosive diarrhea?
Yeah, no. She pulled it out of her butt. No, Corvinus, we need to be professional here. We can't just do that.
Exactly. Okay, one professional fun fact. You can put JD on the wall.
You can? And then does she shoot extra far?
Yes, but wait, did you realize you can... Okay, I'm gonna say, you can put JD on the wall while she's riding a horse.
So, does she just run very fast?
Well, yeah, but you can't put cavalry unit on the wall, right? JD is the only expression unit in the game that can, with a horse running on the wall.
So no Onamusha?
No, not Onamusha, not any other unit. Just JD can run on the wall.
Now, I want Twitch chat to notice, yes, Wham has a bigger army. But I want you guys to look at the resource bank right now. This is looking a little bit tough for Wham. Beastie is at 200 pop. Wham is at a 170, and he's just not able to get that 200. And when he does, he's at risk of losing it so quickly. Beastie getting all the other upgrades in the queue right now. So she's going to be struggling, or Wham is going to be struggling to take down these units. And we were KEGWing at the start here, because we thought, oh, Beastie is going for JD. This is the throwaway Civ. But apparently the Chamber of Commerce just showing that it has its uses if it doesn't get punished.
Looks like Cock is meta now. Of course, I'm in Chamber of Commerce chat.
I love that it's 69 traders. Do you think this is intentional?
I mean, you know. Oh wait, Beastie has some traders trading between the neutral market and the Chamber of Commerce. So he is not using all the traders on the right market.
He just wants to give Wham a fighting chance here. Some of these boys 8. He's like,
Yeah.
it's fine, guys. It's fine. We have enough gold. We need to chill a little bit.
But wait, that's it's more than one. Like, can you click on the Chamber of Commerce to see how many traders?
8.
8.
Eesh. 8
Eight
gold
tra-
for 8
8.
traders.
Yeah, exactly.
Beastie's cooking. He's making sure that we're getting all the top quality. The Knights are going to see the siege. Are they going to go and shut it down? Because this is such a big loss one. He can't replace these. Oh, and they go down. He's at 138 wood right now. These are not going to be replaceable at any point. He cleans up almost everything. Just a few springles living to tell the tale. And these Knights are going to be replaced so quickly. Another one. And another one. 2 springles remain.
Yeah, if I see correctly, BC is doing a switch to a Jean champion, right?
He's Jean championing fully, yes. So
That's crazy.
what makes Jean's champions viable here?
Because it has an insane damage against the spearman. Can you check if you just click one of them on the army? You can see they are like really shiny. Check the damage against spearman. 39. 39. Look at that. 88 armor, 30 damage base, which is crazy. And plus 9 against spearman. That's huge. And the HP as well at 302. That's more HP than a normal Manathon.
Now, what makes that so good is just because when you're fighting against Jean, you want to mass spearmen so you can actually kill her. So this directly counters what Wham is doing, and this is going to be so hard for him to defeat. Now he does go on top of the... Oh, the thing is there's boiling oil too. A bombard emplacement, boiling oil. And soon Jean... I said that, but no, Jean has other things inside. She's going straight for the base. She doesn't care if he gets the sacred sites. Wham doesn't want to lose against the sacred sites, but he doesn't realize that this just leaves him completely open for harassment. He's going to lose so much economy here. The keep does go down, and he will decap this, but at what cost?
All the units are inside the base. Villagers are not working on the farms anymore, so we will not see some good old rise to the family house. You can see the army is moving more and more into the base, and Jean d'Arc just uses the ability, heals up the army, keep pushing, destroying buildings. That's insane. Like, he is literally sitting on you, and what you gonna do?
Jean right now unkillable with these units at the base. Even a very spicy TC just not able to shut it down. She might go down, but 11,000 gold in the bank says that's fine. Let's call her back. Jean milady, could you come back to the station? Oh no, Beastie's popcat. There's no place for Jean in this army. Actually, it says, I need some space from you, milady. I need some space. I don't need you right now.
Oh, wait, hold up. Beastie Guildhall is on stone?
Isn't it always on stone? This point of
No.
the game?
Because, don't forget, Guildhall got nerfed and it gives you less resources if you put it on stone. So most of the people are, keeping on gold. But I guess the reason why is he keeping on stone because he has the massive trade, right? But that's such a good thing that he has it on stone, because I wonder if that's gonna be a wonder.
You are just hungry for a wonder today, Corvinus.
I mean, why not?
I can completely relate to that. That sounds like a very fun idea. These are Baldaquins, though. They're not cleaning up, and yes, it looks like Beastie lost this fight, but guys, look at the supply right now. Wham cannot replace this army. Beastie is just replacing this with Spring Elves, Rebaldaquins. And this is just going to be so hard for Wham. Even if he somehow manages to kill a keep, he kills all these cannons, Beastie is still going to be able to remake them, and Wham's wood is not looking good right now.
His wood is not wooding for sure.
Now, what would... I don't know. I was going to make some puns, but I'm too tired to make puns. Never mind, Corvinus. You can take over.
It's okay. So let's say we got a really woody day. Yeah, let's finish with that. I'm pretty sure that's good.
Would you make another Springald if you were Ram?
I would not consider that wood in my bank to be used to wood them away. Oh! I just flew away right now.
What blew you away, Governors? What happened? What happened, Chief?
I don't know. I'm a fly.
Oh no, the spearman moves! No! He was
No.
gonna take out the sacred site, but he was just so panicked about something else. He may have selected all army. Oh no, and the keep coming up yet again. Now, we're probably gonna see another bombard emplacement. He does have the stone for it. And Beastie's back at 200 supply with, nothing else from Wham. Wham right now is making some very desperate units. At 150 supply, he's just trying to max out his army. His Castle of the Crow not really giving him any value. Where with treasure caravans, he would have been able to get those little resources back deposited in there. But now he's just struggling.
You know, that's why I'm saying that when someone goes Castle of the Crow and it's put on the front, you know, that landmark just does not do anything. So that's why I always go Tanagashima against me, Tanagashima against me, because at least you get some gold-free units, right? Now imagine if he had Tanagashima against it, he could have made so many Bombard, Rebolkin, Hand Cannoneer, Ozutsu, units like that. But now that landmark is dead for like 20 minutes and it's like, good night, Street Prince. See you tomorrow.
Now, I want you guys to notice, while Corvinus was on the rant about the Castle of the Crow versus the Gunsmith, Beastie started deleting units.
Yeah,
Yes, I completely agree with you. I think the fact that he is not able to do anything with the Gunsmith, or with the Castle of the Crow, and the Gunsmith will have given him so many more opportunities to actually fight this army. But I think he just wanted to secure this gold at this point of the game.
I mean, yeah, but that's so risky, you know. So like, you secure the gold, but if you don't secure the landmark, you are losing a crazy amount of resource. While even the Red Palace doesn't do anything, right? You can say that. Well, the Red Palace is sitting there and just providing some, you know, good-looking keep. It still gives you Arbalest for every keep and TC.
And that was so important for Beastie to have, especially placing out these TCs on the rest of the map. So with these guys, they're protecting the trade now, even though they're just TCs and they don't need to be reinforced with anything. Now Beastie is looking at knocking at this door of Wham, and Wham's army, it is not ready to deal with all these cannons. Yes, he does have a lot of supply, he's on 200, but this is not the same supply for both of these. The two cannons are knocking, and he was just waiting for Wham to attack so that he can move in. The army is stuck on this keep, and yes, they will kill the keep, which was very expensive, but these boys are gonna get way more damage done here at the back of the base.
I think this happened already, right? Like, Beastie was pushing in, the keep was getting destroyed, the Beastie was pushing in, the keep was getting destroyed. I think I already seen this in the cinema.
But the problem is now with those cannons you can actually kill the Shogunite castle. It usually does pretty well against units fighting against it, but with this amount you're just not able to do anything. These Springald, I was gonna say Springalds, but this Springald is trying its best, but these boys are closing in, and I think Wham is about to call it. When he realizes these villages going down too, just doesn't have anything to replace this. The army is coming from behind. He's going to be able to get a few kills, but the boys are moving back and they want to protect their little siege.
Come on, one more landmark. Only one landmark left, by the way, for the landmark victory. Only one landmark left. Come on! What's the hell to the last landmark? No!
This
Oh
one.
my God.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
He was going for a landmark victory. He will have to go again, and he's ready to go again. Look at these units, everything replaced. He's still got 10k in the bank of each resource. So he's just gonna go again.
The traders. Just delete the traders, literally, and just make a 200 military. But like, what am gonna do? Sticky boys with little stick. Like, seriously, just delete all the traders and go for the landmark elimination.
Now, Beastie with these knights just forcing Wham to chase him around. Beastie also moving forward with the Reboldiquins because he knows the army is chasing his knights around. He's cleaning up a few more of these villages as well. Snacking them running by, and he's just not able to replace them, and even if he does, he has nowhere to put them. Right now, Wham is desperately getting units, and he does have a lot of gold. but he doesn't have the ability to defend this if it gets to that point of the game. The Shogunate Castle just being repaired by these villagers now, but this is going to cost wood, and he doesn't have a lot of it.
We need more wood.
Let's see, does he still has one little wood line here left. So he will be able to chop through and get this thing fixed up, but what about the next push?
I mean, that's alright, but still, like, beasts need to kill some economical units, because that amount of like, at least kill the 8 trader that doing the stupid trade, you know what I mean? So it's like, just kill something.
Beastie says, I can sit back with my economy and do this for days. Japan is on a ticking time bomb. I am not. I am the king of Dry Arabia, and I want to go for this final push. And if Beastie wins this game, he goes to the winner finals. That is a best of 7. So Beastie wants this victory, so he can sit back and watch Wham play in the loser bracket finals. The villagers are here to drop down this keep, and they are gonna plop it right on top of his face. He's got nothing he can do about this anytime soon. JD is at the front line. She doesn't give a damn. She's just gonna stand there, live her best life. These Springals trying their best. Bombard shooting through the hole. He might actually be able to deny this, I say, as I see the knights popping in from the side. The Rebaldequins are ready for this fight, and those units
the
are
choke point.
Oh.
Oh my god, the choke point Rebaldequin is like, hey, you came to my house. Oh, bye bye, JD.
JD going down, but Beastie just replacing her with something else. Oh, never mind. She's back. She's back. He brought her back. He said that was enough. Come back, girl. I trust you. So he does
like,
get to keep up, though.
Did you guys miss me? I'm back.
I'm back. Now, he's looking at these landmarks, and he's looking at them like a hungry, hungry lad. Rebaldequins cleaning up these spearmen as they move forward, but they are doing okay for now. This is Wham's final chance to stop this. As those, let's see how many cannons does he have here? Only one. He needs to find a way to get another cannon here, because these Springals are just going to keep going through them, and the keep might go down pretty soon.
By the time, Beastie forgot to recapture the second side. He could have just tick the second side as well.
I think Beastie at this point is just cooking landmark victory. He's setting his eyes on it, and he just wants to keep going. Now, we see Wham on 300 gold right now. He is running a little below on resources. We see the villagers trying desperately to out-damage this bombard, and they will be able to do that. The knight snagging on it, Jean stomping the ground, making sure that everything is a destruction. And the boys just keep pouring.
Exactly, and I don't know, like, there is no chance for Wham right now. So, like, BC is raiding left to right, villagers dying, like, nobody can get their food. It's like running out all the souls.
He's trying to fight with as little power as he has left, desperately trying to keep that bombard repaired, because if it goes down, he's not making a new one. Rebaldequin going all the way under the TC, and Beastie being a little bit greedy might cost him his Jean, and she doesn't have unlimited ability to run through and get reborn. So he needs to be a little bit careful, but I think he just wants to keep the pressure up because he knows Wham is out of resources and he can just keep the pump going.
It's like, hold my Jean.
Hold my Jean. Let me just see the guild hall. 230. Oh, he's picking it up every time he gets the shot.
He's picking the stone, yeah. Oh, yo, the siege. The siege is dying left to right. I mean, like, what can you do in this situation, right? Now, you can't even get the resources on your farms. You are trying to make some spearmen, some hand cannoneer, the little gold you have in your bank. You can't even trade because the French is controlling the side of the map. Oh my god, did you just see those amount of Rebaldequin just pulled up with the Springle? They're like, hey guys, how are ya? Oh, and GG gets called.
Hell are you, sir? Beastie says he's going to the winners final, and this will be a Beastie versus Wham, Papipo, or Marine Lord. We'll see who the opponent is going to be. A very much scary game at the start, but I think our Imperial Age time, we can see here, we were in there for 26 minutes of Imperial plays, guys. Thank goodness it's over, says Snoopy Dog. Snoopy Dog, come on, man. This was a destruction for both sides. Exactly. It was wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, this will bring us to our next match. That is going to be Marine Lord versus Papipo. Now, I have words that they have not started as of yet, so we will get on that in a bit. Ladies, let's just quickly go back to our faces. That is me. Is my face. Hello. So I'm quickly gonna go and message Mr. Wham, so he goes and shakes his brother to get him in shape. So we will be back soon. For those of you who enjoyed the games, we just want to say thank you for tuning in. I know you guys are watching over on Beastie's stream as well. It's wonderful to have you guys on both sides. And we will be seeing the next two facing off. Now, guys, let's just quickly go and look. Oh, Beastie Cutie. Hello there, sir. Hello to you. He says, hello, McQueen. Now, guys, again, as we can see, the winner of the winner's bracket is Beastie Cutie. And next up, we will be getting Marine Lord and Puppy Paw. So these two are going to be facing off to go determine the king of the losers. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in a little while. Thank you so much for joining, and see you soon. I just realized we don't have a BRB screen, so I'm just...
It's okay. Bye, guys.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our guest of honor here, all the way from the Rising Empires world. You know, Mr. Askelad, the A-team. We brought him in, boys. So, Askelad, while you're here, I would like you guys to tell people what's happening in Rising Empires this weekend.
This weekend? Now that you mention it, we do have a tourney coming up that is conflicting with yours. Sorry.
Yeah. But it's fine. It's fine. That's Askelad. And for the rest of Twitch chat, guys, let me just drag my microphone here very dramatically. Guys, it's good for the community. It's good for the community. If you guys have events, if we have events, if everyone has events, it's good for the community. And that's also why we encourage the players to stream their games, because it just brings more people to AoE. So guys, yeah, so tell them about the tournament. What's happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Watchies Club over at ours, which is an open tournament for anyone. We already have a few names signed up, and generally it is meant to be like a stepping stone between Elo Legends and actually getting into like that semi-pro scene. So if you're above Conqueror-ish, of course anyone can sign up, but if you're above like Conq 1-ish and you're just looking for a little bit of a competition, then go sign up. We might have people like Myriad and Valdemar too, but hey, pushovers, right? Pushovers.
Now, for those of you sorry, go on, Askelad, sorry.
I was... Stop me, right, if it gets too long. But we also have something for people who don't enjoy pain quite as much. And for those, you can go join Low Elo Legends instead, which will be tomorrow at 7 p.m. CST? Yep. Central European Summer Time, blah blah. And that is basically Elo limited brackets, 3 of them, if we get enough signups, where we make sure that you don't face people that are too strong, basically, and have fair matches and fun for everyone. It's pretty much the intention.
Hello, Elo Legends is scary for me. I'm not a tournament player. Whenever I play tournaments, I get shaky and scared. And now, guys, those types of tournaments that they're doing is very good for your ATR rating as well. So if you're in Conqueror and above, it's a very good place to start just to get your ATR, which is your tournament ranking, a little bit up so that you get a better seed in tournaments. So, yeah. Askelad, are you good or do you suck at the moment?
I am horrible at the moment. I am one of these people who are too scared to play once because I am not in practice, so I play teams instead. Okay. And then I suck as well, so...
It's okay. You get to carry some people sometimes. Now, guys...
I just need to get back into it.
They are doing the drafting right now, so we will be seeing the draft coming up. Remember, guys, this is Dry Arabia only. So you'll be seeing the most relatable situation out there. Now, before we go into the next part, I again want to thank all of the people who subscribed. I saw so many come through, guys. Every sub, it's not updating on the bar live, but I'm gonna add it afterwards. Samster, The Future Is Ours, Prick Zone, Emmanuel, The Grim Highlander, I Am Darya, Boutique Absorb, and Beastie Cutie. For those last few subs that came in, appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for the support. And even if you can't sub, just watch, because that is important for us. We want to make sure that we can show Microsoft that we can get the viewers and get people watching even when there's more stuff happening, even on a Friday night, so we can get the funding constantly to keep these events going. Now, before we go into our game, we have to talk about what's happening on our side tomorrow. So, the Rising Empire Rivals, us, we are having our event tomorrow.
You're all good.
So, this is going to be run by Mr. 10-4 Tim tomorrow, because Mr. 10-4 Tim is our resident doctor who is going to be running our Mixed Masters for the COVID long awareness event that we have. So as you guys can see, we'll be having a 2v2 tournament, and here are the games that will be covered over on this stream. So Marine Lord and me against Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet, which honestly I think Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet might kick our asses, because Rabbit Sweet is about Conq 3 in one-on-ones and Baltoon is a big Chad man. And I am very scared of him. And after that, we see
Nervous?
Beastie and Deep Shine with Anatan and Bella, which I'm really excited for. I know Anatan and Bella have been playing some team games already. Now, Anatan, you know... Oh, Anatan. Oh my god, I just said Anatan. Askeladd. I'm so sorry. Askeladd. Do you know any of these female players? Who are you the most hyped to see?
Oh, who am I the most hyped to see? When I look at the first match, I mean, I kind of have to go for Baltune because I'm occasionally in the Devil's Discord, and he's such a nice guy. And I met him at King of the North. He's amazing. But then again, Anatan is also really amazing. So, and honestly, Mareike, Is it like just coincidence that Deep Shine is not playing against you?
That is fake news. Thank you, Askeladd. That is fake news. Deep Shine is gonna face me in the next round if I make it.
So I see you stacked the odds already.
Oh no, but come on, that is a very juicy group at the bottom there. We have the women at the bottom group here. We have some of the spiciest, and keep in mind, guys, all of these women who are playing are all Conqueror 1 and above. So we're not pros and Joes, we're like Joettes, but with a little bit of skill. So these matches are definitely going to be focused on taking out the women, but these women get to play with the best players in the world. And I think this is such an exciting opportunity for all of us. So that's happening tomorrow on this channel at 4 p.m. CEST. Now, many of the women will also be streaming their POVs. I know Beastie will stream, Marine Lord will stream, everyone will stream. So make sure to tune in and enjoy the show on any channel that you prefer. We love the fact that so many people are streaming this. It's not about the views on our channel, it's about the views in the community as well. So even if you open a stream on more than one browser, just ensure that you spread your view just to make sure we get those numbers pumped up and showing that even female events can garner views and give them a little bit more motivation to sponsor us in the future. And we'll talk a lot about long COVID, just like Tim says in the channel. But yes, Askeladd, we're ready to look at our first map. Do you see what I see in front of you?
I'm as surprised. Honestly, don't make me do this. We agreed upon I don't need to run this joke. It is going to be the driest of Arabia every single time. Can we just get on with? No, I mean it's fine. Go on.
It wasn't about that. It was about the matchup, you doomer. So what?
The new Roos versus the new Mali. I'm excited.
Why? Weishama. I almost started speaking Norwegian to you. How do I say why in German again? Oh no, my Norwegian has messed me up completely.
Warum?
Warum? So, warum? Askeladd? Ich weiß nicht.
Mali got that beautiful 2TC option with DTC now costing gold, which honestly, people I think have already opted a little bit away from. But hey, if your opponent's being greedy, you can still do it. But Roos, new and improved Roos that goes Golden Gate again occasionally, and all of these beautiful things that goes Abbey. We've seen an Abbey game. Okay, didn't win, but hey, it's just great. Fast Castle Roos is back. I am excited.
But I'm excited. Fast Castle Roos is back. Yeah, me too.
Why do you sound so sad now?
I'm so excited.
The new bounty system is amazing. No, never again do I have to murder animals just for profit.
True. Oh well, you're still gonna murder them and then drag their bodies back to your base with Roos because professional scouts is on the menu, ladies and gentlemen.
Fair, Pro Scout is really good.
Oh, I love the fact that every Joe can use it. And when I say Joe, I mean me. I am very, very incapable of using Pro Scouts before the patch, but now I can right-click a deer all day long.
Can I confide in you?
Yeah? Tell me.
I'm doing the same thing, but since I am cheap and stingy, I'm playing Delhi and getting it for free.
That is kind of dirty. Did you really want to admit that in front of like 450 people?
This never happened. Nobody.
Now, guys, we are ready to hop into the first game. This is Marine Lord versus Papi Paw. which, as Marine Lord once said, is going to be a distraction. So, Anatan. Oh God, Askeladd, I'm so sorry. I spoke to Anatan yesterday. I'm so sorry.
Telling me, please keep calling me Anatan.
I'm so sorry. It's because I spoke to Anatan in detail yesterday. It was a long conversation. So now, and Askeladd, I haven't spoken to you in like 2 days, so you have to forgive me. But who are we predicting is going to take the crown for this match, at least?
I mean, I hear these two guys that we're watching that they have this show match coming up. Not a big deal, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess they're pretty good if they have some show matches.
Yeah.
Honestly, right now, I would, in 90% of cases, I would favor Marine Lord in any matchup against anyone, but I kind of want Roos to win, so I'm going with Puppy here.
Okay, so a little bit of bias.
Totally not biased.
Nice. And totally not biased, guys, of course not. Now, but as you guys, most of you should know, we have the Wallalaw show match coming up in a few weeks between these two players. Now, they're playing each other in losers brackets, so one of these two might be the king of the losers, but they won't just be that. One of these two players will walk away with $20,000 at Wallalaw, and the other one with a measly $10,000. So, for King of Dry Arabia, this is the first time we've seen them face off, and this will probably be the last time we see them face off until the big event.
No, I see you effectively dodged the question, but
Yeah.
who do you think is gonna make it here? I know that you're very Malian biased here, but what do you think? Golden Gate.
I've been a fan of Puppy Paw since before he was in existence on the pro scene. When he just came up as a little puppy, but it's just purely because of his name, because I love dogs. And I met him at Wallalaw 2 years ago, and I thought he was a very chill guy, but he's very calm, very collected, very calm, very the opposite of me. But I was still a big fan. I was like, oh, this guy, he's good. And I saw one of his plays before, again, he was barely top 16 back then. And I was like, this guy is going to be big. And Beastie was like, what are you talking about? And look at us now. Boys, Puppy Paw is going to Wallalaw. And right now, he's going to take down Marine Lord on Malians. My money's on Puppy Paw. I am a Puppy Paw fan, even though I hold Marine Lord dear to my heart. And he's the best French player in the world. And the best player in the world. But I think Puppy Paw is going to get the win here.
Good job, by the way. We manipulated the odds. Everyone's going for Puppy now.
Really?
So I can bet on Marine Lord and win all of that money.
Oh my gosh, you're betting all your points? All your potatoes? That is very, very high stakes. Oh my goodness. Askeladd, guys, he's going all in on Marine Lord. Now, what I want to talk about is the early game of Roos. Now, guys, back in the day, Roos used to run around, kill the animals, but he still went for 2 scouts. Now, this is purely because you can get the hunting cabin, so you don't produce that second scout out of your TC. And it does allow you to pick up a few extra sheep, usually. But it doesn't just allow that. It also allows you this very unique power early game to burn down houses and burn down anything that you desire. Especially against Malians, this is something very powerful because it forces them to react. So a lot of Malians are forced to actually do something this early in the game. Now, what we're seeing over here is just the standard old Roos build from back in the day where we used to go Golden Gate and then you have to get a wooden fortress to boost your wood.
Oh, I love the 2 scout play. I mean, usually I'm not convinced, but against Malians, it's kind of a no-brainer because it gives you that extra sheep gathering and it gives you what we see here, the option to be your most annoying self. Looks like Marine Lord will be losing 1 house and the second one's probably not going to go down because he pulled the Vil. But, I mean, this is all idle time. This is great for Puppy. He's super happy with this. Marine Lord, in the meantime, going directly for eco upgrades and just classic Malian style so far.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how long this villager gets idled, this is a resources per minute lost, and you also have to invest wood pretty early on, when Malian really struggles for wood. So we do see that scout upgrade coming in, and another scout being queued up. That means that this scout is going to be extra spicy. He replaces the house instantly, he doesn't want to let any of these resources go. The Roos scout might go down, Puppy Paw not... Oh, I say he was not keeping an eye on it, but this man... He's got 9 lives. Oh wait, those are cats. So he has 1 life, and he's making sure to make the most of it. And the second pit mine coming out from Marine Lord as well. Now, usually with Roos, we don't see Malians go for that second pit mine because of that double scout pressure, but just because he went for that scout upgrade, he was able to push this off, and he's going to be able to secure that area as well.
Yeah, trying to take Puppy's eyes away and then going for the second pit mine. I mean, it's fairly obvious where it's gonna be. There's also the option of the right side or directly below the stone top side. But other than that, Puppy knows this is gonna happen. And then the question is, what is Marine Lord gonna do? Is he just gonna go straight into Cow Boom? Are we gonna see 2TC? No, nobody's really expecting 2TC. I just want to hype it up a little bit.
No, we're really excited about
High trade hours.
Yeah. The 2TC build, I think everybody's hyped about. We've seen it on ladder, we've cried about it on ladder, so it's such a good thing to keep in mind. But the Fast Castle Roos is definitely something we've been seeing a lot of. We haven't been seeing a lot of the High Trade House, though.
I mean, Abbey gives you that tempo, right? You immediately can go into the monks. They're also a lot cheaper now. Not but super a lot, but like they were cheaper before. Now they're even better. They give you a decent front line, and the buff is like really good. So you want that anyway. But High Trade House just gives you that infinite bounty scaling. And yeah, you eventually want extra hunting cabins too. Puppy opened only with 1. I'm a little surprised by that, because at King of the Rockies, he was definitely going 2 cabins every single time. Well, yeah, what's he gonna do now?
Well, honestly, from what I can see, the High Trade House was a decision not just made on the, this wood line, but also the fact that he has this infinite food. He didn't get that usual payoff that you see with the professional scout. He didn't go professional scout, so he's gonna really struggle with food pretty soon. So this for him was a very important move to just get that little bit of food boost in his base while he does plot his next play. But we do see the monastery being built completely naked still, while on the Marine Lord's side, he's not naked at all. He's going for 2 Javies, and you guys know Javies hit quite hard. And he's getting a second archery range as well, so Marine Lord getting ready to pump out units while still scaling that cow boom.
Can you do me a favor and real quick show me what Marine Lord sees of the map? He saw the High Trade Out, I know that much, but what does he know now? He sees the monastery. He doesn't see any production so far. So I'm not sure if this is a reaction that he's scared of, like a push coming in right now. Which could be horse archers, could be men-at-arms, could be knights. But without information. Okay, he sees the stable now.
Yeah, so the stable, the stable getting spotted is so important, but he did go for javelin throws, and instantly when he spots the stable, he's like, hey, I can make a barracks too. So he knows what he needs to do from here on out. Now, Papi boy, you dirty man. He goes for the second TC later on. This is something I must say was not on my bingo card. Castle Age 2TC. But
yeah, I mean, the cow boom is going on. He needs an edge to counter that eventually, and the second TC is kind of needed. It's just that scary, scary timing that Marine Lord will have when he actually hits Castle Age. Assuming he's going for that, because right now he's pumping army. And the beautiful thing about Golden Gate is Puppy's just long distance mining 50 stone, and the next ticket gets him the TC.
So he didn't even need to place the mining camp. Ascalon, that's genius! Okay. Thank you. I just got coached. But the first relic on the way. Another relic. Let me use my button quickly. Professional production, guys. Look at that. These two coming in at the speed of light, bringing back that beautiful little string to the heavens. And he's going to get that gold all for free. So now he gets a little bit of free gold from the High Trade House, a little bit of free gold here from the relics, and free food from the High Trade House. So the second TC is just going to allow him to keep up with this Malian eco that is currently expanding more and more.
Yeah, the real scary thing is Puppy is now basically stuck in his base. He has the food on the left side with the deer on his TC, but the TC is vulnerable, right? Second TCs are not very strong defensively. He doesn't have a Kremlin, and he does not have men-at-arms. His current army is a knight and a horseman.
Now this...
So Marine Lord can trap him here.
The thing is, this should change soon, right? But the problem is your deer are here at the front of the base, and I don't know if you guys know much about these javelins, but javelins, they break a villager in half. They're like the chiropractors of the Malian civilization. They will bend you over and break your back just all the same. Oof, and unfortunately, losing a horseman this early, you can't lose a knight on top of this as well. He does have those, he does have those warrior monks that can heal up, and he does have 3 relics already. Is he gonna get more? Oh, he might. He might. He has a lot of pressure on the map, but he does lose a knight in the process.
Marinot is doing a good job here. I know he lost 3 of the relics because, well, Puppy Paw's timing was just that good with Golden Gate. But he's somewhat fine with that. If he loses all 5, that's gonna be rough. But now he can just play the denial game. He has army out, and Marinot is on the way to Castle Age with the Fulani, and that is going to be real rough for Puppy because, yeah, he doesn't have walls up, and he's very vulnerable to that. I'm assuming what's going to be Sofa spam.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We've been seeing a lot of sofa spam recently, and it has left a lot to be desired from most of our other civilizations, because sofas are so strong, especially with that extra armor that they get. It's just a really difficult unit to handle, and the Fulani is dropped as you predicted, good sir. And now this is going to be a very healthy Malian economy. Now, Papipo being on 2TC, he is going to be able to eventually match that. But he's nowhere near that. So for the next while, he's just going to need to survive. And Rus surviving against someone without the Kremlin has not been something we've seen as of late.
Yeah, the thing is, if you look at the income per minute, it looks okay for Puppy, right? But that is with all of the passive income through the relics, with using his tickets constantly. And the thing is that Marine Lord's income is gonna skyrocket in just a second. He's gonna be going up to almost double the food income he has right now. And then it's getting real scary for Rus, especially because he doesn't have the walls.
Now, it does look like Rus Papipo is just gonna scale into a lot more cavalry. He's getting that Boyar's fortitude, which just means that the Rus knights are gonna be extra spicy. He's trying to make a play for those last 2 relics as well, but he's been denied. Marine Lord is not letting him get those for free. And now Marine Lord has his army on 2 sides. The problem is now, these things are just gonna keep getting picked off, and another one goes down, and the food here is about to run out.
Yeah, we do have that one berry patch in the back of the Rus base, but other than that, it's starting to look a little unpleasant. No pro scouts, by the way. We are very disappointed all around, which is basically just me.
No, at the moment, Papipaw's army looks pretty even with Marine Lords. But guys, look at that food per minute. And I want you guys to notice, this is just these few over here on berries, and there's a few under... Okay, let's quickly put the villagers on here. So we can see, we have 5 more from Rus's side. Let's go look at the food per minute. And he's still on more food per minute than the Malians, just because of that sweet, sweet cow boom. And did a villager just die to the... Yes. That boar was very ferocious.
Oh, you had to call him out on that. Poor Puppy.
Oh, it's okay. He fought hard. But the problem is, if Marine Lord spots this, there's going to be a lot of dead villagers. And luckily, he knows he needs to be careful. These archers are doing good work, but keep in mind, he's got a lot of javelins. And Marine Lord has the ability to micro those perfectly to kill these archers of Papipo. I think Papipo is in a very dangerous position right now, because he's running out of food. He needs to make sure he lives. And living is not the safest thing against Malians when you're this far out on the map.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about the archer choice. I mean, sure, it's great if you're slowly running out of food, because archers mainly cost the wood. And archers also in bigger numbers, they are pretty good against the javelins. They're pretty good against most anything, as long as you're castle age and the opponent is not. But there is 20 veteran javs on the field now. This is not a great fight for Puppy, even though he does have 20 plus archers here. Loses basically everything has to run here.
And the problem is, when you have archers, right, like you said, in the masses, they're actually pretty decent. But there's not a mass yet. They're doing pretty well at cleaning these up. The sofas are dying. And actually, these knights stay alive, so they should be able to do a lot of good work. And this is just the power of getting that ranged armor. They're able to survive these javelin hits, and the javelins already have such a high base damage that you need to get something to stop yourself from just melting under their pressure. But we do see a little bit of alarms coming out here from the side, but this looks like all the javelins are about to get murdered.
Yeah, where are those 7 Donzos that Marine Rush supposedly has?
They're coming, boys. They're just a little bit late to the party. Oh no. And out here we see that he's very happily going out on the rest of the map and getting the resources. Now the sofas are going to become stronger and stronger as we go on, because they're going to get all their upgrades they need. They're going to survive pretty well. And just like that now, these archers are going to get cleaned up here from Papipol. So he needs to be careful about how far he moves out and how close he moves to Marine Lord's base, because Marine Lord's reinforcements will come to bite him. Now, these guys are looking like they're about to go straight for the base. The thing is, you want to ask yourself, where can I attack to deny my opponent resources? And right now, this is not the position. He needs to find a way to deny this wood. He needs to find a way to deny this maybe the second TC as well. And I don't think Marine Lord has committed to anything too straight up. He's getting his eco upgrades now. Askelot, what is he thinking?
What is he thinking right now? Well, right now, if I was in his position, I would be panicking, but at the same time, you kind of want to secure yourself the next Lord resource. He has that one on the left. He's doing his farm transition right now, which means he's pretty weak at the moment. Oof. And Marine Lord does have those 30 jabs. So yeah, you gotta be super defensive while you transition and try to distract with raids. Also, he's cutting through the front wood line real fast, so he needs to move out to the right side next.
Yeah, the moment he moves out, I think this is probably the time that the Marine Lord is going to be able to punish him for it. But right now, he's still in a pretty decent spot, even if he loses a few villagers. And the knights are ready, but keep in mind, those javelin throwers are doing good damage as long as they can focus. The archers are ready to pick off these donzos. Really doing a good work at target firing them as well. But guys, Marine Lord's army is still very scary. We can see the army value here not looking too shabby.
Yeah, Marine Lord does not want to focus it right now. I'm curious to see if he's gonna go for a late second TC at some point, or if he's just gonna try to kill his opponent now. A little bit of miss macro on Marine Lord's part, which is kind of weird to me.
Yeah?
Yeah. Does that happen to the man?
I don't know. I think it might just be the new patch. Maybe he's been playing a little bit of too many new games like World of Warcraft, because I know the new patch the new version got released, so I know Marine Lord's a little bit of a WoW enjoyer. So he might just not be playing.
She's not playing AoE. You're safe.
Oh, I'm safe. That's good. No, the villagers do get pulled back. They might realize, okay guys, now's the time for us to find some alternative wood, and alternative wood is found. So the javelins are a little bit overextended though, and there are some horsemen here, but they're going to be able to be picked off pretty easily.
Marine Lord is just being his most annoying self here again, and he's happy with that. He's scaling so fast in the back. Oh, nice raid coming in, but this is gonna get scouted out now. So do we get a reaction? Hello? There we go.
I don't know if this villager is running for its life or just going to drop off some... Well, no, that villager is running for his life. And that just shows you Marine Lord values the villagers' lives. Villagers' lives matter, according to Marine Lord.
Wouldn't know about that.
Yeah.
Never looked at them.
Never look. You never keep your villagers alive. That's just in from Askelot. The man doesn't have any mercy. The villagers will go down.
I'm trying, okay?
Now, with Papipol just going onto this wood line, he has made a few extra lumber camps to get some drop-off points, but they're very susceptible to harassment. Now, Marine Lord doesn't have an answer to this 2 TC just yet. Like you said, we were thinking about whether he's going for a second TC or not. It doesn't seem to be the case. He's just letting the Malian eco do the talking, getting another stable while not producing from all the existing ones. I'm not too sure what he's cooking and whether he's able to spend all this wood on something that might boom him right into the late game. And as I say that, I can just imagine the bunch of mangonels that will help him rain down on this archer mass.
I mean, he's definitely going for killing stroke. He's trying to kill Puppy right here. Went for the Springer to defend against a possible mango, and he's going for mass production. While Puppy did have that farm transition that he needed to do, and here he comes in with the mass jabs. Let's see. Mango, still alive and well. Springle has not arrived.
Now this mangonel has gotten some really good damage off, but it doesn't feel like Puppy Paw has enough. Well, he pulls the relic. He's trying to wall a lot. The Liquipedia so far too. Not today. But this is looking really scary. Marino going for the all-in. He knows the 2 TC is about to pay off. Oh, the Warrior Monk is desperately running around with his little
I think this might just be it. Army numbers are just too heavily in favor of Marine Lord. The crossbow mass was just a little bit too late. One mango was not enough, and looks like the Sofa will just walk all over everything here.
And the villagers are trying to fight back as well. With the 2TC, he's going to be able to replenish them if Marine Lord would stop the pain train. But Marine Lord is not a man known to stop the pain train. And the pain train ends in favor of Marine Lord. Now, this is one of those games where I usually put a question mark on top regarding the archer decision. Puppy Paw and Wham are both players who favor archers, even in Castle Age, for a while, because they know that if they get a big enough mass, they're going to be able to do a one-shotting against all those armored units as well. But I think the Sofa's base defense just makes that a little bit too hard for them to do to. So
I mean, Puppy had 20 crossbows at the end there, but it was just not enough because Marine Lord had those happy javelins.
Oh,
I feel like he just needed a little bit more siege. We saw that siege is pretty effective earlier, except if you have 60 Varangians charging in your base from all sides.
yeah, the Varangians do bring an extra bit of spice to the game. Now, guys, what I want to show you here is this eco graph. Even though there was a lot more villagers from Puppy Paw's side, the eco tells us exactly Marlians' eco. The moment you hit castle, it's just, you can stay on top of that 2TC. That is the difficult part of fighting against the Malian civilization, because they just don't stop. Ladies, let's go back to our main screen. And just like that, we're going to be looking at the draft for a quick second here. So a lot of the civs that they still have, because guys, they chose 7 civs each, but there's not enough space on the screen, so we're only showing you 5, the 5 most important ones. Now, when you look at these picks, who do you think won the draft here, Askeladd?
It's always a little rough calling it a draft, you know, because, well, there's no bans, except for what you pick away from your opponent. But let's see, Roos and Mali is gone. Marine Lord has its Ayubids, who he's personally saying, if you lose a game with Ayubids, you're just bad. Got the Biz, got the Delhi, got... And honestly, I'd favor Marine Lord, even though Puppy got HRE.
Well, HRE is only good for one game, right? Now, we have Ayubids and Japan on this map. Now, Ayubids, very versatile at the moment. You can either fight in feudal, you can go for that eco wing and just keep pumping. You're gonna have a disgusting amount of pump because of that 3 villager lead. However, Japan is usually quite able to survive that. So I'm wondering if we'll see a fast castle from both of these boys. Now, if they both go fast castle, what will we be seeing? Does Ayubid beat Japan because of their lancers? Or does Japan's mounted samurais just overpower them anyway?
I know from experience that Puppy loves his Onamusha, so I don't think he's gonna open Mounted Samurai immediately if he goes for Fast Castle. I'm kind of personally hoping he goes for Feudal. Japanese Feudal was widely considered horribly bad, but, you know, cheaper daimyo now, spicing things up a little bit. At least you get the fast bannerman for harassment in most games now has been what I've seen a lot of higher level players do, and yeah, I'm just hoping to see more feudal Japan. In Castle, I would definitely still favor Ayubids initially because of the great timing that they can bring.
I was gonna say, initially, I kind of agree with you, but just the problem of Japanese and causing that havoc on the rest of the map, getting that free gold from the Yoroshiros as well. But guys, we're into game 2 between Puppy Paw and Marine Lord, the pre-show match for Wallalock.
Look at that mining camp. Look at that forge. Puppy won.
Puppy, oh my gosh, double the value, double the mine. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, 1 tile. Maybe the game is still close.
Is this a Marine Lord spawn? No,
let's see what he has around his base, right?
The Marine Lord spawn would be over here. It would be right between these two. But Marine Lord spawn is pretty good as a Marine Lord spawn. I would say this gold easily walled off. That's pretty good. This one, not easy, but a back deer as well. But both of them kind of got a back deer. I feel like Puppy Paw got the Marine Lord spawn in this case. With one wall, you get all your resources.
I like both of these spawns. They're both really good. A little scary that Puppy has his stone and gold all down one side. I mean, he does have one right above his. Honestly, both of these spawns are so good.
Yeah,
It's
they
great.
are. Oh my goodness, these spawns are so great. See, guys, the problem is usually when you get harassed, you get harassed from one side. So if the harassment comes from this side, Puppy Boy is easily going to be able to go to the backwards gold here. And Marine Lord, on the other hand, exactly same thing. If he gets harassed from this side, he's going to be moving over here. So favor Puppy Boy a little bit, but both of these players in a pretty good position, pretty even here between these two. Now, let's go see what the sheep count is looking like. Pretty standard for Dry Arabia. Quite dry for both of these players with single scout. Not that scary.
I want to hear a poor man's observer trick
Please
while
do.
we all wait for Cow to implement like a feature that shows us a sheep count at all times. Control Shift A for all units of the receptive player, and then you see the sheep at the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, no, I've used that. I'm just a lazy goose, and I don't always click it. So we have 7 on one side, and 11 on the other side, boys. The sheep counter is up. Now, we do see the military wing getting constructed first. Now, why this is so important is this forces Japan to respond. Japan won't be able to just sit back and chill. They have to do something about this. They can't just be like, oh, yes, it's fine. You have a camel in my base. They either have to make a tower to be able to survive this, or they need to make units.
No, I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that Puppy is going to go for a tower, but he's also going for fast daimyo, and I think he's going to open with horsemen initially and get that Yuma Bannerman, and try to force Marine Lord to stay in feudal, stick around in feudal, and scale just a little bit of that.
Now, this does feel very painful to watch as they're walking a little bit further than usual, but guys, it's worth it. It's not worth placing another forge over here. It's okay. These guys will be fine. I promise.
So much. No, this is amazing. It feels so good to have gold and stone spawn next to each other as Japan, even if they're like, if you need a second forge, because just the walking distance, if it's so small, it speeds up your timing so much. This is like a half-minute faster daimyo than you'd usually have.
Oh, yeah, because you don't have to re-rally the villagers elsewhere. Now, we do see he has 170 wood. Now, we're going to find out whether that's going to be a tower or a stable. But with the delay, I can definitely say this will be a stable. This man is going to wait for a stable. The villagers are not too sure what they're going to eat yet. And they say berries is on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. And hopefully we get a little tawara to match it. And tawara has been clicked. But the daimo has been selected as well. So we will get that extra fiery TC to protect under here. Now, this woodline is quite safe, though. Oh, and that's a pretty healthy amount of sheep, too.
Interesting choice to go for the Tawara late, by the way. Didn't notice that initially. I always go it immediately, but hey. I'm also not Puppy.
You're not Puppy. Yeah, exactly.
I'm
That's
just an attend.
You're just at it done. Ooh, I'm going to quote you on that one, Chief. Now, the problem with this tower is when you build this tower, it's not going to protect your units from a camel standing over here. Not initially. But because you're mining gold and you're getting the passive stone with it, you should be able to upgrade this tower in a little while. Now, the camel should be popping out. Oh, it has popped out. Where's that bad boy?
There's
Hey.
a blue dot already passing the woodline. There it is.
The camel is en route, guys, and we're about to find out if he's gonna snack on some villagers, boys. Looking a little feisty, he shoots his arrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's pretty good damage. Now, the reason this is so important for him to get is because once those camel lances come out, they're gonna be able to tap those villagers quite easily. So you just want to make sure that you get the villagers nice and low with this Desert Raider.
Yuma Bannerman is out and the camel has to leave because it just cannot fight this thing. This is basically a castle knight. It's insane how strong the Yuma Bannerman is. But take a look at Marine Lord's resources. He's already floating the 700 food. Curious to see that he's going for wheelbarrow while trying to go fast castle.
The thing is,
But he's not worried right now.
he's not going fast castle. I like to call this medium castle or responsible castle. He knows that the wheelbarrow is just so good at scaling into the late game, right? So he prioritizes this. And I mean, Poppypaw is also doing that. He's also going for his equivalent of the wheelbarrow. Now, he's going to go responsible castle, which will mean that he's going for the eco wing, of course, to get those extra villagers while having the wheelbarrow too, just to match that with Poppypaw as well.
He has that beautiful split on his berries. I'm sure there's like 5 food left in the 3 front berry spawns.
Oh, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
Oh my!
He's
He's slipping. I don't know. Is he getting old?
Maybe Marine Lord is ready to retire already. He's like, I've made enough money from this video game. StarCraft had me, and now this game, I'm good. But 2 camel riders are able to take down the Uma Bannerman, and he has to retreat. So even though it's like a knight, it's not a full-on knight. And Poppypaw actually going for... Is this another... It's a horseman in queue. So with the horseman as well, he's going to be fighting against camels, but they should be able to rival 2 camels, just because the Bannerman is so good.
Yeah, you want 2 horsemen, I think. Not sure you want to take that fight with just 1 horseman and the banner.
The problem is there's a 3rd Desert Raider as well. And they're firing. Every bit of damage they do is so important. Because Poppypaw needs to heal these up. You can't have a low running Bannerman like this. He's going to die in a second.
Yeah, Backberry is going to be the next target here for Marine Lord's Raiders. And Poppy actually has to invest in another horseman to keep safe, so his castle age is quite delayed. Marine Lord already clicked up, it's gonna be Growth Wing.
Now, I am just very worried here for Poppy, because already losing that Bannerman is so expensive and the camels are just getting their value. Idle time, damage, kills. No villager kills as of yet, but these villagers are ready for the taking. The moment they attack them like this, again, idle time, idle time, idle time. They do get to fall back onto the berry, or onto the sheep, but only temporarily. He needs to make a plan to get rid of these. And now he has to remake the Bannerman too.
Yeah, this is delaying him quite severely. And he really does not want to interact with these camels at all right now. He wants to go castle age, go up. And I'm not quite sure, because did Poppy's scout survive? What does he see on the map right now? Does he know there's 2 stables prepped?
Alright, let's find out what Poppy knows. Poppy knows nothing. He's Jon Snow right now. Poppypaw, all he sees is camel. And all he wants is camel. And camel he will get. But camel is about to bring him a big surprise. Because Marine Lord behind all this, he's like, okay, I've delayed you. I get economy upgrades behind all of this. How are your camels?
I mean, you see camel only, and sure, there could be 15 rams behind the next woodline, but you don't really expect it. There's the castle age. Puppy knows what's up. And now, what is going to be the weapon of choice? Usually it's lancers.
Yeah, the lances are the weapon of choice, and a mosque directly after. You want to make sure that you make a play for these relics, because the floating gate provides you with that free religious unit, right? So you can just go and pick up any of these relics on the map, and you don't want to run into a situation like that. And double mosque from Marine Lord. He's not looking at playing around. This man is going to be fighting for relics, even if it's the last thing he does.
He's a very holy boy, going immediately for those dervishes. 2 are in the queue right now. And Poppy, in the meantime, going for the Mounted Sams. I stand corrected. No Onamusha play here to deal with the Lancers. We're gonna go for the Bannerman, buffing up the Mounted Samurai.
And the Mounted Samurais are definitely going to be tough, but not... I don't think they pack the same punch as they would need here. The archery range, he tries to deny this, and he will be able to slow it down a little bit, but this guy's also going to take a little bit of damage, and again, you don't want that thing to take too much damage, but Marine Lord cancels it and says, I'll just build it on the other side, it's fine. Oof,
It does so much damage. Ouch.
And trading it for just a free unit is definitely not worth it. You can't let this Mounted Samurai take this much damage from playing against them. They're gonna try to stop this relic from being grabbed, and focusing right on him, the charge does get interrupted by these Mounted Samurais, and the Warlord will not make it, but the relic gets stopped. And now the next one is quite far out. More Mounted Samurais queued up.
Okay, it's just going to be Mass Knights against Lancers and Crossbows. This is going to be interesting. And I mean, the Raiders are actually a real problem now. They're not even upgraded, and they will still almost man-fight one of these Mounted Sams.
And we'll finally see that eco wing making such a big difference with that 7 villagers that Marine Lord had extra. He's able to just keep up with this economy of Japan that has that little bit of free resources that we get from the floating gate as well. Now the Lancers, oh, the Camel's here in a little bit of a fight, and oh, he needs to be careful. This Camel Lance is going to go down. And we do see a Wallala on the other side of the map. Not really anything too threatening. The Camel prevails, and the Mounted Samurai needs to back off.
We're not doing a good job here. He's gonna grab that top relic there, and Puppy really can't go for another relic because he did not invest into a temple right now, or shrine rather. Grabbing it, leaving.
Ooh, he's gonna try to make a play for it at the front. At the front, yeah, at the front. He starts moving good. I was a little bit worried there for a second that the caster curse was kicking in, but
sorry.
He probably doesn't want to give him 3. So now I'm expecting Marine Lord to be quite aggressive, because Marine Lord is a player who doesn't wait around for things to happen. He makes things happen. So he knows this is pretty safe. He's not too worried about this now. He's going to be able to spot these guys out, and they're going to be charging in, and they should be able to stop this. But he has the units to be able to fight this down now. The fact that he had 2 masks, though, he thought he was going to be able to pick up a lot more relics.
Yeah, give me your Conqueror brain real quick here. Would you go for those berries right next to the relic, or would you be worried? Because I would be super worried.
I'd be worried, but he is worried. He's worried, and that's why he has his units in place. And he has eyes on the current army, you know? Even though the eyes are looking very threatening and going to stop him from doing anything. And these Lancers, if I were them, I would probably keep chasing and try to go and deny any of these resources that my enemy is supposed to be on. One of the Camels do go down, but so does one of the Mounted Samurais. And these guys are not cheap for either of these players. More Mounted Samurais going straight for the base, though. Marine Lord, though, he's read a piece of Wham's book and he's walled up.
Yeah, we've also got 7 crossbows on the map now. I mean, the crossbows are going to be a real problem for Puppy. What is he going to do to counter these? Is he going to add his own Yumi? Is he going to go for Bugeisha, which in turn are really bad against the Lancers and the Raiders?
Oof, the problem is he needs to put this in the right one. Oh, he's trying to scare them off. That's risky, sir. You don't want to charge into that thing. Otherwise, we're going to have a very early GG. But the Camels, ooh, the Camels are looking for some blood, and honestly, they might find some. Building walls.
Wall is gonna be a little late here.
Hello, boys. I see you're building. You want to die? As they die. No, I mean, Marine Lord is also out on the map getting food, and these deer are about to expire, but he's on the other side too. He's feeling a little bit of confidence here, just being able to be out here without getting pressured himself for the time being, but he's about to get pressured.
Oh my. Okay, Marinot has got to know this is going on. He has a tower there and sees it and leaves. And Puppy does not have a scout here. He's gonna settle for the 4 vills there in the tower. And I don't think Marinot has enough at home to drive him away in time.
Yeah, this is not. Ooh, with those
never
crossbows.
Mind.
Hello,
I stand
guys.
corrected.
He just left you in suspense there, Askeladd. He wanted you to. He wanted you to think he was not fine, but in fact, he was fine. Now, there's one.
I thought it was earlier berries, and I thought he's not on the top of his game anymore, but no, he is.
He is. Best of the best. Camel Lancers are in a little bit of danger here. Now, he does keep going for Mounted Samurais because they are pretty good, but now it's going to start biting him in the butt. As these crossbows are going to meet up with the main army, and this is not going to be something that Puppy Paw can take. Puppy Paw is on a timer here, and the more camels there is, the harder this gets for him.
Okay, Puppy's moving to his back gold now, and that is unfortunately for him. Oh, never mind. There's one in the wall at the top side, so he's got 2 more gold. He's not quite that in danger, but Marinot looking pretty strong right now. 23 crossbows, and there's still no solution to them.
And with 1,000 food in the bank, or wood in the bank, he will be able to start his farm transition as the pocket resources are running out. So we saw the deer. He's on the last deer here. There's a few over here. The deer are not going to last forever. So he will need to start his farm transition as we see 2 being plopped down and a second DC. He's like, I have a villager lead. Let me show you about more thereof.
I might as well.
Might as well. The boys are running forward. Camel Lance is at the ready, looking straight at the Japanese base. Now, you usually don't push while going for your second TC and floating that much wood, but he's feeling confident. Marine Lord looking for some damage.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how much information Marine Lord has of Puppy's current position. Maybe he's scared there is going to be some siege counter. This is a great fight for Marine Lord here in the choke point against the mass crossbows. Healing though, not quite as strong. And Puppy just walks all over the front line in a second. And yeah, looks like we're gonna be trading out armies.
We're gonna trade out armies, but this is very surprising. I feel like these crossbows didn't do as much as they were supposed to, but eventually both sides do get cleaned up. The camels
Look
really...
at destroyed value.
Oh, never mind. Oh, that's destruction.
Knights are pretty expensive.
And he got his value, Chief. And with the crossbow left over, he should be able just to clean these up. These camels are providing the front line that just died, but the crossbows are not minding it whatsoever. The thing is, he does have 2 sacred sites here, though, so he does get a little bit of gold income to replace those. But again, Marine Lord floating so much wood, we know this man is about to farm it up like we've never seen before. The boys are getting ready to build that eco out and just set up like a Chinese base.
It's a Jigglypuff build order. He's floating to victory.
Floating to victory. I like that. We thought that Japan would be the one floating to victory. Ha. Yeah. Okay, that was a little bit bad.
30C, because why not?
I am the Marine Lord, and I believe in economy. Let me show you my economy.
I mean, he just cleared out about half of all the knights that were present, so he's not too worried about getting super pushed. Can we check the Japanese base real quick while these guys try to burn through? There is no Yorishiro in the main TC. So yeah, Puppy's just on 1 TC regular.
Now the boys are burning through. Like Askelaw said, while we're waiting for them, they burn through and they're like, that was it. I just wanted to distract you, brother. But let me go and snack on these back boys. And they do get a little bit of a snacking. But when you're on 3 TC, you'll give these up in no time. The singular villager is trying his best to repair this wall. The knights are looking to stop, but the crossbows have their bows at the ready and snack on these chunky little mounted samurais as they run back in fear with their little horsies. They're so beautiful. This game's a masterpiece, Escalade. Death. I just want to admire the horses, please. Puppy boy, chill.
Hit the follow button and zoom in.
Okay, let's watch the arc of this horse. Look at that. That is pure design mastery. Guys, these boys are beautiful. They're pumping real hard as well, but now all 3 sacred sites are capped. And this doesn't mean Puppy Paw is in the lead, right? Puppy Paw is on a timer here. Not just the sacred site timer, but the timer of the 3 TC. When your opponent is on 3 TC, there's a little bit of a tick-tock time bomb about to happen while their farm transitioning, while the base is being built, while wood is being sold, I assume. And their army is going to look very scary if you give them 3-4 more minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit of a same situation as last game, just the reversed players. We've got Puppy just scaling that army. He's on 29 knights right now. His army value is through the roof. And Marine Lord is sitting in his base, and he has one issue right now, right? And that is his gold is gonna run out eventually.
Mm-hmm. Let's see how that looks. Oh yeah, eventually. He's got a little bit of a stack there. I believe he could make a play over here. Let's see what he's not getting any more extra stone. He used all the stone on TCs. So that was a decision.
I just realized Puppy literally went for only range defense on his knights, and that was it. No other upgrades.
And wasn't that the best move he could make?
I mean, yeah. If you ask all of these beautiful coaches that we've got in the AoE 4 scene, they just say, well, just make units instead. Don't bother with the upgrades.
Oh, the beautiful coaches in the scene will definitely say that this is not a fight Marino wants to take yet. Tick-tock 3DC, tick-tock farm transition, tick-tock production buildings.
Is he gonna go Raiders? No, he's Lancering.
No, he believes in that. I believe in a thing called Lancer. But he does need to decap the sacred site. You want to give yourself as much time as possible. And if you don't decap this, you're going to put yourself onto something that you don't want to deal with. Again, Marine Lord wants the late game. He wants to go Imperial. He doesn't want to fight all these knights. And this front line is not strong enough to survive all of this. These crossbows are going to be in a lot of danger. And that's exactly what they're aiming for. They're running around. A few more lances coming from the back. The crossbows will be using the wall as a defense. And this is a really good position to fight from. You want to fight from behind this wall because you cannot get to them. Rest in pieces, Bannerman.
This is so scary. You see how Marine Lord's frontline just instantly disappears when it connects with 32 knights.
But now, every fight Puppy Paw loses is a lot more expensive for him than it is for Marine Lord. Because Marine Lord is just that far ahead on economy. Right now, 40 villages ahead. If I am an AUBIT player, I would just throw my army away 6 more times and let the economy speak for itself. Puppy Paw is not spending all those resources. He's slowly macroing up, and I don't know if he's cooking Imperial or if he's looking to just start hammering down on that button. But he has a few... Oh, he hammers down on the button. He hurt me there.
As I was gonna say, I think he's going imp at this point in time, but no, we've got 35 knights, and he's taking another great fight here, going for the surround. I mean, Marine Lord, you said it, he can trade this out. But if he loses one fight really hard, and that is what Puppy's aiming for, yeah, he's gonna be overrun because the knights will be in his economy. But looks like Puppy just lost this one hard.
Now the problem is, even if this was an even trade, Marine Lord would just be a little bit more ahead. And honestly, this is looking pretty bad for Mr. Puppy right now. Marine Lord up 1-0. And if he loses this is match point. And this is not the kind of performance you want to show right before Wolala. You're going to make Marine Lord very confident in his ability. Clap your cheeks there in the castle in Spain.
Do you think Marine Lord needs boost to his confidence, though?
No. We should not give Marine Lord any compliments. He's going to play a 2v2 tournament tomorrow. Oh, he's my partner for the first match. So maybe he does. And then after that, we trash talk him, okay?
No, we're not gonna do that. Just tell him about the beautiful guiding system you did for us in Norway.
Okay. Guiding system?
When you memed the car guiding system.
Oh yes. Beautiful. Oh yes. Oh yeah. No, I will definitely talk to French for Marine Lord, and he will get triggered AF. I'm so excited for it. Okay,
Norway looks very different when Marine Lord explains it to you.
Yeah, I was doing my Marine Lord impersonation at the LAN in Norway. I was being like, hey, in 100 meters, we turn to the left, it is right here on the right. And now I went South African there for a moment. Now guys, this army from Puppy Paw is not looking too good. And this is almost double the villager count.
The spears come in as well now. This is, yeah.
Puppy Paw with his tail between his legs is probably very worried about the state of this game right now. Marine Lord says, now that I've pushed back this guy with all my villagers, I'm just gonna go get more stone, maybe get another 16 TCs. That's a joke. He's probably getting some keeps on these sacred sites.
Have you really enjoyed the game if you haven't built like a line of TCs towards the enemy base?
Oh no, not at all. Guys, if you're playing this game, remember to build TCs everywhere. It is wonderful. And Marine Lord is showing us TC Simulator 2024, exactly how the devs intended this game. Now the samurais are looking for their fight because they realize this man's cooking on a few TCs, and if I don't do something now, I'm never going to be able to do it. And he's taking a fight, hoping for a miracle, but he needs to back off. He cannot lose any of these units, because if he does, it's like we were saying in South Africa. It's tickets for the man. It's tickets. The spearman adding a little bit of feisty spearism to the whole mix as well.
Puppy has tried to find this kind... If he had this kind of fight, like 10 minutes ago, when he started looking for it, he'd be fine, right? Because then Marine Lord's army would be half the size and his eco would be half the size.
Oh, but
God.
This is looking like
Both
an
around.
okay fight, though. Yeah, the knights on top of the crossbows, but there's so many crossbows. I'm a little bit worried anyway. Marine Lord is cleaning up It doesn't look that way, but he's cleaning. And when I say cleaning, it doesn't just mean here. He just hit Imperial. So even if he loses this whole army, the next fight with the reinforcements is gonna look very different, because he realizes Puppy Paw is going for 1 unit and 1 unit only, and I know what
Look
counters
at the
this
army
unit.
come.
Look at these spearmen. Elite spearmen coming out now. These spearmen, they're crunching these horses. That spear impaling every horse they come into contact with. It looked pretty good for Puppy Paw, but he forgot about those reinforcements coming. Castle of the Crow again! People are loving this castle?
I don't know. Nobody used to build this at all. I mean, sure, he kind of needs it to secure some resources there, but not a fan. Also, he does have enough to just drop him a keep instantly if he so chooses.
Remember
Okay, I'm just trying to talk through it, so it seems like he's still alive, but oh, it looks so rough for him. 52 spears on the way to the base.
Now, this Shogunate castle will shoot 1 rocket at a time, but spearmen don't care. They cost almost 0 resources, so with those numbers you can just go and dive it. Now, the Castle of the Crow will slow this attack, and honestly, that's all Puppy Paw can hope for right now. There's nothing else that is in his cards. These guys are just going to be able to take some damage. They will go down here and there, but some villages will pay the price too. And the knights are coming in, but again, these are elite spearmen. They don't mind this fight. Look at these guys just going right through these horses. In the end, the horses might reign supreme, but at what cost? Oh no, they do not reign supreme, Ascalad. Ascalad, they're all dead!
Really
They're all dead! There's nothing surviving.
all our friends out there who love horses, please look away for a little bit while Puppy is switching to regular samurai, and it's all gonna be better. Oh my! Where did that thing spawn? Come on! How unlucky can you be?
Marine Lord walls it in as well. He's bringing 2,440 resources to the wall. And honestly, I feel like you should be able to loot this, because that's a little bag. And I don't remember bags not being, you know, Civ specific.
My RPG soul says yes, please, but it also says, hey, how about when you rebuy Jeanne d'Arc, the opponent gets the gold.
Oh, no, Jean d'Arc doesn't need more nerfs, Ascalad. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
But it would make it so much more fun.
Oh, no, these spearmen are all going down one by one, but there's so many of them. They just keep coming, boys. Hand cannoneers being added into the mix. Marine Lord floating 4,000 food right now. This farm transition, honestly, I'm inspired by this. And I'm not even playing HRE right now. Now, these guys are just standing outside the base, living their best life. They're like, these boys don't need me. We will stand loud and proud on our horses, just bragging about the fact that we got assigned a horse in this military. The spearmen fighting samurais, because there's just so many of them. They don't care. And the idle time coming out from this, Puppy Paw with 70 villagers, only half of those are working. And right now he's got a lot of gold, but you can't do much with gold.
I'm honestly surprised that Puppy just kept on trying to find that perfect fight where he surrounds with the... I mean, he eventually found it, right? He won one singular fight with the knights at the end there. And that was a net loss for him because he's on half the economy.
My question is just, I wonder what Marine Lord's saving for. So this man, right now, on 2,600 stone, he hasn't made keeps in Puppy Paw's base, so obviously he's not playing this game enough. But I am wondering when he's gonna pull 50 villagers and build a keep right here. He has the villagers to do so. And he also has the style points to do so. Marine Lord is a man with a lot of style. And he's definitely a kind of man who will drop a keep in your face and then laugh at you as you're busy crying away. And with these rams...
I can see that.
Yeah. With these rams, he's just gonna be able to do that. Oh, that poor horse getting clapped by the Castle of the Crow.
I mean, you're in Marine Lord's shoes right now. You know your economy is massive. Your opponent went nothing but knights. You didn't scout a second TC or anything. You have basically full map control at this point. What is your thought process?
I'm gonna deny resources. From minute 1 until minute 50, I'm just gonna ask, where's this man mining? And we know where he's mining. And this is his last gold. So I think this is the easiest point of attack, right? Because the army is in the main base, and he knows this. And there are keeps around the main base too. There's only one keep here. And yes, it's reinforced, but there's a lot of rams. I have a lot of units, and they're kind of trash units. I can just make more. So I'm okay.
Did you just call 18 hand cannoneers trash units?
I'm talking about the spearmen here. I do not condone talking of that way about hand cannoneers. Like, calm down. We do not talk badly about hand cannoneers. They shoot very high rock. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Man's done. Puppy Paw says, okay, I've lost my crow castle. I'm done. I'm done.
The 3 TC play. I mean, Puppy never really scouted it because it was all behind the walls.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just ran away with the game.
And just like that, Marine Lord's graph really doing the talking for us here. Marine Lord doesn't mind a long game. He's the king of the late game. And I say this while being married to Beastie, so I know that's a very troublesome statement. But guys, Marine Lord, he's the man. He's the man you put in the late game if you want the game to be in late game. So I'm excited for this. I want to have Marine Lord in my team tomorrow. And guys, before we go into the next game, we're waiting for these two, so we have the time. We are just going to go back into our event that's happening tomorrow because I need to plug this thing as much as I can to make sure that you guys know what you're watching tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, me and Marine Lord against Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet on the main stream tomorrow. We're kicking it off with that. Anatan and Bella trying to take down my arch nemesis Deep Shine with my husband Beastie Cutie. So who will reign supreme? And I feel like Beastie is the kind of guy who can just read my arch nemesis Deep Shine's skill set and help her take down Bella Tand. Anola.
Kind of like Anola.
Anola. Okay, I like Anola as well. We need to come up with some names here. Warlord. Marine Men.
The Marine Men win.
And Marine Lord versus Lyra. That's Lyra Lord. Lyra Lord against Louis Sweet. And then finally on the mainstream, Beastella against the PM Wham Pig. Oh no, you guys can hear Beastie. I'll go sort that out. I just need to close my door. He's molding at his stream currently. Thank you, Far Cry. So, guys, I see here in the chat, what rank is Whammon? The Snoopy Dog asks. And Walsa says, very low Conqueror. Now, Walsa, I want you to think about that message. And I want you to think about how much that hurts my little heart. Because you can just say low Conqueror. You don't need to say very low Conqueror. That's very mean.
It is.
That's really hard on me, man. Come on. That's really tough. Now, guys, yeah, time him out, Tommy. Give him 5 minutes. Now, guys, we do have a little bit of a delay between the next game, and I really need to go get a cup of tea. So, Askeladd, would you be able to keep the chat entertained, or do I go into BRB?
Whichever one you prefer. I can try to talk to people, even though I'm an introvert and very, very scared of all of the... Oh my god, there's so many people here. Hi.
Hi. 525 people. Askeladd, you should be used to this by now, aren't you?
A little bit. I mean, I'm gonna be casting Watchies Club tomorrow for probably about 7 hours. So.
Oh my goodness, you poor man. Do you have the energy for that?
I'm just gonna take in lots of sugar, and then that's gonna work out.
Now, I'm already on 4 coffees for today, and my body isn't used to processing this much, so it definitely has been a journey. But actually, Askeladd, as we're going in, I'm gonna go make some tea, and you're gonna do the breakdown, what I would follow on a scout, and show these people what the game is all about in French versus China with Marine Lord on the sweet, sweet Chinese. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop into game 3. Match point 4, Marine Lord. Let's go look at the scout.
Please, okay, I was gonna say, please remember to switch the scene, or we're not gonna look. But hey, folks, we're in the next game. It is 2-0 for Marine Lord. We're on match point against Puppy, and he knows it, and he found a beautiful matchup for him. He's gonna go French into China, which basically means French is gonna run at you until one of you dies. And usually that favors French just a little bit, depending on your spawn. So while we look at Marine Lord's scout, hopefully not meet an orange TC, let's take a quick look at those spawns. Let me lean in because my eyesight is bad in this Discord stream that Whammon has going for me. Oh, you're back.
I'm very
Okay.
sorry. No. My water is cooking right now, but I'll give you a look here. Go ahead.
Going ahead. Thank you. Right. I mean, I'm not too worried about Puppy's spawn all that much, because if my prediction holds any value at all, he's gonna be out on the map trying to grab... By the way, there's a boar and a deer on the right side, which is just beautiful for him. But mostly it's about Marine Lord's food, right? He has that deer pack on the top side, right behind the wood line. That is quite nice for him. And he has the berries and another deer pack on that side. This is nice, because he has it pretty close by. But at the same time, Puppy knows exactly where he needs to go. So I'm predicting a barbecue right there in that vicinity. We'll see how it holds up. Puppy's gonna go around right there, sees the resource spawn for Marine Lord here, and knows where he needs to go. I mean, we're all hoping and waiting for the cock, right? I'll be there, but...
Askelad, you can't just say that on stream. What is the cock? Explain to
Oh.
Twitch chat before we get
okay.
banned.
Okay, fine. We're all hoping for the Chamber of... It's the Chamber of Commerce.
It's the chamber!
Life is beautiful.
It's the chamber, boys!
By the way, if you're back, and she's back, can we quickly check out Marine Lord's base? Because I have a suspicion there. Yeah, he opened without IO. Crackety's gonna be angry, but IO-less opening, which is just a little bit faster on song. And it is, usually I reserve it for civs that don't immediately aggress you, but hey, lo and behold, there's a Chamber of Commerce, not a School of Cavalry, so you're perfectly fine going for this. Because there's not gonna be an immediate knight hitting you.
Yeah, the IO-less opening is definitely a controversial one. Most people say you need the IO, but it does give you that fast age up. Now the problem is this gonna pay off? Marine not queuing up an IO at all. He's just like, hey, it's fine. Let's see. Oh, the IO has been queued up. Never mind. He's ready. The Chamber of Commerce about to plop out, and let's see which upgrades he's finished. So the forestry coming in now, meaning we're gonna get our first trader for free. And this is a pretty juicy trade, honestly.
Forestry, the ever disdained and forgotten upgrade, and finally people are going cock and getting it immediately. For that free trader, not for the upgrade, because the upgrade is kind of eh.
Now, the Chamber of Commerce is definitely something that I think a lot of us were excited about when we found out that it is getting semi-buffed. Now, the reason you would go Chamber of Commerce in this matchup, Askelad, do you have any knowledge on that?
I mean, getting trade puts your opponent on a little bit of pressure that he disrupts you in any way, shape, or form, and usually China wants to lay back, secure themselves, and boom up. So you kind of force them out that way, and if they don't come out, you just get free economy that you can also extra scale with another market, and that will boost your own aggression. Right, Puppy's up now. Let's see if he's gonna go for that immediate stable so he can apply some pressure. Barbecue of the Sun comes up right side in front of the deer pack and also securing the berries. So yeah, I'm assuming.
This is pretty juicy. This is probably one of the juiciest barbecues I've seen because it gets this berry patch saved. It gets the deer pack saved. But also the wood line, because usually you're so susceptible to harassment over here. This tiny wall stopping your wood Barbican just giving you so much value. And yeah, I think this is a pretty good spawn here and a pretty good placement here from Marine Lord. He had other choices, but usually if you put the Barbican down, there are spots where you can harass. This one just isn't harassable. So I think this is a very smart move. But he doesn't know the puppy is not looking at harassing that heavily. Let's just see if he spotted the Chamber of Commerce. Yes, he definitely did. The man knows.
Yeah, he saw it passing by just now. He had the barbecue already placed, and I mean, it's kind of the best barbecue that he can go for at all, because it secures him all of that food. The double deer pack is huge. I'm guessing he's gonna push it in. Maybe he's gonna go for the wall later, but wait. Is Puppy gonna trade to Marine Lord's post and gonna go for the what's the word? Go for the deer there? That would be huge.
This is the cheekiest play, but also the most high value play he could do. Because what's gonna happen now, Marine Lord's gonna spot the trade, he's gonna be like, okay, you're trading there. He's not gonna think about looking at this side. And this trader is just getting so much more value. I say this trader, but let me just rephrase that to these traders. We have 5 traders on the map, and 4 of them are going to the juicy market.
I mean, Puppy is super happy with this, right? Because the trade post is right where Marine Lord's food is. He wants to fight on that side anyway, even though the barbecue is there. You want to deny that deer pack. There's also the wall there, so the knights cannot just run past. So yeah. He's perfectly fine. There's also the double, like there's the deer and the boar for his side that he's gonna go for soon.
Ooh, that is juicy. Oh my gosh. I mean, this is French, and it's not sushi, but it's very juicy. These boys, this is a lot of food. How much is that? 2,000? And oh no, never mind. My math is not ready for 300 and... Hey Siri, what's 350 times 7?
350 times 7 is 2,450.
There you guys got it. Siri with the stats. Thank you very much, Siri. So that's 4,450 food right here on this little spot that I think is just absolutely lucky for Mr. Bapipol, because he's going to be aggressive. He's going to force his opponent to have to respond to these attacks, and he's going to get there all for free.
Yep. Puppy's Knights going on a little journey all around the base. And not finding any value because we've already got spears and zooks out, and looks like Marine Lord will actually be going 1TC song with some army in the back because he wants to do something about this trade.
Now, if
because
you didn't...
we
Yeah?
sorry.
It's okay.
We saw how the trade can actually run away with the game earlier, and that was real rough.
Yeah, the thing is, he's gonna have to reroute these pretty soon, right? And Marine Lord is about to confirm. Oh, yes, they are going in quite an interesting direction. So let me send my units, because he has quite a bit of units. These guys are gonna do pretty well against what Papipol has. So you can see he's making a few more Giganese, and we know how well Giganese do against Knights. They are not too bad at all. Chivalry coming in now, though. So this is going to mean that he's going to be able to take these really spicy engages, get out without any HP, and just go in again later.
Yeah, the early Chivalry is a little surprising to me, but I mean, Puppy is scaling Knights super hard. He's 4 in the queue coming out, and he currently is on 2 stables.
Now, 2 stables is definitely not something that you want to see in your French opponent's base. And guys, keep in mind, French also has this ability to produce villages a little bit faster. China has this ability too. China's a little bit faster. But Papipol is also on trade. So that's that extra booster villager that we can think about. We see here, he sees Marine Lord's probably like, what is this man doing? He's going in every direction. What is the point? And one of these traders might pay the price for his cockiness. I say this, and he moves his army because he sees they're going in the other direction. And because of these knights and the action going in the wood line, Papipol is everywhere. Papipol is not going to give this game to Marine Lord that easily.
Puppy just traded out 1 knight for 1 villager. Not what you want to see if you're the French, but he's just keeping Marine Lord on his toes, keeping in the base. The question is, does Puppy know that there's already 13 spears and 18 zooks on the map? This is going to be hitting him like a hammer in a little bit.
Yeah, he is preparing for it, though. We see the ranged armor getting upgraded now, and this is going to be so critical for him in fighting those Zhuge battles, because Zhuge they do really well against archers, especially when you have 18 of them. So Papipo needs to make more archers, and he needs to find a way to survive that. And right now, Marino did get his +1, and he's getting his ranged armor as well, so he probably is going to trade pretty well. Marino does get a trader, and a second one might go down.
Oh, this is not great though. If he splits his army like that, he's just gonna lose them all.
And the knights are getting on top of the Zhuge exactly how you want them, but the spearmen are doing some good work here at the back. He is trying to re-rally them, but I feel like he came out ahead in this fight in the end, getting 2 traders for a few military units and 2 knights as well.
Yeah, the knight loss is rough there, but in general, Puppy is fine as long as Marinelord keeps sending small troops around, because the knights can just react immediately and go take them out. Oh, losing more knights at the top though. And the numbers just stack up for Marinelord right now.
Yeah, and this is such a good defense by Papipo. He's not letting Marinelord just get into this back exposed base that he's got. He's making sure to make him pay the price. These Zhuge are just standing at the ready. You shall not pass.
Fancy meeting that knight there, where it came in three times earlier. And now Puppy actually has a problem. Like, he wants to go out on that big food resource on the right side, but the army value is not looking super great.
Yeah, at this point, Papipo is trying to make as many units as he can, but we see with Zhuge they're kind of scary. They're really, really scary, and trade does take a while to kick off. He is using every little bit of resource he can. I wanted to see if he bought anything yet. No. He's just spending his resources properly. Now, these knights, they're going to run around, try to find some damage, but once this Zhuge army reaches a very critical point, and honestly, I think we're at that point, we're going to be seeing a very heavy push.
There's the full wall off from Marinelord as well, and as soon as these walls are up, he's like basically unassailable at home, and then he can just go and leave with his entire army.
Now, when I'm on Dia this far out, this is where I ask myself, hey, should I maybe not have gone for the professional scouts, just brought these babies to safety, and then survive the late game? But this is just, it's new, we don't know if professional scouts are worth it, but it's definitely going to be worth it the moment these knights arrive. Oh, these units arrive in the base. Oh, these knights are clapping through the wall though. Doing pretty good work, but there's about to be a clapping here at the front too, and Papipo does not have the mass to deal with this.
Puppy is in trouble now because his entire food is forward there, and he needs to move out to the middle berries, and Marinelord basically knows it. He knows there's the food resource on the right side, and he knows that there's only 2 other options that Puppy can go for.
Now, he's trying not to lose knights to this, because this is going to be so important for him to keep harassing, but this means his army is split up. And these numbers, your army cannot be split up. He has the army value lead, but you have knights against a ton of spears and against Zhuge. Zhuge are just so good at handling this. So, if in a straight up fight, Papipo needs his army together, or he just needs to keep idling them and splitting them up himself.
I mean, he's still ahead economically, right? Because Song is, even though it's slowly creeping up there, Puppy has the trade going and he has the passive French boost. The issue is really the food. What I would have expected Marinelord to have, that problem is now reversed. And Puppy doesn't have any walls, he doesn't have a barbecue. And Marinelord is not running out of steam anytime soon, because he can also just go for Puppy's food resources after, as long as his army is big enough to protect that.
You say that, but Papipo is keeping those knights quite active. He's making sure that that side is always under pressure. The problem is these villagers are about to go idle yet again. Never mind. They are safe to farm another day, but the Zhuge are looking to fight. The archers are doing a great job at target firing these spears, but oh, the Zhuge just do so much damage. The spear's ready to impale, and honestly, this could go either way.
Yeah. 20 spears are left here for Marinelord. He's gonna just be pushing in, because Puppy's knight count is slowly dwindling, and especially his archer count is just not big enough anymore to deal with all of the spears that are still on.
Oh no.
This looks pretty damn over already.
Marine Lord's army is looking so scary. The micro by him, just to make sure.
Oh, nice flank.
It just ensured that he's going to win this game. The micro with the spearmen ensuring that they keep covering the Jikanus at the back, at the front, at the back, at the front the whole time, and the reinforcements are coming. So while he might win this tiny exchange, the rest are looking at the leftovers.
Puppy finds a good connection here at the end. The spears are down. The conga line, though, is coming in, and Marine Lord has so much production set up at home. Yeah, he can't break that.
The problem is, okay, now Marine Lord's army numbers are not looking too good. All of a sudden, oh my goodness, the knight numbers just took over. The moment the spearmen fell, the rest of it fell as well. And Marine Lord needs to pull back here. Unless the knights keep running into the spears, he'll be okay. But he needs to pull back. And you can see he just didn't keep production up because he's going castle. Puppy Paw is not going castle anytime soon because he is under the impression that he needs to keep this up. So Marine Lord going now for the astronomical clock tower. This is going to be a very weak point for Marine Lord in terms of... This is the part where he can lose this. He was winning. And I feel like he just overcommitted a little bit too much.
I mean, it's a big decision, right? And now he's opting to go for not committing to feudal and instead going for his upgrades and immediately adds in palace guards. And the palace guard raids are going to be pretty damn annoying to deal with, especially on those trade lines. I mean, the entire trade line is fully exposed. There's no walls up. And Puppy still has the food issue. He ate through that berry patch. He's moving back to the deer. Marino just needs a little bit of time here. Royal Institute coming up, but we just reduced the knight number by half.
The thing is, the Royal Institute tells you what we're going to be seeing in the next 5 minutes, and what we're going to be seeing is a very aggressive French player. So Puppy Paw is not looking at the late game. He's tasted Marine Lord in the late game. He doesn't want to do that again. He's going to get
You
the
do want to be stuck with China in late.
Yeah, that's definitely something I can attest to as well. China and late is a very different ball game. He's going for these pocket resources. He knows there's no time for a farm transition. I need to win this now. So Puppy Paw gonna hit the castle age, and we'll see what the first upgrade is. Knight and archers, he's got the gold for it. Might as well. Yep. And this is where Marine Lord's gonna attack because he knows that there's a ticking time bomb of upgrades. He does get the +2 ranged armor too, but that's going to take a while to kick in. And, of course, the Royal Bloodlines kicking in pretty soon. We have 1 minute 30 seconds. Now, the question is just, is Puppy Paw going to wait for this? Is he going to wait for the Royal Bloodlines before he takes this on? I guess that's the right answer.
He kind of has to. Marino's upgrades are through. He definitely cannot fight right now. Veterancies are coming in. The issue for Puppy is, again, the food. He can swap his traders over to food for a moment there. But he is so resource starved right now. Oh yeah, he already has. He's getting his food from the traders now.
The problem is the food ran out for Marine Lord as well, right? So Marine Lord is also going to be a little bit resource starved for a bit. The berries here also on their last legs. So I feel like Marine Lord's pump has run out. And now this army value is going to be very different. The moment Royal Bloodlines kicks in, even though the army value looks similar at that point, it's not going to be similar. These are almost Imperial Age Royal Knights that are going to run right through anything Marine Lord puts on the floor. And he doesn't have enough spears to deal with these.
Yeah, Marine Lord realizes he's pulling back. He does not want to be out on open field when the upgrades come in.
Now, is he going to do a farm transition? What I love to see is the fact that Marine Lord and Puppy Paw, both their macro is looking insane. Now, guys, when we talk about macro, we talk about how well they spend their resources and overmine or undermine on some. Every bit of resources that they have, you guys can see they're spending it. And then that's usually something that happens for most players. And that's why we can't rank up. Because we're not spending our resources, and this is something that attests to these two players and their abilities. Now, Marine Lord has a lot of gold, so don't quote me on that right in this moment, but that's probably...
Did you just call him a scrub?
Yeah, I'd call him a scrub, a dirty-ass scrub. First in the world? You mean first in this match, maybe? Not in this map, though, because Puppy Paw's...
You know what I didn't realize? With the Royal Institute, you also get access to the mercenary guilds. Or is it? Is it called Mercenary Guilds? I don't remember. What is it called? Anyway, the trade upgrade that gives you basically enclosures. Merchant! Wow, how did I My brain goes weird ways.
Now,
But
fight's about to happen. Royal Bloodlines has kicked in. The trade upgrade is next. We don't care about waiting for that one. These knights are gonna go right on top of him. They have 310 health. That's about the same as a very, very heavy UPS truck. So these guys are gonna run over them like a truck. They don't care. They can go under the TC. They can dance under the TC for all they care. They have the HP for days. And these Yukonu, while they do well against Knights and Feudal, they don't do well against Imperial Knights. The idle time is gonna start coming out from Marine Lord. He's trying his best to focus fire. Oh, the poor nest of bees. Trying his best. Is he gonna be able to get a juicy shot off? He might. But the
there's
micros...
3 knights here. Where's the villager to repair? Okay, he's pulling some. I don't know if they're... Yeah, they will be in time. So the nest of bee might be extremely... Oh my god, pathing.
These
Extremely
knights,
critical, I was gonna say, but it's done.
it's done. The moment that nest of bees went down, these archers are not going to go down. These veteran royal knights are just ignoring everything about physics and just running right through everything Marine Lord has to offer. And guys, we will be going to game 4, as we can see here. These boys are trying their best to hold on, but Marine Lord now in the same position as Poppy Paw was last game. All the villagers inside buildings to try fight for their life and letting the TC do the work. But guys, this TC has to shoot rockets, and it might still not be enough. So now the question
Chambers
comes,
looking so strong.
is this the determinant of the future? Do we have the cock making a comeback? That's exactly what I wanted in my life. Guys, the cock, it gives you free traders, and it gives you a great late game. 2 out of 2. Exactly. Now the timeline, we can look at it, we can talk about it all day, but for these boys, we can see this was a tough fight. And both of them are trying to fight for their lives to go to the loser bracket final, because this is going to be the crowning of King of Dry Arabia, the most standard map that you can ask for. So ladies, let's go back and see about the next draft. So
I'm just impressed with Puppy there. I thought he was just super dead when Marine Lord's army pushed in Feudal, but hey, he took a beautiful fight.
I think Puppy Paw was losing that for a while, but then Marine Lord just, I think, overestimated his amount of spearmen that was going to be able to clap back on the knights. So the archer focus was still really good from Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw doing an amazing job at securing that mid fight. I would say early mid late game or early mid game. Apparently I just said all 3 in a row. Guys, excuse me. I've had a full work day. And now we're casting. Very nice. So we
Why
will...
would you do this to yourself?
I don't know why. Maybe I'm just loving work, you know? And guys, Askelad will be here all the way until the finals between to be determined. And
Why am I doing this to myself?
why are you doing this to yourself?
I don't know, it's fun.
I may have realized that I may have miscalculated something, Askelad. And I think we need to discuss this with the stream right now. I thought this was going to be 2 games.
I mean, the question if we're gonna go to sleep tonight or if we're just gonna keep casting till the sun goes up.
I think we might be in a situation like that, because I thought this was just going to be a best of 5 and a best of 7. But I realize now this is a best of 5 and a best of 5. And a best of 7. And I don't know how I missed it, because I am usually really good at math. That's why I majored in mathematics. But my math was a little bit off. So Afskalot, if you die by the end, it's okay. Just let me know.
What's that okay?
I'm very sorry. I did all games are today. Exactly. All games are today. We didn't think this one through too well. I must say, this is on me. This is on me. I should have... yeah, I'm cooked. I'm 100% cooked, Eagle.
I know how we're gonna solve this, because I saw Sass in the stream earlier, and I'm just gonna call him out now and say, hey, you're not sleeping at night anyway, right?
Yes.
I think playing or doing something else. How about you switch in later on?
Yeah, that might be a good idea, Askelot. So guys, it's good we're finding this out right in the moment, as I am a little bit dented and Askelot can plan for the night. The Sassy, if you are available, Please let us know.
Let's
So
run,
3
Saz,
series left.
run!
Saz is the emergency cast. Exactly. That's exactly what's happening. Yeah. Now, guys, let's see. They have finished drafting. And we will see a matchup. A favorite matchup. Byzantines versus HRE. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm just rubbing my hand here like a little evil woman.
Go ahead,
I
Mr.
love it.
HRE main.
I love
Mrs.
I play Byzantines, I play HRE. I love this matchup because I have no idea what I'm doing on either side. Is Byzantines favorite? It's HRE favorite. I don't know. Because I lose with both of them. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, I am not in this tournament, but Marine Lord and Poppypaw, they are, because they know how to play this matchup. And guys, I'm about to sit here and take about 600 notes, and then tomorrow maybe I will make a build order, if I still have energy left. So, Ascalad, Byzantines or HRE?
Honestly, they're both just completely broke. Never mind. No, it's never the opponent's Civ. It's always that you're bad, and I would still favor HRE.
Okay. HRE is, it's kinda nice. I love myself a good HRE. Guys, we have the wood lines, we have the swag, we have the movement speed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the game. Let's roll on in. Poppypaw versus Marine Lord. Now, we are gonna speed up through the Dark Age. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. And now
You can speed up, but talk me through this from Byzantine's side of things right now, because usually you'd expect HRE to, just feudal aggress people and hit them in the face until they die.
Wait,
So
before I go into this, I want to know, where did you learn the word aggress? Because I feel like I've coined that word a while ago, and I've been hearing it a lot more. But I don't know if I can take credit for it, because maybe you heard it somewhere else.
honestly, if I'm gonna be completely honest, like 90% of my vocabulary comes from reading fantasy novels, so I can't tell you.
So, most of my vocabulary comes from AoE and Twitch memes. So, the other day, I was talking to my grandmother, and I was like, oh, Grandma, this is kind of a big cake W. And she was like, what? And I was like, oh, and I played her the clip. But then there's also the follow-up. And guys, we do have a spearman early game. We will talk about that in a second. I just need to finish telling you about my grandma. My grandma's all very well versed in Monka steering as well. She now understands when I pull my arms in front of me. She's like, oh, are you steering? And I'm like, yes, I am, grandmother. Thank you very much. Now, guys, we do have this beautiful matchup that I'm a huge fan of. And I think Marine Lord scouting this deer play here is so critical. Now, as HRE, your goal is getting as much sheep as possible, right? And as Byzantines, your goal is denying as much sheep as possible. Because if your opponent gets too much, you are in so much trouble. And I feel like right now, Poppypaw he's got a very late feudal age up timing. And the Grand Winery coming out is great and all, but these spearmen is going to make it so hard. And this is exactly what I was told to do against Byzantines. Tower rush them. So, as my grandma would say, this is a Monka S. Because there's a tower on your berries. Blackberries here, pretty safe, but I feel like Poppypaw is the kind of guy who would spot this.
I mean, Marine Lord is in real trouble here. That earlier spear that forced out Akritoy, it is now on cooldown, so Marine Lord can't do anything against this tower.
And when you're facing 3 spearmen, it's not like facing 1 or 2 from Mongols. You're facing an army. So this, yes, they will get a little bit of oil. These guys are desperately clinging onto oil, but they're gonna have to go back on sheep. And this is not a spot where you want to be in as the Byzantines. I feel like Poppypaw has just been cooking, and he's serving something to Marine Lord that Marine Lord never dreamed of. He's getting every little bit of berries that he can, and now he's switching over here to the wood. He's getting on that last little sheep over here, and that is just going to be so sad as the Byzantines. The scout over here just trying to scout out and see if he's cooking anything on these berries, but there's no cooking over here. And the villager is going to go back all the way back to the base. And now...
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, I was gonna ask you a question. Now, you just denied your opponent's landmark. He's not gonna get Merc out anytime soon. He's on 150 oil right now, adding farms. Do you go fast castle here?
Yes.
Because they need to deal with this tower, or do you just full-on feudal hit them in the face? Because both are amazing.
I honestly, like, you can see here now, he's getting 3 on the stone. Now, this could either be a 2TC, or...
It's arrow slits on the forward tower.
Exactly, I was going to say that. So, what I saw previously in one of the pro games is they actually got arrow slits, and they got reinforcements of the tower. Because it doesn't just force Byzantines to invest a little bit. He needs to make a ram. You can't just go make a bunch of Limitane and burn it down then. You actually have to make blacksmith. Do siege engineering. After siege engineering, you need to get more and more and more. So there's a lot to be said about getting that, but it doesn't look like that's Papi Paw's plan here today. I do want to see a little bit more of that, because the investment that you force from your opponent is so big. So, but with the split...
Don't look at the Aachen.
Oh, it's pretty
my
sad.
eyes.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
That's only one tile, right? That's only... Why, Papi? Why?
He didn't have a choice, Askelad. He didn't have a
He
choice.
did have choices.
He didn't have a choice, Askelad. The only way he could have done this is if he made it more forward, and we know how we feel about a forward Aachen. He didn't have a choice.
But yeah, would Aachen without a prelate right now.
Oh.
So usually that screams feudal to me, but we did see the split. He's on 13 food, 7 gold, so that does not scream feudal at all.
This screams feudal with production buildings. That's what this screams. So this man is going to go for his fast castle, and he's going to go for the beautiful, beautiful production building that was created by the gods, and will have the favor of each god in there as well. We see the arrow slits coming out now, and now with these spearmen, they're going to be safely tucked under this tower, and just gonna force Marine Lord to have to deal with it eventually. Unfortunately for Papi, he's able to make these farms. They're living their best life right now. He does get that extra olive oil, and soon enough, he'll be able to get his first mercenary as well. He does have the mercenary house, and he got longbows, baby, so he's gonna wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, 2 men at arm are out right now. I'm just not gonna assume whatever Marine Lord knows about this game right now, because Papi's definitely going castle behind this. But if you see the men at arms arrive, and you know Byzantines is notoriously bad at defending feudal men at arms, or men at arms all in general in feudal, how worried are you if your first batch of longbows only comes in now?
Your first batch of longbows comes in now, and you saw 1 minute arm. You're like, oh my gosh, I need to respond to this. Oh my gosh!
Burgering.
Yeah, he's in the kitchen, guys. He's making something juicy, and something juicy Marine Lord is not going to be able to respond to anytime soon. Problem is, he doesn't have the food for this just yet. He does have the food here under the TC, and we do see a little farm being plopped out. So this is going to be a burger, but he needs to be able to follow it up. There needs to be something else coming out of it. So, I don't know if he's going to be able to kill Marine Lord with that burger. Just with the amount of food he has, or doesn't have.
It's a diet burger, really. We're not looking too great on the food.
Yeah, no, and especially with Marine Lord walling off, this allows him to have a little bit of extra time. I mean, beautiful with the horseman decision he's got here. And we see he's not looking at castle anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think he knows about the burger just yet. Still hasn't dealt with this tower. I'm not sure it's on the immediate agenda because he went for all of the farms. He's also gonna go for the corner berries now. And yeah, Papi going as expected into the mass man at arms, but look at that. He's on 38 food.
He's on 38, 21 on food total. The sheep are going to get depleted, but it's going to give you a pretty healthy mass to be able to push into this. Now, this tower is still providing so much. Oh, and the gold gets shut down instantly. Now, especially with the army being this far forward, he's trying to kill these reinforcements, and he needs to do a really good job at that. The +1 only coming in now. So he will be able to take these longbows. All of a sudden, this is going to be a very difficult fight for Marine Lord. He is target firing. He's trying to get some of these down. He doesn't have
God.
+1 range. Ooh.
The longbows don't have steeled arrow. They do 1 damage right now.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so painful to watch. One of the men-at-arms finally goes down, and another one, but there's so much more coming out of this. And even when he does run out of food, he can just go on berries right after and keep pumping. And right now, he's idling a bunch. This men-at-arm taking a victim, but the villagers do shut him down. But the gold is under fire.
I love this move from Puppy, by the way. The fact that he made the 2 men-at-arms early, then waited for the castle upgrade to move them in, kept them hidden. Just beautiful.
Bobby Paul is a master of the arts, but he needs to keep in mind that Marine Lord's going to keep pumping out units, and he cannot lose too much of this. I don't think Marine Lord's going to be able to survive this. He's trying to pull that last villager to get the wall up. He gets the wall up, but that at the cost of all his units. He's trying to desperately make a little gate for them to get through, and some of the men-at-arms do go down. But behind this, we do have transition onto berries. We probably have, relics being picked up as we see, and men-at-arms finding a new hole to come and harass.
13 men-at-arms. And Marine Lord is with 14 on gold, but he's still not anywhere near aging up. He's still missing 500 gold. I'm not surprised if we see a market to try to remedy that, but yeah, Arrowslit's coming in to defend against the men-at-arms. Arrowslits do fairly well even against Castle Age men-at-arms, but he's gonna be idled out now. And this looks really rough.
Not just idle, the +2 is gonna kicking anytime. He needs to kill these men-at-arms right now. He realizes, I cannot. And Papi Paul has cooked a very delicious burger into match point for both of these players. We have a 2-2 game. And
That was beautiful. Textbook. Lovely.
I am going to write this down and do this as Byzantine counter build. There we go. The meme landmarks, the destruction of the barracks at the start, just absolutely beautiful. Marine Lord realizing, I cannot do this. But now, our question is, ladies and gentlemen, does Marine Lord have any civs left for this? And the answer we see to our prayers is going to be a Mongol. A Mongol JD. Ladies, I hate myself, Mongols, but can JD defeat them? I can't play JD, so I can't answer that. So I
can't play JD either. I just random her every single time, though.
Great. Twitch chat, since all of you are Conqueror 20, please tell us, how does Mongol and JD fare? Okay, Twitch chat, this is your moment. We need you guys. Input right now. Eagle brings up the point, is Puppy going for another cock? We'll find out soon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while we are getting ready, I'm going to put my voice out onto this world. And again, say, guys, we are 21 or 24. I can't see. My grandma eyes have kicked in when I hit 30. We are 21 or 4% away from our goal. If we do not meet said goal, it's fine. We will then reallocate some of the funds to some King of Dry Arabia show matches. So we'll be okay. We're not going to have a Coda 2, but we will have a King of Dry Arabia show matches, a bunch of them. So what I'm thinking about doing is getting a bunch of these pro players who made it to the top 9 to 16 and putting them against one another. So basically what's happening in Age of Empires right now, there are no 1v1 tournaments announced for the foreseeable future. The last big tournament that's happening is the tournament that I'm hosting this weekend and next weekend. After that, we don't have any announcements for any other tournaments. So we will be cooking more 1v1 events with every little bit of money that we get into this channel. So if you have an Amazon Prime lying around, please put it in there and support this damn channel so that we can give you guys and these pro players more tournaments. We are cooking up more events. Don't worry, guys. AoE is not dying. I saw the secret calendar. There's a lot of events happening. Don't worry, boys. We good. We good. So,
Secrets.
there's secrets, yes. We'll get an announcement soon. But for now, we're gonna huck to on that thing with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Askelad with the Prime. Hot damn, Askelad. Free labor and your Prime? Damn. And Uadoki with the Prime
Totally
as well.
didn't remember that just now.
Hell yeah, boys. Thank you, guys. Guys, let's hop into the final game between Puppy and Marine Lord. Is it going to be a distraction? And Zephany as well. Thank you very much, good sirs. Oh my gosh, thank you, guys. Oh my gosh, and we got a $10 donation. Hot damn. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That contributes to our fund, and all the sub funds will go to this as well at the end of the event. Hot damn. Guys, we're ready for the game. Let's hop on in. Let me go find the button quickly. It is very hard. I found it. We are rolling in. Okay, so for this first minute, I feel like we should definitely do this in the accents of the player. So could you please do a Canadian accent for me to introduce Poppy Paw?
I don't even know how Canadian... Okay, I mean, I kind of know how Puppy sounds from his streams, but
Okay.
I'm really bad at this.
I just gave you the hard one because I don't know how to do it either. You just... Oh, yes. Guys, can we get some Canadian slang in the chat? I see. Sorry, It's Puppy, A boot? A boot? Okay. So I will do this one and you can do the French one then. Okay. So it's a boot
I'll
time.
try.
It's about boot time. We see Puppy Paw and Marine Lord playing this game against one another because we have no... Oh! We got 10 gifted subs! I will address that in a second, Cyrix. Thank you very much, good sir. It's a boot time. We get these players in a matchup because this is the prelogue for Willaloo and Marine Lord's gonna be Surrey, eh? And that's it. Now your turn with the French accent, brother.
Alors, finally, it's my turn. We have Marine Lord here, the only real player in this tournament, the only one who's actually matters, and he's gonna shit on Puppy very hard.
What did you just
He's
say?
also he's also playing the Mongols in the green, and he's power rushing. Let's go.
He's cooking really hard because I am Marine Lord and I do not like playing against the French civilization, so I
would like to point it out that I actually really enjoy watching Marine Lord stream, and I don't hate him in any way. Please don't ban me.
Please. Marine Lord loves everyone who impersonates him. That's a quote from him. Let me just quickly get his quote here. Anyone who quits me is a little shit and they do not understand the game. I do not sound like this. I speak perfect English. And oh my gosh, guys, there's just so many subs coming, and I'm so thankful, guys. I'll address them after the game so we can keep the bot kind of clean. But thank you so much.
Can I borrow you? Can
Yeah?
I borrow you tomorrow for War Chiefs Club?
I'm busy
I don't know how you
playing.
do it, but you get all of these people. I know you're busy.
I'm motivating all the things. Guys, thank you again. And Marine Lord, he is about to go feudal. Now, what do we get? Ladies and gentlemen, we see the silver tree. This is the first silver tree we've seen in a while. Everyone's been going for the deer stones. Everyone.
No Mangodai, no Khan Hunters.
The Conjurers just won't see the time of day today. So, guys, this is going to be the silver tree. We're going to see some trade against JD and her little knights. At least we don't see a Chamber of Commerce. We do see some knight action this game.
What do you mean, at least?
It's good, because we're going to see
This is a travesty.
I am so happy because I want Mongol to die. I'm rooting for Marine Lord right now, but he picked Mongols, and I cannot support that. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say. The Boomalon. Oh my gosh, we just got a $50 donation as well. Thank you so much for supporting the King of Dry Arabia. And all the gifted subs, will count them all towards the goal at the end of it. And I will be making a post somewhere. I just don't know where. Probably my Instagram and my Discord or something. I need to figure out these things as I am a very new person. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting a barracks. I was rooting for Puppy, but Marine Lord, his French accent just inspired me. It makes me want to be a better person. So we're going to be seeing some Keshiks, ladies and gentlemen, as we hit the age up. Hot damn.
Yeah, going for the immediate stable, countering out the knights, and Puppy is actually opening with horsemen.
Horseman? Oh, I was about to say horseman, huh? And then I was like, oh yes, Papipo. Papipo, that's the other player. JD, woman at arms, looking strong as she's heading over the map with that big sword of hers. She's ready to slay some enemies, and she's looking directly at the And Stable does get dropped down.
Yeah.
The spearmen do get upgraded, but she has her eyes set on one very specific building. And the is next on the table.
Oh, he gets blocked, so no Kashik for now. And where are the spears to deal with this? Because this is real rough, and Puppy's just streaming in. If he has the archers here before the stable gets unblocked, this could get real rough.
This is going to be a little bit hard for them to deal with because double Keshiks is no longer on the table. The silver tree is being unpacked. But that silver tree is not going to be very happy with the tiny trade it's about to be given. Because now, even if he does trade, he can't trade across the map. These guys are just going to intercept him. And JD is so willingly standing here and burning down this. There's no chance. The reinforcements have arrived, but they need to be careful. We cannot lose them now. The Khan taking a little bit of damage, but now the boys are chasing them down. And honestly, this could be a good fight for Marine Lord. He could get some good kills over here.
Yeah, nice flank. JD is also not here, so he's not gonna get any value from this. Now she arrives.
Lady at arms, ready to swing her blade. She's about to crunch the middle of that map.
Wing! Nice hit.
And does she have another one in her? Yes, she does. She's a woman at arms. She has a lot of things to, I don't know, break on the ground, and she swings it yet again. But she needs to be careful. Those are Kashiks. They hurt.
Yeah, half health. She does have the heal, but you really don't want to pop it just for JD. You want it when your army benefits the most. So basically, we pull back. Marine Lord has a half HP army.
And this is
We'll see how it goes from there. Still no traders.
Yeah, it's a sad silver tree. Oh, he used it! Marine Lord used it to buy gold. Did he sell food? No. Did he buy food? I don't know because it didn't produce anything. Let's see. Okay. I don't know what any of these mean. I don't play Mongols.
134. I think he bought food actually.
This is a very dire situation. Just
And
to make
the
villagers...
0 food per minute is indication of that.
Poor man, he's starving right now. These guys, they've depleted. Oh, they depleted the sheep. And they're right now just struggling. JD is just looking at this. And she's going to burn it down. Marino taps out. And that was the quickest tap out by the French Marine Lord. The top-notch player. The toppest of the top. He realizes that Papipo might take him down in this one. And he will try to get his revenge in Spain. In how long? 5 weeks? 5 weeks?
Math is hard. 5 weeks.
Math is really hard. So you blame Uwu for cursing this match. Honestly, that is fair. That is fair. Unfortunately, Papipo knocks Marine Lord out. And okay, I did root for Marine Lord there at the end. But Papipo, we did initially say we're going to make it. So I'm just going to go for, I knew it! I'll just stick to that in my life. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Marine Lord going down in 4th place now on King of Dry Arabia. And now the contenders that are left. Let's quickly go into our brackets, ladies and gentlemen. I just need to find them. So on the losers bracket, we will now have
King of the Rockies.
Papipo and Wham, King of the Rockies, a rematch between these two brothers. Who won King of the Rockies? Was it Wham?
It was Wham.
Now we need to see if Wham is still going to reign supreme when he plays against his brother on a very standard map. What is the map pool? What was the map pool like at King of the Rockies, Askelet?
I would say it was a beautiful map pool because I was part of choosing it, but let's see. We've had coastal cliffs essentially, which Avely remade for us into Rockies. Basically, he replaced the water with mountains. We've had the driest of Arabia. We've had Rocky Canyon. What is Canyon? Or was it River? I don't remember. We had Cauldron. Good lord, what else? I should remember that. I was literally watching all of it. Also, I was picking it.
You sound very passionate about this.
let me look it up because there's actually that is upsetting to me.
It's okay. It's okay. So, guys, while Askelot is looking some stats up, I'm going to be heading out to the break screen for a second. Askelot and I will be back very shortly. After
Thanks
we
for saving
are.
face for me.
It's okay, Askelot. It's alright. Don't worry. Women should record and sell sound packs for streamers. What with all my voice lines? Oh my god, Askelot, can you do an e-goal before we head out?
I refuse.
Oh come on, you can do
You
this.
have my free labor right here. I'll stick to it.
The German introvert just
Nine.
not getting baited by this. Ah, I'm good now.
By the way, we had Tempe, Prairie, Four Lakes, and Cliffside, and Baltic.
I'm Baltic. Oh yeah, so you did leave some space for shenanigans. Now guys, I just want to catch up with the subs. We're going to go on to a quick break here. Ethan with the 10, Samson with the 5. Thank you very much, and Sirix with the 10. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for supporting this channel and supporting AoE esports. Hell yeah, boys, we're going to break. See you guys in about 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. They're busy drafting as we speak, and while we're waiting for them, let me put my legs up because it's a very professional cast. We got a $100 donation, a $50 donation, a $50 donation, $10 donation, and a $100 donation all today. Guys, if you keep this up, Tim might take his shirt off tomorrow on stream. So I'm just gonna give you guys that. I mean, I can't, but Tim can, because he's a man. And he's a beautiful man who we will all inspire to be like one day. Guys, if you grow up and you want to be a doctor, you know, support this. I lost the whole thing. Do you have to wear pants, Askeladd? Do you have any pants? Are you wearing pants?
Possibly.
Oh my goodness, that's kind of professional of you. Damn. You even have a bookcase behind you.
They're shorts.
Oh yeah, same. Askeladd, could you grab one of those books for us and show us what you're reading?
Right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my Malazan book is in the kitchen where I left it earlier, but well.
Show us what else you read. Okay, he's going for it, guys. Now this is a learned man. Oh, look at this. That's so cute. Ah, books.
Also,
book tour.
I totally recognize the attempt to see my shorts, but And look what I found. Isn't it beautiful? Do you remember this?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it is so nice because it has all of the old patch infos in there. And they're so wrong and so bad. But yeah, that was a really nice gift. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. This is just my fantasy bookshelf, full of stuff like this, for example.
Oh, that's not a bad collection right there. I know that, guys, when we were in Norway, Askeladd was nerding out with my other friend, who is also a mod here in the channel, Theore, about all the fantasy books out there. And
we would still be there if we didn't have to leave.
Yeah, that is. It was. What is the shop called? So all the Nordic people can know.
Oh god, what was it? Was it just out something?
Outland. Okay, Outland. If you're from the Nordics and you have an Outland, we took all of them on a date there. And over share time, Cal says that every time he goes on a date there, it does end up successfully. So it's a nerdy store. So
I will believe that 100%. Like, it would work on me, honestly.
Okay. To be fair, you are an introvert, Age of Empires nerd. I can totally see that. Oh, except books as well. Very nice, Askeladd. Now, guys, we do have our draft that will appear on the screen very, very soon. But Wham first picked HRE English and Rus, while Papipo went for Byzantines, Malians, and Delhi. So Malians and Delhi being some very early picks, and I'm actually quite surprised. Thoughts? Askeladd, thoughts?
Well, thoughts? I kind of like. I mean, we've got the HRE again, and then the Rus pick. I'm excited. I want to see Rus in every single matchup right now because people are experimenting. It's fun. We might see horse archers, but other than that, I think Puppy has won this draft.
Now, Twitch chat, I want to know. You think Papipo was run? I feel like Wham won the draft, but we'll see. Okay.
Speak to me. Why?
Okay, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you because HRE, because English, because Rus. English not necessarily strong as the others, but definitely a civ that has the most answers to whatever you do. And Wham, I feel like, is a player that acts very he's very reactionary. So he will look what you're doing and he'll, respond to it. Well, Papipo was the kind of guy who, he controls the pace of the game and he makes you beg for mercy. But Wham is not the kind of guy who begs for mercy. Wham is the kind of guy who sits back and lets you think that you're gonna be able to control this, but at the end of it, he'll just smack you right back in the face. So, I don't know. The first pick is, well, English versus French, an age-old matchup, which I'm really, really excited about. Now, guys, you'll notice that French is not on the list for Papipo. That's because our screen can only allow for 5 civs, and they get to pick 7. So the least dominated or the least prioritized civs are not
We're
appearing
just-
on the screen.
We're just suppressing French.
Yes.
It's bad. But look at that beautiful matchup. Puppy actually gets out a draft win with French.
And what I like about this is because French is seen as a lower tier pick. Ooh, English. So, because it's seen as a lower tier pick, you know that Wham is going to pull out his strongest civs early on. And Puppy knows that French being a weaker civilization is not going to necessarily be something that he cares about throwing away. But Wham is most likely going to throw one of his strongest civs into this first. So I feel like Puppy Paw has outsmarted him here. Definitely.
Okay, the real question is, who got OTD?
Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw got OOTD. OOTD is doing really good on ladder, by the way. Guys, very, very good on ladder. So, we'll see how this works out. If we ever get to see an OOTD on this damn map. But guys, Wham versus Puppy Paw, we're going into game 1. Are you ready? Now, Twitch chat, you have to tell me if you're ready or not. Otherwise, I'm not changing the screen. We'll just sit here awkwardly until Twitch chat tells us they're ready.
Fine.
Let's go! Thank you, Ethan. We're hopping right in. Let's go, boys.
Oh, I was getting so ready for my break.
Oh,
All right.
just awkwardly looking at the screen. Hell yeah, boys. We're using that time to catch up because, as you boys know, we have a situation here where the Dark Age is probably the age with the least action. So we want to make sure that we can show you guys what's happening, etc. Now, Puppy! Oh, Wham! He's scouting very aggressively. And Askelad, do you know the personal rule that I put on my streams? If your opponent scouts this aggressively, what's happening?
If I see an English player run at my base like that and I have a forward gold, I am probably checking for villagers crossing the map.
That's exactly what I would be thinking as well. Just that there is a man on his way to my base. He's probably going to be doing some shenanigans. Now, we do see the 2-farm opening. Now, usually the 2-farm opening is a very safe opening, and a lot of players might not know why that is. So, whenever I do casts, I like to explain it to new players as well. So, most civilizations don't open with farms, guys. So, please make a note of that. Do not start opening with farms every single game. This is only if you don't need that early game wood, or if you plan on doing, I would say, a fast castle, especially, because you don't need that extra wood this early on. So he's going for the Abbey of Kings, which means he's going to get his knight, and he's going to be doing a little bit of more horseplay than we usually see. So you usually don't go for the 2-farm opening if you're going to go for longbow, so a very aggressive build. But this still could be a little bit aggressive. He could still make this an aggressive playstyle. With these guys on wood now, he's splitting them out quite far. I'm wondering what he's going to cook, because getting 3 to age up with, pulling them off of gold, tells me he wants to get some work done with this king, and it might just be to keep these knights under control. Askelad, did you die?
You're waiting for my input? No,
yeah,
it's
no,
fine.
waiting for your input, sir.
I was
you?
looking at chat and reading the horseplay, and I had to suppress a smile, and then I thought, hey, am I mentally 5? Possibly.
I think I am
Probably.
also mentally 5. Yes. After I said it, after my tism let that one out, I was like, oh yeah, I should probably not call it horseplay. But we're gonna be seeing a lot of horseplay on this map.
It is done.
Because it's knight versus semi-knight, right? So we are all mentally 5. Thank you, Berlin. Normalizing these comments that brought to you by Whammon's Tism and Barracks to follow suit. So I like this. I like this because with French, you usually have the upper hand in the raids. But what he's doing is he's getting the king, he's getting the spearman out pretty early on, and he's just going to be able to get safe gold from here on out. He doesn't need to invest too much. He doesn't need to get longbows. And he's leaving a pretty good space here for the farms too.
Yeah, Wham's gonna be a little bit sad that the double deer pack is behind that wood line there. So he basically is not gonna be able to access that immediately.
Yeah, this is not a pretty good spot for Wham here. I would have loved to see some professional scouts, because I'm really on the professional scout train at this point, and I would like to see more professional scouts, please and thank you. All pro players who are watching, Crackety, Blade-ish. I know Blade has stepped out for a while, but sir, if you come back, give me some professional scouts. We need to see this in tournaments, and it is urgent. Now look at this early farm transition. This is just going to mean that he's going to have safe food, and he's going to be able to pump out units pretty early on. Now the question is, what are we going to see with the first knight, and what are we going to see with the king? And we see with the spearman, he's already going across the map. Let's see what the journey of the knight. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about these spearmen crossing the map, because they're dead men walking, and I don't know. I thought Wham valued his people.
Wham valuing his people? Spearmen are not people. They are stick people.
Whoa! whoa! Okay.
He did pull off of here. So the gold vein, he got a little bit of gold and he pulled off. Very interesting. Now the knight is coming in and he will double tap that villager. Good night. Wham bam. On to the next one. First villager is down. That is
nice movement
pretty.
there of the knight. He moves past the vill right after the charge, so he can get the immediate second hit, but there was no reaction in the first place.
Now I think Wham was so focused on his play that he was cooking here with the spearman and the king. These spearmen, they're just going to stop Puppy Ball from being able to produce any more knights. So he's on 99 gold right now. He's not going to get a single one more, but the archery range has been queued up and the knight is coming in hot. He's coming in hot, but he needs to turn back. The TC is firing hard and you don't want to have a low HP knight because then that's just dead weight.
And look at that. He gets 2 volleys from the English TC. It's half health. That was a little rough.
And now the spearmen are just ready to stand guard their little gold villager, chopping for his life, or mining for his life, of course. So now we have 100 gold in the bank. Are we going to get double broadaxe, or are we going to wait till we get a wheelbarrow? The man says, I would like to get a lot of archers, so I would expect a double broadaxe. Yeah, double broadaxe gets called, and the man is going to keep chopping. Chop, chop, chop. We know about longbows. Longbows don't... They don't mind being in the only unit on the field. 7 spearmen as well. This is just very good presence
Also,
on the map. Yeah.
Hear me out here.
Yes.
We're English. We're not gonna leave our base. So why would we get wheelbarrow to move faster? Like, what?
Well, we want to be able to drop off really quickly and drop off big loads of resources. Right? Right?
You had to go for the big loads. Okay.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
I didn't
getting
mean it
there.
like that. Come on. This is not the
We're
midnight
getting
stream
there.
yet.
Yeah. Anyway, we're chopping real hard now, and
These
let's
boys...
see. Puppy has forced, or rather, Puppy was forced to go for the archers to access his gold again.
If you guys can't see my face, but I'm doing a very confused face right now. So what's happening right now is they are
Wait, they're
going
leaving the
forward,
base?
leaving their base. Exactly. What do we say about leaving base and being English?
I
Neither
don't
of
know.
the above.
This is new territory for me. This is strange.
Maybe Puppy Ball will never have... He just assumes Puppy Ball will never think that this is possible, and that is exactly why he's... Look at how he's microing those knights. Ooh, but the archers are going to be able to clap quite hard. Oh, they get on top of the archers. They can fight this. He's distracted. He sees. He's stunned by the fact that he goes on the deer, and he takes a very good engagement here at the back. Wham just actually surviving this initially. But Puppy Ball completely losing focus. He's just like, what was this? Is this English that just left their base? I don't know what's going on. I don't know who did what. But how did this happen?
Yeah, Puppy there was in real trouble there for a moment, but he doesn't lose a single knight. He's all fine. Pulls back the hurt one. And Wham, though, he has access on the deer pack now, and he has enough military to keep it protected for now. He's rushing straight to Castle Age here. Can you go over to the, okay, I can just see the villagers there. Thank
I
you.
can do this as well as the observer. I'm very professional at doing these, yes.
You're really good at this.
I can click buttons. I'm very good, yeah. Now, with these villagers being all the way out here, Wham has this position where he's, again, like Askelad said, he's rushing castle. But he wants to fool Puppy Ball into keep making units, because if he if he stops making units, he's going to be able to match this Castle Age. And we see the chivalry coming in, but honestly, this is a very scary army, and Wham cannot lose his king to this, and he cannot pull this army towards his base. He needs to keep it in his base. So right now, Wham needs to send these units south to make sure that Puppy Paw stays in his base. Otherwise, this is going to be very bad for Wham, because when you age up, you are so susceptible to this. He doesn't have food under his TC anymore either. So, he's in danger.
Puppy just went for all the upgrades right now. He's not producing military at this moment. I think he's falling off, checking to see what we've got in the front. Blacksmith coming in for him as well. Okay, we're starting to produce knights again. I was gonna say, is he gonna just try to follow to Castle Age? Because that seems a little late at this point.
And he didn't go... Oh, this is probably the right move. Going for the King's Palace. And he... Oh, I was about to say, he didn't use a lot of villagers because he doesn't want to send off any alarm bells. But he needs to catch up economically, because French has this ability to produce the villagers a little bit faster. You need to find a way to catch up, but these boys are about to spot this, and they might get a few victims along the way.
I mean, this is nice for Wham, because he has enough army. He has that tower set up already, so his army is buffed with the 20% extra attack speed. But pathing is gonna be a problem here. Never mind, we're gonna move in the correct direction. I thought he would just go on top side and commit those knights on the vills.
Now it looks like Wham wants to get some work done here with the knight as well, but he doesn't want to lose any HP on him. He does charge on these a few times, but he has to pull back. He might get a villager. Oh, he gets one guy, but keep in mind, again, the French is okay with losing a villager or two because... Oh.
And while all of this is going on, Puppy is also moving out to other food sources, right? So he's getting that extra income, and he's directly following to Castle Age right now.
So this is a really good timing for Puppy Paw to get that castle as well, because you want to get your knights to be extra chunky or transition to the late game and outdo English. So this TC firing quite hard on the archers, you don't want to lose any of those. At this point, you have the lead with the archers. You need to keep that lead, especially going into castle yourself. So we do see the upgrades coming through. We get the veteran from the spearman. And did he get the longbow upgrade? No. They are still feudal longbows. But they're pretty good anyway, right? They're okay. They're gonna live a good life.
They're the longbows. I don't know what else to say about them.
They're
kind of strong like that.
Oh, and we don't see your Will Institute. Mr. Puppy Paw! Are we playing an Imperial Age game today?
I mean, the English base is really hard to break. We just saw it. He was scaling army while Wham was rushing Castle Age, and he still did not have the mass or the timing to go in and do anything about the age up. He's gonna play the long game here and probably just use the guild hall to go fast Imperial.
And we can see that here with the boys here on the stone. He's like, I know English is on a second TC, and I know how to keep up, actually. And how he's gonna keep up is he is just going to get a second TC of his own. And for him, this is probably the most important turning point of the game, because now English has caught up, but if you go for your second TC, you're going to be perfectly fine. Your production is faster, your villagers are going to stay ahead, and we'll see what the guild hall brings for us this game.
I mean, you say that with staying ahead, but let me remind you that English farms exist, and Puppy does not have a farm transition.
Yes, that's true. And Wham definitely has his farm set up just a few. 8 farms, better than 0 farms, as per my mathematics. But now Puppy Paw, getting those knights being healed up, it just forces Wham to constantly chase him around. And he's walling up because he knows, I'm going for 2 TC and I'll just let my passives do the work. Let's go see where he drops this bad boy down. I would not be surprised if he's a little bit greedy. Over here, maybe? Over here? Or are we doing it safely?
I mean, I would assume he's dropping it safely. Please don't prove me wrong. He's moving out.
Yeah. No. He was listening to you there. He was like, let me prove this guy wrong. I actually want to get my TC out there. And guys, if you don't know this about English, English is notorious for killing greedy TCs. But Wham not really playing that aggressively. Keep getting those eco upgrades. He hasn't gotten any military upgrades just yet. He's just making units. He's staying in his base. He's getting those veteran Knoll Knights. And the Knights, they're gonna go and clap some cheeks here. They clap a cheek there. One villager on the ground. Let the bodies hit the floor, they say. This boy's like, oh, I should probably finish that wall. My friend died. No time for mourning. We need to bring back the wall. Build the wall. Oh, and
Relics are
crossbows
being grabbed.
translation. Oof. You can't stop that, Chief. And he might lose that king again. This is going to be... Oh, no, never mind. He calls it. He realizes the longbow mass is there at the back. Now, Puppy Paw being on that second TC, he's in a pretty favorable position.
I mean, I'd still say this is fairly even possibly favoring Wham just a little bit. But Puppy's getting the first relic in. Wham has not grabbed one yet. And can we quickly check what the guild hall is on? I'm just going to assume it's food, but we'll see in a moment.
Food for now.
Food for now.
Are these
So yeah, the
archers?
way you usually see that is they just... Why is this poor knight getting bullied?
Oh, the knight is taking so much damage and causing quite a bit of idle time. And guys, keep in mind, it's not just about killing villagers. It's about setting them up for the next fight. Because now, you just one tap this guy with the longbow. You 2-tap this guy with the longbow. You 5-tap this guy with the longbow. So, you're getting your opponent's villagers into position for the reckoning. Or just get one little knight and go end their whole career.
Wham's actually moving out right here, and Puppy's gonna be able to secure that. Okay, never mind. It's gotta get scouted out, and the longbows actually move faster than a relic up prelate. Not prelate.
But those knights
What are they
will
called?
get away.
Monk.
Monk. Monk? Well, not prelate.
Just monk. Just monk.
Okay, monk. Yes. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have another one. I'm pressing my monk button and... Yeah, he doesn't have the monk. There we go. Monk for English. Very nice. Monk for English as well. And the wall stops the knights. Guys, they say walls stop invasions. We can see it right here today. The knights have been stopped. The longbows are clapping, but not very hard. These knights will be able to heal, run away, and fight for a better day. The king is quite annoying, but are we going to see the second king fall?
The fact that one knight keeps coming in on this TC, and Puppy's just gonna perfectly micro it and not lose a single villager to it. It's just nice to me. Okay, we've got 11 on stone now. That's gotta be a keep, right?
It's a keep or it's another TC. I don't know. I feel very hopeful here. I would not mind another TC, but I know another keep is probably the smarter play. Especially at this point of the game where you're going to need to start moving out on the map and you want to put your opponent in an unfavorable position. You know Puppy Paw doesn't have any siege, he won't be able to punish a keep either. Oh, not Puppy Paw, Wham. So, do you just get he doesn't get another TC. 500 stone, too much for another TC. This man is going for a keep. And now the question is, do we secure it over here to get the stone and the 2 golds, or do we go for a little bit more aggressively and secure our opponent's big gold?
I think he's in a position to go super aggressive here. I mean, he does have 11 knights and 12 arbalists, so his army value is actually real nice, but Wham just has that spear and longbow mass. And if he goes for that aggressive keep drop, I'm not sure he can actually defend it.
Right now, with the army being on this side especially, he won't be able to do so. Oh, and the villagers, he had the front gold now. He definitely needs to use this stone to get a healthy set of gold. Because his gold...
Not liking Wham's position here, though. He catches out Puppy's front army, but Puppy has reinforcements right behind it. Okay, Ram's just running. He realized, okay, I've been caught out. This is not a fight I want to take in this position.
Now, even though the army count looks to be in Wham's favor, you guys need to look at the value here. So the value here tells us a very, very, very clear story that Puppy Paw has a very expensive army. Knights are very expensive and they love taking these types of fights. So not these with the spearmen and not with the split army, but if the other army meets them, this is going to be very favorable for Puppy Paw.
No.
Oh, these guys made a little snake all the way back to the base. Now, do we have... Oh, we see Wham moving out a little bit. Wham says, I don't want to run into any surprises. Let me just make a little move out. We do see Puppy Paw putting down that third... Was it third? No. Did he put down a keep? Are we getting a keep? What's happening, Puppy?
Check his production real quick in the middle. Maybe he put it right on the production. Would
No?
be strange to me.
Oh,
No,
here
he
it
just...
is.
There it is. Okay, he put it right on the production because the French bonus is actually very effective, right? that discount is so strong, and the English farms are definitely kicking in here. Whams, by the way, he's rushing to Imperial.
Oh, this is
In
not...
the meantime,
Oh, Wham is going to be in such a good position. If he gets Imperial here without being punished, English is just so good at Imperial because you have that unlimited gold
connection.
farm. Eesh.
Last second save.
And these knights do make it out, but guys, there's a problem here. The gold will run out eventually for Puppy Paw. Oh my god, and he gets a red palace. He says...
yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Okay.
gonna say, look at it. Look at his gold. As soon as French has 1,200 gold in the bank, you kind of know he's about to click his guild hall.
And that's exactly what happened that I did not expect. I completely forgot that he has this unlimited source here. The boys are about to be caught out, and with this villager situation, they're pretty dead even. The spearmen wait till they're on top before signaling the alarms, and they will pick up a lot of villagers just because of that perfect micro here from Wham. But Puppy Paw's out for blood, he's pushing forward, and with Wham not aging up yet, Puppy Paw aging up himself, he doesn't want to take a clean fight, he wants to just force Wham to keep making units, because he doesn't want Wham to go for Imperial himself. Oh, and the king gets caught out yet again. Oh no, now it's a fight you want to take. These spearmen are very much out of position.
Oh, the spearmen won't be able to do anything. We've got Gambesons in already. The archers might be worth a damn here, but if we can get the Paris out.
He does not get the palisade out, and these archers are going to pick off these spearmen as they're trying to fight these knights. But the knights will prevail, and we saw last game what the amount of knights can do to a poor man's knight. I just see death. I'm
Great
distracted.
game, great fight for Puppy here. The longbows just couldn't keep up with the amount of crossbows and archers here, and the knights getting on top of that. But Puppy losing quite a bit of army value actually. And Wham, he's about to click up. Now I'm really curious to see what kind of landmark he goes with, because you want to have the wingguard, but at the same time, your position is not great right now.
Yeah, and he gets the Berkshire in the middle of the bay, in the middle of the map now. This is going to be a pretty much a better Berkshire than the Red Palace is, right? Because the Red Palace, it didn't secure you a big resource. And the Berkshire being right here, you're able to make a trebuchet and just punish down this Red Palace. But we do see he's going out with the French, enlistment incentives. I've never said that word in my life. And this is going to make sure that the units are even cheaper.
That bonus is just so good. I cannot emphasize it enough.
But these boys are able to snack on the gold here in the middle, but the gold is about to run out, and we don't have a play yet here for the big golds. Now, this is where I feel like Puppy Paw might lose the game. If Wham is a little bit more aggressive and tries to take control of this side, he pretty much puts Puppy Paw in a very strange position. So, we see here the Berkshire already firing at it, and that's just the power of the Berkshire, right? So...
That is so annoying. You're gonna have that damn notification ping the entire game. Can we quickly check on Puppy's base how far his food transition is going? He's got 36 on food right now. How much of that is farms?
13 total. Yeah, these are the only farms. Oh, 14 total. Apologies. 15 total.
So yeah, while it says he's Imperial and he does have those arbalest emplacements on his TCs, which makes him a little bit unraidable for now. And with the big old red palace in front, that is also like a little bit of a help. But he's not really Imperial yet. He's getting his upgrades in, but he still needs to farm transition fully. And Wham, in the meantime, doesn't care.
Yeah,
350. Sorry.
Let's see. Let's see. The man's cooking.
It's 350 wood per full set of farms. It's really silly.
Oh no, he's in a great spot. The villagers even get targeted by the Berkshire. So now we're gonna get the two giants facing off against one another. This is going to be a tough one to break. Crossbows versus longbows. Who will prevail? Veteran longbows. Oh no, these are elite longbows. Oh,
these are elite arbalists. Look at those golden helmets, and they also have their Pavis shields out. So they have how much range defense? 7?
They do.
Pretty good.
That is definitely something, a bonus you would need. And just like I said here, we're making a play for the golds on this side. Now, if Papipo denies this, and he does, he's in position to stop this. He needs to be careful, because again, the moment this comes up, this is going to be so hard to defend, but the villagers will be in a little bit of an awkward position, will go down, and Papipo knows that Wham is cooking over on this gold. But again, you have this Berkshire just firing away at you. You're getting more trebuchets, but the problem is, eventually, there will be another mix mash of units. We're seeing the roller shutter triggers coming out from Wham as well, which means those Springles are going to be able to outrange the Springles of Papipo when he does eventually go for them.
Wham's floating so many resources right now, but we're starting to see the, well, signature move of the Canadian bros. We've got the first hand cannons entering the field. I'm kind of surprised that Puppy hasn't gone for it yet, but he did get the elite upgrade for the obelisks, and that makes him almost as good as hand cannons.
Now, I want you guys to also be aware that Berkshire, when you repair it, you use wood. The same with Red Palace. So, a usual keep takes stone. So this is actually not that expensive for Wham or for Papipo to maintain at this point. But this is starting to become a little bit harder with the amount of units. And if this Berkshire goes down, I think he misclicked here. He probably wanted to keep fixing it, and the Berkshire's about to go down. And at that point,
no,
you just want to
that is
push.
so tilting.
You just want to push. The obelisk cleaned up a bunch of longbows as well. And now the Springald coming out, but the Berkshire's down.
Berkshire's gone, and now we've got 14 horsemen on the map. He can't just move in though now. Oh,
He's
can
gonna
he?
move in. He's gonna move in. He says your Berkshire's down, your advantage is down. He wants to get rid of some of these units, but the horseman kind of out of position, honestly. He was a little bit greedy over here. He tries to get a few more units down here, but the Springalds, the Trebuchet's just repositioning, gonna keep attacking. The obelisks clapping a few villages here at the back, and Wham is slowly losing control of this push that he had.
By the way, this is the same group of obelisks we just saw getting attacked by an equal-sized army of spears. The spears just don't do anything to them. But these hand cannons, they're quite a different sort of horse. And speaking of horse, we've got all of these going straight for the vills. Berkshire cannot be repaired, but the traps are still up, still alive. Kind of surprised that Puppy's not going for a Springald there with a siege workshop just to force the traps back. And we've got the keep on the left side, slowly creeping towards a goal win, at least denied from your opponent if you can't take it yourself.
Now, he went for the very controversial strategy of trying to fight trebuchets with trebuchets, and he actually killed one of those, one in a many. So these trebuchets are in danger, and I think this is a ticking time bomb. Wham is about to lose this. The fact that your units just can't hold this is so dangerous. He will have the ability to shut down the gold, but
Show me those horsemen, please. Well, okay, that is going to be lost. I was gonna say, is that open? No.
now Papipo is just slowly in control of this map. We see him spending every ounce of his resources. The boys are closing in, and with these horsemen, he's able to close in these distances. Focus on trebuchets, and one more goes down. The Springald is next in line, and on the other side, this keep is denying this gold. So now Papipo is not able to get that big gold, but he does still have a very healthy one here at the back. And with those trebuchets, he should be able to even turn around and push out the other side.
Oh, Wham's army, though, is starting to look very scary. We've got 13 hand cannons with 10 more in the queue. He just got elite army tactics, and now he's getting the network of citadels. This army is going to be nigh unstoppable if Puppy cannot get that siege out in time. 20 elite arbalests, sure, they do make a dent with the extra attack speed upgrade that they already got. But this is looking real scary right now for Puppy. This army could just roll over him.
The problem is, Puppy is sitting on 30 more villagers as well, so he's actually pretty fine in terms of economy and replacing this army, but he needs to be
Attack
able
speed
to
is in.
respond. Oh, the tower just really boosts that English attack speed, and this is amazing for Wham, I said. But now, just make sure that you don't lose those units to the Red Palace, because those are very, very expensive, and Wham
This
just
is a no-go zone. You cannot be here.
Yeah, the problem is now this gold completely denied, and Wham at the back, he still has the gold. He still has these farms producing gold as well. Now the question is just, is Puppy going to be able to break this, even with a 30 villager lead?
Yeah, 30 villager lead definitely helps. Puppy though, he has to like there's this gold trickle of the 50 farms coming in. That is what would that be? I should know this because I can do actual maths, but I'm just gonna ballpark it and say that's about 400 gold per minute passively.
All these villagers are desperately running towards their trebuchets, trying to keep them alive. But the bombard is firing back. Oh my gosh, Puppy Bull, the boys, they burn down they burn down that. And now the villagers are trying to break down this keep, and the keep will go down, but the spearmen are doing good work under this DC. The villagers are pulled to just make sure that they can heal this up. The Berkshire might go up, and the Red Palace is now the next victim on the line.
Yeah, as soon as the Red Palace goes down, the 34 hand cannons will just move into the middle, and Puppy has nothing to fight this right now. If he had like 3 times or 4 times the amount of horsemen than he does, maybe if he gets a perfect surround. But no, this Wham's army right now is unstoppable.
Unstoppable until you get 2 mangonel shots, but these mangonels are going to need to come from the gods because there's not enough wood to sustain this. He's trying to get these horsemen on top, but these spearmen are protecting them with their life. These guys, they're just making these horsemen disappear. One by one, they fall down, and these crossbows are trying to do some work, and they do pretty well, but the hand cannoneers are just doing so much work. We see the Berkshire is back up. It is going to be able to protect this mid-goal too, so this is going to be an official destruction, certified destruction. It is over.
I mean, it looked pretty grim there for a moment when Wham was getting pushed back to his back walls there. But yeah, he just kept spamming hand cannons and Puppy had no answer.
Now, remember what we said earlier, though. Puppy Paul chose French. French not really famous right now for doing too well. So was this just a throwaway civ? Or was he actually planning on winning with this? He took out a very strong civilization of his brother, and this is going to put him in a pretty strong position going ahead. So, I don't know if I'm opposed to this, guys.
Honestly, I think if you... Okay, I'm probably going to antagonize a lot of higher level players here, but I think if you fight early as the French, you can force your opponent into committing out on the map. You're good. You're good. This is not a bad matchup for you.
Yeah, this is the thing about French is I think once you get that momentum, because your villagers produce a little bit more or faster, you're just able to get ahead economically if you can manage to survive without the food. Well, the English has the food, but we saw that in this game, English was going out on the map. The farm transition wasn't as smooth as it usually was. So in this case, Wham did take the lead here. But guys, the next map, I just heard this is going to be another dry Arabia. And I'm watching it on my screen happening right now. The players are picking as we speak. Puppy Paw has locked in his choice. We'll see what Wham decides. And Wham is going for China, while Puppy Paw is going for Abbasid. So not a high priority pick for either player. And Marsh Pete, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Appreciate it, sir. This is now 6 of them total over here. Very nice. So, Abbasid versus China, though. Both of these civilizations not known for their super aggressive playstyle. So,
why don't you value these picks? What's wrong with them? Because I think they're almost like the second best civs that they have available, each of them.
It's interesting that they both chose civilizations that's known for the late game, though, at the same time. Because again, guys, they choose at the same time, but they know what the map pool looks like. So both of these players like, hey, I like the late game. And the other guy was like, I like the late game. Let's go for the late game. But Abbasid does have that unique ability to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, what makes me very disappointed so far in this tournament, we haven't seen the clown car once. Now,
I'm not sure we're gonna see it
I really
honestly.
want to see the
But
clown
I,
car.
I don't want to ruin your expectations. So let's just all send our energy over to Puppy, so he's clown carring for us.
Guys, everyone, can I get clown car energy in the chat? For those of you who don't know what the clown car is, Abbasid has this insane strategy where they make a bunch of archers. They put them inside. What is that thing? I don't even know what the thing is called.
You either make a siege tower or a ram. Pick
Yeah.
one.
It's a siege tower. Okay, yes, we're going for the siege tower. So what you do is you make the siege tower and you put all the archers inside and it becomes the clown car. It just runs around and you pull the archers in, out, and you can snipe anything. Before the TC tickles your villagers, you've tickled it into death. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the hopes and dreams that I have for myself and for you guys to experience today. But guys, we're getting into game 2. Poppy Ball vs. Wham. Which brother will reign supreme? We'll find out in the next
By
few
the way,
minutes. Yes?
My favorite clown car is actually the HRE clown car or Byzantine, and you just fill it with Landsknecht.
Oh, yes, I've done that. I've done that when I was still low ranked. I did that, and I love it. I love the fact that you can just spawn on top of all these, your opponent's villagers, and just and they're all dead. All of them.
Well, anyway, while we fantasize about low elo gameplay, which is amazing, by the way, we have so much fun here in the lower trenches. But let's take a look at what these two guys are cooking. We've got Poppy in the northeastern side with the blue Abbasid. We've got Wham in the southwest with China. And let's take a look at this Chinese spawn.
Ooh.
Forward deer. The boar is all the way over there. Yeah, Wham's not happy.
Yeah, the early aggression that you'll get from the military wing from Poppy Pool would not be great. So your early game is alright if he goes military wing. But he doesn't need to go military wing. This man can cook a cat of normal eco wing and just go for that extra TC. Because China just doesn't have that early game presence. And he goes for the eco wing, exactly. So the eco wing, a pretty good choice, especially if you're going to go and expand. So now with the Imperial Academy, we also see no Imperial official. I guess this is now the meta. And we're going to be seeing Imperial officials coming out of the Imperial Academy. But now the question is, are we going to get 2 TC from China as well?
I mean, you see the Eco Wing, you have choices, right? If you scout it out, you just think to yourself, do I want to try to chance this and just run at Abbasid? Who get the free Golden Age? Who will have an Eco Wing that enables them to possibly go farms if you really put them in a corner? And you're also late on this because, yeah, you possibly want to boom yourself, but your food spawns are not great. Honestly, I would chance it and go for it.
You would chance it and go for what?
Go for a full Zook push.
Now that, ladies and gentlemen, does sound spicy. Ooh, I would love to see a Jugunu push. I feel like the Jugunus are at a very interesting point in this game where they will be able to take down an Abbasid TC. I don't know if Wham is the spicy one. I feel like between these two brothers, Wham is definitely the man who tries to go for the bit more standard gameplay compared to Puppy, who sometimes pulls the cat out of the hat. And we do see the second TC being Get Gotten. Now, both of these players, they do have a very exposed spawn, right? So we do see the gold here, the gold there, like you said, the deer over there. So you don't really have the ability to get a safe second TC while very valuable one. So with a Jukunu all in, I would love to see how that would play out against the second TC from Abbasid, because I don't think they'll be able to defend against it.
I mean, that is the question that you have to ask yourself. You're basically flipping that coin. If you can drive them off the food, then you're good, you're great. You're gonna win the game. If not, then you're probably dead because your opponent is on 2 TC. We see the Barbican on the deer, no surprises there. It's his nearest, most effective food source. And Puppy also doesn't have his scout here, so no deer laming. Never mind! Look who's here!
Hello, guys! I see that we have a little bit of a barbican over here. I'm going to kill these deer, so they're suboptimal for you, good sir. And that is exactly what's happening. Now it's the fight of the deer, and we see Puppy Paw says, I'm not going to get too much done here, brothers. So he moves out, calls it a day, and he's gonna go drop off his sheep and see what the next man is, or the next plan is. And the second TC is being plopped down over here. But, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 5 on stone. What does that mean, Twitch chat? Does anyone know what this man is cooking?
Oh lord, it's 3 TC, Abba. It is... I mean, Puppy's perfectly fine with this, and he sees Wham going for the stone, and yeah. He's very happy. I don't think we're gonna see 3 TC Song ever in a pro play, probably. Because it's pretty memey and it costs way too much food, especially with this spawn. So yeah. Abba is gonna be perfectly fine. Both players will boom to Castle Age, and then we'll go from there.
I love this. I think we're gonna get a really strong, at least 30-minute game. These two are definitely not making it easy on me, because I still have a best of 7 after this, so I might lose my mind halfway. And if that does happen, guys, I need you to send me all your energy, because I will be dead on the inside and outside by that time. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like he's pulled all off of the stone. Are we not getting an extra DC here? We're only getting
He's
a 2 DC.
eco-wing, he only needs 225.
225? It's that? I thought it was 260.
Yes, it got buffed. It got buffed in the last patch.
No.
Eco-wing is now even better.
No.
Abbasid in team games is completely nuts, at least in 3s and 4s.
I thought it was 260. I didn't realize that it was buffed this much. So these guys are just going to be able to plop down the 3rd TC. This man is going to be drowning in villagers. And honestly, I would love to be drowning in villagers. That does sound like the best choice here. But we do see Wham hasn't re-rallied his units back on gold yet.
This is an interesting position for Wham's second TC, by the way. I'm confused. Is it just because he didn't want more travel distance and he just wants a little bit of coverage from the north side here?
And usually the
There's all this super high value space around the Imperial Academy where you want all of your production to be that is now blocked by the TC. Sad. Don't show Crackety, he's gonna be real upset.
Usually with China, Chinese players put their second TC quite close when they know they're playing against an aggressive Civ. So you'd rather keep it safe. But you know this Abbasid isn't being aggressive. Is this just to secure your farms? But yeah, I'm actually quite surprised about this as well. To me, I'm trying to analyze it, but I realize I am just not smart enough or good enough at this video game to try and understand. But the boys are macroing up to castle now. As we see 17-7 and 24-6, we'll be seeing a castle out pretty soon. Now, Papipo does need those extra villages on food to be able to sustain the second or third TC as well.
You'd think that, but he has fresh food stuff, so his villagers cost 32 food. He's fine. He's perfectly fine. He's paying less per minute than his opponent is.
And, oh my goodness. Is Abbasid actually busted if you're not aggressive on them?
A little bit.
Oh wow. Today
Can we talk about how they got 15% extra food in, or extra income in general without getting any upgrades?
That's very nice, but I don't think we've talked about that enough though. So guys, what he's referring to is the Golden Age. The Golden Age does allow you to get all these... Oh, wait. Let me just switch the players and click it. You can't click it anymore. I can't... Oh, there we go.
Hover over the
blind.
number.
I'm blind. So, at tier 1, you already get that plus 15%. That's like a mini HRE, isn't it? It's baby HRE. That's baby HRE, actually.
Are you maining Abbasid now?
I'm an Abbasid main. As of today, Whammon will be getting Conqueror with Abbasid as well. This will be my arc, my redemption arc. And then people can stop memeing me about only being Conqueror on HRE.
3TC eco-wing every game. Let's go.
Every single game, except against Jugunu all-ins. But we do see a military wing being clicked. And this is going to mean he gets those 2 camel riders, which they are going to be pretty good, especially at this point of the game. You get the camel riders, you know he only has a stable at this point, so you are going to be able to deal even with lancers. And you're going to be able to push him out of these side resources all around.
Now, as far as I understood this matchup, and I hope I understood it correctly, because Sass is in chat and he's gonna shit on me if I didn't. But the timing for Abbasid when they hit Castle Age, because they're stacking up all of these resources already, Yeah, it is considered to be just stronger. This is now Puppy's game to win and Wham's game to lose for the next 10 minutes until China has their farm transition done, until China can possibly get the UN Palace Guard spam, which is their final form. But yeah, this is gonna get very dicey for Wham.
The story arc of the scout. Will he deny the wall? He does, and the villager gets sidetracked as well. Very nice. I know, that villager's on a mission. He forgot about the wall completely. Scout's job complete. Oh, never mind, never mind. Wham is not that forgetful. The man cooks. Now, I am excited to see what this composition is going to look like. Because Wham does have crossbow. I didn't want to say crossbows because he has a singular one. So these Gulams are going to be quite effective at these numbers. He does make a few more because he knows, Papipo, you may have gotten military wing, but I will have the counter. He does get his upgrades as well, so this is going to be pretty good for him. And once he starts that farm transition, he's going to be able to get agriculture in the bank pretty soon. The farm transition is in session.
Puppy is trying to secure himself the relics right now, and Wham's just happy sitting behind his almost finished walls and taking all the food that he still has. He's on the bottom boar. Kind of surprised that he's not supervising that, honestly. Because food is going to be a very valuable resource to him. He still has the berries at the top side, and then... Okay, and berries bottom. Never mind, he's not running out that fast, but still...
The problem is, when you're dealing with an Abbasid who is now slowly going into farm transition as well, and China, I feel like he doesn't have a safe spot here for the farms. Yes, he can go here, but when you are playing against a pretty mobile Civ like Abbasid, this does become a little bit harder to deal with. And I say mobile because they can make siege in the field. So you can easily just send a few units out and make the army a lot stronger in the middle of nowhere. So a raid isn't just a raid. There is a lot of side things that happens with that. He does deny the relic though, and that's pretty good for Papipo because that's going to give him some time to pick up these bad boys as well.
The hero crossbow in the middle holding off the entire Abbasid army, and then the hero camel rider at the top taking out the monk, Imam.
I just got corrected in Twitch chat and I realized the farms are cheap. The farms are cheap.
They're really cheap. I mean, not English cheap, but
cheap.
Oh, for 1 second, my mind wanted that circle to be orange, but it really wasn't.
Yeah, it's okay. We just want more games, I'm sure. The crossbows are doing okay, but this does cause a little bit of a worry for Mr. Papipo, because now there are things in his base. But he should be able to just counterattack this himself. He will run into some stray little crossbows, and he does actually pick up a kill. But these camels are gonna get on top and cut them out in a moment. These villagers are in a little bit of danger, but keep in mind, this is a 3TC Abbasid. He's got a few villagers to lose.
Abbasid value their villagers very highly. That's why we have those special death animations and screams for them.
Yeah, that's the top screams from the Marine Lord villagers, as we know. Poor Marine Lord, not being in this game at the finals. Man, I miss Marine Lord already. I've missed the French accent just telling us how wrong we are about things. And look at this man, he's getting the villagers because Papipo is just lucky. He's not good at playing the game, but now the Lancers are getting some value. And this is a destruction at the back. Now he got lucky against me today. He will see it Wololo. It's a real tournament, not Dry Arabia. I don't even know why we play Dry Arabia. I will veto this map at Wololo. You will see, and I will destroy Papipo. And that was interview of Marine Lord. And these guys are looking for a fight at the front.
Pretty good at this. Okay, we've got 14 Gulams on the map and 14 crossbows. Unfortunately for Puppy, these guys are not here, so Wham's actually taking a pretty good fight here with his crossbow mass. And we've got the first fireworks on the map as well. Clocked Tower Nest of B is moving out there.
Oh, look at these guys. Nest of Bees just doing work. I love a Nest of Bees because, not against me. I also don't play China, but I love to watch the fireworks they deliver. These guys, they bring the fireworks to the party. And that's exactly what we see here. unfortunately for us, this little wheeled thingy is going to be intercepted by the amount of pure pump that Puppy Paw is about to deliver on top of his brother. So one little nest of bees, you need to land a very juicy shot, and it looks like that's the case. Never mind. I got very excited.
It did look like they would run straight into it, but they did not. Now, Mars Gulam, because they have that extra health, and I mean, Man-at-Arms, Mars in general, is pretty good to take out mangonels if you can move in from different angles and just spread out to get on top of it. But the crossbow is very effective at dealing with the Man-at-Arms. But look at that thing! It has 195 health because China.
And China just has... Oh, and look, he brings the boys to repair. He knows, I need this thing alive. I need to make sure my nest of bees gets a shot off. He turns it around. He tries to go for
Oh, that's
spot,
rough.
but he gets denied. And a few villagers die alongside the nest of bees. This looks like Puppy Paw is about to bring death to his brother's doorstep. Wham! I was gonna say wham win. More like... Oh, I don't know. I lost the pun. I'm sorry, guys. It's been 5 hours and 15 minutes of me casting.
You're all good.
We lost Wham, and along the way. Oh my goodness! Do you know how often people confuse Wham for me? They're like, "Oh my God, are you pro player Wham?" And I'm like, "Well, no."
You know, I'm a little bit of a pro player myself.
I've made at least $200 from professional gameplay. What can I say, sir? The next nest of bees is out. Let me just say, if I was
I'll have
Wham-
you know, I won $5 in a tournament before.
Does that make you a pro player? I think so.
I don't know. I won money in a computer game. Like I'm winning it live. No idea what to tell you.
Oh my gosh, the mangonel looking doesn't get any death shots, but it is target firing the Springald by itself. It says I can maybe take that Springald. The boys are repairing him. And this might actually just work. Wham is crazy enough to make this work. The Springald goes down. One nest of bees versus a Springald and a mangonel. And a lot of villagers, of course. Look at these guys. They're just offering peace to the man.
I'm feeling the balance, but yeah, Puppy didn't have any frontline there. The 13 Gulams have not yet arrived, but Puppy's just gonna go to Imperial. Trade Wing coming in, and Wham, he's feeling very secure, right? He has that giant crossbow army in front of his base, but he's not too unhappy. His farming transition is basically almost done at this point. He's living the best Chinese life, and then Trade Wing comes in.
34 farms already from Mr. China here, and Wham is looking for some blood. He just won a pretty okay fight, killed 2 siege units, which were expensive. He doesn't know that his brother is cooking a Trade Wing Age up, but he's looking for some damage. And you know what he also cooks? He also sees that there are deer in the fog of war, and there's only 2 alive. So he knows where those villages are.
He's out on the map though, and there's a giant blue ball coming in to intercept him. The crossbows need to run. He can stutter step run away here if he chooses, but yeah, not a great position for Wham. He needs to pull back.
He knows he needs to make a play to get the rest of this map too, and with his vision, he sees the walls. And you know, Wham is famous for his walls, right? On my streams, I always talk about the Wham walls, but other places he might not be. So here, he is very famous for his walls, and he sees the Puppy Paw walls coming in to rival his, and also just losing villagers on the gold. They're running away. They're trying their best. The wolf coming in to help. Nature against him. Was this foretold in the stories before?
Yeah, Puppy split his crossbows off from the Gulam there, so Wham could just actually go back to defend his gold there, and I think he's gonna drop a keep now at the top side. Yeah, there's the keep. 1 instant keep of China coming right up.
Yeah, and it's built at the speed of light. As we know, these crossbows should be able to deal with these Gulams. They don't have +2, so they won't melt, but the cavalry has arrived. And with cavalry, I mean infantry. But at the back here, this idle time is really valuable here for Wham. But I still think Puppy Paw's got this. The keep does get cancelled too, so the towers will suffice. The keep will go up in a different spot. Now the question is he going to be cheeky and put it down here?
I mean, I hope so. Wham's now also going Imperial himself in a second. I'm assuming it's gonna be a gatehouse, but where does he put it? He can secure himself his gold vein there in the middle, or No, actually, where does he put it?
I love that these villagers was still... He's got so many of them. He's like, I'm just gonna make towers to deny this. And it's fine if they die. I have 6 million more. That's exactly what Papi was feeling right now. He says, I can take the losses. It's good. Don't worry about it. And that's exactly where the keep is falling right on top of the big gold. Predictions by Whammin. Is she actually the pro player Wham who played this game 2 hours ago and is just reporting on it? Who knows? Will we ever know?
Are you good at this game?
I
Also,
am.
Puppy is pulling his wills over to take a stab at this. Also has some horsemen here. But it's a Chinese build speed keep. This is gonna get... Never mind, I think this is gonna get denied.
Wham, keep in mind, Wham doesn't have the same amount of villagers to keep these things from, you know, from costing... Ooh, losing a lot of those as well. The keep will get damaged too, so he doesn't get the cancel on this, but is he just going to pull more to try and finish this? It doesn't look like it. I say
reaction
it doesn't look like it, but he wants to double down. He wants to stop. He breaks down the walls. The villagers are coming in to deny this. He knows you're not canceling this keep. You're not that dumb. You are cooking, and he's cooking, all right. The villagers are coming, but they're not coming in fast enough. The boys will be able to defend this. Well, actually... They don't attack it. The villagers are going straight through. He's not torching down the keep.
This is a very strange reaction by Wham. I don't know about this. Is this one gold vein really worth this effort? And he's gonna lose even more vills there. He's bleeding down to below 100. Keep is up. But we've got elite Gulam, elite... oh, these are still veteran. Veteran horsemen coming out. And we do have a bombard in queue for Puppy, so he can deal with that keep immediately.
I am in so much awe and shock at the same time. I don't even know what to say at this point. These boys, they could have burnt down this keep. They could have cost Wham all that stone and the game on top of that. But Wham right now, he's going to go Imperial. The problem is he's not looking too healthy, Chief. So if he stops making units, I think this man's cooked.
I mean, I don't think Puppy's unhappy with what happened here on this gold. He just took out, what, 20 extra vills?
And more to be going out. Insufficient stone to repair this. He's invested everything into getting this done. The Nest of Bees is about to get punished for being this far out. The villager out here to pay sacrilege to the Nest of Bees repairing it. The horses, they are set on target though. They're gonna go for it. Villager so desperate to keep this thing alive, and they might be able to, but the second boy is in danger.
We've got a defensive gatehouse in front of the farms in the back here for Wham. So there's not going to be any map control behind this. It's just going to be defense against possible raids from Puppy. But yeah, where do we get the gold? We have that small gold vein on the left side that is about to run out. We still have the one that is in front of the gatehouse, but it's not really being protected by it. And, I mean, Puppy is already Imperial for like, what, 5 minutes? He has all of his upgrades. He has trade going in the back that Wham doesn't even know about.
This is such a tough position for Wham to get out of. He sacrificed so much getting this keep out, and all for nothing. Finally, the thing the keep gets taken out. I should stop calling it the thing. I am a professional adult woman who has vocabulary, so I need to use my vocabulary, and my vocabulary says archery ranges are being plopped down at the front. So we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a push from Puppy Ball. The thing is, it's not over, right? This is China late game. So these spearmen doing their best. This bombard doing good work. Tapping down that wall. He will be focusing the Barbican next. But the Barbican is kind of chunky. The boy stays alive. And the Springald has something to say about a bombard being this far forward. Problem is, he can say all he wants, but these crossbows have a message in return.
Hey, remember that French-English game with Wham's composition being spears and hand cannons? Look at the upgrades.
Spears and hand cannons. Wham just keeps going. He knows what composition works, and he's going to make it work. Bombard getting a little bit closer, but this is a risky position. With 3 Nest of Bees, you can lose this army in a heartbeat, as well as your bombard. So Wham needs to be careful here. He doesn't have the gold for the upgrades that you need to get in Imperial, so this is a very tricky position for him to be in.
Puppy has a different sort of problem right now. He's on 161 eco units. He's getting the stone walls out though. Top side is already completely stonewalled, and bottom side is probably soon to follow.
Yeah, behind this, he's got his farm transition set up. This man is living his best life in Imperial. And you can see those resources. Right now, he's floating 5,000 resources. I say 5,000, about 7,000 resources right now because he's pop capped. There's nothing he can do about it. And slowly but surely, he's going to sacrifice some of these villages. Like here, he's like, yeah, you guys will die, but just, you work. You work, boys.
I mean, right now he's just throwing trash at Wham, so to speak, in the front, and slowly replacing his villager economy with traders in the back. And Wham has nothing of that, right? He's on his last gold vein. He's feeling the pressure.
He is being cooked at the moment. He's stuck on 156 supply. He's been in the 150s for a while, and we can see he's not floating any resources. He's making spearmen and hand cannoneers, and he's hoping for the best. Now, if Poppy Paw goes around and switches to a lot more military, he's going to be able to clean up this army again and again and again, and Wham is just not going to be able to replace this.
Culverin stays alive. So, I mean, basically, the way that Wham plans to win this right now is he makes that overwhelming army again with Nest of Bees and hand cannons and spears at the front line, and then he's just gonna walk straight through, right? That's the plan. Though this time he's facing a fully boomed Abbasid with fully realized trade. I'm not sure it's gonna work.
No, Spice Road's coming in from Poppy Paw as well. He knows he's not completely won yet. Wham is China. Wham can go late game. The thing is, he's got trade set up. He's just gonna let those resources speak for itself and carry themselves all the way to the late game. Now, we have some elite horsemen, and they're going to do some raiding. Now, we did see them in the back line a little while ago, but he needs to keep this up. Because if you let China play their game, they're just going to outmass you in the late game. So, we do see the keep getting plopped down on a very depleted gold. But honestly, there's no other gold that he can do this with. So, probably just a way to secure that map control, and now raiding from two sides. Spearman has something to say about it, though.
Yeah, Puppy's just trying for those horseman raids. It doesn't really cost him too much. He's just poking and prodding while scaling his head cannon mass. And Puppy's just sitting on those upper gold mines there. He doesn't really care about mining the gold itself. He just wants to get it off the map so Wham cannot secure it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, because Wham isn't going to be able to set up a trade like this. He doesn't have control of even his bottom side of the map. We can see he's not on these resources, but that's for a reason. He knows he's going to get cooked if he goes for those. Now,
oh god, if the hand cannons get on top of the siege, this is just done. But beautiful Nest of Bee shots there, and Puppy's running right back out.
Yeah, he needs to find a way to heal these up, and he does not have an answer to that just yet. So these hand cannons going to go down very quickly in the next fight, and that was a very beautiful exchange for him. Now, Wham does get raided a little bit, but these villagers should be able to get replaced quite easily. And now Wham is at 200 supply and at 2,300 food.
Yeah. Puppy realized there's still the gold at the bottom that has not been taken, so he's gonna drop the first keep here. And the other thing is, Wham's running out of wood just as fast as he's running out of gold. And this is his last wood line right there, next to the Abbasid keep.
Now, Poppy Paw doesn't even have the boiling oil ready here. This is honestly a very scary push from Wham. He's got the siege. You can take out and snipe out all these units because you don't have any emplacements on this keep. You're just gonna keep getting pushed here. So yes, Poppy Paw will be able to replace it, except for the fact he doesn't have any gold right now. He's not set up completely.
Yeah, he has 16 traders going. They bring 67 gold every drop off, which is a lot. But Wham also doesn't. Wham doesn't have the front line. Where's the front line? Where are the spears?
They died. They died. They ran into the keep. They thought they could do this, but they could not. And Poppy Paw just walks through.
Yeah, siege though stays alive. The hand cannons cannot really follow. We're still in a choke point, and there's the reinforcements.
Now, these guys might be split up, and that's fine, but the Nest of Bees are still going to be able to tickle them and take them down if he's not careful. The Culverin is doing his best, but keep in mind, these are clock tower siege units. So, the Culverin is not one-shotting them like we usually see. Oh, and he goes down as well. Man had a good life, but it is over now.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to be the one. If you're in a fight against what's the word? Culverins, you want to be the guy with the Springles usually, because Springles trade out better against Culverins. Culverins are just more pop space effective, and they do more damage to your regular units, right?
Now, with those horsemen getting on top of the siege, he was hoping to do some damage, but it just doesn't feel like he's able to do so, and all of a sudden, Wham doesn't look like he's in that scary of a position anymore. He cannot remax the same way Poppypool can, but this could change any moment. Poppypool has also given him access to his gold, and he's pretty much okay.
Wham needs to go Yuan now. He's still in Song Dynasty. This is horrible for him. He needs to swap.
Could do this at any point though. Oh, and he did spend a lot of resources all of a sudden. Just hand cannoneers though. He knows he's getting hand cannoneers, he needs them. The horses are ready though, and they have their eyes set onto the siege, but not able to close that out. And again, with the Chinese build speed, this is so hard to contest.
Meanwhile, Puppy's sitting on more resources than he will ever be able to spend. What is he getting bonus? Okay, he's getting bonus wood now. I was gonna say, is he still on the food train?
Now these horses are trying to kill these siege units at the back, but the problem is they're just not going down, and Poppypool's army looks very sad at the moment. 151 villagers still alive, but this is not the same Puppy we saw 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. I mean, I said it earlier, right? Abbasid has the tempo is favored until China is reaching that final form, and we're slowly approaching that. Wham is on his very last gold. He has 1100 left in that vein. But then he also secured himself the bottom side, pretty much, and can start trading himself. But it's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing 12 super hand cannons with the extra range trying to push into the Abbasid base.
Oh, that was so sad.
Puppy though coming out. He's back on 19 hand cannons. The horsemen actually can get, I was gonna say a connection, but they turn around. Disappointing, guys. Disappointing.
Yeah, these guys just not able to close it out, and now they keep getting destroyed. Poppypool is not feeling as confident as he was just before. But I want you guys to notice the bank. The bank is not looking too good for Wham. So he's losing units, but I don't know if Poppypool realizes that if he just keeps fighting this, he will win, because Wham will not be able to replace his units. These traders are doing amazing work by just keeping him ahead, but these bombards need to make a plan. The horses again trying to collapse on these bombards, but they're just not able to close it out.
Look at the army value right now. Puppy just built up 30 hand cannons behind the constant fighting, and it's looking a little grim now.
But Poppypool's not playing with the idea that he has this much of a lead. Look at these hand cannoneers just trying to fire down on the siege, and they're doing some work right now. The Culverins also just tickling them a little bit too hard. But the thing is, these siege units, this is all Wham's got right now. If he loses these, he's done.
I mean, I feel like Puppy should know that he's in a really good position, because he can see that Wham is not in Yuan Dynasty yet. He's not in Ming either. And China does not want to be in Song at this point in the game.
He just didn't have enough resources to be able to get out of that Song Dynasty, and the keep goes down, and all of a sudden it's a back and forth. Wham holding on really well, but this game was finished about 15 minutes ago when Puppy was cooking him that hard, and it doesn't look like Wham's going to be able to get out of this one. Poppypool, with that trade completely set up, living his best life here. We see Wham desperately trying to get a market up and trying to get gold of his own. But Puppy just not able to close out the game just yet.
I mean, the gold is done now. Wham has 0 on gold. He's sitting on 38 gold. Everything he's gonna get in right now is through taxes, which is not completely negligible. And he also is sitting on 2 relics, but he doesn't have Pagoda, he doesn't have the dynasty he wants. And these are his last 15 hand cannons.
And these hand cannons, once they go down, there's just a handful that will pop out after this. So Poppypool slowly pushing forward, and Wham just not able to reproduce those units that he once pushed with. The keep does get denied, and this is expensive. That was 900 resources just out the window. The villagers are pulled. They're gonna go and try to fight the siege, but the Mangonel is standing ready, and we'll get an okay shot off, but let's see what the juicy shot looks like next. few more going down, and the horsemen are eating them alive. But this should be GG. This is where Wham calls it. He realizes I cannot close out this game. Poppy Paw will be victorious. Now,
Trade Ring's pretty good.
Trade Wing finally making a comeback. Hot damn. And now the two brothers are just, 1-1. And we're back to King of the Rockies, where we might have 5 games in this best of 5. Let's hop
They went
back
for
in.
9 games in the best of 9, so...
Yo, really? They actually had 9 games?
Yep, and they were playing a series earlier in the, in the winners bracket final, so they had a lot of games that day.
That sounds exhausting to me. I can only imagine. Now,
They were really good games, though. The new patch was there, everyone was just experimenting. I mean, we're still in that stage, right?
Yeah, this is where we're learning what's bad, what's good, and what we're gonna get cooked with. I do see that the Civ picker has been linked by Poppy Paw, so they are doing their next Civ draft. So, Poppy Paw and Wham, we can see here from the draft that we still have some very spicy Civs left. Now, with this being 1-1, we're getting to the point where, Poppy and Wham, they like the long games as well. Now, keep in mind, there's a best of 7 after this. So, guys, I might lose my mind by then, but I did get an update that my soulmates of soulmates will be joining me for the final cast.
Deep Shine?
Deep Shine. No, Deep Shine is my mortal nemesis. It's going to be...
I get those confused.
It's going to be Tim. Tim. My one, my only, my brother from another mother. So, we're going to be able to see Tim carrying me through the last 5 hours of this stream. God help me.
I'll think fond thoughts of you while being very much asleep. Sorry.
I am so glad that you get to be released, Ascalon. That makes one of us.
Hey, I'll be on for another few hours tomorrow evening, so hey.
Okay, so there is at least peace in this world. Now, guys, the map has been chosen, obviously, but the civs have been chosen, and we're gonna see Malians and HRE.
Okay, I can hear your bias. I can see your bias. I can feel
Feel my
Talk to me
bias?
about HRE, Whammon.
I lost yesterday. I lost as HRE against Malians. But the day before that, I beat a Conqueror 2 guy. And guys, I'm a very low Conqueror 1. I can beat Tim very consistently. Don't get that wrong. So if any of you late night watchers, you're used to seeing Tim on this time, I kick his ass every single time. So... Malians,
I mean, that's not hard, right?
Yeah, no, he's trash, right? So
Even I have a positive record against Tim.
Really? Even you, Ascalon?
Yeah.
Okay.
To be fair, we mostly played in the pre-patch, but...
Tim, you know we love you. Okay. Now, Malians and HRE. I know that on paper, Malians is supposed to counter HRE, but I feel like we've gotten to a point in the gameplay where you're actually able to do so many versatile things against both of these civs. So my real question is, what is Wham gonna cook and how is Poppy Paw gonna cook as well? Because again, I feel Wham is the reactionary player. Poppy Paw is the one that dictates the pace of the game. So if Poppy Paw decides, hey, I'm gonna go for some shenanigans, I don't know if Wham's gonna be able to adjust to that too easily.
I mean, do you really think that Mali is the Civ to be dictating the tone and the pace of the game? Because in Feudal, they want to very much survive and... But... Okay,
Yes,
hear me out here.
I'm hearing you.
Can we somehow make the concept of Farimba work? Please?
We can, but I just don't think it's on the cards tonight. I checked
No,
the
it's
time.
probably not.
I checked the time, and these players were actually like, hey, we're going to go into a 50-minute game. So, guys, put your socks on. We're about to head in to the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Game 3, Wham versus Poppy Paw. Oh, my God. Wham, you cooker. I'm just bringing the curse to the cast. So, guys, if you ever need me to cast for a tournament, you will find that I will bring the curse there. There is a barracks from Wham, and we've seen this game play out before.
I mean, I love me some Dark Age Spears. Dark Age Spears are amazing. Now, question is, how many houses is Puppy gonna go? Okay, never mind. 2 houses. Let's leave it at that. We're gonna tick up. We're gonna just have 2 houses to be burned, and we're gonna have a really fast age up.
Now, this is actually quite surprising. I've never seen.
Oh,
Oh
he's going
no,
for
we're not.
Donzos.
No, they're going Donzos. Oh, this is gonna be a dark age. No, he's not going Donzos. He's going Outpost. What is happening?
Really? Okay, interesting.
I
Now, the outpost is surprising to me.
I feel
Quite
like he was
honestly.
about to go for Donzos though, but then he just realized, hey, maybe I shouldn't. And I'm
You
just
realized,
gonna...
wait, I'm facing HRE.
Yeah. They do have that movement speed, which is kind of nice, honestly. So
And they get that 40% extra income.
yes, right. So they're gonna be able to outproduce. They're just gonna have more spears, you know? So that's basically what he said in that voice specifically. I heard him talking about it earlier. So Valley Girl, Puppy Paw, just able to respond to this. Although you're gonna need to
And now he-
idle some villagers to keep this thing alive.
Now he can go for the other houses too.
He's gonna clap this down. But the spearmen, they do cause a little bit of a reaction. And constant idle time, it's great, but what would you rather be? The Valley Girl or the HRE with the barracks? I honestly would say the HRE with the barracks, though.
I mean, you're in any land map ever. Okay, never mind, water maps as well. You want to be the HRA.
Yes.
But this is very annoying. And here comes the tower.
I'm out, guys. I've stopped casting. I think that Wham says, I don't think this is spicy enough. Let me put it a little bit closer. Puppy Paw says, I raise you some swag, and he is ready for the swag. We're gonna have a build off. But the thing is, these spearmen, if they were attacking this right now, they would be in a pretty... Oh no, that is a bugged little range.
So much idle time for Poppy. I mean, Wham sees the second tower and says to himself, yeah, cool.
The tower is actually reaching the tower. I'm very surprised about this. The villagers pulled to do a little bit of extra. I wonder if Wham's going to cancel this, but without
Yeah, Wham's
losing too
gonna
much.
cancel as soon as the tower is finished and run. Or possibly run and then cancel.
Oh, and he makes it out alive and starts with the new
Yeah.
one. He's going to force this man to keep reacting. Now, Puppy Paw does have the gold, and they're pulling the villagers. The boys are ready. They're going to try to burn down this bad boy, and they're going to try and do some damage. The spearmen are fighting back, and they do go into our range. He might lose a spearman, but he might lose a villager to this as well, and it will all be maybe worth it. I don't know.
Gets the Vil to... Oh my god, this is absolute disaster mode for Puppy. And behind all of that, Wham is aging up now.
And so is Puppy, but Puppy Paw is keeping his landmark close so that he can pop these bad boys in and out. The spearman needs to push the scout back here because these two will be able to out-damage. The rest of the villagers are ready to burn down this bad boy, and they're being pulled. They're going to be able to deny this, but I don't think it was worth it for Puppy Paw. Wham has invested, yes, he's invested a little bit of wood. He's going to be able to finish this tower, and he might, yeah, it goes down, but again, Puppy Paw has it cost him so much here.
Yeah, I'm not sure about finishing that tower. I guess you have to go for it because at that point, canceling doesn't have a point anymore. But... And just getting that one will was already so worth it for Wham. And this is forcing out 2 towers as reaction, which also block off housing positions, right? So there's less income for Nomalian.
And
I don't think it gets any better than that.
I'm honestly inspired. I feel like now, as an HRE player, I've discovered the new way of dealing with Malians. And he's going for it again. Wham says, I will not stop until you lose your mind, your sanity, your beliefs. And the spearman says, your scout. Now, what he's got here is quite interesting, because now with the chapel, he's going to be able to inspire all these boys, and he's going to stay in feudal and deny this. Because behind all of this, yes, he's got a backwards goal, he'll be able to switch over here, but if he loses this pit mine, he's already invested so much into it. He loses a pit mine, he loses all this idle time, he loses 2 towers. And the villagers are pulled.
Big will pull this time, and the spears are very low, so this tower is definitely not going up.
He is forcing him to invest a lot here. Even if it does get denied, it was definitely worth it. If you cancel, you barely get anything back, but these villagers were idle for ages. And behind all of this, I feel like Wham is on the driving seat. He can now decide, what am I going for? And I feel like he's deciding. Is he deciding? What did he say? What are we doing, Wham? Are we going for 2TC or something? Oh, he's going for 2TC.
Cancels the range.
He's going for 2TC. And he's being greedy behind it as well.
Okay, Puppy needs damage control now. Has the archer range out, is making making one archer just in case that villager is returning to build another tower.
He's just ready to deny the next tower, the 4th tower of the game.
Yeah,
we're
getting the upgrades now, but like he doesn't have wheelbarrow queued. There is no second pit mine at this point in time. Mali is not happy.
Yeah, Marlians is at a point where you don't want to be, right? You've got your double broadaxe, that's great. You don't have your wheelbarrow because your gold income didn't look that hot. But it should be the next thing that he goes for. He doesn't have a... Oh, never mind, he has them. Oh, he opted to go for cows instead of getting his wheelbarrow instead. So now getting that cattle ranch. But HRE already has the perfect answer. HRE is just happily going for that second TC, so they will be able to keep up with this. And honestly, they could put that TC anywhere. They can put it here at the front, which would be a really, really good move to make sure that this arcane chapel is no longer seen as a forward arcane.
I think you just put it in front of the farms for the garrison slots. I mean,
yes.
the future farms. Excuse me.
Oh my gosh! Actually, Askeladd, they are saying something about us both being wrong.
Oh, okay. Here
and
we
he's
go.
going for the deer. He's going for the deer. He's not afraid of what Papipo has to offer. Papipo even upgrading the tower. He's like, I'm not dealing with this again. That was enough. I'm done. I don't want to fight this
Double
again.
arrow slits. So expensive. Did he switch the quarry? Probably. Like he didn't mind that.
Still on gold. Now, behind this, Wham is transitioning into a pretty solid farm build. And this is going to be great for him going into the late game, especially being on 2TC. Because the 2TC can keep up with this cow production, especially if you get it this early and delay them this much.
I'm interested to see how greedy Wham can be here. Because the cow boom is already coming out. We skipped the wheelbarrow because it's likely the least important upgrade you have there. But we've got some units crossing the map, so we're still gonna apply some feudal pressure. So no burgering. I was gonna say maybe he can just spear burger this up. But no,
But you
just
don't,
full feudal. I love it.
You don't need to burger in this case because your feudal age is so much stronger than the Malians, especially with the cows being so much delayed. So this is now just a wonderful place for HRE to be in. So look at that, just denying the cow. And this is just slowing down the Malian pump that we're so used to seeing. We don't see a second pit mine. We know that these guys are doing their best to get all these cows. He doesn't have the upgrades that you usually see from Malians. So you want to apply that amazing pressure and feudal that you have. And with 2TC as well, it's going to be really hard to deny. And look at this. There's no pressure on him. He can go for the ball. He can go for the ball and he's fine. He's just chilling right now. And it's getting upgraded.
Wham's living the best life. Does he even move out to the boar immediately before he has wheelbarrow? Oh my, never mind. He already is moving faster. So yeah, he's fine.
Are you just salty about the fact that HRE is a little bit strong?
No. I am totally fine with this. This is all... I can feel the balance. No, I'm not salty about this. This game is super fun, and Puppy was not looking great at that defense. I mean, it's also really hard to deal with, because you're gonna take a hit either way, but he took a real big hit. He lost the Vil, forced 2 towers.
He actually lost 2 Vils that early on, by the way. I also didn't see the second one going down. But once I saw it was
I think the second one was when he dived the base just now.
Ooh, Ooh, and Poppy Paw is going for a castle. You don't want to be going for a castle with no production buildings.
I mean,
just
he
cows.
needs to. He needs a timing. He needs to do some damage right now, somehow. He went full greed mode, and let's see if it pays off.
So
Because Wham is probably not expecting this.
Exactly. Wham would expect his brother to just go and make more units because you gotta fight this, boys. And unfortunately, he does not.
What's the weapon of choice?
The weapon of
What is he going for?
Ooh,
You can't really go for Sofa, even though the Sofa would be your strongest option.
Sofa.
Okay, he's going for stable. Right, Sofa it is.
Sofa.
Let's go. Let's pray that the HRE spears are just, on vacation or something.
Yes, because you have an archery range with 3 ranged units. So you definitely need them to go on vacation because these spears are just going to be so powerful here. The moment he hears that age up, he's going to go deny the wood. We see the villagers making another tower. He's just going to try to upgrade these consistently. But HRE, now what is the next move? We see with all that wood at the back as well, he was planning to stay in feudal for a while. Oh, but it might be re-rallying, boys.
Yeah, I mean, Wham's economy is so powerful. He can get pull after this real fast. Okay, he just got upgraded to Warrior Scout.
That's why he got the stable. He wanted to get
that's
sofas, but
true.
he's like, let me punish him for those villagers over there, and he gets a little victim or two. Not what you
I'm
need.
getting PTSD from season 4.
Oh yeah, those scouts were horrendous. But now, the archers are in queue. We see another upgrade. Arrow slits for the tower at the back here. Surprising that he didn't save up for the Springald emplacement. And this is now a ticking time bomb. Yes, he's got the food. Yes, he has a lot of food. He doesn't have the production buildings. And he's soon going to face rams, which he doesn't have an answer to. Archers are not very known for dealing with rams well.
Are you gonna get your wish? Is this gonna be clown carring?
No, he won't clown car. Wham is too honorable to clown car. The sofas are coming in though. They do pretty good against these, but now the spearmen are going to be able to stop this. And the first sofa goes down. That's such an expensive unit to lose. And these guys are knocking at the door. He puts those spearmen in there for safety, so the archers don't snipe them down. And this is going to be a denied gold mine. So Poppy Paw being in castle. He does not have all the upgrades he needs, like the +1 and such. He does have veteran archers, but we see him desperately plopping down houses now. He's pop-gapped, and these rams are not looking at stopping.
2TC HRE pumping behind this. Production queue is not that big for Wham, actually. I expected him to have more out there, but it's just enough. It's just enough. Puppy cannot get the units out. There's an HRE army on top of his production.
And he's trying to save this tower. He's even upgraded it with 100 stone invested here, but it's about to go down anyway, and the villagers go down with it. Poppy Paw realizes Castle Age might be great, but it's not that great. I can't fight that without units. He does have a few in the TC, trying to keep things alive. The villagers are pulled just to be able to try and stop these rams from stopping his cows, but the archers are in his eco. And they're just going to snipe villagers left and right. 34 villagers. He's plopping down more archery ranges. This is just going to be too late. He does stop the rams, though, but Wham is not looking at slowing down. He's looking at slowing down production, but he's going for the Castle Age next.
Yeah, look at that. We see a bunch of archery ranges dropped in the back because as soon as he's back to cutting wood, the archers are pretty much the only unit he can build because he doesn't have the gold for anything.
And he doesn't have the poison arrows on them either. So these archers are just going to be archers. When you have men-at-arms flooding your base, you are not going to do anything with archery ranges. He doesn't have a barracks. And even if you're going to be dealing with HRE archers, and keeping in mind, let's go see how many he has on gold. He has 4 in gold right now, so he's probably not going to look at all-inning here. But he's going to try to keep these off of gold, and he's just sitting these archers at the front, trying to plop down these spears. They fall on the ground one by one. The sofas are next. Villagers also falling on the ground. He's desperately trying to get a little bit of gold, but he's just not successful in doing so. 29 villagers now, 22 dead villagers on the ground. this is where you call it GG.
Can you click one of those so far for me before they die? Okay. Absolutely no blacksmith upgrades. He does. Wait, 3? No, he doesn't have imported armor either, so. Eh. How would you say, brother?
Poppypaw is holding on though. I think he's gonna stop holding on the moment he sees the cathedral. So, Wham reaching Castle Age. Is this where we tap out? No, no, no. He says, I'm gonna go attack.
I'm not sure he saw the second TC yet. So. Okay, no, he knows. He knows.
He knows. He knows he's getting cooked. Now, we can see this is the problem with Malians. At some point, you just have too much food and you don't have any other resources, so you just can't produce anything. The archers are in QS. That's the only thing he can afford right now. Sofa's trying to get in, because this is the last hurrah for them. So, they will get in. They might get 3 or 4 villages here, but it will not be enough to offset that lead. We can see now 40 villages in the lead. It's not where you want to be as Malians.
I mean, usually you'd say 40 villagers in the lead. Yeah, what do I care? Do I need villagers? I have infrastructure, but Puppy doesn't have that.
And now, with the units that are going to come out of Wham anytime now, we're going to be seeing a lot of pressure. Now, the relics are next on the menu. He hasn't caught anything yet. Let's quickly switch over to his side and follow those prelates. They are all rallied onto their positions, and they will come back with some very spicy loot.
We're prepping a little bit of infrastructure.
Oh
We're
my
scraping
God.
together. Wait.
That sheep carcass blocking it with the mill. All the pro players just constantly spicing it up by doing that. These archers, still not veteran archers. Wham has
Not a
invested
fan
all
of
his
that.
gold into getting a lot of other things like prelates. But those archer upgrades will be kicking in now.
Let's just not go there, but I'm not a fan of that blocking of the pit mine. I say blocking houses is fine, but blocking the pit mine itself,
Yeah, that's a bit rough. Until
It's
it
a
gets
dumb
put into
mechanic.
the rule books, we will allow it. It is acceptable. It takes a little bit of work to do as well, right? You have to actually kill your sheep with a lot of effort. So it's not that easy to do. So this is now one of those very awkward moments where Wham needs to, just hold it very easily, and Puppypaw is desperate to find some damage. Veteran archers doing their best. They're target firing these spears. They want to be able to target fire them because the Sofas need to do some damage. And the men-at-arm has joined the fight. This just means that the pain train for Puppypaw has come to an end, and the +2 upgrade is about to kick in. He needs to kill these men-at-arms before that upgrade kicks in. He's able to target fire the spears, but now these men-at-arms will be even worse.
imported armor has come in for the Sofa. So these Sofa are now much stronger than they were a second ago, but like we're still... It's double the economy with an HRE Aachen with almost half farm transition already done. I mean, Puppy has done a miraculous job, somehow getting this army together. It's just not gonna be enough.
Now Puppypaw is holding on to this last push. He really is trying. We see 3 relics for Wham in the bank already. He's probably going on the next ones as well. We see these Sofas finally getting pushed off. And Wham, now the HRE power kicking in. And the rest of these guys are just rallied on top of their relics.
Yeah, range defense only coming in for Puppy now. If he had full upgrades on those Sofa, this fight would have been close. But not like this. Puppy's
now-
just too far behind. Poison archers coming in.
These man-at-arms are just too strong right now. Even if these archers are kiting, they are not going to be able to do anything to them yet. Like, the poison arrows might change this a little bit, but it needs a lot of time. Time which neither of these players are going to have. Now, the prelate putting down the relic here at the front, I actually like this. I like this because I know he's going to get the upgrade on this tower too. And it's just going to force Puppypaw to know, like, hey, I have a relic I can deny, but probably nothing I can do about it in any moment here. We do see the boys trying to chase down. These Sofas are out in a pretty good position to kill these villagers, but he might lose them. Let's see. Oh, they make it out
close.
by the skin of their teeth. And now these boys chopping gold as much as they can. They did clear that sheep, so good for Puppypaw. He gets his sheep removed and can get that second pit mine. The other pit mine is still standing strong, but gold completely depleted out of it.
Yeah. Puppy is macroing beautifully, and he's doing a lot of pressure here. He's doing a lot of work with the little he has. But Wham is so far ahead. He's on 4 relics, getting the sacred sites behind this. Casual 35 will lead.
And this is where Malians usually, they need to find an answer, but there is no answer here. Papipo right now, he's finishing this wood line over here, and once this is done, the next one is all the way over here. It's going to be very, very exposed. The sofas, like you said, with the little that he has, he's doing such good work, but you need to do a lot more with this type of lead. And now the poison arrows are going to be able to do some work. The men-at-arms are going to be pushed off. The sofas are doing pretty well against these men-at-arms too.
Wham's income is now so good. As soon as he has all of his holes in the walls stopped, he can just go in, and Puppy will not be able to follow.
Yeah, and he's already denying this eco. He knows that this wood line is where most of those villages are, so he does a little bit of work here to get them backed off. But these archers are a little bit out of position, but there's just enough units to deal with these, even though the sofas are going to be on top of them. These poison arrows are really showing their mark, but keep in mind, these guys can run quite fast.
43 archers for Puppy. He's going full on that poison arrow train, but Wham's just training mass men-at-arms, mass archers that move faster too. And he's gonna be just fine with that.
Again,
getting all of his upgrades.
Papipo is doing well though. Look at this army split that we see here. The thing is, this is temporary, right? Now when if Wham tries to age up, this is going to be a lot harder to deal with. And he's doubling down on these men-at-arms, but these poison archers honestly have been doing a really good job.
Can we look at the Aachen real quick to see how far we've come?
How far
that
we've come?
That looks pretty strong to me.
Yeah, this is a pretty good economy here for the man. He is able to fight these off, and really great job here with the poison archers. And now trying to get more damage onto the other sides. We see here this outpost with the relic inside. It's, you know, it's garnering the gold, but it is quite susceptible to these raids. So now Papipo, I don't know if he's just trying to force Wham to stay in castle so he doesn't go for that feudal. Force your brother to keep making units, because if you stop, this is going to be a destruction.
I'm kind of surprised that Wham hasn't done a little bit of a switch into horsemen at this point. But I mean, these men-at-arms, if they can just get us around here or get a real good connection, that is already enough.
And that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Again, with that movement speed, they're going to be pretty okay. You realized maybe I just haven't been attacking them with enough, but the kiting is so beautiful. Papipo doing an amazing job at cleaning these out, and this army value is just decreasing and decreasing. While Papipo is able to sustain this quite well. Men-at-arms taking a lot of damage. These poison archers really worth their bread and butter right here. But the villagers are out on the map. And he needs to be a little bit careful here. Oh, beautiful micro by Papipo.
I'm surprised actually that Wham was following that so long. I think he just trusted in the marching drills to get a better connection for his own archers, but it was just not the case.
Now, is he going to do that horseman switch? Because that is probably the only switch that is going to allow him to clean those up. He says no. I'll just go for siege instead. That's also a good answer.
Fortunately so. Fortification is going to be late here, so that is one relic being denied to the HRE, but Wham's army is on the way.
Now, this relic being denied might not seem like a big thing, but this is now forcing Wham to pull his army to one side, and he needs to keep making units. Now, with these sofas getting caught out, this is not looking good for Papipo. This is actually a big chunk of his army, but he's pushing forward. He realizes, okay, you've split up your army, you've sent a significant amount to my side. This is the one moment I have to do something about it.
Now, what could Wham possibly be having in his base that would make all of these archers think twice? Coming out of that building he just recently created.
That's
Oh
what.
no!
That's what.
And
He's cooking. He's
Is
cooking.
he gonna put the relic forward into that outpost?
And I think Wham is gonna age up, but he's gonna age up with the Elsbach, not with the Regnus. Oh, with the Regnus. Not with the Palace of Swabia. You can get in position now, capture this area. I said this. Elsbach is coming in hot. He's gonna secure this gold. But honestly, I think he could have been a little bit more greedy even. If he put a little bit more forward, he would still secure the gold and be in a pretty good position to secure this sacred site as well.
Puppy's dealing with the towers, also dealing with raids in his own base. And yeah, Wham is just going for a little tour through the Malian base, because why not? He's faster than the archers that are pursuing him.
This has been quite amazing though. Wham repairing this and Puppy Paw not realizing the villager is standing there on the outside. The thing is, Puppy Paw's army is looking decent and it's looking like it can survive a push here. But now with Wham going for the Elsbach, he's going to be able to get at least one Imperial Age upgrade, which is going to be so important for him to just close out this game. I
Can
honestly
we talk
thought...
about the fact that Puppy's almost imp himself?
Yeah, I don't know. That's just the problem with Malians. The moment you have these cows set up, they just instantly boost your resources. And that's exactly what he clicks. He says, okay, I'll cancel my units, get a Fortress of the Hunt. Wait. Fort of the Huntress. I always say Fortress of the Hunt. It's okay. It happens.
I always said Fortress of the Hunt. Weird.
Yeah, maybe we're both dented. It's okay. Now, Puppy Paw, he is going to get this thing
no.
up, but he might lose a few villages as a price to pay here, which he doesn't have a lot of. Oh, no, he doesn't have a lot of at all. This is a very expensive price to pay. Doesn't
Slowly losing a
garrison
few of
them
those.
instantly either. But guys, keep in mind, this now shoots poison arrows. Oh! Puppy Paw calls it. He realizes this is going to be hard. I don't have any villagers left in this game.
I mean, he's sort of been dead for the last 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Holding on to a
He
dream.
was holding in beautifully. I mean, that was a really nice hold.
Oh, Puppy Paw. The man made it all the way here to the top 3 of King of Dry Arabia, brother. And so far, it's looking like Wham might be the one to take this game. Now, I'll be honest with you guys. I always wish for the most possible games. But I really hope this is a 3-1. I really hope this is a 3-1. We're 6 hours in. And there's still one best of 7 to go. It's 12. I was telling myself, I'll be done by 12. Easily. Easily. I was wrong. I was
Sweet
wrong.
summer child.
I was wrong, and I am so sorry to myself because this is a bit of a distraction. And I just want to catch up to the donations. We did get a $5 donation in the last 25 minutes and another $100 donation. Thank you guys so much for contributing to the King of Dry Arabia Fund. We're going to make sure to keep these things going. And I think when I catch up with the subs as well, we should be very close to our goal. So we will get there, boys. We might have a king of something else, though. Because I must say, when I started King of Dry Arabia, I was really excited. Because this is going to be relatable content. We see Dry Arabia on the map pool. It's always there, boys. But after casting about 644 games on King of Dry Arabia, I think I'm ready for like a king of the hill, a king of the Lipany. Not Lipany, never mind, I'm wrong. King of Gorge. I don't care, just king of something else. Or a king of realms, where we go for a different map for every round. Maybe there we go for something else. King of the Hill. Obi-Wan Kenobi, that is probably the best name I have ever heard. King of Socotra, I would rather die. Ascalad,
Well, that's a little rough. I feel like Socotra is an okay map.
but a king of it? A king of low elo legends. That's what I mean, boys. Honestly, what would be really cool is if we could get pro players to go up against gold players and we can see how many gold players they can take down. Emperor of Earth. I like that too because it means we can only use land maps. I'm not a big fan of the water maps, I'll be honest. So,
I would fight you on that statement,
oh no.
but
I don't want to be fought.
I played an Archipelago team game last night, and
Yeah.
I was not having fun at the end.
Okay, so not King of Archipelago, guys. I'm just calling it now. Nobody to get excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen,
I think we won water like 7 times.
we have our next map, though. Byzantine versus Rus. And wham, better pull this shit through because we are tired. Askeladd's energy is gone. He's practiced for tomorrow. He's clean. He's ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into game 4. Is this going to be... Is Puppy Pool going to be the contender that goes up against Beastie for the title of King of Dry Arabia? Very nice. On to the next one. Let's go, boys. So, now Rus, right? We've been talking about Rus, what people have been cooking, what they haven't been cooking. Wham going for that second hunting cabin that you mentioned that they did at King of the Rockies as well, right? And? Any thoughts? Twitch and Askeladd?
I like it. Give me double cabins, please. Wham.
Double cabins. We have 2 scouts on the map. Very nice. Gonna get a ton of sheep, but are we going to get the one, the only professional scouts?
I'm a little, like, I'm not sold on the 2 scouts opening. I mean, against Mali, it just makes sense because you can be so annoying, but other than that, I don't see it. Can we stop with the landmarks that only leave 1 tile of space?
These guys are just living for Twitch chat to get triggered. Guys, this is not a farm. I repeat, this is not a farm. Guys, do not place it like this. Unless you are Puppy Paw and you know what you're doing, that is not a farm, ladies and gentlemen. But it will just leave 1 tile. I'll be honest, my HRE chapels are sometimes worse than this. It's just 1 farm that's out of position, guys. So if we're talking about the Feng Shui of the base, the Feng Shui has been lost. The Feng Shui is a thing of the past. And the Golden Gate has been plopped down. So
Love it.
let's see what the boys are going to do. What are they doing? They're just going for the deer. They're going to get their hunt. They want to go get fed. They're hungry, brothers. They're super, super hungry. Getting that passive gold by killing them as well. Where are they going? Oh.
We're going for the boar? Yep, all the way in the corner. Lovely.
Oh, we're going,
And
yes.
meanwhile, Wham is pushing in the deer on the TC because he's got nothing better to do.
That is genius. Wham. Little bit of a greedy play, but I honestly love it. I'm a fan. I'm in. Wham, thank you for always keeping us entertained. Remember when I said Wham was the standard player and Puppy Paw was the innovator? I feel like I've been proven wrong time and time again now by Wham. He's just a man who's now been cooking and cooking and cooking, and these villagers are now going to be snacking on the fattest boar on this map. The other one is not that fat. We've checked with the spawn boys. This one is a skinny boar. This one was the chunky boar that Wham is going to eat. Yes. Farm transition
Beautiful play
is
there.
incessant.
He's not worried because he's making the tower last, but he still needs to go for it eventually because it's gonna get scouted out from Puppy. And we do have the barracks. Go on, say it.
Askeladd, there's something urgent I need you to do. I need you to hack tour quickly.
Hell nah.
Oh my gosh, Askeladd, what? Why not? Guys, we're gonna hack tour because we got another $100 donation for King of Dry Arabia. Another 100 going into the pool for our next event. Thank you very much. And I will not read the name because I know it needs to be anonymous. I appreciate you. Good sir, you know who you are. Thank you very much for supporting King of Dry Arabia. And let's keep going.
If that person will contact me directly, I will do it for them. But other than that, I'm fine. But
Well, the
also,
hack
thank you
tour.
very much. Thank you very much for giving us more tournaments.
We have so many tournaments, guys. They just keep coming. Hell yeah, brothers. Now, we're seeing not a fast castle. I was saying we're seeing a fast castle, but there's nothing on gold. I don't know what we're seeing. We're just seeing a lot of food. And I don't know how I feel about this. What else? Wham?
I'm confused here.
Wham? What are we doing,
you-
Wham? Oh! He's going to buy the gold
Yeah,
to
but
get fast castle.
Rus is getting 20% more wood, which is why you usually just sell wood. I mean, this is giving him extra bounty,
Yes.
but I'm not sold on this. And Puppy is going for the Keshik contract here, which is usually indicating the fast castle.
No, he's not.
You
He's
want-
going
you want
for
to
the
be-
javelin
Oh,
contract.
is it Jeff? Wait. Oh my
Yes,
god! I
it's
looked at the wrong curved sword.
He's playing against a knight civilization. You know the rules, Askeladd. What are the rules? If you play against a knight civilization, what do you want?
But Wham's just gonna man-at-arms rush him now.
Yes, but if you play against a knight civilization, the rule is you gotta get those camels. So he just followed the rule. It doesn't mean it's the right move, it's just the rule. He had to go for the rule. And he's getting the high trade house. He's getting more food. He's getting more bounty. This is gonna be
Wham-
so much bounty, Askeladd. So much
Wham
bounty.
is so naked, it's unbelievable.
Now,
It should not be allowed on stream.
yeah, I think we do need to add a not safe for work tag after watching this game. The man is completely naked. It is disgusting. I didn't think he would do this on stream. We might get in some trouble for this. So guys, just bear with us. We usually do not condone any nudeness on the stream. But Wham, he's just not following the rules.
He doesn't even have a tower to boost his woodcutting. He went that greedy on the castle age timing.
Oh, the scout just wants to taunt him. He's like, hey, look at me, brother. Actually, he says, let me buy some wood. Yes, I'll buy some wood. Sell my food, buy some wood. I'm gonna get a tower. Don't you worry, Askeladd. I got you.
Oh, Puppy is happy with this because Wham really wanted that ticket to be a production building.
Yeah, that would be ideal for Wham, just to get that little bit of production out. But now he's stuck on the wood, and the wooden fortress is a little bit... it's not in an optimal position, right? It's not where you want the wooden fortress to be to secure some of this area. But now he will be able to harass him from this side. And this is just the problem when you're playing against javelin throwers. They have such good base damage. They just took care of that scout. He didn't have a chance. And now Wham is just not going to be able to do the raiding as he would like. But behind all of this, he's got 1,000 food in the bank. He's probably got like 600 bounty. Let's quickly check and see. 420 bounty. Okay, I overestimated
close
a little
enough.
bit. Yeah. To be fair, it was a very bountiful play.
We're only not even 9 minutes in. It's fine. You were just excited.
I was excited, and now we're seeing double barracks. You were right, Askeladd. He's gonna go for Ghulams.
But he's too late. Puppy's up.
Puppy's up. And Puppy needs to transition to crossbows, but he's not yet. He's getting his upgrades. He's gonna get camels. He believes, I'm playing against Knight Civ. I'm getting the camels, and you cannot tell me otherwise.
I mean, possibly, but we can just check what Puppy knows about Wham's base, and then we know.
He doesn't
Okay, he
know
has
much.
no idea the barracks exists.
Yeah, he's convinced this is gonna be a knight. First man at arm in queue. He's gonna spot this out. He's like, oh, I was attacking your high trade house, but I just wanted to look at it from the other side. It's gorgeous, by the way. Love what you did here with the architecture. Very nice, very nice. So now with the barracks being spotted, he's gonna know what's coming, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does his transition. But the problem is, the high base damage from these guys is just gonna be a little bit hard for these Ghulams to take. They're gonna need to take it. These
I
javelin
really
throwers
enjoy
don't care.
calling them Ghulam, right?
Are they men-at-arms?
They're
they're
men-at-arms.
They're
These
men-at-arms.
are the most basic men-at-arms you can get. They have no special feature at all.
You can't just call people basic, Askeladd. That's really rude.
These are not people. These are pixels.
These are people at arms, as we would say.
Okay, fine. They're pixels at arms, and yeah, Puppy actually has so many javelin throwers out that the initial wave for Wham completely evaporates to it. And now we also have Varangians at the base at home. Does he have archery ranges set up at all?
I don't know. I was just looking at the architecture of the men at arms, but no, he doesn't. Guys, I do know that I've been mispronouncing them the whole time, but I just want to point out, they do look a little bit like Ghulams, right? They do have the little bit of armor. It gives you a little bit of that Ayubid feeling, doesn't it? Okay. I'm just gonna double down on this. I feel like as a woman, I need to double down on this and hold strong in my position. He's getting the +1, boys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eagle. That's what I like to hear, brother.
No, I know that feudal javelins have 9 damage. And men-at-arms start out with 4 range defense, going up to 5 now in a second. But I don't know what veteran actually have.
Now, he's denying this high trade house, or the deer from it. Oh, he's trying to. He's not really denying them. He's just pushing them this way. So this does slow Wham down in terms of food, because, you know, he's eaten the boar. He's not on as much food as he used to be, so that pain train is a little bit over, but these deer are going to start stacking up, and then he's going to have a lot of beautiful food going into that, I don't know, civilization, kingdom, the Rus kingdom. Now, these Ghulams are going to be able to take a pretty good fight with the +1. We do have +1 for the javelins as well. They're not being microed right now, so they're not getting the full value. But the boys are cleaning up because they got to stand right on top of one another. And honestly, you don't want to stand on top of Ghulams. They are known to be quite aggressive. The Ghulams fighting the Liquipedia at the back here as well. Not the fight you want to take, and Puppy Paw is in danger. Big danger.
Oh, I'm not worried for Puppy right now. I think Wham's push just completely failed, and now he's so far on the back foot.
Because
The only thing I mean, he's running out of food. He has the high trade house and the berry bush in the corner. There's his solution to getting back into this game, because his economy right now is so much worse than Puppy's. He also was not able to secure himself any relics with that fast castle play, while Puppy's already has them.
And now... Oh, this is not a good trade for him.
PC's gonna go up just in time, but then we're just gonna be idle.
The problem is as well, these are not just Liquipedia that's pushing. These are Varangian gods. And they don't really mind the TC fire. Honestly, they just chill. They're going to stand right here. Javelin Thrower is also famous for not minding TC fire. So these guys are just trying to deny the high traders. Not the best investment you would want to do here, but forcing these Ghulams to respond and, Ghulams, men-at-arms to respond. And they are taking some unfavorable trades from these javelins as well.
I mean, Wham's just dead. He doesn't have the food to do anything right now. And here's the problem for him with this army composition. He is basically forced into the men-at-arms. Like, archers won't do anything against the Varangians. Crossbows will get countered by the javelins. Knights will get soft countered by the Varangians when they berserk. It's not a great position to be in.
At this point, he is not sure what to do either, and we can see that he's trying to go onto the cheeky food here on the outside as well. But at this point, there's just so many units in his base. It's going to shut down this high trade house, and that is 143 gold per minute that he's going to be losing, and the deer spawn as well. This was his little bit of food farm, and now the first crossbow is out. He's going to try his best to keep this thing alive. It is doing some damage. But when they're in numbers of 1, they're not famous for their big plays. The Wooden Fortress did get some chunky upgrade as well now, so he's going to get that Springald upgrade on top of these, but honestly, these Springalds are going to need to do a lot more damage to actually secure this game. He's getting the +2 range defense now, but I don't know how much time he has.
He doesn't have any time. There's 22 Varangians. He's only alive because he has those villagers on the deer at the top side. And as soon as Puppy realizes there's dead deer around that spot, he's gonna go there.
I feel like I'm gonna need to apologize to Beastie for making sure that the finals is taking place at 1 AM. After he only slept 4 hours last night. Both of us are zombies right now, and he's going to need to play the winner of this in a best of 7. Now, he's losing units, right? Puppy Paw is losing units, but keep in mind he is on free units as well. These villagers are just delivering food. They're getting these wonderful little oils as well, just dripping in and being able to consistently produce from there. Now, with the Golden Horn Tower, you're just going to keep getting these guys out, and the the tower going down, the Springald Fire is down. We're down. The TC is not going to do much damage either. 3 crossbows now, trying their best to make a miracle happen, and a mangonel hoping for a miracle.
Yeah, as soon as the mango dies, which will be in a second, this game is done. Never mind.
We will be going to game 5. Have we lost
Of
our
course
mind?
we will.
Yes. Have we lost our mind? Yes, yes. Wham going for a little bit of a cheese to just ensure that we get all the content we ever dreamed of. Now, I see Eagle says if the MAAs were Gulams, Wham might have a chance. Yes, guys. He might. But guys, we will be going into, and I'm announcing this. I'm calling it right now. We'll be going into the final game of the series. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? I'm going to take a sip of water on the stream because I'm only human and the water bottle is making a lot of noise. There you go. Now, guys, at this point, when you've lost your mind, 6.5 hours into the stream, the prediction is up. Twitch chat, put all your points. This is very important. All your valuable currency. Put it down right now. Put it down right now. This is the moment. This is the last moment for these guys. They're picking their civilizations as we speak. I see Puppy Paw hovering over the civs. He doesn't have a lot of choices left. Wham Puppy Paw have locked in their choices. Puppy Paw on Mongols, Wham on Japanese. We're gonna get a clown fiesta. We're gonna get an uwu. And we're gonna make the eagle voice again and again, and I hope you guys are ready. Ascalad, do we get an eagle from you as well?
An eagle. Can I do an eagle?
An e-girl, not an eagle. Not the
No. I'm going for the Mongol eagle. That is all I can do for you. No,
Okay,
Mareka, we talked about this.
do the eagle. I'll settle for the eagle.
We just did the eagle.
No, you didn't do it. Come on, guys. Everyone,
I
motivate
think my-
Ascalad in the chat to please do the eagle.
Honestly, I think my noise suppression is cutting it out.
It is.
Yeah, because I did it twice already.
Okay, I'll be quiet. Go for it.
Can I do it a third time without screwing up? Because the first 2 times were amazing, by the way.
10 out of 10.
No, that was bad, but
It's okay, nobody heard it. You did it too light like Raggedy. Okay. Now, guys, a Wham and Puppy Paw, the winner of this has been playing for about 600 years. So that's also the winner bracket advantage. I feel like Beastie might have lost his mind by now as well. But guys, production has just informed me. I'm joking, I'm production. So guys, production has just informed me. We are going into our final game with Wham and Puppy Paw on... What map are we playing for the final round, Ascalad?
now let's see. You just revealed the map. What could this be? Hard to call for me. It's not regions. No cliffs or no Lippany.
No stealth forests.
Yeah, that's
much.
Also
Yeah.
not much to go on, honestly.
Yeah, no, this is a hard map to guess. Let me just press escape. Oh,
Seems
yes.
very basic.
Yes, guys, it's Dry Arabia. That's correct. Oof. I knew it. It must have been Dry Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, the final, or the second to last series, or the second to last series of the King of Dry Arabia in the house with Puppy Paw and Wham, Mongols versus Japanese. Now, I said something about a tower rush early on, but I was incorrect. And in fact, he's just going to use his stone to get that double villager, which is
He's double vil producing?
That would be amazing. Oh, the Khan? Almost dying?
No, there's the barracks. Good. For 1 second I was like, what?
Oh, wait, there's a barracks. Oh, there's a barracks. There's a barracks, boys. I got excited. I apologize.
Yeah.
That was just me losing my mind, being excited about this game. Beautiful.
Yeah. And look at the spawn for Wham real quick. Both his nearest golds are right down there, where the tower is gonna go up. This is not a fun situation to be in if you're a Japanese player.
Oh, wait. Did you hear that car noise? Did you hear the car noise?
I hear the car noise, and we've got all the way in the back the other gold, but like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Askeladd, this is very important. I need you to impersonate the Khan noise that we just heard.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay, I can try to do it again. Let's see what noise suppression does for this. God, that was horrible.
It's okay, nobody heard it. The noise suppression saved your life. So guys...
I love this microphone.
Oh, thank goodness. At least we didn't get to hear Askeladd's noise. Now, Uwu... Sorry, guys. Let me say that right. Uwu. So the Uwu is going to double produce the Spearman, and we will see a tower rush going towards Wham's base. He's already deleted the mine. He does not want this. He knows. He knows what his brother's cooking. He's just out. He's out. He doesn't want this. And honestly, Pop people, you might be walking into surprise, but Wham, I get you. I feel the same way. Just deleting this, disallowing Pop people from getting that gold bonus that he would have gotten for burning this. He's just fine playing this as an archer game.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of indicates Yumi, right? Unfortunately, we did not get the actual best landmark in the game, but yeah, Chorostoros will have to do.
Now, what I want to say is the uwu is not the only word we can say in that voice. So, ladies and gentlemen, put on your seatbelts. Yumi. I don't know. I'm trying to find the way to say it.
I'm never touching Yumi ever again.
Yeah, there we go, guys. So we have deterred Askeladd from ever enjoying this game again as well. People getting enough sheep to get to his age up, luckily, and now getting enough of these spearmen out, not getting the value initially. So he's pushing the deer with the spearmen. Fun fact that I got told the other day, and I don't remember by who, it might have been Voldemort. Voldemort said to me, "You push the deer further with the spearmen."
You do?
Yeah, so they jump a little bit further. Look at that, they run even further. So they're running a little bit further than you usually would with a scout or with a villager. It's because they're really scary. Have you seen those sticks? That thing's scary as hell. So you need to jump far away so it can't reach you. As a deer, of course. Have you ever noticed that they have these little spots? Isn't that beautiful?
I mean, I noticed that actually.
That's very beautiful.
And I really like this game.
I love this game.
As is evident by my being here.
I love Age of Empires. Guys, can we just get a little bit of loves in Age of Empires in the chat, boys, please? Any Age of Empires enjoyers in the chat? Now...
No, the chat needs to philosophize. Thank you, Tim, about long sticks and where to put them.
Yeah, these spearmen are really forcing their sticks down the deer's position and ensuring that these deer are going to hop all the way to the TC. Now, the deer stones being made. I'm very happy to see this. I love the deer stones. I think the deer stones are great because we get the Khan hunters. The Khan hunters are going to be just an extra bit of flavor that we get to see in this very unique King of Dry Arabia tournament. Very nice. Now, the nice thing for Wham is he struggled for food in the past, but now he will not. He's just going to live his best life over here on the farms, the safe farms with the safe transition. I said as he's going out here for the berries. Very nice. But the Khan, he will have this information very... Ooh, he won't. No. Wham quickly reacting and saying, I don't want to give you this information, brother. I'm going to keep this my little secret.
Can you click on one of the houses real quick for me? Just checking how his upgrade situation is. So he went for the Tawara, not the second one though.
He's been struggling a little bit for the gold, so I do forgive him for that. But he's getting a lot of Yumis. So this is just gonna allow him to deal with those spearmen that were there, quite pesky early in the game. However, there's a Keshik follow-up. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't particularly love Yumis against Keshiks. So the Khan is even tickling these quite hard. They're doing pretty well against this, and the number of Yumis is just not there to support it. So right now, first Yumi in a little bit of danger here. The Spearman does go down, and so will one Yumi. There we go. I just had to be careful.
Yumi disrespect. He's just charging it with spears.
Poor guy. The fight of the Khan versus the Yumi Ashigaru. That was an intense fight. I'm not really sure how I feel about this. This is a lot going on. These guys
This is so upsetting to me.
comparing their bows, honestly, like my bow is stronger than yours, but I have a regen actually, so Khan just not minding the fight. But Keshik, he's coming in to deliver the pain train, and the pain train has been delivered on one of the villagers, and he gets a kill.
Yeah, nice snipe there with the Khan. Wham though, he's almost to Castle Age. What are we, 7:30 in? So his timing is actually pretty good. He's getting the arrow slits at one of the back towers now because the Keshik's just gonna march through. Trying to idle that out. But what is Puppy's plan here? We have the Khan Hunter out. No Archer follow-up just yet.
The problem is, this is very tough. I feel like if Wham finds a way to get to castle. So now he's gonna get to castle. He doesn't have the production to really make stuff to survive with this. The sheep, sure, he has a lot of dead sheep on the floor. We love that for him. But he's gonna get Onamusha, most likely, right? So Onamusha should be able to do quite well. But if Puppypaw just keeps letting the pain train arrive, he's gonna be able to punish this quite severely. He's already lost a villager. He's delaying this age up as well. And yes, the Keshik is taking damage. You don't want to lose that Keshik. That's very important. But you're not really in a very good position. I feel like Puppypaw would just be able to go for castle himself behind all this. Oh, look at these kind of hunters. Are they going to be able to reach? Or Mangadais. Sorry.
Those are Mangadai.
Yeah, yeah.
Khan Hunter is out, but not here yet.
Not yet. Where's the boy? Mangadai as well. But guys, it is in the name. So they might cause Puppypaw to just die. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Oh, these Mangadai getting a little bit of a tickle down on these boys. But it does look like the TC range is a little bit further than it's showing on the map. Oh.
You know what I'm really scared about right now for Wham? Look how far away the floating gate is from the production building.
Oof. He's not going to be able to pump that in very urgently.
If that Yorishiro gets sniped, the game is just over.
Oh my god, it looks like Wham is going to be sniped anyway. Those villagers, the idle time, he's got it at 3 down, but with the idle time, he might as well have killed 4. Oh, and they're ready for more. The Mangadai, they don't care. They're just going to keep going. He does lose a very expensive Keshik, but behind this, he's going castle himself.
Yeah, Keshik are so low right now.
But they keep getting kills and they keep delaying the game, and that's exactly where you want to be. This is such a greedy floating gate. He probably put it here because of the farms that he wanted to go for. He pulls more villagers. He realizes this might be a dire mistake. And the Khan Hunter here to enhance the range. But he will be losing more Mangadai. Oh.
Yeah, I'm so surprised by this placement. If you look at it, he left perfect squares around it to fill it with farms, but this is so greedy.
And Puppypaw is punishing him for this. This is probably the most anticlimactic fight I've seen in a very long time, but it reminds me of my own games when I'm just being a little bit too greedy.
I was gonna say, this reminds me very much of some ladder games here. There's the stable in the back. Priest lives to put it off. So, yeah. Wham is up. Puppy's gonna follow him in just a second.
The mounted samurai being queued up pretty quickly, and the boys will be popping out of this TC. But behind all this, we have Puppypaw ready to go to castle himself. And honestly, Puppypaw is in a good position. This man is not worried about his life in this tournament. He is probably very happy with this outcome. He gets the step redoubt as well, which is something we don't see all that often. Very often people choose to go for the Kulturai instead, or the Kurultai instead, because of the pure damage that it allows you.
Oh, this is such a nice position for the step redoubt too. Like, has the tower set up around it already. Here's a very nice perimeter here.
And now these Khan Hunters are just so... Oh, Khan Hunter with the Mangadai are just going to be so mobile and keeping these things very occupied. Now, the Mounted Samurais, they do have the shields, right? But these guys are going to get rid of them so quickly. And that's exactly what's happening here. They're doing a little bit of damage at a time, which is not not game breaking, but it is quite annoying to deal with. Look at these boys just getting all the gold. Now, this is just a huge boost of gold for Papipo. Papipo is going to be able to get so far ahead with this. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he just all-ins the moment he starts getting those upgrades. And I mean, he's queuing the upgrades. He's getting the eco upgrades as well, but he knows he's going to be able to outproduce Wham. He's got that villager advantage. Oh my god, and the Wham micro, he just pulls it back right in front of them.
Yeah, that was real nice and very fast reaction. But look at that. Every time Puppy drops off at the step readout, he's getting 350 gold.
Oof. And this is better than trade. These towers are also reinforced with springald emplacements. That is just going to keep these knights under control. Or Twitch chat, yes, mounted samurais. So these mounted samurais are kept under control. These boys are being pulled off of the wood, but they will have a safe place to go for wood over here.
I'm just doing a nice job here, trying to force the raids, forcing a little bit of idle time there, and not losing his knights while he does so. But yeah, he's very far behind right now.
This Shinto shrine coming down, he needs to find a place to put these relics that he's gathering with his units. Now, my question is Papipo just gonna keep making units, or are we going to see some Imperial play here? I don't think he needs this. He doesn't need to go Imperial, even though it would be quite fun to see. I just don't see him ready to close this game out just yet. He's getting eco upgrades. No military upgrades yet. He's just letting that eco get further and further ahead.
Yeah, we're going spear crossbow right now, and Wham is going back into the Yumis. Love it.
Now, Yumis are going to do quite well against the crossbows, but against the other units, he's really going to struggle. I feel like the Yumis is just the unit he's choosing because there's not a lot of resources. And sure, Wham is getting some damage done.
Am I hearing the Castle Age Yumi disrespect here? Yes, he's a little bit food starved, but that's neither here nor there, right? Castle Age Yumis are actually a really good unit if you combine them with the Bannerman and the upgrades.
Problem is...
Second TC for Wham coming out, and Puppy read him perfectly, and he's here with his army.
Puppy, now seeing this, is just going to be able to respond, because that second TC is going to take a while to get going, right? The front line in such a good position, the crossbows doing amazing work, but they need to be careful, because these Yumis could be snacking on the crossbows, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. He does get another archery range, another one on top of that, and this is going to be a little bit of a push backwards. So, this TC will stay up for the time being. Now, Papipo, again, no military upgrades. He does get the blacksmith now, so let's see what the first thing is he gets. Is it siege engineering?
Range defense.
I would love it to be siege engineering, though. Come on, Papipo, appease the gods. We want this. We need this. We need this, Papipo. What's the plan?
Watch him pack it up and put it on the Uwu first.
We were both
It's Steel
wrong.
Arrow.
This man, he doesn't listen to us. He doesn't listen to the casters. He says, I have enough ranged units. I'm just gonna go and clap those knights because I have gold under my control. Sure, he has this tiny gold that's about to expire, but I have a lot more in the bank. And I can make a play to contest all 3 of these golds that follow. 1, 2, 3 in a line. They're like a star sign at this point.
Yeah, beautiful sign. And I would call it an omen at this point in time for Wham. He's not too super happy about it, I'm guessing. And Bannerman gets also taken down in the back there. I mean, these mounted samurais walking in constantly, they're taking a little bit of a toll. We have 4 dead villagers at this point, but Puppy is microing this so well, and it's a lot of dead knights at this point.
And I had to read this as well. I was about to call it a Gulam too, but the men-at-arms coming out from Papipo now. Now, when you see the men-at-arms swap, I feel like this is now the time where we get our information.
I'm not happy about the men-at-arms, honestly.
Really? Why not?
We have... There's so many archery rangers set up. Wham can easily swap... He has all the Yumis to deal with the crossbows, and Wham can easily swap into some Onamusha.
That is true. He could. And then he has that mobility. He'll be able to kite these men-at-arms. But I don't think he's going to give him time. He's just going to go straight for that second TC and try to go fight him. Now, we do see the +1 upgrade here. Oh, actually, he's gotten quite a bit of upgrades. Wham he's looking at fighting this. And he might not do too badly. Look at these Yumis trying their best to take down a tower. Oh.
They're doing fine, okay?
They're trying.
They're doing just fine.
With enough Yumi comes tower destruction. But the problem is they're very engaged while the army is setting their sights onto the TC. They do
It's
pull
fine,
back,
guys. Only 500 more hits.
and the problem is he's run out of gold. So this is probably the main reason he's trying to take this down. But with 40, you don't have many choices. The problem is now Papipo, I don't know if he's committed to taking this fight just yet. That's a lot of Yumis, and they are looking very hungry.
Yeah, no vision here, no scout. The Yumi are faster than Puppy's army. There's no signal arrow right now.
Look
But
how well
men-at-arms
they're doing.
turn around. Where's the speed arrow?
He actually, I think he just got schooled. He just realized, oh, these Yumis actually do pretty well with +2. Who would have thought?
No more Yumi disrespect. They're really low health though.
Yeah. Look at these guys. They're doing a little bit of kiting. He's going around the base, trying to find some shenanigans. He gets improved siege engineering. And ladies and gentlemen, we are basically playing Abbasid in the field. We're going to be seeing mangonels and springolds coming from Papipo if he actually lives to see that.
Yeah, Yumi are about to try and dive this base. I mean, there's just a small raid in the back, and Puppy still has not queued any mangonel, so the timing might be real rough. The readout is also set up at a location where there's no towers right now, so he has to run.
Oh, and he's not running for some reason. The Gulams are looking to take this fight. They're closing in, but these guys are quite agile, must say.
Okay. Wham sees the readout, knows there's no defense, and as long as there's no mango, he can just keep poking here.
And keeping in mind that this is a 1TC Mongols, this is, oh, and he's building the mangonel right here at the front, but between the Springall towers. Now, these samurais doing amazing work here at the back, even if they just clean up 5 villagers or so, this is gonna bring Wham into an okay position, but you can't lose these guys. Oof, and it does look like most of them will go down. He doesn't get too much out of this. The mangonel is now up, but he will not be able to catch up with all these very speedy Yumis.
Wham's super happy with what's going on. The Yumi can just infinitely kite. There's no Keshik. We've got 23 men-at-arms though. I mean, eventually this number needs to be answered, and 8 mounted samurai is not enough to do that.
I feel like Papipo just missed his timing here. He was waiting for something, and he doesn't know what he was waiting for. He wanted to go and punish the second TC, but he just wasn't able to. And this is that difficult thing about, do I attack or do I get more army and then go for it? So both of these players, Wham losing that early game quite heavily, but Papipo just not able to capitalize on his advantage. And Wham just perfectly was able to get back into the game with that second TC. And also the relics. 3 relics on Wham's side.
I mean, that makes me a little worried, because I'll have you know, one of the finals games at King of the Rockies got decided by, I think, 15 knights switching sides. Mm-hmm. That was an instant quit out with funny facial expression. And I think we might be at the point where we'll need that in a second.
Now these Yumis...
Mango shot is nice.
Yeah, the movement speed is so important for him to close this out, but at the same time, there is a raid at the back, not really finding any villagers. This is a really scary push into Wham's base, because a lot of his army is at the back here, and if they don't make it in time, this is going to be a very deadly push. The thing is, there's nothing to kill them just yet. These guys, it doesn't look like they have movement speed, moving very slowly, allowing these samurais to catch up, but Papipo needs to be careful. He needs to protect the siege, and he is able to just make more and more at the front of the base.
I'm surprised he didn't bring the deer stones for this.
Oh, but with these, he's just cutting off the reinforcements. Crossbows are trying to target fire, do a little bit of damage as much as they can. The Keshik is just there to reinforce this as well. Another Mangadel gets made. And another one. Now we're gonna start to see some scary pushing.
God.
And
Wham
the
is pumping out the Springles at the same time. And Puppy does have 2 Springles himself, so it's gonna be decided just by who wins the siege. Excuse me.
And now the Daimo Palace is going to try and protect itself here, but that's a very clumped up set of units here. The samurai numbers are so scary though. Nobody wants to fight into those, and I don't think that Papipo has the front line to do so. Let's go see what those Springals will have in store for us. The Springals do move into position from both sides. Mangonel getting an okay shot onto the archery range, does harm a few of these boys. But he's knocking at the front of a base where there is a second base that you could also be going for that isn't as reinforced.
I mean, Puppy's on 1 TC. This is kind of his last hurrah. This push needs to work for him, or he needs to do some real damage. And the damage is right here, on top of the farms, idling out all the villagers. Mangoes are in position now to take some shots. First one gets taken out by the Springle though. Second one is down, and the third one is following right then and there.
And just...
So yeah, Wham holds.
Wham holds, but not just holds. It feels like Papipo didn't just microed his mangonels, and they just didn't shoot until like 20 seconds into that fight. Just maybe right-clicking onto the wrong target, but now the crossbows are doing good work. He's getting a little bit of idle time, but not the idle time that he needs right now. This ram is getting him a little bit of resources at the back here. We see the bannerman in a little bit of danger, should be going down, but that's a lot of Springles, and Papipo is just not able to close this out. This is really scary for Papipo from here.
The 3 mangoes just getting taken out like that. It was just doom. But Puppy couldn't wait any longer because he's falling further and further behind against the second TC, right? And yeah, just like that, the Yumis can now freely pursue this if they want to. They really don't, though. 39 crossbows left. Puppy's by no means dead, but looks real grim for him.
Yeah, I think if you get to a point here and you ask for a remake, the win might get called for Wham. But we know that wins get called pretty easily, so Wham in the lead, that's what I'm getting at. And now this gold is just back under control. Finally, we're able to just get some resources and call it a day. Now, Wham, he needs to suicide his army quite a few times to be able to throw this game. But I don't know what Papipo is going to do. Papi knows what he's going to do. He's going to keep pushing because he knows he's on 1 TC. He knows Wham, the longer this game goes, the more he's going to get an advantage. Khan is up.
We're going for round 2 of the Siege Wars.
And all the siege units, do they have movement speed? I don't think so. I don't think we have a siege workshop here. Not today.
No, they don't. And we still don't have a tower. We don't have the Deerstone. This is not the Mongol army that you usually see.
The scary Mongol army that rains down upon your base that you have no answer to? Definitely not. This is one of those awkward positions you get into. And we can see now he's going to hammer yet again onto the main TC. This is just not the place you want to be fighting this. And more units get caught out. The crossbows are going to get cleaned out here at the back. That is such a big loss for poor Papipo. Oh no.
Yeah. Backline gets taken out. All of these villagers are just dead men walking, and he's trying to push at the front there. If he can get some... Oh no! The Khan is right there. He should have vision of this. If Wham doesn't pay attention there, he could have got a beautiful shot on the Yumi.
And
yeah, this is just done.
Yeah, the samurais are causing so much idle time here at the back as well. The mangonels, they're shooting, but you know, what are these shots even? They are hitting a tower, the tower is getting reinforced. It will go down. Oh, and the Springald War has been won by Wham already. He's up to 4, Papipo on 2, he's getting the mangonel at the back, but the 4 Springalds are ready to fire. They get the next one, they get the other one. Perfect micro by Wham! And this is going to mean that Wham is gonna go and fight Mr. Beastie Cutie in the finals. What a long day for Wham.
Yeah, this is like best case scenario for Beastie because Puppy basically woke up for the first game, right? And Wham was up already for playing a series before that.
And now let's see these units close out the game, because I do see that we can speed it up, and we're speeding it up all the way into the winner bracket finals. That is a best of 7. Now guys, Beastie does start with a 1-0 lead as he is coming from the winner's bracket. So guys, I have maybe lost my sanity. Askeladd has lost his, and I still have one best of 7 to go.
I feel like it's a bold statement to say that you had the sanity in the first place, but
Kind of
Love ya.
rude. Kind of rude here, man. What the hell?
but am I wrong?
No, definitely not. So,
Uh,
let me just quickly type to the players.
One more best of 7 today. Yes, indeed. For some of us, mainly us two here, it is already tomorrow. So,
Yeah.
yay!
So, let me just quickly write to the players, because as I am production, but also admin, but also tournament host, this is a lot of stuff to manage at the same time. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for the Puppy Wham game. And Askeladd, can we just give a hand for Askeladd? I don't know, just give her hands in the chat or something. I don't know. So, in this case, we are going to see our next caster joining us soon. So, Askeladd, thank you so much for helping. And guys, tomorrow we will be having our tournament on this channel, 2v2 tournament, but there will also be the War Chief Club over on Rising Empires. So guys, if you can, please click on both channels. It's very important for us to make sure that the viewership in Age of Empires stays healthy. And if you are low ranked, go feel free to enter into the low elo legends to make sure that you get to play some competitive games as well. If you don't have as much anxiety as I do, because I do not play low elo legends because I'm scared. Low elo legends, they say.
Be.
What?
Don't be. Just come play. Honestly, I've never played any other bracket than top bracket, even though I was low ranked enough to play middle at some point. But it just feels like not humble enough as an admin.
Do I
It's
get
looking bad.
coaching by you if I win?
Hey, honestly, I feel like I could help you with some things. I would have actual feedback for you for some small things, but yeah.
Are you saying I'm not perfect? I'm joking, obviously. No, definitely. I'm sure many
No.
people have that. Yeah, be careful.
Honestly, you're absolutely 100% perfect, and I would never say anything else ever.
Yeah, did you not see me in that last game? Wham! I just beat Poppy Paw, dude. That's crazy.
Who could do that?
Where can I find the low elo tournament? Askeladd will post the link in the chat in a little bit.
Will I?
Yeah, you will, right? You will.
Oh, please tell me I've set up the short link. So does this work, please?
Okay. And
Yes, it works.
Hopefully you don't get timed out either, but I don't think Nightbot is that aggressive in my channel. I let it slide. Let me just quickly also send a little link to our budget caster that's joining us now as well.
Tim, talk to me.
I see he's in the channel, that's why I'm giving him a little bit of shit.
The fuck you just say budget? Excuse me?
Why does it sound like you're in
I'm
the
getting
bathroom?
paid double, just to let you know.
Oh,
You're getting
wow.
paid double?
Double!
So wrecked.
Tim, why are you casting from your bathroom? What's going on?
Excuse me?
It's
From my bathroom.
Can you turn off your webcam mic and use your actual mic, please?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, probably.
That's a good idea.
I
All
mean, we're
right.
just gonna swap off, right? I'm gonna go to the bathroom now, and you can hop in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Tim, I sent you the password to the room. I'm sending it to you now. You have the link. You have the password. Please join so I can put your beautiful face up on here so everyone else can just enjoy the sight of Tim.
Oh, you got it.
Oh my god, what is that beautiful voice?
Can I just stay for this?
Oh, look
Keep
at that
talking.
voice.
Ah, no, come
Keep
on,
talking,
man.
baby.
Ah, no,
Oh.
that's worse than me doing Eagle. Come on. You don't do that to me. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay, Tim.
I'm using the camera.
Right. I'm gonna
getting here. I'm
love
doing
you
the
and
stuff.
leave you, and yeah, Tim, enjoy, have fun. Thanks for swapping me out here.
We
Oh,
had.
you got it, dude. I'm the closer.
Oh, yes, he is. Today, Mr. 10 for Tim is going to carry this game to victory. Oh. I just realized that Tommy already updated it. Oh my gosh, he's so smart. Let me just quickly...
Oh my god, don't put me as Ask a Lot. That's the...
It's
I've
a-
never been so
it's
insulted in my
Still
life.
here, okay?
Oh, fuck, he's still here.
Okay, good night, everyone. Enjoy. Sign up for Loyal Legends tomorrow. Watch the War Chiefs Club. Have fun with the tournament.
Thank
good
you
night.
very much. Thanks, Oscar. No, guys.
Wasn't he great, guys? Can we put some hearts in the chat for Ask a Lot?
Yeah, the man was clapping cheeks there. Tim, I hope you brought the sanity, though. Do you have any sanity for the stream?
Honestly, on a daily basis, I usually don't. But the good thing is, I know you guys have been going for about 7.5 hours now. And it's probably like 11 o'clock, like midnight, somewhere like that around your time. Right here in America, it's 6:30 in the PM. I took a nap.
Oh,
I'm ready to go.
Oh, fuck it. So you have the personality. I have the insanity. We're good to go. Fuck yes. Tim, I've missed you. I'm really glad that we get to have you back on the channel. I know you've been busy, guys. Tim is a real life doctor. He has a girlfriend.
It's I would tell you, Wayman, probably every factor of my life has turned upside down since we last spoke. Like, I got a new job, my car broke down, so I had to get a new car. Somebody committed identity fraud against me, so I had to get a new debit card. Like, everything, it's been turmoil basically every day. But everything's kind of calmed down a little bit now, and I'm ready for some Age of RTS action with the finals of King of Dry Arabia. And plus, Whammon, tomorrow, I'm on all day.
You're on all the... I know. So, guys, Tim is going to be casting tomorrow. Luckily, it's only 4 best of 3s, Tim. So, it's going to be about the same amount of time as what we're doing in 1 best of 7. I'm joking, but close enough, yeah. So, I just... you go on.
Well, I mean, even though this is 1 best of 7, we got a banger of a matchup, okay? And I've heard some of the jokes that have been on, King of Dry Arabia. All of these will be on the driest of Arabia, some drier than others, ladies and gentlemen. And with our game number 1, Mongols and English. I know you've seen a lot of the new Mongols as we're waiting for, the game to start and all that stuff. How do you feel about the new Mongols, the Khan Hunter, all of the kind of stuff that they have going on?
Well, with the Khan Hunters, I feel like we got a really interesting situation for Mongols with the matchups where they were flourishing in. They're just going to flourish even harder. That is the problem that I see for them happening. So that's basically what I'm expecting to see here. Mongols is just going to dominate English because Mongols has always been really good against English. So now the Khan Hunt is just adding that extra layer of English clappening that they bring to the table. So, Tim, can you do the Mongol Khan screech though? Before we
can I get... Actually, I did a really good boar noise, actually. But, so I my crowning achievement is the boar noise. But can I get, like, an example of the eagle? I don't play Mongols usually, so... Oh, okay.
Okay.
It goes high, like it's like a crescendo decrescendo, and it happens twice, right?
Exactly.
That's kind of what it is. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry, I just woke up. Okay.
Luckily, the noise cancelling out there. We only saw the first half of that. What is up with the noise cancelling, Tim?
Oh, well, somebody said 2 out of 10. Well, I'll stick to my day job. How's that sound? I'll stick to the day job.
The mic that worked for us, guys. Yeah. So now that we have...
That hurt.
It does.
It kind of.
I think as a guy, it's a lot harder. Are you able to do... Because we have a Mongol game. So the real question is, can we get a little bit of eagle, Tim? Because honestly, when I thought you were coming to King of the North, I thought we were going to do a cast with just the Eagles. So,
You know, I'm kind of glad that we didn't, because after that, I would have had to die.
yeah, that's
If we
definitely,
did-
that's definitely on the cards. Death after Eagle, guys. So, not
Yeah.
Eagle, guys. E-girl. So, we do have a game with Mongols. So, you guys are going to hear me say quite a few times. And I do want you guys to emotionally prepare for that. Now, we do know Beastie is up 1-0 in the series. We're starting it off with 1-0 because he's coming from the winning bracket side. If we're doing it like EGC, we would be playing 2 best of 7s, and I would be dead. And not even a skilled 10-foot-10 would be able to save me. So unfortunately for us, we're going to be doing it the budget way and just doing it a best of 7 with a 1-0 lead. So, yeah. I do see there's some inspiration from Batsy here. He says, Duxo.
Duxo.
Yeah, it's a little bit deeper. Duxo.
And, you know, it's giving me whiplash because you gotta go falsetto for the hawk, right? And then the doxo is very low.
It is.
It's very bass, you know. I think the doxo I might be able to do a little bit better, although my voice is quite nasally. I don't know how you guys want to hear a best of 7 of it, but with a 1-0 lead, Whammon, do you think this changes, you know, the Civ pick and ban kind of structure? I mean, just because the map is the same, maybe it's not as important, you know, to go for any kind of Civ, because when you're playing on Dry Arabia and you know you're going to play on Dry Arabia the whole time, you're just kind of picking Civs that are good in an open setting, right? So that's why we're seeing a lot of Mongols, right? And we're seeing a lot of, I have seen a decent amount of Malians ever since the change. I've seen a decent amount of Delhi. I've seen a decent amount of Rus changes. And there's some Civs, I'd like to think some of the more reactive, boomy civilizations might have been struggling in this tournament. Is that something you'd agree with?
Definitely. I think we're getting to a point where Dry Arabia is a map that it's very standard. It's the standardest of the standard. You don't get to turtle because of the great wood lines that protect you, unless you get a really good spawn, right? But now, most of these civilizations that are dominating are the ones that can punish you and can be aggressive. So I think that is also why we've been seeing the picks that we have been seeing. But keep in mind, there are no bans in this tournament. So I think what people do in the first game especially is they throw out one of the weaker picks if they have that advantage, if they feel like they have won the draft. Because keeping in mind that this is a best of 7 and there's no redrafting. If there's 7 games, they need to play almost all the civs that they chose. So this is not one of those weird positions where you can just be like, oh, I'll just play Ottomans and I hope I win, because you might need it later on, and if your opponent left the strongest civs for later, you're in a lot of trouble. So I think Beastie's choice of civilizations won the draft here. The only civ that we've been seeing do well is China on this map specifically, because China does have that landmark that does allow it to get to that later point of the game.
Yeah, and I mean the Barbican really helps, and then the power strike that they get with the clock tower, right? We talk about all of this, and you've seen it in this tournament over and over again, Siege and the Battle of Siege and Anti-Siege and all of that kind of stuff. I always thought the clock tower was one of the best landmarks that has ever come out in Age of Empires, because your Siege is just that little bit better than everybody else's, right? And then you have the Nest of Bees. But China we're not going to be seeing, so I'm not going to get tilted. Well, actually, game 1, we have the English here. So we'll see how game number 2, I should say, technically, because it's a 1-0, and I know we're heading over to the game right now. If you don't mind, Wim, and do you mind if I do the introductions? Is that okay?
Please go ahead and introduce them. Guys, we've been waiting for Tim for
excellent.
600 years to take over introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1, Beastie Kitty versus Wham, and we will be going into Dry Arabia.
Excellent. Here we have spawning on the eastern side with a 1-0 lead, playing as the color yellow to Beastie. As the Mongolian Empire, his opponent for the duration of this series will be Wham 01, the first of his kind, playing as the color red and the English with a couple farms set up. Now, Whammon, I know that you're an English connoisseur, and I still love you for that, even though, you know, there's a lot of, we have things to talk about. But for the English against the Mongols, the longbowmen, especially in Feudal Age, even though they're slow, they're really going to help you against a lot of Mongolian units. They have that extra damage against the Keshik. The Keshik doesn't have that much HP as compared to the normal, Royal Knight or Early Knight or something like that. And it kind of makes Mangudai null and void, because if you have a decent amount of longbowmen, you can just pick them off.
Now, what you're saying is completely right, but the longbowman just doesn't give you that advantage in this matchup as much, because Mongols has the answer to longbows. And this is why I think when you do go for the 2-farm opening, you're spending all that wood you would be able to use for that extra barracks drop and for the extra longbows. So this is basically just telling us that he's going to go for the king. He needs to go for the king with this, because if he goes for the council hall, he's just not going to have the wood to do this. But we know Beastie is usually the man who goes for his double farms. And Wham now, with that king opening, I believe he's going to go for, he's going to try to find a way to contest actually what Beastie is going to do. Now, Beastie going for that stable pretty early on, we know that Mongols does this to contest that TC from English, the second TC that we so often see. But again, if you're making 2 farms, you're taking wood away from that second TC that you could potentially do. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wham stays on 1 TC and tries to fight the Mongol in its game.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy for the Mongolians and the way their matchups kind of go, because a lot of the time they're really going for trade and they're focusing on trade, and you're gasping. I heard the gasp. There's a council hall coming up. You said king a lot. I was hearing a lot of kings. I'm not seeing a crown here.
I plead ignorance at this point. Guys, I was very, very wrong. Apparently, Wham defies all laws of physics and he goes for the council hall opening. But Tim, keep in mind, he's only opening with 3 villages, so it's a little bit of a slower age up, but it does allow him to get that wood for the early longbowmen.
Yeah, and he's getting some straggler trees around, so he could get a couple longbowmen, those early horsemen coming in on the eastern side from Beastie, just creating a little bit of idle time. And those early horsemen, they don't have a lot of attack, but what they really lack in attack, they have in mobility, right? So they're going to be able to create a little idle time on that gold mine and then go ahead and go on the straggler trees. What's really nice, though, for Wham about English, to make those council hall longbowmen 40 food, 50 wood, right? So gold, yeah, it's kind of important. It's a resource in Age of Empires. Obviously, you want to collect it, but maybe not so much for the English, because they make enough longbowmen. They can make a barracks, make some spearmen, which are also food and wood. So gold sometimes goes by the wayside for an English player.
And this is also only going to be temporary until those longbowmen do come out. But ideally, you want to get enough gold to at least just get your double broadaxe, so that you can start off with that upgrade that you're going to need a lot of wood to do for. So in this case, we do see our deer stones, which is gonna mean... Tim, do you know what this means?
Oh, I know what it means. Am I allowed to say the nickname?
Yes, please.
Okay. I wanted to... See, normally I'll break the fourth wall for a second while we're waiting for this feudal age to come out. Usually I gotta kind of understand what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say in a cast, so I'm very glad, I have the permission to do it. We're gonna see a Kunter or 2 coming out.
Now, the Contours have been the feared unit coming out of this patch, and I'm really excited to see them at work. Now, something I'm very surprised about is Beastie going for an outpost on the gold. I don't see this outpost... I don't see Beastie being that defensive, but I mean, if he wants to, I'm assuming it's just because you are going to be able to get that yam network on your villages, especially here at the front. So this does also stop those longbows from actually getting any damage done. And as we can see now, these guys are going to go back onto gold, and he's going to be able to get his double broadaxe in due time, or the wheelbarrow if he so choose. These poor villagers needing to run all the way back. Oh, horseman ready for the fight. Hello, scout. Go down. He does back off, but the spearman now at the front here does provide a little bit of pressure here against the Mongols, who did go for that early horseman opening. I don't think that Beastie is going to get too punished for this, though.
No, I think, what was weird about, because you talked about that outpost, was a little bit about the placement. It's going to be nice for his villagers, right? Because you don't have to worry about the pathing of a gold mine, but look at what these longbowmen are going to be able to do. As you see, some of them take hits on Beastie's villagers. Because that outpost isn't ahead or in front of that gold mine, that front left side or front right side, these longbowmen are going to have target practice. And honestly, we did see Keshik's, a little 2x Keshik coming up. I haven't seen a Kunter yet, but mostly because I hardly know her.
God, I knew this was coming. But now, guys, this is the weakness with English. Usually, if you move your units out like this and you lose them, this is just a snowball that's starting to happen. And you guys know, if you pack the snow real thick, it just keeps rolling and rolling and eventually creates an avalanche.
I love that. I love what you just said. Oh my god, this is... Oh, wait a minute. This is the channel for me, let me tell you.
No.
But you're honestly, like, jokes aside, you're right. You're exactly right. That's how, honestly, that's kind of how this game works in a nutshell. If you're able to macro correctly, pump out units, especially in feudal age, continuously pump them out, that's just good snowpacking, baby.
And Beastie is looking at exactly doing that. He's getting his double broad axe now. So we know this man is going to value his upgrades. Wham with 2 on gold. His upgrades aren't coming in as quickly, but he doesn't have that ability right now. He needs to make sure he keeps making units, because this is really scary. If you're faced with just 2 Keshiks and you just have 2 spearmen, that's not going to work out too well for you. So he's going to stand back and try to leverage the fact that he is English and his TC gives him great inspiration and his units are going to attack better, faster, stronger for longer. But he needs to make sure that he keeps getting this gold, because once he's pushed off of it, I don't think the Mongols is going to slow down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, you know, we talked about the English gold maybe being not the most important resource, but you're still going to need it if you want to age up, if you want to get upgrades, if you want to get all of that kind of stuff. And right now, Wham is getting horticulture. So he spent a little bit of his gold doing that. Some longbowmen taking a hit on the Khan, and it looks like the Khan's going to have to back up. No GGs in chat yet, that Khan being at about half health. But what's really nice for Beastie is he has 4 or 5, or it looks like 6 archers. I think he spent a couple 2Xs on those archers just to make sure if there are spearmen, there's 4 spearmen. Can't necessarily one-shot it yet, but at least those spearmen are going to be deterred a little bit. Wham doing the stereotypical English environment where he's just sitting at his base, hoping not to die.
The problem is, English doesn't need to come out of their base, right? So you get into this position as Mongols where you're like, okay, where do I attack? But English, it's just chilling right now. It's like, hey, I've got my food set up in my base. I don't need to go anywhere. We have the deer that are completely spread apart. I did not even see this happening, but I assume this was due to the work of the Khan. But the deer stones being moved forward now. Beastie says, if you're gonna get an advantage, so will I. But now the funny thing is, even though he's moved that forward, his outpost is still providing this buff to the villagers at the back here, right? So he brings the buff forward and he has the buff at the back. So there's always this weird timing. Now Beastie told me this when he was trying to teach me how to survive Mongols, and that's around 11 minutes when that Uwu runs out. And I don't think we're anywhere close. We're just going to keep producing, but he has slowed down just a little bit to get that wheelbarrow.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You talked about that outpost on the Deer Stones, the Yam network that it provides. I used to say this a long time ago when the Mongols used to go Deer Stones instead of Silver Tree. Those villagers, those Mongolian villagers, they don't necessarily act like normal villagers because of the speed that they have, right? The gathering speed, maybe, you know, you get some of those upgrades, but that 15% increased speed that you hovered over so well, it just means they can go back and drop off those resources very quickly. And even though they don't increase, not like Wheelbarrow where they increase how much they can hold, the fact that they can run to that, even where they're collecting wood, they run to that town center and come all the way back. It's that little bit, especially in a professional game like Wham and Beastie obviously are playing, where it could make a difference. It could mean a couple more military units that you otherwise wouldn't expect.
And Beastie is actually trying to utilize every little part of that. He's actually using this little market here with the worst trade I've seen spawn in Dry Arabia in a while. And he's trying to get that extra boost because he knows that English is forced to stay in his base. And yes, Wham is doing really well with keeping these boys in his base, but the archers are going to be able to snipe out some of these guys because of that Khan vision that we have at the front there. And slowly, this economic lead is going to start to kick in because BC is a little bit ahead with those traders too.
And that's what's so frustrating about playing against the Mongols, Wham. And it's just, you're so worried about making sure you're not dead. And that's what Wham is doing. He's making a lot of units. He's making spearmen, he's making longbowmen and stuff, and being defensive. Now he's starting to push out a little bit because he knows if you don't push out, you're just giving the Mongolians a free trade route. And Beastie's already starting to do that. Even though it's only 42 gold a pop, it's still, it's going to add up over time. We know how quickly trade can pay off. We just a couple routes make sure those traders get paid off. But those deer stones come down. A lot of those spearmen going to be able to get the torches out. Longbowmen looking for a target to try to take down. Military lead in favor of Wham, 36-31. But army value, just because of those Kashyyyks, is going to make it in favor of Beastie. It's very interesting to see an English player come out of their base, and especially one thing you got to think about too, no network of castles here. So he might want to get an outpost up here if he wants to get aggressive.
Tim, you just keep reading my mind. I was just thinking exactly the same thing. The fact that he doesn't have network of castles here makes this not an even fighting ground. Yes, Beastie stopped producing units here for a while to get these guys going, but he's going to be able to collapse on this, and he has that Khan arrow as well. We see him target firing the spearmen, so the Kashyyyks are just going to have a field day. They do get through, but the longbows are trying their best to snipe these down. Beastie does get +1 right now, a little bit early for the fight to engage without that, but it does look like he comes out a little bit ahead, but not that much. But keeping in mind, he is ahead economically. He doesn't mind an even trade.
It was actually very impressive, Micro, by Wham, because the way the spearmen are supposed to operate, they're not necessarily a DPS unit, they're just DPS against horses, right? So you make sure that real DPS unit, those archers, are safe. And those spearmen just created a nice little ring around. If I had a teleprompter, I'd be able to draw it, and we did like an instant replay. But it became a nice arch around where those longbowmen were. So the longbowmen could just take picks. They were easy to. They'd help the spearmen take down the Kashyyyks. They were able to take down the archers too. So even though network of castles wasn't there, Wham ended up doing okay. If network of castles was there, though, it could have been devastating.
Now, I don't know what 5 on gold will mean here. Is Wham just going to try to scout out whether I need to go for Castle Age? Or is he going to go for a little bit more of an aggressive attack? Because he knows that now Beastie, he did win the fight. But is he going to be able to actually close it out? The thing is, he doesn't know about the sneaky trade. Let's quickly see Wham's vision. Give me 1 second. It doesn't feel like he has had the vision on this for any period of time. He doesn't realize that this is going on behind it. So from his perspective, he just won a fight, 1 TC versus 1 TC, not 1 versus 1.5.
Yeah, and you can see, just based on the economic lead, BC, even though he didn't necessarily win that fight in a rather convincing fashion, it just made sure his trade route was secure, and you see that economic lead at 58-40, but Wham is macroing the castle. You see it up on the top left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. He's got about 1,200 food. He's got about 500 gold, so he will most likely go up. And I'm kind of wondering what landmark he goes for. He's on 1 TC, so I could see King's Palace being a greedier selection, and he doesn't look like he's in too much duress. He's been able to defensively keep Beastie off of his base. Not a lot of villagers went down from Wham. Total worker kill count for Beastie is 3. So maybe that King's Palace is going to help him get back into the game economically if that's what he chooses, and that's what he does choose.
So we do see the King's Palace being dropped down, I'm guessing, a little bit aggressively here, which is, he shouldn't be punished for this too hard. But the Khan Hunter here at the back should allow for a few more of those villages to be picked off, and he does check it out. He does pick up 3 more villages, and that is going to be a very healthy pickup. But again, because he's getting that second TC, he should be able to make those boys back. But again, Wham thinks that he is on just 1 TC against 1 TC here. So Khan Hunter needs to be careful here. He does pick up another villager, and every trade here is going to be good for Beastie in the long run. He does scout the trade at the back here now, though.
Yeah, you're right. Every villager that gets killed for Wham hurts, especially because the only economic prowess you have is that one town center, right? Some archers are going to be in to do some volley on some spearmen going down, but longbowmen do have that shining network of castles behind them, so we'll be able to take down a decent amount of archers. But again, for Beastie, he knows that he's going to be able to replenish this army pretty good, right? He's sitting on a decent amount of resources. He just macroed up to castle. He's going to be going with the curl tie. So yes, these archers are going to go down, but it's not necessarily that Wham is going to push the initiative with 14 or so longbowmen. He might take down a couple villagers, but this isn't necessarily a game-ending army that he needs to worry about. So BC's going to retreat a little bit. The Deerstone's going in the back. That trade route popping off still. He's getting about 500 gold per minute, and I would imagine it ends up going larger and larger as the game goes on. I really like Beastie's spot here as the Mongols.
The problem is Beastie doesn't have any food set up properly yet. He's just added these pastures in. So the sheep count has been, it's okay, but he's just not able to sustain that just yet. So this Kulturai is going to be so important, or Kurultai, is going to be so important to heal up those units if English cannot close out in these engages. So Beastie is going to be able to mac up, and we instantly see the Keshiks being queued up. He's going to make sure that these guys are going to break through the English longbows that are left on the field, because we just have a handful of spearmen that's left. And now the question is, what does Wham answer with? And the answer is very loud and proud. He's going for knights of his own.
Yeah, I mean, I really like knights in this situation because Keshiks, even though, you know, they are a good raid unit, they are vampiric in effect because they get that 3 HP every time they hit something, but they're not what a normal knight can do for you. You know, so hopefully if he goes knights against Keshiks, and especially with archers rounding out the back for Beastie, he really likes this spot. I mean, Beastie obviously can make an army composition change himself, but now that Wham had those spearmen out over there, he saw the market, he saw what was going on, and this is so stereotypical of when you're playing against the Mongols, because I can't tell you how many times I've been playing a game and I'm fighting the Mongols, and then I see that neutral trading post and I'm like, oh, there's like 15 traders there already.
And that's exactly what happened to him here. Oh, we see the outpost making it up barely with one hammer swing. Luckily finishes it and instantly gets the Springald emplacement. He will need to respond to these spearmen, but with 2-3 units and he will be fine. Now the thing is, Wham is making some Wham walls and hoping to delay this game while he catches up to Beastie's economy. So the problem is now, what do you do as Wham? You realize you do have your knights, you do need to shut down this trade, but the towers are going to become more and more and more. And at some point, you're just not going to be able to take them down. We do see the Springald emplacement taking down one of the spearmen, but a trader does go down. And Beastie now just needs to defend his trade network to stay in this game.
Yeah, and in Castle Age, it's a lot easier, Wayman. I mean, for Beastie getting all of those outposts, and you get that passive stone generation, you can see for the Mongols in Castle Age, 120 stone per minute. He's going to be able to, and plus complemented with the trade and getting that gold, he's going to be able to get essentially free Springald upgrades. You know, and one is on that southern outpost. It will be going there just to make sure that knight does end up going down, but it looks like archers will take good hits on it. Wham. Just sending 1 or 2 knights in any direction, maybe to pick off a trader, just to cause some disruption, make Beastie back up, so then Wham can sit there and make 2 villagers at a time with his King's Palace, and hopefully just try to catch up.
Yeah, because at this point, Beastie's eco is looking really good. The pastures have really kicked in. We can see the resources per minute now. Beastie is almost at double the food of Wham. So he's just going to keep being able to produce. And he's getting that +2 ranged upgrade now too. So this is no longer just going to be a fight. This is going to be a make or break fight. And we see here at the back, Beastie just trying to rally into the base and doing a little bit more damage on the man, getting some idle time. And 15 villagers idle at this point of the game is so important, especially them being food villagers, because that's just going to stop the production for another minute.
Oh yeah, those English farms. How much food per minute they can generate, and they're constantly being idled. I know that English Town Center has an MG42 strapped on top of it, but those Keshiks have a decent amount of armor, so they're going to be able to create a lot of idle time. And if you're Wham and you're making knights that are costing 140 food a pop, you're going to need every farmer on deck and starting to pick up some of those English wheat fields. So any kind of idle time that Beastie makes, you're obviously going to love it. Kurultai coming out, Deerstone's coming out, those longbowmen, you know this very well, Wham, and these longbowmen, they're slow units, 1.12 tiles per second. So if they get caught in harm's way, they don't really have a good way to retreat, and especially with the Yam Network, Deerstones, Horsemen, Keshiks, the Khan, these longbowmen are screwed.
Yeah, this is just the power of having the Deerstones this far forward and having your Khan movement speed arrow if you need it as a backup. These guys are just going to go down. We see the Keshiks from the back line going to be punishing these gold villagers too. And they could even just turn on these longbows and clean them up as well. Wham just not able to get back in the game with Beastie having that trade up and slowly trickling into that long game advantage. And even though we've only been here for 20 minutes, Beastie is showing what the advantages of getting that early eco boost, even losing a fight here and there.
And I think, can we all just appreciate how Beastie moves his landmarks, as you did click on them, and I want to talk about it too, because every time there's a fight, he's picking up them some bitches and moving them. You know, every time there's any kind of Mongolian fight going on, Kurultai is going to be adding a little bit of healing, going to be adding a little bit of extra damage, especially for those archers, and those archers need it. You know, the network of castles is going to provide attack speed, which technically, obviously, does a little bit of damage per second increase, just but for the fact that they're shooting 20% faster. So the Kurultai is going to help them out in that regard too, and just kind of even the playing field a little bit, so English doesn't feel as defensive as you might have thought.
Now, I'm wondering if Wham knows how dire the situation is, because you can see he's still queuing up Spearmen. He's hoping for the best in these as well, because right now Spearmen is not what's going to cut it, not against these units we see here. That is a lot of crossbows, a lot of archers, so it doesn't really matter what he goes for. BC is just going to be able to clap them in half in no time. The Spearmen coming to the front, the Horsemen don't even care. They're just going to try to bait them out as much as possible and collapse on them at the back. Wham calls it, he says, enough is enough. Mongol counters English. I have tried my best. On to the next game.
Yeah, you don't want that smoke, and I don't blame him. You know, seeing a Kurultai staring back at you when you're right next to your wood line, and honestly, with Wham, I think he got a little unfortunate with the wood line. You know, because we saw both of where they were, and they were both pretty forward. You saw that there were some feudal age archers from Beastie with the Khan that were able to take down some villagers and kind of disrupt the wood line. You could see that villager count going down a little bit. Economy count with the market, all of the traders, those good gold donkeys, going to be able to bring that economy up somewhere near 100. And all of a sudden, Beastie is just able to continuously replenish his army, and there was just no looking back.
Yeah, once Beastie got ahead with that trade, it is so difficult to shut it down. There was a small opening for Wham to do this, and I just don't think Beastie allowed him to with those units that he had on the map. But guys, the next game is already ready. So, we're going to have a Delhi versus Byzantines. And Tim, I'm actually so happy we get this matchup because you can walk us through it. Because I am definitely not the Delhi connoisseur, but I know you have a lot of opinions about this.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Wham, and I love a good Dumbo, and we're going to talk about it in just a second. But to do our introductions, Beastie, spawning in the color yellow, playing as the Delhi Sultanate, spawning on the western side of, again, a drier Arabia than most. Wham, going to be playing in the color blue as the Byzantine, spawning in on the right-hand side. So this is quite an interesting matchup, and I think the matchup maybe not necessarily has changed based on the patch that we most recently had, but Delhi did get slowed down a little bit in Feudal Age. Dome of the Faith got a little bit better. Instead of only having 50 gold off, instead of it being 80 gold, those scholars are now 65 gold in the Dome of the Faith, and it operates as a moss, so you can plop 5 of them bad boys in there. And also, the Ghazi Raiders aren't as raidable as they used to be. They took about 5 HP off of them in Feudal Age. Still, obviously, an incredibly good unit. The Byzantines, I feel like, matches up with Delhi relatively well just because of the fact that they get those quote-unquote free units with the olive oil, right? I've seen a lot of people as Byzantines go for javelin throwers because you know you're going to see archers. And then especially going into having Gulams afterward in Castle Age is really helpful. But this is really interesting. As Beastie goes with Dome of the Faith, he gets 4 villagers. Usually for Delhi, you get up in Feudal Age about 415, 420 blaze it. And then by the time he's going to be able to do that, he's going to continue to make scholars. And what I've seen a lot of professional players do now is they get wheelbarrow out of the mill, and then the first thing, instead of horticulture, they get professional scouts.
Now, the professional scouts play is definitely a very spicy one we've seen here. I just want to point out the sheep discrepancy. The whole point of Wham getting this amount of sheep is not for him to eat it, but rather to deny them from Beastie. So this is really, really good from Wham, especially considering that Beastie is going for Dome of the Faith. So I don't know if Beastie just went for Dome of the Faith because of this gold spawn that he got. It's double gold at the back, triple gold at the back, and a very easy wall to seal the deal. So Byzantines, we're not really sure how to play that out just yet, right? But what we've noticed is as well, people are loving this one farm or the one tile placement of Wham specifically. And he's just messing with the feng shui of the bases. Now, Wham does scout this out. He's going to be able to scout out the Dome of the Faith, so he's not going to go in blindly. And this is not something that they've played against a lot, because it hasn't been the meta in such a long time.
No, and I know you talk about how long of a time it was. I remember all the way back in Season 3 when Delhi would go Dome of the Faith and the Scholar Healing didn't necessarily get nerfed yet. So you would be making 7 or 8 Scholars and then you would just have units that you couldn't kill because of how good the healing was. Now, not so much. In battle, they're a little bit decreased on the healing side. Obviously, out of battle, they can get healed relatively well, but in battle, it makes it a little difficult. As you can see, Beastie going to be making some Scholars, and this is one thing, if there is a developer watching this game, the one thing that I really, really, really want for Dome of the Faith is a production bar like the Grand Winery has right under it. You can't see that you're making a Scholar at that point. So a lot of the times I click on Dome of the Faith, and I realize I have 3 Scholars in queue, but it looks like from the outside it's not doing anything.
Yeah, this is just one thing for observers as well. We're really struggling. The only way we know is because of this little bar that we got over here. And guys, again, Delhi getting those free upgrades, they're just going to queue up all of them at the same time, but it's going to take a long while to kick in. The barracks with the first Limitinate going out, and this first Limitinate is going to be a very powerful thing to put out because you're always playing against Ghazi Raider opening. Now with the Ghazi Raiders, you don't have that, we don't have that upgrade because we don't have the Tower of Victory with the archers. But now the Ghazi Raider mass will have to reign supreme. The problem is, when you're playing against Byzantines, you're going to be dealing with a lot of Limitinate. And depending on the mercenaries that they decide to go for, I would not be surprised. I think Beastie told me that he goes for, what is that, longbows every single time against Delhi. But there were instances where he had decided to go for the javelin throwers. But he does go for the longbows, and we will definitely see a little bit of pressure onto these resources, especially going for the Dome of the Faith this early, so that he cannot get that prelate mass up. But now keep in mind, guys, every single time he goes out, he will be able to heal these guys back to full.
Yeah, and what's really nice is for those Ghazi Raiders, they could do some raiding like this. Right? And, ooh, a little bit of Acrotoy. I don't think that Ghazi Raider has anywhere to go with 3 health. A Town Center snipes it from an alternate dimension, and that's 1 Ghazi Raider going down. A second one for Beastie going down on the north side. And that's another thing, Whammon. I know we talked about this last game. What I will say, he's not packing the snow that well.
Oh, okay? No. The Delhi snowball falling apart right now, Tim. It's not looking tight.
Yeah. No, it's definitely loosely packed, and Wham is doing a little bit better at packing, as some Limitinate are going to be able to use as a raiding unit. You don't see a lot of that from Spearman, but just with the fact that they do have that shield wall, you can make sure that a lot of them don't end up going down. That Limitinate, with how much health it has, is going to be stuck at 34 health for a little while, and having the Longbowmen to back them up. The Longbowmen, even though you had some people going Jav Throwers, I like the Longbowmen a lot because you can mask them up a little bit better than Jav Throwers, and the Longbowmen can provide DPS for a lot of different units, whether it be if Delhi wants to make Spearmen, if Delhi wants to make Archers, your Archers are going to be better, right? So having those Longbowmen and making sure that Grand Winery, you get an extra stack of them, before you know it, we're 7.5 minutes in the game, Wham, and Delhi is this quote-unquote feudal age superior person, and Wham has more units than him.
But, Tim, are you seeing what's about to happen here?
Oh, yeah.
This is a fast castle Delhi. This is a fast castle Delhi if I've ever seen one. And this is going to mean elephants. We're going to have all the boys together here. The professional scouts being here, just picking up the deer is so important because Beastie does not have unlimited food. But if you have unlimited food under your TC, you're in for a good time. However, Wham is going for that siege engineering, so he's not thinking about letting Beastie go for that good time.
No, and honestly, Beastie has the spawn to go fast castle, right? With this gold in the back, that's really going to help him out. The deer was in the back, so it was easy to get there. Those professional scouts, even though they went to school, they probably could have skipped some classes to take that deer. That's relatively close. We have an outpost for a Beastie, just going to attempt to be the saving grace for him. He already has somewhere around 950 food, 500 gold. So he will be able to go out, and he has 8 Scholars with his 9th getting produced. So the only thing he has in terms of military is that 1 Ghazi Raider. We saw that military count of 24 to 13, but a lot of them aren't actual units that deal damage, and when they do, they only deal 1 damage. So Wham is trying to really put the pressure on him. I see a Kirosiphan. We're going to see some Greek fire. We could see some outposts turn it into kindling pretty soon.
I actually think Beastie is dead here. The fact that the gold spawn on top of each other like this is actually not good when the opponent is being this aggressive, because he's denying 3 golds at the same time, and there's no secondary gold that Beastie can go for. And he was very set on going, he was set on going fast castle, but he's still set on going fast castle. And we see the market coming down, so he can sell some food, and he's going to be able to get that castle age. The scout does see this, however, and he's going to know that he needs to keep putting on the pressure.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to be able to do that. House of Learning going to be coming up on the southeastern side of BC's base. 17 villagers on it, so it'll go up lickety split. Wham continuing to burn down some of those buildings, the houses. Beastie trying to find some deer, but Wham knows that Professional Scouts is out. He saw some of those scouts taking deer carcasses, so what's he do? He puts a limit to over there, right? All you need is one, just to make those scouts drop those deer and start running home, scurrying back to the town center. That might be able to help him out. Wham doing a good job with Micro, trying to get 2 houses for 1, but now House of Learning is up. Wham, and not that much in the way of gold, but I think he's looking for some men-at-arms. You only need 20 gold to make one of them.
The problem is as well, Beastie is pop capped, and those houses are being burnt by Greek fire non-stop. The market is next on the list. Beastie right now needing 3 houses to start producing things again. He does plop a few at the back here, but this Greek fire is raining down upon him, and I don't know if he's going to have any answer to this. He does have the men-at-arms coming out pretty soon. The villagers are desperately trying to get some gold so that they can get more of them. The scholars just trying to heal up every single thing they can. Men-at-arm at the front line. They don't want to lose these guys just yet. They drop off the gold and more men-at-arms are coming, but these scholars need to be very careful. This is a very expensive unit to lose.
Yeah, these scholars got to start flipping their pages and figuring out what the hell they need to do to try to beat this Byzantine push in feudal age. One of the scholars almost self-immolated himself trying to go over to that Greek fire where the lumber camp was, but now Beastie, it looked like he was trying to get stone just a little bit, but ends up backing up. He's looking for basically any kind of resource that's going to help him generate men-at-arms. And I want to take a look, wait a minute, are those barracks, are they getting efficiently produced? And they are. We do have a scholar in there, so the men-at-arms are going to be coming out as soon as he is able to build houses of the sort. So when he is able to get some wood, and it looks like Beastie's trying to chop over there on the north side, but that wood line was not very safe. Around the eastern side, that wood line, of course, not very safe. A couple men-at-arms from Beastie are going to be able to take down some of those horsemen, some of those limit today. The men-at-arms, obviously, it's a good pick, but they can't be everywhere. They're a slow unit. So Wham splitting his groups up. He's having one horseman go here, one horseman go here. His big army is over around the south side, starting to wind back around to the western side of his base. BC just never feels like he's in a good spot. Greek fire is starting to take down that mill, and I think a couple of those villagers got some first-degree burns in the process. Men-at-arms might be able to clean that up with longbowmen, and Wham going to be going up with a golden tower over there on the eastern side. So he's already going castle, and he's done a decent amount of economic damage to Beastie already.
This is that weird point for you where you're like, okay, I need to find a way to keep myself in this game. And with the men-at-arms, we've actually seen Beastie exactly on Delhi surviving this with that load of men-at-arms. But he's taken so much economic damage, and when this castle age hits, I think he might have to GG out and call it a day.
Yeah, because as soon as Wham gets that, I'm sorry to cut you off, as soon as Wham gets that castle age, he's going to be able to have something to deal with the men-at-arms, right? He's going to be able to use crossbowmen. He's going to be able to use his own men-at-arms. He could use Varangian guards if he wants to and get berserk on him, so it gets a little bit better. And also, for the Byzantines, getting that upgrade into Castle Age means you can get some Lance Connect if you really wanted to, too. So basically, when they get up to Castle Age, it feels like the world kind of opens up, and crossbowman is what he's going to go for to kind of counter those men-at-arms. And BC's pretty much stuck making only those.
The problem is Beastie's upgrades also got slowed significantly because he took down the blacksmith, and he's kind of forcing Beastie into this side where Beastie can't make any units to deal with this. So he's got a bunch of men-at-arms here at the back, but they're not going to mean much at this point. He does pick up a few relics here. We see 2 of them on the way to the base. So he will have a little bit of extra gold, but this is again a ticking time bomb. Beastie is trying to get every single deer he can into his base. He does lose a few scouts in the process of this whole process already. And now the pain train is coming from Wham's side. He's got 2 more sets of longbows. In the queue, one from the Golden Horn Tower and one from the Mercenary House with the upgrade queued right after. Now Beastie is behind, right? He's got the House of Learning. It's great. It's just taking a long time to get going. And he hasn't dropped off these relics just yet.
No, I mean, usually for Delhi, and one of the things that Delhi works so well at is in Feudal Age, they're able to get map control, so then they extrapolate the resources out of the map, right? So you get the Feudal Age map control to get sacred sites and then get relics when you hit Castle Age. Beastie's trying to get relics because that's the only way he's going to get safe gold. You can't really raid a relic, but he doesn't really have the map control to be able to do that. So a lot of scholars are ending up going down. Even though those scholars are cheaper, they're still scholars you would rather have alive. He does have 2 relics. It looks like a third is going to be coming in his possession. I'm very surprised he was actually able to get all of these when he was sitting in his base getting raided.
Yeah, at this point it just shows Beastie's ability to split the army and split the attention of his opponent. So now what he's going to need to do, we see Lancers in the queue, so he's going to need to wall this side off so that he can actually survive and keep these golds safe. Because at this point, if he gets back into the line here, he's going to have such a hard time at getting this done. And we see the men-at-arms building these walls as fast as they possibly can, but the villagers are going to be in danger. And Wham knows that Beastie is going to run out of food at any point now, but the Lancers are at the ready and they will be eating all of these longbows, but not without taking a few victims themselves, or at least attempting to.
Yeah, this was honestly, this was a crazy amount of stabilization for Beastie. I was kind of expecting Wham, as soon as he did hit Castle Age, just like you said, to see a surrender come up because of how much damage that he was able to take. But he has 4 relics in the bank right now. 320 gold per minute that doesn't take any supply. And a 5th one is going to be on the way. So that's so important, especially for the Delhi, because they want to make a lot of these Castle Age units, and all of them take gold. Lancers, men-at-arms, crossbowmen, that's what he really needs. But Wham, trying to put the exclamation point on this game, trying to get on the board in this series, and he is not taking no for an answer. A couple Kyrosifans going to be able to be made by those Varangian Guard and those Longbowmen and saying, hey, I'm going to try to burn your house down, deal with it.
The thing is, Beastie might have an answer to this. He might be able to get the Springald out here and just slowly start to fire at them, because this blacksmith getting shut down could be game breaking for Beastie. Just the fact that he's not able to finish these upgrades, it's going to be tragic. And now these villagers need to drop off so he can put a Springald on the board. Springald or Mangonel. We'll see what he decides to go with. Mangonel is the choice for today, and the first blacksmith does go down. The second one will get the plus upgrades for the... I believe that was for melee. Oh, he would like a ranged one instead. But look at this raid at the back. Keeping him on his toes.
That's really good on some of those stone villagers. Wham's sitting on about 700 stone. I'm not sure. I figured he would be going for cisterns, but maybe with how much stone he has, he might be going into keep level. But Mangonel going to be able to come out around those Kirasif, and Mangonels are so good against Byzantines because a lot of Byzantines have are foot soldiers, right? They don't necessarily go cataphracts. They're rather expensive. They usually don't end up paying off. So Beastie's going to be able to take this fight. He's got Lancers here. There's not a lot of units around here that Wham can use to try to take down those Lancers. He does have some crossbowmen, but they have to get microed around that Mangonel. Mangonel just getting cheeky half hits kind of either way, but it's good enough to get those crossbowmen to back up, and it looks like both of those Kyrosifans are going to go down as well. So overall, Beastie, just because of the fact that he implemented Siege in Castle Age, he's going to be able to deter Wham for a second time.
And this is just not something I expected. I didn't think that Beastie was going to have this ability to survive up until this point. Now, he is going to have to rebuild those blacksmiths, and I'm hoping to see them pop out anytime now, because he's floating a lot of resources, but we see why. We see that the first Tower Elephant has been queued up, and guys, we're finally getting to see Tower Elephants in a tournament setting, and that's just the beauty of getting these bad boys buffed. So I'm excited to see what this does to a Byzantine's army, except for the fact that there's 16 crossbows, and I don't think the elephant is going to survive too much of that if the crossbows start raining down upon him.
Oh, Wham, and I love a good Dumbo. And you know what the best thing about it is now? It is on the battlefield. I think it's a little bit to the south of your camera, and we'll be starting to move a little bit north. Up there it is, over there on the northeastern side. But these tower elephants, if you click on it, look at how much ranged armor it has. It's ranged cavalry. It doesn't necessarily... I'm not sure if it counts as heavy cavalry. It just counts as ranged cavalry. But the fact that it has 8 ranged armor means it's going to be able to do some damage. Big mangonel shot! Looks like some longbowmen, some crossbowmen end up going down. Every mangonel shot that Beastie has, another one going to be hitting the lance connect and a couple Varangian guard. It makes Wham need to back up.
And he just can't unlimitedly produce these units. Yes, he's got a few farms set up, but you can see he's out here on the pocket resources. He has to go out there because he's invested so much into getting this kill that he needs this to pay off. And we now see there's a 7 villager difference. It's not as scary as it was earlier. We're actually getting to a point where Beastie might be able to turn this game around. And this would honestly be one of the biggest comebacks we've seen in a very long time. Oh my god. Another painful hit. These mangonels honestly just paying off. And I don't think Wham has an answer to this just yet. He's not looking at any siege yet. The tower elephant now is really scary. And it's forcing Wham to just go into more and more crossbows, which mangonels will not mind fighting against.
And you know, I think the problem with Wham and his army composition, it's like, yeah, you're making crossbows, it's good. You know, against those men-at-arms, you're doing pretty good. But you don't have anything against those mangonels. If you don't have siege superiority, in a battle, most of the time you're gonna lose. Like when you get to Castle Age, you need siege or anti-siege, and if you're fighting without it, you're shooting yourself in the foot. So the fact that Beastie has 4 mangonels, and he has a couple Taller Elephants, he has some men-at-arms and some crossbowmen that are going to be able to help out. His army composition is a little bit of everything, a little smattering of everything, which is fantastic. So now, Beastie, I feel like he could be offensive here. Wham is not in his base trying to get rid of all of those walls or any of that kind of stuff. I think we're going to see Beastie start moving out.
And this might be the timing for him, because you don't want this Sacred Side victory to tick, tick, tick for too long. Because once it gets going, it's going to get harder and harder to stop. Just because you're so unsure about, okay, do I move out? Do I just stand back? And he is getting back with the villagers. As we saw, he is on a second TC now. But he really wants to get that keep up. And we can see this with all the villagers that he has on stone. So the moment he can drop a keep on one of these sacred sites, he will be okay. But now, look at these guys. They're going to need to respond down here. And the moment he splits up his army, that's when I expect Beastie to attack. Now the keep does come forward here from Byzantines as well, and we do see the first Springald on the map. This needs to be a very powerful shot from the Springald to deal with 4 of these mangonels though, and another one in the queue.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you've been watching Cave Dry Arabia, you know about siege and anti-siege. You need at least 2 Springalds to pop a mangonel, so it's a good thing that he's getting that second one. Deli going to be able to get that keep over there near that wood line to kind of finally preserve a safe wood line for him, but Wham might have something to say about it. I don't like if Wham takes this fight. I think he ends up losing this game because of the fact that if you don't have those Springalds there, they're going to be helping with those mangonels, those longbowmen, those crossbowmen. They're barely going to do anything. They're just going to be dodging the whole time.
And he's trying to get all these units in position, but you don't really have something that can deal with keeps, right? Well, Beastie, on the other hand, he has those 4 mangonels, so he can already start firing at a keep. He has elephants as well. The first Springald shot comes out, and this does signal the start of the fight. Beastie does start to take a little bit. He pulls him into the keep, and the keep will start firing back, but not taking too many victims along the way.
that was the Springald bolt heard around the world. You know, that one thing just I thought it was going to cause this whole game to go into a frenzy, but both sides ended up backing up, and it looks like Wham going to be using Lance Connect to be more of a raiding unit. Obviously, against villagers are going to be good if you can get them in a nice little group. Might be able to help him out. Beastie, hopefully, he's getting some Springald emplacements, but hopefully getting something like Village Fortresses to help him out on an economic side of things. And now we might see a battle on the northern side. Wham continuing to back up and starting to move east back home around the map, but now he's starting to charge those Varangian Guard and Spearmen. A little bit of do-si-do coming out of both of these sides. We're just trying to make sure whatever fight you take is going to be a good one, and Wham wants to fight around that keep or have some kind of defensibility to where he's going to fight, because those Tower Elephants, man, they could just run into you. They have a little bit of that AoE damage now, whether it's regular War Elephants or Tower Elephants. They have that little bit of AoE. Lance Connect going to be pretty dangerous over there with those swords on the western side, but look at Beastie. He's starting to continuously move up, and all of a sudden, Delhi is the one with the map control.
And now with these units being so far out and the keep being invested so far away from the base, he's open to harassment. Beastie doesn't want to fight into a mangonel emplacement on both of these. And he does see that second TC. But now he needs to be careful. And he can make this work. The launch connect will go down in the base because the TC is in a safe position. So that wood line really showing us that it is important. The Springhalds doing really good work at keeping the siege at bay, but Beastie doesn't have the numbers here just yet. The Elephants need to do a lot of work here. The Mangonels getting some juicy shots off, but is this going to be enough? It does look kind of even for Beastie and Wham at this point. Another deadly shot on the crossbows, and the Elephants will reign supreme with all these scholars just healing them up and keeping them alive.
Yeah, and look at what Wayne had to do. He had to use a lot of his mental bandwidth using these crossbowmen and longbowmen and splitting them up like StarCraft Marines, right? So those 3 mangonels that were there, they were never going to be able to get taken down because of the fact that he had Springolds, another one going to be able to go down, mangonel, second one finally getting popped. Honestly, I think that was a win for Beastie just because of the fact that he had the siege. You know, and now he's going to be able to stabilize a little bit. Those relics helping him out in the gold department. Beastie's going to be struggling a little bit in food. And we get to a point where the Delhi Sultanate is about 25 minutes into the game. We get to a point where a lot of external food resources aren't really there anymore. So Beastie has to do this massive farm transition. As you can see on the western side, a keep is going to be able to help him out. But a lot of the time, for Beastie, this was a fight that was okay. Just because in the back, he's able to kind of transition and make sure he has a stable food economy for a little bit of time.
And he's doing this very safely. We can see all the stone that we thought, oh, we should probably put that on a sacred site. He's just putting it on his farms. He just wants to make sure that he keeps getting those elephants out and keeps this game going slowly because he doesn't mind the late game. He's got elephants, and now elephants are kind of good. So the army is moving a little bit to the north because he needs to ask himself, where can I deny Beastie resources? And we see here there are 3 very chunky golds over here, but Beastie still has a lot in his base. So these guys do make a flank, and they're going towards this X wood line that we see over here. And they might be able to do some damage, especially with this side being so reinforced. He doesn't need to take any risks just yet. The mangonel pressure also removed.
Yeah, with all of his siege going down, he does have a couple Springles, but nothing like a mangonel to do some DPS. He's adding some stone walls here on the eastern side. I think that northern side, where Wham is starting to torch down, might benefit from some stone walls as well, just because he's got some gold back there and all that good stuff that he needs. But when you're playing as the Byzantines against the Delhi, especially when you're getting into Castle Age, and Delhi has mined a decent amount of stone and has a decent amount of keeps. This is a very frustrating base to kind of tackle through. Wham's actually queued up a trebuchet to try to get through it.
Oh, and he gets his damage done. The villagers go down. That tower will not go up today. Add another one. The villagers do go down. That was a pretty juicy hit from Wham, killing 5 extra vills. Now, the elephants are chasing down this small piece of the army, running around, and he does go for the trebuchet. Instead of going for the mangonel play, he's looking at setting his sights to the front. Because with these stone walls, his trebuchet will safely be firing on these 2 points over here.
Which is kind of interesting because look at Wham's resources right now. Yeah, exactly. He had about 2,700 food. The Byzantines are shelled up with all of these olive groves, right? So he's getting about 400 oil a minute. Going to be going with the Palatine School in Imperial Age. Delhi, obviously, as you can see, Beastie's macro on the top left part of your screen, not necessarily near Imperial right now. So Wham is playing a little bit more of the longer game. He does have a trebuchet. I was expecting him to be a little bit aggressive, but only 1 trebuchet just to create a little bit of, panic with Beastie. He's a professional player. Maybe he's not going to panic over 1 trebuchet, but now he sees that Imperial Age, and he might start to think a little bit. You get some of these Imperial Age upgrades. As you see, Wham is starting to complete. The Palatine School is going to help him with supply as well. So, going to go with Elite Varangian Guard. I think this is going to be difficult, even though with so many keeps, it's going to be difficult for Beastie to deter an Imperial Byzantine army.
The problem is, when you get to this point, the Varangian Guards are really good at taking down siege as well, especially now with them getting the upgrade first. Now, Beastie, when he does hit Imperial Age, he's going to take so long to actually be Imperial, because again, these upgrades take so long to finish. So this is a very tough situation for Delhi to be in when you know your opponent has got an Imperial before you and you need to start doing something about it. He is able to reach this keep behind the stone wall, and that's just going to allow him to get these kind of for free because Wham cannot reach those with any of the units that he has. Wham is able to shut down a little bit of this food. Beastie just doesn't have the gold to go for Imperial himself anytime soon.
No, but at least some of his gold deposits in the back are still relatively safe. Like, BC has a little bit of time to sit in his base. I don't know if it's enough time to get your Imperial upgrades if you're Delhi, although 17 scholars are going to help you. They're going to be combing through the pages trying to figure out what an elite spearman is. But with Wham, he's going to be able to get that a little bit quicker. But fighting through that 2 keep area of Delhi, and that's where a lot of that farm economy is. That's the number one thing that you really want to idle. If you're the Delhi Sultanate, no food equals no army with a lot of the stuff that they end up making, especially because these tower elephants, they're 400 food, right? The crossbowmen are 80, the men-at-arms are 100, so it takes a lot. You know, it takes a lot of food for a Delhi army to come up. So when Beastie gets Imperial, I feel like for Wham, it's going to be a little bit of a time, you know, he's going to be on a time crunch. He's got this much time with a technological advantage to try to win this game. He's got to get through those walls, he's got to get through those keeps.
And he's getting his SR Academy, and this is just going to allow him to try and again overpower Wham. Now, we haven't seen the SR Academy in a while, I must say. I'm quite surprised to see it coming out here at this point of the game. But this is just going to give you that extra food per minute that you might not be able to get to outpump the Byzantines. So, not going to have to wait for any long-lasting upgrades. We're just going to be able to go straight for the kill here. Now, this is going to be a scary push. The keep here is unfortunately going to be able to clean up this army at the back, and the villagers are being produced from these keeps as well. So they're able to stay up to date while these elephants are trying to keep these at bay. Now, the springhalds do go down here at the back because Wham just is. He's got Imperial Age springhalds. These probably have the upgrade already as well. So, SR Academy... Oh my goodness. The long upgrades do kick in, but they are gathering a lot of food passively.
Yeah, that lot of food for the Delhi obviously is great because it'll help him reproduce a little bit of that army. But those farm fields on the northern side are now pretty much idle. Wham has gotten his army up here. He's going to be able to take some villagers down in that wood line, which is going to help out. As you can see, Beastie on the top left part of your screen, he's hit every upgrade he possibly can hit. Tie the barns first, which is one of the most important ones for him right now, having 5 relics. But again, it's going to take that little bit of time. That keep over there on the north side going to be able to rain some hell on any kind of siege apparatus or unit alike. So Beastie, he's playing tower defense right now with these stone walls and these keeps. This food is what Wham is eyeing up. And on the flip side, the eastern side, Wham has got olive groves for millennia.
So with Wham's eco just being this strong, he's going to be able to outproduce Beastie for a while. But the problem is, once Beastie gets all these upgrades, this is going to be a very hard fight. The problem is, I don't think Wham is going to allow that. The bombards are moving forward, they get the tower, and next up are going to be these trebuchets that are very out of position, with the Wrangling Guards being able to berserk right on top of them, even if needed, but it doesn't look like they'll even need to.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about some firepower to try to take down these keeps. But firepower equals gunpowder in this game, and that's what these bombards are doing. That keep already starting to burn. The trebuchets are going down. A lot of these farm villagers from the south side are almost as good as dead. I think there's one keep over there on the south side that those bombards are going to start targeting, taking down that outpost first. Although, you know, Beastie, he is Imperial Age. He's waiting for his upgrades. He's basically got about 6 Dumbos in a dream. Some Springolds on the western side, going to be able to try to take down those bombards to the best of their ability. But these farms, because they were a little forward, he's got to back up.
He's going to back up, but these Springolds are able to clean up the army quite well. And the whole army, the whole Springold and Mangonel mass at the top there just goes down in an instant. But now these elephants should be able to move forward and start to do a little bit of damage. These upgrades are slowly creeping in. Elite army tactics about to pop out as well. We see Ooh, precision crossbreeding. Villagers gathering for food by 15%. So we're going to be able to see even better farm production here. And I'm honest, I have never seen that upgrade in my life. So I'm excited to see what it can do for Beastie. Now let's go over and see what the passive gold per minute is. 613 right now. Beastie is just going to be able to remax this army again and again. So the longer Wham lets him sit, the harder it is going to be for him.
Yeah, and I know you kind of said before the Hizar Academy, you probably haven't seen that often. A lot of people love the gunner elephant, you know, and obviously I love a good elephant with a hand cannoneer on top of it. The poacher becomes the poachee at that point, but the Hizar Academy providing that food per minute is really, really helping Beastie, because a lot of when those farms had to be idle and Wham was pushing, he was getting that little bit of food income to make sure he was going to continuously make units. Both sides have continued to remain at the maximum supply, right? Both sides are being able to be 200 out of 200. Wham trying to take down another keep on the southern side. Those tower elephants, they're a little slow, but they'll get there. Eventually, some of those villagers have to vacate that wood line to the south as well. And I think this was a little bit of an economic underbelly that Wham kind of exposed.
The problem is this army can get caught out. This is not a very big army from Wham, and these elephants should be able to provide that type of pressure that we need. But when we're looking at these Springles, he just has the mass right now, and he should be able to snipe these out if they're caught out of position. There's still one keep here, but the wood line is depleted. I think Beastie did get his value over here. Now, I feel like it's just going to be a battle for the wood lines, because we see here as well the boys are starting to snack here on this stone as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if Beastie drops a very aggressive keep in the base here.
Yeah, honestly, this game's been wild. I mean, just looking at it 35 minutes in, there was a lot of, we thought Wham was going to win. Oh, there were Kurosifans, you know, creating a nice little fireplace in Beastie's base and all of this kind of stuff. Beastie was able to hold, and he was able to make this into late game and able to hold enough for a lot of these upgrades are starting to come in for him. You know, the men-at-arms are now in elite status. Wham did find those villagers who were caught with their hands in the cookie jar, and that will be the last thing that they ever do with their lives. Now with the Wham on the northern side with those limit today and the Streltsy, you're going to be able to try to take down some of those palisade walls. Again, no stone up there, so it will be able to help. Wham, now with the map control that he's gotten, taking down some of those keeps, trying to get rid of some of that, idling some of that food economy. He's trying to get some keeps around and kind of starve Beastie out of resources, right? You see a keep over there on the gold on the northern side. He's just trying to make sure any outside gold deposits, stone deposits, all that kind of stuff, Beastie can't get to, and Wham's doing a pretty good job of it.
Beastie definitely will eventually starve for these. Oh my gosh, and he's walling those villagers in. The villagers have something to say about it, though. They're gonna go finish that wall. They don't want to keep this fight going, but he also doesn't want Wham to get any more gold. Because, yes, he's got liquid gold. He's got the olive oil. But this is going to be a very tough match for Beastie to close out. He's going to be able to replenish this army for quite a while with that food. But until when? At some point, we're going to get to a point where there's just not anything to sell. The food's going to be sold, but it's going to be dirt cheap. And Beastie is not going to be able to get any more elephants or siege out on this map. So he needs to find a way to secure more wood lines and try to secure a gold.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get to a point, especially at this point in the game, where you're in, I would consider this post-Imperial play, because a lot of the upgrades that you want are ending up coming in if they haven't already. This is when floating resources become stockpiles, right? And you can see Wham is sitting at about 2,000 gold a minute. He's going to be able to stockpile it. Beastie was sitting on 400 gold a minute for a little bit, right? But a little bit of gold is going to help him out. Obviously, the relics are going to help him out as well, having 5 relics. But with all of that food in the bank and all of that wood in the bank, and he does have one safe wood line that actually just dried up and is looking to kind of get towards the middle of the point. Having this map control around the middle of the map, because this is where the resources are going to be. A lot of the times in Imperial, you end up starving your opponent out. You're like, well, I don't have wood, so I can't make siege, so I can't really go into your base, so I guess the game's over, right?
Now this is that state where you ask yourself, do I go secure the wood line on this side, or do I go for the gold on the other side? And I feel like this is now where Beastie needs to make his decision, and this is going to be a very impactful one at that. He's sending the villagers across the map, not sure where. He's probably not sure where either. And these guys are going to try to find a place to safely get some resources. There's a lot of wood here between the map, but there's towers everywhere, so Wham will be aware of his movements too. Now, where's Beastie's army? They're just standing in the base, waiting for better days. And now the question is Beastie gonna make some Ghazi Raiders or something to just keep raiding and idling Wham's eco to eventually starve him out? Thing is, Wham is not looking at getting starved out anytime soon. That stockpile is looking very dangerous.
Oh yeah, and a lot of the times too, especially with Wham, what really helps the Byzantines and Imperial play like this is because you have the oil, you're able to make some very strong units, right? I mean, Wham, because of all the oil that he has, he can make a lot of Streltsy. Remember, he went for Longbowmen in the beginning. Beastie's having some trade over there on the south side. Some of those Dumbos have something to say about it. However, Limit Today or otherwise, there will be able to be taken down. Beastie trying to get a keep over here on the north side where that gold is. That's where these villagers were going. Wait a minute. It looks like Beastie's not only villagers, but there's Landsconnect. There's Varangian Guard in here. Is that keep going to go up? It gets canceled at about 90-ish%, maybe a little bit more than that. He lost a lot of villagers doing that. His economic count is on 94. We got to remember the Delhi Sultan having village fortresses. He can just spam, 5 villagers at a time.
He can probably get those back in a second, but this is not the point of the game where you want to spend time making villages. He is switching to the Ghazi Raider just because they are a more affordable unit that he can replenish, and we can see the gold is running low. But this could just be because he's switching to trade and trying to secure that for himself. But now, Wham has a lot of spots that he can go and attack. So, knowing that there's trade here, Beastie is not going to make this easy, though. He's getting to max population, not replenishing villages, but rather going for army, where Wham is still having a lot on villages. So the elephants are looking to close this out. They've got all the upgrades. We've got 900 food per minute coming from that school as well. So these guys are walking right through, and the keep doesn't have any of the emplacements. No boiling oil even. So the bombard will probably make it through, but not in time to actually get the boiling oil in there as well. The elephants do pretty well against the keeps, but not fast enough at least. The spring elves do need to be careful though.
Now we're seeing the power of some of these elephants that ended up getting buffed. What's really nice about the Tower Elephants is they're able to use their tusks on the keeps, and then they're able to use their arrows doing other things, right? Taking down a lot of units. What's really nice is against these Streltsy, they have right now 7+7 ranged armor. So I know Streltsy do a lot of damage, but at least those Tower Elephants might be able to shield a decent amount of it. Limit Today might have something to say about it. Looks like we've got about a gaggle, I'm going to say, of elephants trying to take down that keep. And that keep's still at about half health. Beastie's got to walk away.
The problem is Beastie lost a lot of units here, and at the same time so did Wham. But I feel like Wham has the ability to replace these, but not in gold. And those units that he lost, they were mostly siege. That was going to be very, very expensive. These elephants will get out alive, and these scholars are going to be able to kill them back to full. So, Beastie's still being there with the cheeky
cute.
stone. Yeah, he just wants to get the stone. And I am a little bit off there. But Beastie now struggling to remax a bit. He does have that trade, but the trade income is not as fast as he'd like it to be. And these guys are going to close in on the trade any second now.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure, just based on Beastie's army composition of elephants and springolds, I'm not really sure if he's going to have much to say about it, especially because Wham has about 40 limit today and about 35 in the queue. So, and what's really nice about Byzantines, those limit today only being 80 food, 10 wood, you basically just need food, and you're able to spam a lot of them, right? So Wham going to be able to make sure he's consistently supply capped with all of those limit today, which is really going to help him. Beastie going to be adding some Ghazi Raiders as well. And yeah, they're going to be good against the Hand Cannoneers and the Streltsy maybe, but you're still going to be dealing with a metric shit ton of limit today, and I don't like Ghazi Raiders in that matchup.
I feel like the Ghazi Raiders are just the desperation unit at this point. The Limitane are doing really well against them too, but look at these elephants. They're starting to not be as impactful as we've seen before because the scholars are going down too. The Limitane are focus firing them just to be sure that they cannot heal up these elephants to full like they have been doing non-stop. You need to find a way to clean out these elephants, and probably just killing the scholars is the way to go. But he is queuing up a lot more lances now, probably just to get to the raiding, and he says, I want the keep! And he's going for the keep!
Oh, round 2. Dumbo versus Keep. Fight! And a lot of those Libertine are going to be trying to take them down. Some crossbowmen, the Streltsy, Hand Cannoneers might not be able to do too much. It looks like Wham pulling some villagers to try to repair this keep. There's a lot of tusks I would prefer Ivory over Stone at this particular juncture. It looks like that keep, oh my god, that keeps at about 600 health, and BC's gonna back up again. So that keep taking down, pretty much making elephants become an endangered species because of how many elephants were dead.
The problem is, I think Beastie has overestimated the ability of these elephants to take down this keep, and that is just causing him to be in this position where these Limit are going to overrun him. So the elephants do get out. He doesn't have a way to heal them though. And now we're in that very awkward space of, how do I get this keep down? And the answer might have just been, get a trebuchet. But he's waited so long to get to this point and sacrificed so many units. I don't know if there's a way for him to come back from this. The Limit are quite susceptible to these keep fire, but he's getting bombard emplacements on everything as well.
Well, you know, I think what's really important, Wayman, too, is look at the stockpiles. You know, Beastie's sitting on a lot of food, and his art academy is helping him out. But it looks like, even though we're seeing like 2,000 gold per minute out of Beastie, he's running out of gold, and he hasn't had a lot of wood over there on the top left part of your screen either. So it's going to be difficult for him to replenish Beastie's supply down to 115. He's trying to make elephants. He's making war elephants. He's making tower elephants. He's basically saying, does this unit include an elephant? Well, let me just click that button.
Finally bringing a little bit of love to the elephant army, but as he's bringing love to the elephant army, all the traders are just being cleaned up. Death to all, he says, and this trade will not be able to get fixed, because this is such a big loss for Beastie. These last guys have dropped off all the gold they can, and now, if these elephants don't clean out these guys at the back, he is done for.
Yeah, and I don't think, I mean, honestly, I do like Limitine in this spot over some elephants. And look at he's just zerging them. Look at how many Limitine he has on the field right now. That's 92. With how many in the queue? 36 in the queue right now. So war elephants are going to be able to do some AoE damage, which is going to help against those Limitine, but they're not, I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult. Wham just has an endless spam of Limitine, and I don't know if Beastie has that endless elephant spam.
The problem is these keeps aren't reinforced with bombard emplacements either, so they can't even take down these Limit. Right now, there's chaos on the map, and it's not chaos for the one party that Beastie wants. He taps out, he's had enough. He says, okay, Limit span has beaten the elephants. AoE damage, maybe not as strong as I thought they would be.
Wow, that was
Sure.
that was an insane game. Limitine ended up becoming MVP. This one, a 47-minute long game, and look at the tail end of that total unit count. If we can hang on this graph for just a second, look at the total unit count, and look at the fact that Wham was able to stay at 200 supply for minutes on end, and a lot of it being Limitine spam. Obviously, Beastie had a little bit trouble doing that, and that's what ended up finally breaking the walls. Right? Looking at villager count, as you can see, I know there were probably about 200 or so villagers that ended up going down for Beastie, but a lot of the economic count as well with a lot of those traders, you're going to see that swan dive over there at the end of the game as well. And it looks like Wham, I'm not sure if he was raided because he had a dip or if he just ended up deleting some.
Now, Wham definitely found a way to, even though he was getting poked a little bit, but he wasn't getting raided at that point. It did put him a little bit in a tight spot, but he was able to react to this. And because Byzantines just has that olive oil to fall back onto, when the gold runs out, he was able to stay ahead of this. So now we're going to start seeing some civilizations that the players might not be as confident on. And for that, I think my computer is about to crash. Can you still hear me? Let's see if it's going back live. I don't know why this keeps happening though. What a monka steer. Eesh.
We're back.
We're back? Okay, we're back. But
We're back. Everybody refresh.
Oh, everybody a refresh, but hold on to your horses. Apparently, my camera has just decided to call it a day. So I'm going to try to switch over to my other one. Oh, not that button at all. Give me 1 second. Not that button either, guys. Come on. Luckily for us, we were actually in a pretty decent spot regarding the game. The game finished, so we're able to continue as planned. But for most of you, you're going to see me in a very weird angle now because my camera But my camera is not working. I don't know what it is. Okay, guys. See my beautiful face? It's right here. You get that. You get the chin, everyone. Okay. All right.
Wait, but if I met you in real life, this would be my angle because I'm shorter than you.
Oh yeah, that's true. You are shorter than me. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Now, I just want to make sure all our scripts and everything are running and reload this thing. Guys, the powerful jawline is in session, yes? Except when I sit like this. This is the best one. Okay, now everybody has seen my beautiful angle. Very nice. Okay, guys, luckily it crashed at the end of the stream. So, we can continue. The show must go on. There's a problem with Age of Empires. I keep getting a blue screen every now and again, and it's just because of one of the settings that I turned up again. So I think it's the encoding that is the problem, but we will roll back in. Luckily, I can see Beastie and them drafted 5 minutes ago, so we will be able to easily catch up with them as well. Timothy, you can see my screen clearly, right?
I can. Al,
Awesome.
I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Okay, boys. So let's head up into game 3. If they didn't make it observable, or maybe I just need to give the game a second to load. Because if they didn't, I'm going to mold in the other room. Luckily, oh, never mind. It was a little bit early, guys.
I thought we were gonna see.
Say that again. Say again, Tim. Wait, speak.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, now I can. I don't know what just happened. Something broke. Maybe our hearts. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to roll into the game. Guys, let's hop into game 4 now. 2-1 for Beastie at the moment. But now, Beastie has HRE. Tim, I don't know if you know much about Beastie's HRE, but it is scary AF. And over here, Wham on the Abbasid. Now, I don't know much about Wham's Abbasid, but I do know, that he makes walls.
I know a little bit about Beastie's HRE, and I just know a decent amount about HRE in general. And this is a civilization that every time I match up with it on ladder, I'm like, oh my god. It's very, very frustrating. It's a civilization that's very frustrating to play with. Remember that
A little bit of a buff based on the last patch. It now can inspire a little bit quicker. So it helps the HRE kind of get to feudalage a little bit better. The Abbasid got a decent amount of changes nowadays.
I know you did. Damn! You went to the bathroom!
Economic wing ends up being a little bit better to get some of those farms, and it's going to help out everybody in chat saying Rip Mike. So you go ahead and take over, and I'm going to fit.
Guys, we got Tim from the bathroom. That's so nice of him, knowing that I need to go to the bathroom myself. But Tim just goes and beats me to it. First, my stream crashes, and now his mic. But guys, the House of Wisdom is being plopped down for Wham at the front here. Abbasid with the House of Wisdom. So we are going to see what this man is aging up with in a moment. Now, let's quickly catch up to these two boys, as the early game is quite slow, and we will have the time. We do see the chapel being placed in a pretty juicy position. Quite easily walled. Ooh, very easily walled. And going to provide a very, very healthy wood line for us as well. Now, we do see the eco wing from Abbasid, and this is unfortunately where I don't think Wham is ready for the HRE pain train. Because most people, they don't realize that if you go 2TC with Abbasid, you're going to have a really, really hard time surviving against HRE, especially with those powerful men-at-arm pushes. Do we have Tim back? Are we fast forwarding intentionally? Yes, we are trying to skip through the Dark Age and catch up with the players that we have now. We'll get there pretty soon, in a second. Now, with the archery range being plopped down, we're going to have that initial pressure from HRE, and we can see this TC is being placed at the back here. Now, as a civilization, you can usually see if something's being plopped down. The map does have a little bit of an effect, so we will see if BC knows where this TC is going to go to. But this is a very juicy spot for Abbasid. Now the first archer is out, the barracks is out, and this is now going to be a little bit of an early pressure here from Beastie.
Yeah, it looks like that second town center coming up. Hopefully I'm successfully back from my poop. As sorry about that. Oh my, when you gotta go, you gotta go. You know what I mean? With Wham gonna be with that second down center around with those berries. That's really gonna help him out. HRE now, we know them being a feudal age devastating force, you know, and a lot of that being because of marching drills, right? They're able to take any fight and start any fight and retreat any fight that they necessarily want. So everything that they do can end up being a good engagement if microed correctly. Beastie's the kind of guy, he can micro correctly.
Definitely, and he's also making the correct units to support this. We see the stable plop down, a second stable being plopped down. He might be assuming that Beastie is only going for archers, but those spearmen in the mix is going to make this a very hard thing to take down with a bunch of horses. So after Wham stops horsing around, he's going to run into a bunch of spearmen and see that this might be quite a hard matchup to beat. Now the horses do go forward and they might be looking at cutting off reinforcements, but these guys are standing at the ready. Beastie getting his upgrades, his eco upgrades, just to sustain him in this feudal age aggression that he's planning to do.
Yeah, and especially, I really like the feudal aggression play, especially because of where that second TC is. You know, a lot of it, even though it's in that eastern corner, he's not, you know, Wham is, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to actually get units to go defend it. And you got to think with the berries there, the gold there, the stone there, I think Beastie's got a giant bullseye on that town center.
And he's going to need to make a big play for this, but with a blacksmith, and I'm really hoping to see one soon, so we can get our ram to push this out. Now, when I got coaching, I got told if Abyssal goes to TC, you have to wait until 11 minutes before you attack them, because that is when you are at your strongest and you will have the advantage. So now, I'm wondering if Beastie's going to follow that methodology, or if he's just going to stay behind, split these two apart, and keep trying to poke. Because the thing is, Wham can also counterattack. He can also go and punish Beastie. Beastie is aware, and he's getting that outpost on the gold as well. Blacksmith being chopped down now.
Yeah, obviously the blacksmith you're going to need, if you're going to wait for that 11 minutes, like you said very correctly, you're going to need something like siege engineering to try to take down that town center. And getting those blacksmith technologies, even just not so siege engineering, some of the other stuff is obviously going to help you. Is going to be going with steeled arrow very first, because he does have a decent amount of archers. They're going to be able to cut through maybe some of that horseman, maybe not be as a counter with those archers. That outpost going to be coming up, making sure he gets a stable gold supply. Now, what do you think for an HRE player like yourself? You play a lot more than I do. How do you feel about mixing in some men-at-arms? Are they worth the cost?
Definitely. Having men-at-arms is such a powerful factor, but you only make them the moment you see archers. Because at that point, your men-at-arms are just going to ignore the front line, and they're going to go straight for the archers at the back. So I'm assuming that's exactly what Beastie is going to do here. He's going to wait until he sees those archers, because right now, all he knows are horsemen. But when he sees these bad boys, he's going to make sure that he gets a bunch of men-at-arms mixed in the army. So the +1 kicking in right now. Some of these archers will get taken down. Some archer will get taken down. But this should not be devastating for Beastie just yet. He sends the army forward. He's getting siege engineering next. Not looking for that +1. He's going to be able to scout these archers here at the front. And he's going to try to pick a few off because he knows he has the +1 over his opponent.
Yeah, Wham doing a good job of trying to pick off reinforcements in that middle, too, with the horsemen. That's going to help him out. But you got to remember, too, because, you know, the Abbasid dynasty, a lot of the times they go to TC with military wing. And looking at that House of Wisdom, I don't believe that's what Wham has chosen. So no boot camp going to be coming out for Wham. So those archers don't have that little bit of extra health. Those horsemen don't have a little bit of extra health. So it just means that BC might be able to take those archers down a little bit sooner. And you got to remember, too, this is not Castle Age Abbasid. So this is not composite bow archers. They are just normal archers. When you don't have boot camp for the Abbasid dynasty and you don't have that military wing in feudal age, the only thing that Abbasid can make is essentially just normal units, maybe one or two camel archers, but based on the cost of them, might not be as advantageous because HRE obviously not going for any horsemen, is adding men-at-arms. Very well predicted by you, Wham, having 3 men-at-arms in the queue. Just got to be make sure that Wham has to stay on his toes when it comes to the micro sense, because you're starting to, if you end up hitting some men-at-arms, you're going to feel like, what are my archers doing? Shooting marshmallows? And against men-at-arms, yeah, they kind of are.
Yeah, it does feel like you're fighting marshmallows against trucks that do run towards your archers. So I'm expecting to see this being a very aggressive play from Beastie at this point. We see the 11-minute mark hitting right now. So let's see if that is the correct statement that I got taught as well. Voldemort drilled that 11-minute into my head. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out, but I have not had an adversary that splits the army like this and cuts off the reinforcements this well. And that's just the wonders of playing at this rank. These guys know exactly what they're doing. They know about their timing. They know about the weaknesses, and instantly the ramp gets dropped down, and now the push is going to start coming.
Yeah, and it makes you feel like, because Wham has these horsemen trying to pick off major reinforcements, it makes you think every time you send any kind of units out, you should probably bring a couple spearmen with you, just to make sure. The men-at-arms going to be able to do his best Achilles impression, but will end up getting taken down by all of those Abbasid archers. Beastie has to destroy that ram yet again and back up. For Wham, this is just time. You know, he's sitting on 2 town centers. Economic wing is going to be able to get a farm transition pretty easy. I think it's about 49 wood, if I remember correctly, per farm than the normal cost. So Beastie just sitting on 1 town center, even though the Aachen Chapel is certainly helpful, it's not necessarily 2 town center, right? So Wham, all he's got to do is stay alive. If he could stay alive for a little bit longer, a few more minutes, gets up to Castle Age, all of a sudden he's got that late game economy where Beastie's still going to struggle, and it looks like Beastie is sensing a little bit of urgency in this one. Some spearmen, some men-at-arms going to be able to make the front line. Some archers will end up getting kited. Wham's got to back up just a little bit. This is a little bit of a skirmish. Military lead still in Beastie's favor, however, 56-45.
Now the problem is, these units that Beastie has, they do quite well against the units of Wham. The problem is, these villages were a little bit idle, and Wham's villages has decided to make farms instead. This is not something as an Abbasid player that you expect to see this early on. We know now that he is hungry, he needs to go for food, and Beastie is looking for the kill, but I feel like this might be an instance where Beastie has let his opponent just farm for too long. So this is now a ticking time bomb, but now let's see if Beastie is going to be able to close out this army lead. But it doesn't look like these guys can connect with the archers, just not able to catch up. They do have the speed boost, but these archer kiting is just not something he can face right now. And the army lead it's starting to equalize quite a bit.
Yeah, and I'm noticing the spearman count from Beastie is starting to dwindle a little bit. He's definitely going heavier into those men-at-arms. Men-at-arms are going to be trying to take down some of those raiding horsemen. And just those little bit, you keep panning towards it. And honestly, Wham, and I'm really, really glad you do, because this might stall Beastie's military, you know, endless production that we're seeing. But now those men-at-arms, just because there's enough of them, they're going to be starting to encroach on that Abbasid hometown center. The only thing Wham has back here is archers, and I know they're a pretty good defensive unit, but against the men-at-arms, maybe not so much. It just gives archers time for the HRE. You can see on the south side on that line formation, just being able to pick off a decent amount of them. Military count staying, in terms of the lead of it, ends up staying relatively the same. Those horsemen coming in on the back end from Wham, which I absolutely love, because you just got rid of Beastie's men-at-arms front line, so the only thing that's left there are archers. It's going to make those archers from the HRE back up. Men-at-arms as a reinforcement on the western side, looking like trying to hit some archers, trying to hit some horsemen, but don't look now, Wham, and Wham might have defended this.
He does. It seems like he's defended this quite well as well. He's feeling so confident. He's moving out with his villagers onto the food. He knows he needs to keep up this pace. And now his army is looking a little bit scarce, but these horsemen are still the counter unit, and they are going to be able to do some damage. The men-at-arms keeping all these archers very occupied, and the horses are being cleaned out. Now, with the villagers being this far forward, they're going to need to back off any moment now. And there's still 9 men-at-arms on this map, even though they're not all here at the front. The horses do get cleaned up, however. Some of these archers looking a little bit skew at the boys on the berries, but the second TC definitely at a point where it has paid off. And I don't know if Beastie, he could clean up this army, but is he going to be able to close out this game? Because if he doesn't close it out now, he's dead.
Yeah, having those men-at-arms that were in the front, and I think in a lot of this battle, there was probably about 5 or 6, you know, but it just soaked up so much archer fire. That was a time when Beastie was really able to take down the heavy archer count of the Abbasid dynasty, and now Beastie sitting on 41. Wham starting to get basically producing out of as many archery ranges as he can. But look at these men-at-arms just charging, running as fast as they can, and as fast as they can, I believe, is 1.25 tiles per second or somewhere near that. Going to be able to try to take down some of those archers. Wham's going to back up. This battlefield is making so many corpses out of the Abbasid dynasty in HRE. We haven't seen that pivotal fight that really turns the tide out of one side or another one, but I think it's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, these guys are running at the back here. These are a lot of idle boys, but the one man-at-arm is going to spot them out, and he might be able to close this down. The thing is, there's still a 20 villager lead from Wham, and he is getting those resources. However, like you said earlier, the chapel is providing that little bit of extra income that Beastie needs to stay in this. And he's got the farm transition set up well. Not perfectly, but well enough. Now, Wham is getting his army together, and Beastie cannot lose too many units here, because again, if he does, this is where Wham's 2TC will just pay off. The men-at-arm has found those villagers at the back. They're desperate for food. Right now, Wham is spending every bit of resources he can, and I'm expecting for these men-at-arms to... Oh, tower dive. Beastie does not care about the TC fire, but this TC fire could end the game. So he needs to be very, very careful with these. The men-at-arms are taking a lot of damage, and he needs to decide if he's willing to fight all the way deep into the TC.
I mean, look at look how many men-at-arms Beastie has on the battlefield. He's got 23. The fact that the Holy Roman Empire is able to produce this many units because he's had that military count. I get that he was on 1 TC, but that he was able to have this military count. A lot of these archers are going to end up trying to pick off those villagers from the Abbasid dynasty and have to move up north. But the fact that you can farm transition while doing this is absolutely insane. And BC, because he has the Akkad Chapel and he has all of those farms that are being inspired, Wham didn't really have the potential because he was constantly defending, wasn't able to farm transition as much as he'd like to. Look at that food per minute on the top right part of your screen. It's almost 0. It's about 200.
And that's the problem you have as Abbasid. You need to have food, otherwise you can't keep up this pain train. But Beastie, he's just able to produce this from these few farms that he has. We can see he is desperate for food over here. But honestly, with the food that he has per minute, he's going to be able to close this out. Abbasid is over here on the other side of the map. We can see he's buying food as much as he can. But this is going to get more and more expensive. And Beastie is starting to split this army apart to raid. 22 villages idle right now. This is just because they're running for their damn lives.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to continue doing so. You know, I mean, that back wood line for Wham is going to end up getting dry eventually, and you're seeing all of these villagers just trying to find, like, stragglers in all of these places, because that second wood line is not necessarily very safe, as we saw a villager or two that might have gotten picked off. Wham sitting on 61 archers, and it's very impressive on 2 town centers what the Abbasid dynasty can do as well. But honestly, with how many men-at-arms that are here, he's Beastie sitting on like 30. I don't know if you... I mean, how many archers do you need to take down all of those men-at-arms, you know?
You need a lot more than 63 at this point, especially with archers picking you off as you move. The villagers are idle. Wham is not sure where he's going to get his next serving of food. But the thing is, even then, he doesn't have the wood to keep making archers himself. He's just going to eventually run out of that too. The men-at-arms have arrived. They're going to try and just shut down any bit of wood that the man thinks about. And this fight is just going in Beastie's way because of this beautiful little chapel that keeps him alive.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild, isn't it? I'm not sure how many farms he has over there, but just incrementally adding 1 farm or 2, you know, every so often, it just means you get that constant men-at-arms production, and we're seeing that pay off. And just because of the wood income and food income and lack thereof, I guess, of Wham, he's sitting on 80 villagers, but they can't necessarily collect anything. They're pulling their shivs out around those farms. So a lot of the units that Wham ends up going down, the reproducibility of it is very difficult. Some villagers are going to start to run for their lives, but HRE has been through a decent amount of marching drills and will be able to take down those villagers. Eventually, worker kill count for Beastie is going to be somewhat near 20 if one or two of those end up going down, and it looks like they will. Archer Mass from Wham over there on the eastern side trying to do any kind of damage, but 63 wasn't enough. My math tells me, Whammon, 40s is not going to be enough either.
Yeah, at this point, you're just stuck between a rock and a hard place because you're playing against an HRE that is very happily now thinking about the Castle Age as well. Here we see he's finally getting textiles too. He has the time. He goes for his wood on the other side too. His little wood bush over here was depleted. So now he needed to get some alternative sources. But Beastie is looking at Castle behind all of this, and Wham is nowhere near that. He can go to Castle while putting this pressure down. He's going to get a few more villager kills, and these men-at-arms will even be able to burn down this tower without breaking a sweat.
Oh yeah, I mean every Abbasid villager is under duress essentially. You know, I mean Wham has had an economic lead for the entirety of this game in terms of villager count, but a lot of the times there was so much idle time as you see these villagers pulling their shivs out against that men-at-arms. Again, this is just a little bit of idle time that's ticking up. When you see Beastie hitting Castle Age, I know if I'm in Wham shoes and I see Beastie hitting the Castle Age, that notification that hits up on the center of your screen, I'm probably yelling. I'm like, how is he even pulling that off? You know, but that's what the HRE can do. They can endlessly produce units. They can get up to Castle Age. And now, with the Regnant's Cathedral, the fact that he can grab some of these relics, right? That economic count and the fact that it's been lower for Beastie, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, this is now that point where you're sitting and waiting for the men-at-arm upgrade to kick in. We're seeing the +2 coming out from the ranged armor as well. And just these little men-at-arm raids is causing that villager lead that we see to not be a lead. It is just a lot of idle time coming out from these guys. And again, even if they do kill these men-at-arms, it doesn't matter. Beastie is just waiting for you to idle and waste your time on these. Behind all of this, we see he's getting his prelates out. They're gonna go pick up the relics as well. So let's switch over to the Beastie side and try to see where the boys are. One prelate. Where's my other one, good sir? Inside the chapel. He's not in a hurry at all. And this upgrade is about to hit. He's a little bit early with the engagement. He might lose a bit, but the men-at-arms upgrade is already in, and that's why he wants to fight this. He says the archer upgrade can wait. It has kicked in. Let's fight this.
Oh yeah, those men-at-arms with the shiny new armor. They just wanted a chance to test it out. You know, they wanted a lot of those arrows to bounce off that armor. And those men-at-arms, they're hacking down Abbasid archers, probably laughing with each other as they're taking a lot of them out. Wham continuing to back up with that archer mass, and I think that men-at-arms mass, maybe one or two went down, and they will be living the rest of their lives in luxury as he will be taking this game from Wham. Beastie now with a 3-1 lead, Wham, and he's on match point.
This is now either going to be a fight, the final match for us, where I get to go to bed at 2:30 a.m., keeping in mind that we have a tournament tomorrow as well. But let's hope for the sake of our sanity that we get to actually sleep tonight. Tim, your sanity as well.
It says you. I'm straight chilling.
You're just living your best life right now. Oh my gosh.
It's 8:30 p.m. I'm going to do some studying after this, probably.
Of course you are, of course. Now, both of these players, they are not in game just yet, so we are going to see the Aeobids versus Malians. Now, I'm not really sure who this favors. I feel like the Aeobids are going to be in a pretty decent position here because they're going to have that versatility. They have the choices. They get to run all around. They get to dictate the pace of this game. So, Aeobids. Tim, where do you land?
So, I remember, you know, I remember it used to be a little bit more. I'm talking about pre-patch, of course. I remember this used to be a little bit more Aeobid favored, just because of the fact you get that Desert Raider out, you know, pretty much automatically. You're able to kind of create some havoc in the Malian base while they're trying to cow boom and do their kind of stuff. And the power spike for the Aeobids in Castle Age made it so that Malian quote unquote post game economy never really got up and running. You know, so just having those Camel Lancers, or if you went Gulams, you know, it doesn't really matter. But now I feel like after the patch and the Malians have a little bit more defense, they could. I've seen honestly in my elo. I'm gonna say my elo because I'm worse than you, and I will admit that on camera. The 2TC is still pretty popular around my elo. So it's not only that TC providing some economic prowess, it provides a little bit of defense as well. So maybe it could stop an Iabid player from being too aggressive. I'm very curious to see how these two players, because they're professionals, these two players play it, and because of how easier it is for professional players, I've noticed they're a lot better at defending. You know, it feels like they're a lot better at defending. So maybe Wham could have the upper hand on the Malian side.
Yeah, this is, as we load into the game, by the way, guys, we are going to see now what the response is from Malians to truly understand, does Malian have an answer to a fast castle civilization? And is he even going to go fast castle? But like you said, with that Camel Lancer pressure that they have on the map, why would you not? This is just one of those very good positions that you get to put yourself in where you dictate the rest of this game. And the Camel Lancers are going to do quite well against the Sofas as well when he does decide to transition there. So we're going to see if Wham's Malians is going to be able to take down Beastie's Aeobids. Now, neither of these players are known for their Malians and Aeobids playstyle, but this is because we're getting into Game 5. And Game 5 is not the game where you show your best civilizations. You've already shown quite a bit of your hand. But Beastie, he's known... If he is known for his Aeobids, he's known for the sneaky comeback Aeobids, where he gets pressure just like that Delhi game, and all of a sudden overwhelms his opponent in no time. Let's see what he's gonna go up with. Military Wing gets called. Oh, yes. There we go. Military Wing gets called.
I mean, you gotta remember with the Military Wing, it takes 15 seconds for that Desert Raider to actually come out. It feels like, I thought it was going to be a big deal, to be honest, looking at the patch, but that 15 seconds, just because of the fact that it's a 180 resource unit that you're getting essentially for free, and it's creating tempo that early into the game, the 15 seconds doesn't seem to matter too much, and it could cause some duress for the Malians because he does go with Mansa Quarry, he does have that first pit mine on a gold mine now. It is a little bit forward, and because you're playing on Dry Arabia, you don't necessarily have any natural barriers that are helping you out. And look at that, where that where that pit mine is, way a bit right to the west, is yet another gold mine. So this could be a target for Beastie. If he's looking to try to take down some Malian gold, Mansa Musa has got to be crying right now.
Yeah, this is such a difficult position to play from, even as the Malians. Now, you might be wondering why. Because once you start getting ahead with the Malians, you will shut down both their gold mines. But as the Malians, once you get ahead, you're going to be perfectly fine keeping these two safe. So this is that double whammy, pun intended. This is just difficult for Malians and for the other serve if they don't respond correctly. Wham already starting up that wheelbarrow though. This man is looking at getting those upgrades before starting the cow transition to make sure that he gets the most of his civ.
Yeah,
No
and
TTC.
I mean, the Malians are such a unique civ in the way they play, and I know you've seen Malians a decent amount on King of Dry Arabia, and I think, you know, I think they're in a strong position right now in the meta, and just because the Malians, a lot of their economy that comes from it, we know this very well, a lot of the economy from the Malians comes from buildings. It doesn't come from villagers, you know, so it's just, they play so unique. Playing against them is also a unique experience.
Yeah, I can imagine that you need to just be ready for anything that they have to offer. Beastie also going for the wheelbarrow though. So he's going for what I would call the responsible... Oh, I was about to say responsible castle, but no. He's going for feudal. Feudal. Not responsible castle. There's no responsible castle about this man. He's getting the stable, and he's going to make horses, and he's going to start putting pressure on his opponent. Now, the camel is going to provide that little bit of utility that makes Malian have to decide, do I go for archery range, or do I go for Donzos first? And he's going for the archery range, so we will be seeing some Javis coming up pretty early on. But Beastie is going to be able to produce both of the units that he wants to see out on the map.
Yeah, the Iabids are kind of in a weird or the Malians, I should say, are in a weird situation right now. As that gold villager is going to try to run for its life, the Desert Raider going to be using its bows to try to pick it apart. But for the Malians, you know, a lot of the times when you're facing a Desert Raider in Feudal Age and you're playing against the Ayubids, a lot of times you want to make horsemen, right? Because you get some of that bonus damage. Even though you get a little bit of unease, it's cost effective to kind of go into them. You can use archers on the back end like Wham is doing with javelin throwers, but the Malians don't really have access to that in Feudal Age, so it puts them in an awkward position.
Yeah, now we're gonna see Beastie making the best of that awkward situation with archers. The problem is, when you get the jabs, like you said, this is just a tough thing because a lot of Malians' units have hard counter whatever you push out. Now the second pit mine does get kind of denied, I would say, but the javelin needs to be careful, but the horse can close in on him pretty quickly. When going for that second pit mine, it is quite a greedy play, and you usually do this against civilizations that you know are going fast castle, because they're not going to be able to punish you for it. But now with Beastie and making those horsemen, he's going to be able to punish him. Now the question is just, is he going to keep doing this, or is he still going to go and macro up to castle? Now, more archers in queue.
And,
So
you know,
far
he
as well.
probably smells a little blood in the water. Beastie does, you know? I mean, this pit mine's coming up. He only has one jab thrower. He's got a piece of furniture out here on the western side in that sofa, but does get that camel unease, again, because it's on horseback. Because Beastie was able to take down a decent chunk of health in that pit mine, he knows that for the Malians, a lot of the time, 7 minutes into the game, it's just like, hey, can you just let me do my thing, please? I'll talk to you in castle. I gotta get some stuff situated, and then I'll hit you back. But Beastie's not going to try to let that happen. You know, with these horsemen, the Desert Raiders, the archers are going to be able to help out a little bit too. Those sofas in Feudal Age aren't as devastating as you might necessarily think because of the fact that they don't have too much in the way of armor. They don't have too much in the way of health. You can't really use them like a knight. And with that camel on ease, it becomes a little difficult for them too. I don't know. I feel like Wham's in a tough position here.
Yeah, when you're facing off against all these horses, you definitely don't want to fight when there's a camel in the mix because the sofas, the power of them is just decreased in all of this matter. But now the javelin throwers base damage is really coming into play here. They're going to be able to eventually snipe out these. Now Beastie, he's made a bunch of units. He makes Wham think, I'm staying in feudal and I'm fighting you. But at the same time, he's going to castle right now.
Yeah, I love this bait. This is so good because Wham is like, he's so consumed with making units to keep his buildings alive, to keep his pit mines alive. And then he's trying to get cattle at the same time. And the fact that his villagers can't really mine gold, now they're just starting to get on gold. And yeah, the pit mines are going to give you a little bit of that passive gold, but you're still going to need some gold miners, at least a couple, just to try to get some cows and try to get the castle age yourself. Now that Beastie basically feigned that all-in aggression. Right, he's going to be able to hit that castle age button. Goes with the economic wing. It's not 8 villagers anymore, it's 7. But getting 7 free villagers automatically in a minute and 40 seconds, you gotta love that.
And you can see how he's splitting apart on these berries. He's trying to optimize all of these. Looking at these as well, they've been tapped out quite a bit, and he just wants to make sure when that eco wing kicks in, he gets that extra 100 food on each of these berry bushes. Now the horseman, again, feigning aggression, so that he thinks that he needs to respond to this. But he doesn't take the bait. Wham has stopped, he's just making cows, he's getting the rest of his villagers over here, and the boys are at the front line now. But the camels are waiting at the ready.
Yeah, having those 2 or 3 Desert Raiders, and I think what the most important thing was Beastie kept those Desert Raiders alive, right? Because they're expensive, and because he was getting them for free, just having those 2 or 3 Desert Raiders make sure that you can't get a sofa raid. And now Wham might have realized he made a decent amount of units. He's not seeing that all-in aggression, just like you said. So he's going to be trying to move up a little bit, create his own, feign his own kind of aggression as he's trying to macro up. He's got a decent amount of villagers on gold now, so he's going to be able to take that cow boom. But the issue is, when you're playing against the Ayubids, when you think they're not hitting Castle Age, they probably are. And it's going to be probably about 30 seconds before Castle Age comes in. Beastie's adding some military production buildings. He's adding some stables that are going to try to help him out. Desert Raiders are going to try to clean up those sofas, but Javelin Throwers get a good snipe on that back end. I think Wham knows, and he sees that House of Wisdom. that Castle Age is going to be coming in. This is his time if he wants to do some damage before the Ayubids gets out of hand.
The problem is javelin throwers don't care much about these little arrows firing at them. So he doesn't want to lose any of them, but as well, they're just not something that is in danger at the moment. The horses, though, they do come in for laps, but you can't lose your units now, otherwise you're just going to be dead. He does kill one of the villagers here all the way out of the front, and the camels did get sniped down. So he doesn't have that control as he had before, but we see instantly he queues up the camel lancers. He's ready for this fight, and he wants to take it against these sofas.
Oh my god, yeah, the Camel Lancers are going to be devastating. You know, I mean, Wham, he's going to have to make a kind of transition. He would have to build barracks and donzos and get the upgrades and, you know, all that kind of stuff, which is going to delay his Castle Age even further. He's sitting at about 600 gold, or 600 food, 500 gold. He's trying to wall up, just trying to get himself safe. And I feel like for the Malians, he's trying to do everything at once. He's trying to get some donzos to make sure he's safe. He's trying to do his cow boom at the same time. This just means that Castle Age gets delayed and delayed even further for the Malians. So that huge power spike the Malians really rely on in the Castle Age is just going to be delayed further.
Now, he does a good job at keeping Beast in his base, though. As we can see here, the sofas are rotating right towards the base. And this is going to make it a little bit hard for Beastie to move out in time before this age up. And Malian's age up is really fast. The upgrades just as fast. Now, the Camel Lancers will be chasing those down, while the rest of the boys, they move across the map into this mass over here. Now, the Donzos, 3 of them, making this a little bit harder, but the 2 Camel Lancers should be able to do the work. Oh, they are being caught out here. The sofas do get taken down, and those are very expensive units to lose out in Feudal.
Yeah, and 2 of them ended up going down. He probably would love if Beastie does do that kind of Ayubid classic all-in Castle Age push. He probably would love to have a couple sofas in that particular situation. Some Donzos are going to be able to make the front line, but those Camel Lancers, I think, outnumber those Donzos. And even though they're going up against a quote-unquote counter, they go down very quickly. There's 1 sofa. There's about 9 javelin throwers that are caught out. We have some horsemen. We have some Camel Lancers tracking them down. This is a pretty huge loss for Wham.
This is devastating, but the thing is, Wham does have his cow set up, so this man is going to have an unlimited food once that Castle Age hits. If that Castle Age hits. Because now we see he's pumping out the Donzos. He realizes, I cannot stop now. And with the number of Donzos, he is able to push this back, even if just for the moment. But Beastie needs to decide what he's going to do. And luckily for Beastie, he's playing the civilization that has the ability to deal with Malians usually, by just making a mangonel. But let's see if he's picking up those relics in time, though. And it looks like they are running around, picking up the relics as much as they can. Using another one of these, not something you want to do as Beastie, because the Malian eco does explode very, very shortly.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I think we're going to see an explosion pretty soon. Dervish trying to get a wall low on a sofa. That sofa's going to have to back up. But Beastie, just because he had the map controls, Ayubid's hitting Castle Age first. He's going to be able to grab a couple of those relics. He is trying to get some stone, perhaps for a second town center. Oh, second town center already getting built around where those deer packs are, so that's going to help Beastie. And a lot of the times when you're playing against the Malians, just because of the fact that they have that passive income, if you don't go second town center, you're always going to be behind in an economic sense.
Now this Dervish is trying his best to get back to base, but he does get taken down. The next Dervish in position to get that sacred site already. Beastie is just trying to get every bit of a lead that he can while he's going for that second TC. Because this is now a very sensitive timing for Malians as well. They're going to have that edge the moment they age up. And maybe for the next 3-4 minutes. But Beastie, if he can live and if he can let this second TC do the work, he should be able to sustain over the Malians.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking so too. And he has a decent amount. Now he has a decent amount of Donzos for those Camel Lancers. And you can see Beastie making the change, right? He added some barracks. He already has some Gulams out on the field. I think making sure he had some defensive structures, and I'm counting the town center as one of them, around a food source. Because a lot of the time for the Ayubids and Castle Age, they're going for units that are very heavy on the food sense. So those Camel Lancers obviously are very expensive. Those Gulams are heavy on the food. as well. So Beastie just making sure he's able to shore that up. Wham trying to get another pit mine over there on the eastern side, or at least some houses around it. Beastie getting that very important Castle Age technology, as Eagle pointed out in the chat. Sultans, Mamluks, all the way over there. So that infantry, now that he has some Ghulams, they're going to be able to get some extra damage, some extra movement speed to try to take down some of these javelin throwers and some of these Donzos. I think if Wham doesn't switch into something like Musafati for heavy units, or if he doesn't get poison arrows for his archers, those Ghulams could be devastating.
The problem is BC doesn't want to fight right now, and I don't know if Wham knows this, but you see he's on his third TC right now with getting more stone. So I'm not sure what Beastie is cooking, but if it's a third TC, or a fourth TC, I don't know if he will survive that. Okay, we see them rallied all the way here. Okay. Not looking at the fourth TC, but looking at the gold instead. So this could have been quite risky for Beastie to take as well. He does have these outposts really reinforced as well, just to ensure that he doesn't get clapped by this Malian army. The Malian army is growing bigger and bigger, but Beastie's villager lead should be skyrocketing himself. And now getting those blacksmith upgrades, getting the +1 for the ranged, and we see things being queued up here, which are just going to be archers, because if you're playing against Malians, they don't have heavy armored units unless you're going so far. So archers will do the job just fine.
Oh, yeah. Against Mali, I love a good archer. You know, I mean, even though he's Ayyubids and not Abbasid, right? So he's not going to get composite bows. Just having that little bit of archer mass, and he's getting veteran archers as well. It looks like he's kind of adding a little bit of everything. Like, he's even getting a spearman upgrade. I think because of how many town centers he has, how many villagers he has, how big his economy is going to end up going. He's just going to go ahead and just throw anything at you and see what happens. Throw some stuff at the wall and hope it sticks. And he probably is expecting the Malians to go into a little bit more sofas than usual, you know? I mean, when you get to Castle Age, Malian sofas, they get that armor that's imported, so they have so much. They end up being chunky units where you kind of need spearmen at that point. So maybe he's getting a couple spearmen just for a CYA tactic, as those Camel Lancers on the western side, trying to get a little bit of a raid. But Wham, because of the fact that he walled, his passive income is pretty safe. Those pit mines are pretty safe. He's going to be able to use some of that post-game economy and just get that military mass of about 100 that the Malians are so good at, Wham. And look at that military count, 73 to 43.
And with the siege unit on the way as well, Springald, or on the way, transporting himself across the map. And they're going to be running into the second TC that they think is only a second TC. But this army will be a little bit deterred for now. The thing is, they could change this around and then start pushing, which is going to be devastating for Beastie. Those Camel Lancers are not going to be able to hold this off, but he does need to get siege himself. If he can get a Mangonel and actually get a good shot off, he will be able to survive this. But with that Springald presence across the map, we're just going to be able to be in a little bit of danger, I would say. And he does get that Mangonel. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, honestly, it was fantastic preemptive play by Wham, because he probably sized up his army. He sees how much he has, and he's like, you know what? What could kill me? What could end this army? And it's absolutely a Mangonel, or for the Ayyubids case, a Manjanique. And with that one getting created, he's probably going to need a couple more. If he does have a Springald, you're going to need to overwhelm your opponent in that aspect. So hopefully he gets a little bit more. Some Gulam trying to take a fight over there on the western side, but goes down. That Springald doing a massive amount of jack-aw over there on that southern side. He probably would love to use it in this battle, but now with BC having that Mangonel, he has a little bit of confidence to push out. So even though he doesn't necessarily have the military count, the siege superiority can make a big difference.
The Springald still standing in the base. I'm not sure Wham realizes that he's forgotten this man at the back, but he's getting these invisible Musafadis, which is going to be quite devastating for Beastie once that gets on top of the economy. So they will be able to sneak in, but the second Mangonel is sneaking in itself. So all of a sudden, this army is looking a lot less scary when you can plop a Manjanique on top of their faces.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it might make Wham start to go into sofas a little bit more. He's trying to get a little bit of map control now that his cow boom is successful, his pit mines are successful, so he's looking to try to take some gold out from the map. Those Malians, they're so greedy for that gold because of how much that they need, and Wham does make an army composition change into adding a little bit of sofas. He just plopped 10 in the queue like it was no big deal.
And that is going to be one of the most important points of this game. The fact that those sofas are now in the army composition is going to allow him to actually contest this Mangonel playstyle. So these guys trying to find the army, but Beastie not really sure where the army is right now. Going straight for the base, which honestly could still be devastating for Wham. He's putting the keep all the way on the outside of the map. But he's not... Oh my god.
Oh my... that just randomly, that shocked me because it just randomly appeared. Wham raiding with all of his 90 units, but there's a giant tower of the Sultan looking to punch a wall or two over there, Wham, and I'm excited.
And these Mangonels are blindly attacking the wood line, hoping they can get some victims along the way. They will get some archers along the way, but there's a lot more military from Wham, and I don't know if Wham is going to go straight for Beastie's base or if he's going to go and try to defend this, but he needs to defend this. This is, well, a second TC from Malians, but you don't want to lose that, even if you have your cow advantage. And boys are rallying around. They are looking at doing something here on the back. The spring ult is in position, and it will start firing on those Mangonels when it's given the opportunity.
Yeah, and I think if those Mangonels don't get body blocked over there on the western side, they're kind of isolated over there from the majority of this battle. You see a lot of professional players body block, so melee units can't get in. That Tower of the Sultan will take hundreds and hundreds of TC fire. So if he's not looking, if he doesn't have any anti-siege, if he doesn't have any melee units, it's going to go down, or it's not going to go down pretty quickly. That second town center, however, will, with all of those torches, and the Tower of the Sultan gonna go ahead and give it a punch or two. Springold stuttering over there. Wham trying to get a little bit of a flank over there on the western side with all of those sofas. Look at the archers and how they body block. They tried to body block that Manjanique, but it ends up going down. I think Springold ended up clearing the other one. So the only siege apparatus that's out there is the Tower of the Sultan, and it doesn't really do well against groups of units. Is Beastie taking a fight? Did he overextend a little bit too much, Whammin?
I feel like him getting that second TC was definitely worth it, but it depends on how many units he end up staying up here. The Tower of the Sultan is trying to get on top of the second or the main TC now, but he needs to find a way to kill all these archers. This Springold is just clapping cheeks from the back, but these Ulams are going to be able to clean up these archers quite easily. The problem is, at the back of all this, he did get raided, but that's a 40 villager lead for Beastie. Oh, he's going for the cows. He's going for the cows. Look at that man just punching through the cows. They target fire the cows right after. We just see dead bodies of cows. Not really the kind of beef we were looking for between these players.
Look at this in one hit. Let's see if this tower is... Oh! No, it exploded. But when it did hit that cattle ranch, all it took was one punch. It was like Mike Tyson's knockout, you know? Being able to take down a lot of these cattle ranches. And because those cattle are corpses, you can't rebuild. You can't rebuild those cattle ranches over there. So that Grand Fulani Corral isn't corralling as many cows as you might want it to. Now, Malian's military mass down below the IU bids. It's now 40 to 33. BC trying to extend on the map to get some more gold. He's got about 3,000 sitting in the bank. So if he's looking to maybe make more siege, maybe make more units, I think you got to use that gold to do it. Another Tower of the Sultan coming up looking to punch a cow or two. Oh, but another one!
It up, baby. We're getting two. We're going home, and we're going home Phil. So, Tower of the Sultans, are they going to be the ultimate destruction of today? The answer is yes, Tim. They will. And they're looking at the front of the space. The thing is, they can kill all the production here too. And the units that Wham has, I don't think they're ready to deal with this. Oh, and the village is also getting denied from gold. That is going to be such a big hit for him. But he decides to go into the wood, save resource at the back there. And if Beastie doesn't respond to this, he's going to get quite a bit of value from those.
Yeah, you can see based on economy right now too. I mean, Beastie's able to keep up with the passive income of the Malian. You know, Malian's now back at one town center, so, and the fact that some of those cattle ranches went down means Beastie can kind of even it out or end up being more than usual. I'm pretty sure he went for a farm transition over around his base. He's sitting comfortably at about 1,700 food per minute. Look at all those farms up there. So he's going to be able to produce just about any unit he wants. I think this is a time when Beastie, because those town centers ended up paying off economically, Beastie can continue to mass produce units and supply cap himself, or just make enough Tower of the Sultans to take up the screen.
And I feel like this is the kind of gameplay we've been looking for. The answer of what do I do against Malians has been be aggressive and then make Tower of the Sultan. And I like this play because Malians, oh my god, there's another one. Another one, guys, another one! Is Beastie trolling? Not even a bit. This is the play that Beastie thinks is gonna be able to break this man, and he's gonna go for it. The thing is, this is so risky. With one Springald though, I don't think it's that risky. If he had more sofas, Beastie just doubles down, gets a keep at the front of the base here. He doesn't realize that Wham is very comfortably out on the map, just minding his own business, getting resources, and getting trade behind all of this as well.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's really good he's getting trade, but I don't know how Wham's gonna feel when those Tower of Sultans give his pit mines an uppercut. You know, like these buildings are not very long for this world. If Wham only has pretty much a big ranged mass to deal with this. You know, he's got archers, he's got javelin throwers. He's sitting on about 30-some Musafati, but the fact that Beastie has so many archers, I don't think Musafati are going to do very well against these Towers of Sultan. And look at them stumbling all the way down on that southern side. He's looking at that Manta quarry, licking its chops. He's looking for some of these production buildings. They're going to be wobbling their way over, looking to take a punch at something. Wham has got some melee units here. Some Musafati's getting their torches out. Some sofas trying to get them torches out. Sultan stumbling over each other. AoE pathing as much as we love it. Looking to punch something or just stand there. One ends up exploding. I'm expecting some punching to happen. I've used all of my punching puns, and now if the Sultans have to back up.
Now this was very underwhelming here from the Sultans, and I think that's just the proper problem with the pathing. Now, if you're playing with the Tower of the Sultans, we don't get a lot of airtime with these. So the pathing might be very, very buggy because it's just something we never get to experience or report if something does go wrong with them. Now, unfortunately, there is a keep in front of Wham's base, but honestly, Beastie could have lost a ton of villagers here too, but I don't think he's lost game-winning or game-losing villagers because he's still at 135 bills.
Oh yeah, he does have a lot, you know, I mean, and his food is relatively safe. He doesn't have a lot of food as a stockpile, but the fact that he's sitting on about like 2,000 food per minute means he can continue to make units of whatever he wants. It's very interesting playing against the Malians now because obviously they can make any unit they want. The Tower of Sultan raining its special version of hell all over those Musafatis, but if you're the Ayabids, Whammon, what kind of units are you making here?
At this phase, something that can actually end the game, like a trebuchet. Yeah, that's it. That's my full list of things. I think a trebuchet would be quite useful here, and that's honestly, he's at least raiding. But yes, I would like to get some proper siege that can actually kill things from afar, because we can see he wants to do stuff. He wants to be able to do that with the towers, but the towers are just not that efficient right now at doing that. A for effort, though. A for effort.
That outpost just gets slapped into oblivion because of the Tower of the Sultan. I'm sorry, it's just these Tower of the Sultans are so comical, aren't they? Just how they wobble around and take hits at buildings. If anything, the entertainment appeal is obviously what gives the Sultan an A+ in my mind, as some mangonels and some springles are going to try to take hits. You're right about this raiding, though, Whammon. Wham is going to be able to move up north with some Musafati, with some sofas trying to help out, but Beastie's going to be able to do a good job of quelling that. Beastie still having a high amount of villagers. That economic count is hovering anywhere from 120 to 130 for most of this game. He only has that one very small outpost, and the Tower of the Sultan, that guy your girlfriend told you not to worry about, is going to go punch it.
Now the problem is not just this tower going down, but this is honestly Beastie discovering now that there is trade going on, and he will quickly shut this down if given the opportunity. Beastie also now being in Imperial Age, we don't see him getting the military upgrades for it, But he does go out with swag in his pocket, looking beautifully, I don't know, explosive, I guess. I feel very confused about this game already. It feels like he got all the style points, but at this point he is risking a lot. He's constantly losing units that he shouldn't be losing. The Bombard being rallied out to trying to get that keep down at the back so Beastie can go for that big goal too. The Sofas being walled in, Beastie actually walling in his enemy on his side of the map, and he's still at 120 villagers.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because of how many workers that Wham did kill. You can see it on the bottom left part of your screen. He's killed about 65 now. The 65th one just ended up going down, but now BC getting Imperial Age means his siege is just that much better. We know the Ayubids have access to Culverins, the Malians do as well. So as we get to Imperial Age, we're probably going to see some, not only siege, but we're going to see some anti-siege as well. Some gunpowder going to be able to help out. Some bombards going to be able to help out as well. Wham going for the fort of the Huntress while raiding. Over there on that northern side, only one Camel Lancer. That's not going to help you too much. This is enough furniture that's going to make you deal with it. So Beastie's going to have to deal with it at some capacity. He's going to be making some spearmen to help him out as well. But this is kind of that Ayubid death ball that he's been looking for. I mean, the Tower of the Sultan really tried to be that death ball, but now that we have a little bit more firepower, you said trebuchets and Castle Age bombards, I think that one step better, right, when you get to Imperial Age. So he's trying to take down some landmarks, trying to do something about it. Musafati being stealthy, sneaking around like a little sneaky snake, going to be trying to take down those bombards, but there's too many archers, and those bombards have so much health. They both stay alive.
And now with the Culverin at the back here, every bit of siege that moves forward is going to be in danger. Now, this wasn't the best fight for Beastie, but he's so stubborn about getting this TC. The bombards are here, the villagers are here to support it, and they're going to get the TC in no time. The Culverin does get that spring off, which was the last hope for Wham here. Fort of the Huntress does get completed, but I don't think that's the answer we're looking for here. We need a lot of units, Wham, and I don't see him getting that anytime soon. Culverin just firing down on normal units at this point because he doesn't have any siege to target fire, and this is looking like a landmark victory for Beastie.
And you know, I would have said that. I would have said landmark victory, but that Fort of the Huntress over, I think that's what Beastie was going for. And then once Wham hit Imperial Age, he's like, I got another one to deal with. But I think, honestly, with that landmark being up or down, I really don't think it matters. You know, he has that keep up, just making sure that Wham's production is null and void. A lot of that passive economy is going to go down with the Fulani Corral and the Manso Quarry. I think for Wham, this is his last breath to do something. And we're going to see if these Musafatis, even though they're elite in nature, they're going to be going up against archers, which they'll be taken down pretty quickly. We got a Culverin to try to deal with that Mangonel. It's about to get popped. It's at about 4 health and will end up getting pop siege superiority in favor of Beastie, and that means fight. It goes in favor of Beastie. Wham's not going to be able to make any more units. I think this is toast.
And just like that, Beastie takes the crown as king of Dry Arabia, taking down Wham, which is a very big feat at this day and time. We've seen Wham and Papipo dominating quite a bit, being able to contest Marine Lord and Beastie for those top spots. And just like that, guys, we have finished our first king of Dry Arabia. And now let me quit Age of Empires before my computer crashes yet again, because the AoE bug is going to kill me dead. And ladies and gentlemen, it is 3 a.m. for us here in the land of the Europe. So Beastie beating Wham at 3 a.m. Definitely not a small feat on minimal sleep. Maybe he just needs to sleep less, and it will be a destruction either way. So guys, that was probably one of the coolest games we've seen in a while, Tim.
Oh yeah, I was I was really looking forward to using every joke I had about the Tower of the Sultan, and I just kind of unloaded there at the end, because it just honestly the way the Tower of Sultan like hits things, it's so comical. You know, it's such a it's such a big unit. But anyway, now that we have a
it's the unit she tells you not to worry about, Tim.
Well, I mean, look at it in comparison to that outpost, right? The Tower, you could have stacked 3 outposts, and it probably would have equaled what the Tower of the Sultan looked like. Just an absolute display of power. And now I know that that's why they call it the Sultan's Tower and not anybody else's tower. I see IRC in chat saying, what tournament is tomorrow? Whammon, do you want to talk to them about the epic tournament we have in store for them on Age of RTS?
I need to quickly just see if Beastie is gonna raid us so that we can make that announcement. Give me a second. Okay, give me 1 second. And we need to get him interviewed as well. So just making sure that things are happening. But before we get to that, I want to thank 2 more people. We got a $100 donation and a $20 donation for the next fund of King of Dry Arabia. Now, guys, I know it's sitting at 50%. And I want to thank everyone for their support in all this. All the subs that came through during the King of Dry Arabia will be added at the end. And I do think we're going to get quite close to our goal. It brings us 80% to our goal, which means that we will be hosting another King of Dry Arabia with a little bit of a smaller prize pool. Now, we're hoping to do this with a little bit of a different format, so we don't just see Dry Arabia 600 times in a row, but I did learn a lot from this. I feel like this is the ideal format to learn the meta and see what works against what, because we got to see civs that we never see in tournaments because they're always banned. And now we got to see them in action, and we can play them on ladder as well. And yes, I am using my budget camera here, and it's very strange for me to look at it, so it looks like I'm looking in all the directions. And I want to thank you guys again. It has been an absolute blast to do this over the last few weeks. And thank you very much for that extra sub, Roland. Appreciate it. And all the subs that came through during the stream as well. I want to be able to say thanks to everyone, but that is a very long scroll that I would need to do. So yes. So I think Beastie is clapping at the back. And I got word that we won't have our usual production, Tim. So I'm going to address this with you right now. Tim? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I was like, oh shit, was that the right Pelin? Thank you very much as well, brother. Tim? Are you going to be able to observe tomorrow as you're casting? Is it going to be a shit show? Because if it is, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it could be a dumpster fire. But I could do it.
Okay, guys. Yeah?
I'm nervous.
It's okay. Tommy will be in your ear and he will tell you exactly what's happening. So, guys, we did get word that we could not get Cal for tomorrow. So, we are going to have to click the buttons. But, Tim, we set everything up. So, you just have to click the button that says Start, In-Game, Casters. That's it. Very simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Tommy, I am seeing Tommy in chat saying he's off tomorrow. So,
you might die.
Yeah. Guys, it's going to be a great show. It's gonna be a great show. It's all for long COVID awareness. So not only will we'll be doing some casting, it's a best of threes that Whammon will be taking a part of. It's gonna be a fun team game situation. You know, as Whammon is making a wonderful transition into some of the groups. Those are some of the games that will be going on, and we're gonna be talking about long COVID a little bit. You know, as far as observing, might not be the number one thing that I'm talented in. I would like to say medicine is something that I might have a good handle on. So we could talk about long COVID just a little bit. And we're going to be watching some games. I know that I'll be with some star-studded professional players that will be providing some insight in a team game situation. So if you want to learn how to beat friends in a team game and you want to watch our wonderful admin, producer, observer, caster, Whammon play all of these games. She's got so many titles, I got to write them down.
Now, this is definitely...
You might want to tune in.
We're definitely going to have a lot of fun, and me and Marine Lord will have a destruction tomorrow in the first game that Tim is going to have to cast and carry through, because honestly, this is going to be tough. Now, you guys can see on the screen which teams are going to be casted on the mainstream. We do have some backup casts for if the games go a little bit long that are highlighted, but there will be other channels streaming their games as well. And like I always say in these tournaments, especially with Age of RTS, for us, the viewer numbers don't matter on the main channel as much as it does for all the other tournaments. We want to make sure that we're providing content for other casters and other community members to make as well, because a lot of these people depend on other content for their livelihood. So this is a very important tournament to just be able to reach a very wide range of people. So guys, please tune in tomorrow. Make sure that you click on as many streams as you can so that you can support the people all around. That is the most important to us here, and that is the whole point of this tournament. And thank you very much for the gifted sub, Mr. Barbecue Ribs. Appreciate it. And yes, hopefully we get some of the girls to also stream their games. We already know of 3 who's going to be doing it, so I am happy. I see a lot of the women from Women's League actually starting their streams and growing all quite well. So we're getting a big female community, and it's really wholesome to see, because you guys know how hard RTSs are. So now imagine having to stream and do it at the same time.
Yeah, honestly, doing these kind of events, women, I think all of what you're doing is incredible. You know, but putting on a channel like this, giving people like me, you know, as a caster, an opportunity to cast some games on a good channel with excellent production, that we have an excellent admin services like Tommy. I think it's a blessing just to be on camera with you because of the abilities that you have day in and day out making these tournaments. And I think Age of Empires 4 wouldn't be what it is without you.
Oh, thank you, Tim. I'm really hoping that we can keep helping people with all of this. And guys, you know, tomorrow's event is for a very good cause, but we're going to go over to Beastie's stream to talk about it a little bit once he and Marine Lord are done with their shenanigans. So I'm going to, guys, send you guys... Oh, I just typed in rating myself. I'm going to send you guys over to Beastie in a sec, and then we will talk about it when Marine Lord and Beastie are done with their very, very serious talk. So, Tim, thank you for joining me today. And guys, see you guys over there on Beastie stream.
Bounty.